Su Yun traversed into the world of urban elves, binding himself to a sacrificial evolution system. By sacrificing fellow elves, he could unlock hidden evolutionary paths. Is the Caterpie weak? Caterpie Black Dragon Scale, Red Chains Blood, Jade, Keystone, Crimson Rayquaza. With a transformation into a dragon, he would overpower even the first-tier deities, rendering even the illustrious Shining Rayquaza to call him Father. Is Gengar inferior to a single hair of a Quasa deity? Gengar, Ghost, Z, Underworld, Flute, Crescent, Feather, Origin, Stone, Reincarnation, Underworld, Ghost. With psychic and ghostly powers coexisting, a mere thought could lead to paradise or hell, and even Palkia would bow before him in submission. Is the ghost Cicada limited in ability? Shedinja Time, Crystal Natural Birds, Ice Spring Autumn, Sand Time, Amber Spring Autumn Cicada. Navigating the river of time at will, with a mere flap of its wings, it could traverse eons, rendering even the dual gods of time and space helpless. Endless sacrifice, endless evolution. No matter how weak the elf, under Su Yun's guidance, each could grow into a being surpassing first-tier deities. Even Arceus would have no choice but to obediently submit, relinquishing the 18 tablets of stone. This creator god, you shall take the mantle. Chapter 1. The Sacrificial Evolution System. Great! I have obtained a Pikachu. Yay! My starter elf is a Charmander. Why did I, a girl, draw a Venusaur? In Jiangbei City, the annual elf selection was in full swing at the Primary Elf Academy. This event marked the students' first step into the path of trainers by acquiring their own starter elf. Each student could receive a starter elf provided free of charge by the school. The quality and strength depended solely on one's luck. Those fortunate enough might draw starters like Charmander, Venusaur, or Squirtle. Meanwhile, those less lucky were left with choices such as Caterpie, Rattata, or Diglett. Unfortunately, Su Yun was not favored by the goddess of fortune. Gazing at the small green elf before him, with its round, shiny black eyes and white silk emerging from its mouth, he felt utterly despondent. Seriously? As a traverser, how did I end up with a Caterpie? Caterpie was undoubtedly one of the weakest elves, relegated to the lowest tier of combatants. No one aspired to have a Caterpie as their starter. Just as every aspiring bug catcher dreams of holding 6 Rayquazas that, if nothing else, I could have at least drawn a Pikachu. Perhaps I could recreate the glory of the Pokémon god. As a traverser, Su Yun lamented his unfortunate fate. Not only did he lack a golden finger to guide him, but he had also worked diligently to enroll in the Primary Elf Academy of Jiangbei City. But yes, he stood on the brink of becoming a distinguished novice trainer. A Caterpie suddenly emerged from the shadows, exuberantly proclaiming, "Ah, young one, amidst this multitude of Pokémon, you have chosen me. I must commend your discerning eye. Thus, let us join forces. One day, I shall transform into a divine dragon soaring in the heavens, guiding you towards unparalleled glory and brilliance. What do you think you are? A reincarnation of Rayquaza? Wake up. Stop dreaming. A Caterpie could never ascend to the heights of Rayquaza." Su Yun was acutely aware of the chasm between reality and aspiration. The notion of nurturing a Caterpie to level 100 with an Everstone was but a jest to be shared in the realm of gaming. In the real world? It would be far easier to conceive of birthing triplets with a Shenado. Wow, no way, Su. You drew the absolute worst, a Caterpie? In the midst of his dismay, a boy with a sharp face suddenly exclaimed dramatically. His loud voice immediately attracted the attention of other classmates, dozens of eyes turning towards Su Yun. Upon noticing the Caterpie by his side, the crowd erupted into a flurry of whispers. Hiss! The top student in our class has a Caterpie as his starting Pokémon? What terrible luck! A boy who had drawn a Pikachu exclaimed, his expression tinged with sympathy. Su Yun had consistently excelled academically, earning the respect of many, including this boy. The once lofty idol, now grounded in reality, had drawn the most lackluster of starting Pokémon, even inferior to a Pikachu. Such a stark contrast inevitably elicited a sense of melancholic reflection. Fortunes ebb and flow. Today, it's my turn. What use is academic prowess if one cannot draw a decent starter Pokémon? It's all just a worthless existence. A less academically inclined student, who had drawn a commendable Pokémon, seized the opportunity to mock him. Sigh. I once thought he would continue to lead the pack, becoming my target to chase. Yet he drew a Caterpie as his starting Pokémon, lacking even the qualification to be my rival. Another top student lamented, a hint of schadenfreude evident in their tone. Mockery, derision, and scorn reverberated around him. Yet Su Yun remained remarkably composed, undisturbed by the cacophony. When you are weak, others ridicule and belittle you. When you are strong, they flatter and hold you in high regard. The tendency to curry favor is an inherent trait of humanity, a lesson Su Yun had grasped long before his transmigration. More than the opinions and judgments of others, he was now focused on how to leverage his limited circumstances to carve out a magnificent path ahead. Humph, Su Yun, who would have thought you'd find yourself in such a predicament? You used to outshine me in every academic endeavor, always keeping me beneath your heel, but now it seems I shall stand above you. As thoughts swirled in her mind, Zhang Hao, equally a top student, approached with an air of confidence. Like Su Yun, he excelled academically, boasting remarkable grades. The sole distinction lay in their rankings. Su Yun was perpetually in first place, while he languished in the second position. Now, presented with an opportunity to overshadow Su Yun, he could hardly contain his eagerness. A mere trashy Caterpie. No matter how stellar your grades, it cannot alter the undeniable fact that your initial Pokémon is utterly worthless. Zhang Hao's words dripped with scorn, embodying the essence of a petty victor. Previously, without an initial Pokémon of his own, he had always been overshadowed by Su Yun, a state that left him feeling quite stifled. Now, having acquired an exceptional initial Pokémon, far superior to Su Yun's Caterpie, he finally felt empowered to boast. As Su Yun merely chuckled, dismissing Zhang Hao's provocation with a wave of indifference. What pride do you take in a mere Caterpie? Zhang Hao, incensed and humiliated, pressed on with his taunts. Yet, Su Yun's apparent disregard felt like a punch, landing on cotton unfulfilling and frustrating. You may be superior in academics, but do you dare to engage in a real battle with me? Zhang Hao continued to taunt, seeking to provoke Su Yun into action. This would afford him the grand opportunity to publicly humiliate her. He was confident that his initial Pokémon would decisively trample Su Yun's Caterpie underfoot. Real battle? Su Yun raised an eyebrow. Although she was unaware of the nature of Zhang Hao's initial Pokémon, his brash demeanor suggested it was undoubtedly stronger than her Caterpie. Should she accept his challenge? Ding! It has been detected that you possess an initial Pokémon. The sacrifice evolution system has been successfully bound. Amidst her hesitation, a mechanical voice echoed suddenly in her mind. Su Yun smiled serenely, a surge of boldness swelling within her. Casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Hao, she remarked coolly, "What do you think you are?" Chapter 2. The green caterpillar can also become an exalted being. Dare you to insult me? Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised that Su Yun would launch into a discussion of national essence, confronting him so directly. Once he regained his composure, his expression darkened instantly. Oh, let the brawl begin. Among the crowd, there were those who relished the spectacle, eagerly fanning the flames of discord. Yet, Su Yun paid no heed to Zhang Hao's shifting demeanor. Instead, he was engrossed in examining the newly bound system. Sacrificial Evolution System. This system aims to assist the host in traversing an extraordinary path with an ordinary physique. After such lengthy discourse, could you possibly elucidate your purpose? This system will present the host with unexpected hidden evolution pathways. The host merely needs to sacrifice a certain number of similar creatures to unlock corresponding hidden evolution routes. Beep. The system detects that the host's current initial creature is a green caterpillar. Thus, sacrificing 10 green caterpillars will unlock the hidden evolution route of level 1. Must I truly sacrifice 10 green caterpillars? Su Yun furrowed his brows, pondering where he could possibly procure such a quantity for the system. Nevertheless, he found the concept of hidden evolution routes quite intriguing. System, if I were to sacrifice a sufficient number of green caterpillars, would it enable me to unlock more advanced hidden evolution paths? Su Yun keenly noted the grading terms preceding the evolution routes and inquired thoughtfully. Indeed, as the host sacrifices an increasing number of similar creatures, the hidden evolution pathways unlocked will ascend in rank, with the highest being level 10. How formidable is the level 10 evolution route? Can it rival divine beasts? Su Yun's heart leaped with joy, suppressing his excitement as he asked. Once the level 10 hidden evolution route is activated, the corresponding creature's evolution will far exceed that of a typical level 1 deity. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Su Yun could not help but draw in a sharp breath. To think that post-evolution, the creature's power would far surpass that of a level 1 deity? Does this imply that even a green caterpillar could potentially become, or even surpass, a being akin to the exalted Rayquaza? How astonishing! Could it be that the transformation of a green caterpillar into a creature of such renown is not merely a jest within the realm of gaming? Su Yun found himself compelled to reassess this notion, contingent upon his possession of a sufficient number of green caterpillars. Zhang Hao, what are your intentions? Have you just acquired your initial creature and already yearn to engage in combat with a classmate? Would you like me to accompany you for a spar? As tension thickened in the air, the homeroom teacher, Yongku approached with a stern demeanor. The crowd fell silent, tactfully dispersing to the sides. Teacher. Zhang Hao stood frozen in place, a picture of nervousness and uncertainty. Yongku was undeterred. After casting a meaningful glance at the two, he snorted and declared, "Humph. I care not for your grievances, but fighting is strictly forbidden here. If you truly wish to settle the score, save it for the freshman exchange competition in 2 days. Do not embarrass yourselves in my presence." Yes. Yongku took a deep breath, suppressing his rising anger, and provocatively turned his gaze to Su Yun. Su Yun, do you dare to compete with me in the freshman exchange competition? If you are indeed a man, then accept my challenge without cowering like a timid turtle. Su Yun chuckled softly. Since you are so eager for humiliation, I shall oblige. With the aid of the sacrificial evolution system, he had no reason to fear being outmatched by Zhang Hao. Even if his initial Pokémon were a mere Caterpie, he could still evolve it into a magnificent Charizard. Very well, I shall await your arrival. Just don't let your courage falter. Zhang Hao boasted, his confidence radiating as he declared, I will defeat you before everyone's eyes and crush you underfoot. Upon hearing Su Yun's agreement, Zhang Hao's expression lit up with delight as he continued to taunt. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, my initial Pokémon is actually a rhinoceros beetle. How surprising. Isn't it? Surely you didn't think I was provoking you just because your initial Pokémon is a Caterpie, did you? Huh, I am not like those fools. As scholars like us should know, while Caterpie may lack significant evolutionary potential and is often deemed worthless by many trainers, it boasts an unparalleled growth and evolution speed in the early stages, unmatched by numerous other Pokémon. In just a few days, it can evolve into a Butterfree. How many Pokémon can achieve such progress? Even the starter trio struggles to defeat it without a type advantage in the early game. Those short-sighted fools only see the downsides of Caterpie, never contemplating its strengths. But I am different. I want to be as thoughtless as they are. Had my initial Pokémon not been a rhinoceros beetle, perhaps the situation would be different. Yet, fate has granted me this powerful Pokémon, and it is destined to bring your downfall. Even if your Caterpie evolves into a Butterfree, it will remain outmatched against my rock-type Pokémon, rendering your efforts futile. My rhinoceros beetle, and I shall personally ensure your defeat. So, prepare to serve as a stepping stone on my path to success. Zhang Hao exuded an oppressive aura, clearly convinced of his victory over Su Yun. Su Yun, however, regarded him with mild surprise. He possessed a modicum of strength, but not much. Zhang Hao's words were indeed unexpected, revealing a cunning mind that was far from the mindless jester he appeared to be. Regrettably for Zhang Hao, his intricate plans would ultimately fail. He could never fathom that Su Yun was far from a mere novice, and could not be judged by conventional standards. Let us see who prevails in the upcoming exchange competition. The other students cast sympathetic or gleeful glances at Su Yun, although Zhang Hao had just berated them. It was undeniable that his assertions held a kernel of truth. They had indeed mocked Su Yun solely based on his initial Pokémon being a Caterpie. Yet this would not deter them from witnessing Su Yun's impending defeat. Zhang Hao's analysis was crystal clear, regardless of the circumstances. Su Yun would not stand a chance against him in the upcoming competition, unless, of course, Su Yun's Caterpie underwent an extraordinary mutation. Yet, in their eyes, such an event was utterly improbable. Su Yun, give it your all. At this moment, the homeroom teacher, Yongku, let out a sigh and gently patted his shoulder, offering words of encouragement. Clearly, he too did not believe that Su Yun could surpass Zhang Hao in the upcoming new student exchange competition. In stark contrast to the sentiments of those around him, Su Yun appeared remarkably serene. Was the unicorn rhinoceros truly formidable? Perhaps not. With just a slight exertion, he could enable the Caterpie to unlock its hidden evolution and easily gain the upper hand. Yet, before that, he needed to devise a way to acquire 10 Caterpies for sacrifice. Chapter 3. The Route of Hidden Evolution. The Insect Sea Forest, a primeval woodland nestled within the boundaries of Jiangbei City, was named for the myriad of bug-type Pokémon residing within its depths. Spanning vast expanses, it traversed a significant portion of Jiangbei City. This forest served as a paradise for bug-type trainers, a place for combat, training, capturing Pokémon, and challenging oneself. After school, Su Yun arrived at this very locale. If there were any place in Jiangbei City where he could swiftly procure 10 Caterpies, it would undoubtedly be one of 2 locations, the Pokémon Market. With sufficient funds, one could easily acquire not just 10, but even 100 or 1,000 Caterpies in mere moments. Unfortunately, his background was modest. His parents were ordinary wage earners, lacking the surplus funds for lavish expenditures on numerous Caterpies. The other place was indeed where he currently stood, the Insect Sea Forest, renowned as the birthplace of bug-type Pokémon. It was home to a diverse array of these creatures. Not only could he find the Caterpies he sought, but he might even encounter rarities like the Scyther or Heracross, should fortune smile upon him. Hey there, little one. Would you mind lending me your bug-catching net? Su Yun approached a nearby patch of grass, smiling gently at the children playing there. Lacking spare Pokeballs, he needed to rely on some special equipment to capture the Caterpies. The bug-catching nets that these little adventurers often carried were an excellent choice. A lollipop. exclaimed the young bug catcher, Zhang, raising a finger with utmost seriousness. Even at such a tender age, he had grasped the principle of equivalent exchange. I don't have a lollipop, but I can offer you cash. How does that sound? Su Yun produced a 50 yuan note, asking earnestly. A standard bug-catching net typically sold for around 100 yuan. Offering half the price for a second-hand one seemed quite reasonable. Didn't he? All right. Zhang replied without hesitation, accepting the paper bill from Su Yun and handing over his bug-catching net. 50 yuan was enough for him to buy several lollipops. With the crucial tool in hand, Su Yun ventured into the perilous and adventurous depths of the insect sea forest. Accompanied by his soul Pokémon, not far into the forest, he stumbled upon a pair of Caterpies engaged in a romantic rendezvous. Unable to bear the thought of either being left alone, he swiftly swung the net, capturing both in one fell swoop. At this very moment, unleash the attack. With a commanding tone, Su Yun called out to the Caterpie beside him. His role was to restrain the enemy's movements, while the Caterpie would execute the offensive. The division of labor was clear and utterly flawless. Whoosh! The Caterpie, upon receiving the command, transformed into a streak of green light, darting forward with remarkable speed. Although it typically moved with the sluggishness of a snail, in battle, its impressive base speed of 45 yielded a significant combat effect. Smack! Accompanied by a crisp sound, the two entangled Caterpie lovers were immediately toppled to the ground, rendered unconscious. Hiss! Before Su Yun could issue further commands, the Caterpie proactively expelled a copious amount of silk from its mouth, forcibly separating the pair and encasing them in two white cocoons. Su Yun glanced at it in astonishment. How remarkable that it took the initiative. It demonstrated considerable combat potential. Generally, Pokémon do not act without their trainer's command, as they often struggle to assess situations and make correct decisions in battle, relying on their trainer's guidance. However, there are extraordinary Pokémon that possess the instinct to fight autonomously. Even in the absence of commands, they can assess the situation and make appropriate choices. Clearly, his Caterpie belonged to this latter category. What promise it holds? Su Yun silently gave a thumbs up, generously praising its initiative. Appropriate commendation not only enhances the bond between Pokémon and trainer, but also bolsters the Pokémon's confidence, aiding in their future development. The Caterpie proudly lifted its head, seemingly eager to showcase its prowess to Su Yun. I shall outclass all of my kind. Ding! A sacrificial target has been detected. Would you like to proceed with the sacrifice? At that moment, a voice from the system echoed unexpectedly. Two Caterpie icons appeared before him. Sacrifice them all. Su Yun declared without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations on successfully sacrificing two Caterpie. You require 8 more to unlock the hidden evolution path. A detailed list of information regarding his Caterpie appeared simultaneously. Pokémon, Caterpie, level, 5, gender, male, type, bug, ability, shield dust, protected from additional effects caused by moves. Skills, tackle, string shot, hidden evolution path, level, 210. It appeared rather ordinary, seemingly lacking any distinct features compared to other Caterpie. Let us proceed. 2 Caterpie are merely insufficient to meet his needs. He required 8 more. 2.5 hours later. Annihilate them. As Su Yun dealt with the final pair of Caterpie, a delightful system notification rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations on sacrificing 10 Caterpie, unlocking the hidden evolution path. Evolution Path 1. Caterpie, 5. Unchanging Stone, Bug Jade, Emerald Bug. Evolution Route 2. Iron Armor Pupa, 7. Insect Silk Iron Shield Pupa. At this juncture, 2 distinctly different hidden evolution paths lay before him. Both paths required the same level. How to choose? Su Yun found himself engulfed in hesitation. Judging solely by the evolution requirements, it was evident that Route 2 was far easier to fulfill. After all, the zipper on his clothing was made of iron. Insect silk was readily obtainable. He could simply command the caterpillar to produce it on the spot, acquiring as much as needed. As for the level requirement, he glanced at the caterpillar beside him. Following their previous skirmish, the caterpillar had experienced a slight elevation in level, reaching level 6, which was merely a step away from the level 7 needed for its evolution into the Iron Armor Pupa. In other words, should he opt for the second evolution route, he could immediately facilitate the caterpillar's transformation. However, since an alternative existed, it was prudent to compare the 2 paths to discern which was superior. A misstep in guiding the caterpillar's evolution could lead to challenges in the future. Chapter 4. The Caterpillar's Path to Transformation. System. Could you elucidate the differences between these 2 hidden evolution routes? Su Yun inquired earnestly. It is often said that all roads lead to Rome. Yet even Rome has its distinctions, does it not? Friendly reminder. The initial evolution route determines the trajectory of subsequent evolution paths. The host should choose wisely. The system will now provide a brief overview of the 2 evolution routes. Evolution Route 1. This is an unconventional evolution path that relies on the immutable stone to confine its metamorphic development. It focuses on offense, prioritizing speed over defense, leading to the path of transformation into a dragon. Evolution Route 2. This is a conventional evolution path that enhances the existing evolutionary route, with its offensive direction subject to change based on the evolution form, leading to the path of transformation into a butterfly, a transformation into a dragon or a butterfly. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Su Yun was left astounded. The disparity between these two paths was staggering. System, if I may be so bold, is it true that the ultimate achievement of the dragon transformation path is superior? If one were to ask who is stronger between a dragon and a butterfly, it is likely that 99.9% would choose the dragon. Please trust in the system's capabilities. Each evolution route ultimately yields a corresponding evolutionary form, with varying advantages and disadvantages, and there is no absolute superiority. Is it truly so remarkable? Su Yun pondered thoughtfully. Then I shall choose the path of dragon transformation. Had his caterpillar been female, he might have contemplated the butterfly route. However, since it was male, the choice for the dragon path was unequivocal. After all, who could deny the allure of witnessing the magnificent spectacle of a caterpillar transforming into a dragon? Even the mighty Sky Sovereign would likely drop his jaw in astonishment, exclaiming, "My son." Su Yun turned his attention to Evolution Route 1. Caterpillar, 5. Immutable stone insect, Jade, emerald worm. He possessed a level 5 caterpillar. But the immutable stone and insect Jade presented a dilemma. The Everstone is one of the enigmatic minerals found in nature, imbued with extraordinary powers that enable Pokémon carrying it to halt their evolution. At first glance, this may seem rather unremarkable, as trainers typically aspire for their Pokémon to evolve promptly. Who would wish otherwise? However, the reality diverges, as there exist trainers who do not prioritize the prowess of their Pokémon. Instead, they often opt to utilize the Everstone to preserve their Pokémon's original form. Notably, such trainers are far from rare. Moreover, the inherent scarcity of the Everstone has led to a market characterized by high demand and limited supply. If Su Yun recalls correctly, the current market price for a single Everstone hovers around 5 million, comparable to that of a starter Pokémon's offspring. The most crucial point is that wealth does not guarantee acquisition. In contrast, the means of obtaining bug pearls is considerably more accessible. Bug pearls are also a natural substance, exhibiting a verdant hue and emitting a green luminescence at night, reminiscent of luminous pearls. Consequently, this substance is frequently employed as decorative items, commonly found in the homes of noble families. A high-quality bug pearl, roughly the size of a fist, can fetch around 100,000, a substantial sum indeed. For now, Su Yun resolved to procure a bug pearl. He rubbed his chin, chuckling wryly. An Everstone was beyond his current reach, but perhaps, with a stroke of fortune, he could encounter a bug pearl within the Bug Sea Forest, provided he could locate the lair of a sizable colony of bug-type Pokémon. Bug pearls are formed through the secretions of bug-type Pokémon, amalgamated with various natural elements over time. Among these, the bug pearls produced by Caterpie are of the highest quality. Thus, to find a bug pearl, he must first discover the Caterpie stronghold, typically situated deep within the forest. Su Yun gazed into the distance, lifting his eyes toward the horizon. Danger and opportunity coexist. Time to take a chance. The depths of the Bug Sea Forest are perilous, yet he has compelling reasons to venture forth. Caterpie, this time, it is your moment to shine. He looked down at the Caterpie, brimming with potential, and spoke earnestly. Finding the Caterpie's stronghold requires the Caterpie itself. With a burst of excitement, Caterpie stood upright, exuding confidence, as if to convey to Su Yun, "Leave it to me." Half an hour later, Su Yun concealed himself behind a thicket, gazing at the lush green meadow ahead, genuinely impressed. Caterpie had indeed lived up to expectations, leading him to a Caterpie nest. What thrilled him even more was the faint glimmers of light shimmering amidst the underbrush, precisely the bug pearls he sought. And there were more than one. This unexpected windfall filled Su Yun with uncontainable joy. Yet, simultaneously, a daunting challenge loomed before him. How to stealthily bypass the numerous Caterpie sentinels and procure the bug pearls undetected. Combat is an impossibility. His Caterpie was on the verge of evolving to level 7, but without the evolution stone, it was imperative to halt its advancement. As he pondered this, a sudden thought struck him, and he hastily removed his backpack. Almost forgotten, the Academy had just distributed insect repellent spray that would serve perfectly in this situation. Along with the initial Pokémon, the Academy generously provided each student with a starter pack, which included a bottle of basic insect repellent. This item proved invaluable in the wilderness. When faced with danger, a simple spray would send wild Pokémon scurrying away in fright. Su Yun retrieved the insect repellent and spritzed himself before taking a deep breath, boldly stepping outside. In an instant, his presence captured the attention of the Caterpie swarm. The Caterpies emitted a cacophony of sounds, seemingly warning Su Yun to keep his distance. Yet, the unpleasant odor emanating from him kept them at bay, paralyzing them with fear. With each step he took, the Caterpies collectively retreated, their beady black eyes fixated on him. Yet none dared to approach. Seeing this, Su Yun exhaled in relief and grew bolder. He disregarded the swarm and gleefully bent down to collect the bug orbs scattered on the ground. Chapter 5. A Debt of Gratitude, to be repaid with the Evolution Stone. Bug Orb 1. Bug Orb 1. Bug Orb 1. In no time, Suyun's pockets were bulging with exquisite bug orbs. Not only did he secure the materials for Caterpie's evolution, but he also stood to make a handsome profit. Suyun felt a surge of delight. But wait, what was that? At that moment, his attention was drawn to a large white cocoon hanging from a nearby tree. Hiss, it almost resembled a person. Suyun's brows furrowed slightly. From the shape and outline of the cocoon, it appeared to be a human, seemingly inverted, and if he was not mistaken, it was likely a woman. What in the world? Have the Caterpies begun to consume humans? Suyun's expression turned peculiar. He had only ever seen Caterpies encasing themselves in cocoons. This was his first encounter with one ensnaring a person. At that instant, as if sensing his presence, the humanoid cocoon began to shake violently, accompanied by muffled sounds from within. Still alive? Suyun paused for a moment, then quickly rushed over. He was no savior, but he could not stand idly by in the face of death. Moreover, he was in an advantageous position, and the Caterpies dared not act recklessly. Approaching the humanoid cocoon, Suyun drew a small knife from his backpack and made a cut in the cocoon's surface. Suddenly, a pair of pitch-black eyes locked onto his with unwavering intensity. Save me. A gentle female voice followed. I can offer you a reward. Such a delightful proposition. Suyun's eyes brightened at the prospect. To be honest, his motivation for rescuing her was purely altruistic, devoid of any ulterior motives. Yet now, with her insistence on offering a reward, what reason did he have to decline? Wait here. Rising to his feet, he severed the white silk hanging from the tree. The humanoid cocoon promptly plummeted to the ground. Then, using the previously made incision, he carefully cut downward with a small knife. After 2.5 minutes, he had created a slender opening in the cocoon. The liberated woman effortlessly emerged from her confinement. Thank you. She stretched her limbs and sincerely expressed her gratitude to Suyun. I am Nangong Wanhua. Her damp silver hair clung to her ears, showcasing her striking figure. However, Suyun's attention was drawn to 2 round, white orbs at her waist, the Pokeballs. Is that a commemorative ball? The Pokeball gleamed silver, devoid of any superfluous colors, unmistakably imbued with a special significance, likely a limited edition. Such Pokeballs he had only glimpsed online. This was his first encounter in reality. Moreover, trainers capable of possessing commemorative balls typically belong to a distinguished class. Intrigued, Suyun took a closer look at the silver-haired woman, estimating her age to be around 20, not much older than himself. With her evident status and possession of a Pokeball, it was reasonable to assume her strength would not falter against a swarm of Caterpies. As if to affirm his suspicions, the silver-haired woman demonstrated her prowess. With a cold, merciless gaze, she directed her attention toward the cluster of Caterpies in the distance. She gracefully retrieved the Pokeball from her waist and commanded, Ninetales, eliminate them. A burst of crimson light erupted. The temperature throughout the forest plummeted abruptly, rendering the atmosphere frigid. Accompanied by a chilling gust laden with snow, a pristine white Pokémon materialized upon the grass. It was the Ice Ninetales. As it appeared, a layer of frost rapidly encased the surroundings. The unfortunate Caterpies, unable to escape in time, were instantaneously transformed into icy statues. Witnessing the scene up close, Suyun was left utterly astounded, his heart racing with awe. The silver-haired woman's power was indeed formidable. The mere aura emanating from her Ninetales was enough to instill a deep sense of dread within him, as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Such overwhelming pressure was something he had never experienced, even in the presence of their homeroom teacher, Yangku. Furthermore, her Ninetales was not of the ordinary variety, but an alternate form, the Ice Ninetales. The mere possession of a Ninetales was a rarity, let alone an alternate form. The silver-haired woman's identity must be extraordinary. Why do you possess such strength, yet still? Suyun hesitated, incredulously inquiring. He simply could not fathom how a woman with such remarkable prowess, characterized by her silver hair, could be ensnared and suspended by a swarm of green caterpillars. Why ask what should remain unasked? Regrettably, before he could articulate his thoughts, the silver-haired woman abruptly interrupted him. It seemed she was quite averse to revisiting the events that had transpired earlier. Indeed, it was a perplexing situation. A formidable trainer captured by mere caterpillars was a notion that no one could easily accept. Surely, someone must have provoked someone else. Speak. What reward do you desire? I am prepared to fulfill your wishes, she inquired, her tone softening somewhat as Suyun ceased his probing into the matter. Having been saved by Suyun, she had promised him a reward and would not renege on her word. Suyun's expression flickered with excitement. Any request is permissible? The silver-haired woman's status was undoubtedly illustrious. This presented him with a splendid opportunity to address his own desires. However, noticing Suyun's intense gaze upon her form, her countenance immediately turned frosty, mistakenly believing he was about to make an unreasonable demand. I do not wish to offer myself, she declared, her tone sharp. Suyun furrowed his brow, exasperated. I am destined to become a Pokémon master. How could I possibly be ensnared by such trivial affections? You seem to imply that I possess no allure whatsoever, she retorted, a flicker of discontent breaching her composure. She was Nangong Wangyue, a presence that commanded attention, and it was bewildering to her that there could ever be a day when someone might find her undesirable, especially a mere boy. Then, what is it that you truly desire? She pressed, her silver teeth clenched in slight indignation. I require a moonstone, Su Yun replied, momentarily stunned by his own audacity. Is that all? Nangong Wangyue's emotions were a whirlwind of complexity and astonishment. She had anticipated that Su Yun would make exorbitant demands, yet he only asked for a moonstone. While rare in the eyes of ordinary folk, such an item held little value to someone of her prominent lineage. A trivial sum could procure it easily. Coincidentally, she happened to possess one at that very moment. Are you certain that is all you seek? She inquired earnestly, wary of any last-minute changes in Su Yun's desires. What else could I want? He shrugged nonchalantly. Presently, a moonstone was precisely what he needed to facilitate the hidden evolution of the green caterpillars. It would be absurd to request anything more intimate, for that would be akin to forsaking a watermelon for a mere sesame seed. Very well, it is settled. With Su Yun's resolute demeanor, Nangong Wangyue ceased further discussion. She retrieved a grayish-blue, oval stone from a small pouch at her waist. Here is the moonstone. Accept it. Su Yun's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he beheld the precious item. Indeed, it is truly a moonstone. He gazed in astonishment at the stone in Nangong Wanyue's hand. A peculiar thought involuntarily surfaced in his mind. What is this woman's true origin, carrying the immutable stone with her? Unfortunately, Nangong Wanyue was shrouded in such mystery that he could not discern her nature. Yet, this was of little consequence. Merely possessing the immutable stone sufficed. May I inquire a few questions? In a moment of excitement, Nangong Wanyue suddenly spoke in a soft voice. With a charming smile, she appraised Su Yun from head to toe, her curiosity piqued. Are you a student at the Jiangbei Junior Elf Academy? The uniform Su Yun wore was indeed that of the Jiangbei Junior Elf Academy. Yes. Though surprised, Su Yun chose not to conceal the truth, responding candidly. After all, there was no shame in his student status. Nangong Wanyue nodded in acknowledgement, opting not to dwell on this matter as she shifted the topic. For my second question, might you enlighten me on your purpose for the immutable stone? She was well aware of its ability to suppress the evolution of elves. However, under ordinary circumstances, no trainer would resort to such a measure, would they? That is something I cannot disclose. He truly could not reveal the answer to Nangong Wanyue, not even to his own parents. The fact that a traveler possessed a system was a secret known only to him. Very well, Nangong Wanyue understood Su Yun's predicament and chose not to press further. After all, who among us is without their own little secrets? For my final question, you wouldn't divulge what transpired today, would you? After a moment of silence, Nangong Wanyue's expression turned serious, her tone icy. A shiver ran down Su Yun's spine, as he sensed a chill creeping up from behind. He was certain that if he nodded, his fate would mirror that of the frozen green caterpillars. I saw nothing, I know nothing. Su Yun shook his head vigorously, feigning ignorance. Nangong Wanyue smiled in satisfaction. Excellent. I appreciate your cleverness. She approached him with a light laugh. Do you have your phone? Yes. Take it out. What for? To transfer you a little hush money. Su Yun was utterly taken aback. Happiness had arrived so unexpectedly. Not only was there a reward of the immutable stone, but now money as well. It was simply delightful. I'll scan you. Su Yun eagerly added Nangong Wanyue as a friend. When he noticed her profile picture, he couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. Nangong Wanyue's avatar featured a Psyduck, adorably cradling its head with wide eyes. This image was undeniably cute, a stark contrast to her cold and aloof demeanor. Are beautiful women universally drawn to such contrasts? Perhaps this is a subject worth exploring in the future. Ding. 1,000,000 Alliance coins deposited into your bank account. As he pondered, a notification suddenly made Su Yun's eyes widen in disbelief. 1 million? He stared incredulously at the transfer red envelope sent to him by Nangong Wanyue on his phone. Was this extravagance beyond reason? Do wealthy individuals truly regard money as trivial? Observing Su Yun's astonished demeanor, Nangong Wanyue couldn't help but chuckle softly. There's no need for surprise. Consider this a reward for keeping my secret. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Su Yun had saved her today, and such a kindness could not be repaid with merely a single evolution stone. Although Su Yun might dismiss the matter, believing that a solitary stone sufficed, her inner pride and dignity would never permit such simplicity. How fortunate am I to have inadvertently befriended a wealthy lady? He mused. By the way, what is your name? I would like to note it down. Su Yun, she replied, the beauty. I am Nangong Wanyue. If it pleases you, you may call me Miss Wanyue. After a brief exchange of information, Nangong Wanyue departed alone. Su Yun stood there, momentarily lost in thought. Had he truly encountered such fortuitous luck today? Not only had he gathered all the materials necessary for the hidden evolution of the green caterpillar, But he had also unexpectedly befriended a beautiful heiress and received a generous tip of 1 million. Was this not exhilarating? Regaining his senses, Su-Yun eagerly released the green caterpillar. Level 5 green caterpillar acquired. Evolution stone obtained. Bug Jade secured. With all the evolution materials in hand, what was he waiting for? Placing the evolution stone and a piece of bug jade before the green caterpillar, Su-Yun spoke directly. System, commence evolution. Chapter 7, the Emerald Jade Worm. Detection complete. Conditions for hidden evolution have been met. Evolution in progress. Please wait. As the mechanical voice of the system resonated, a torrent of white light enveloped the green caterpillar. The luminous radiance resembled a raging inferno, swiftly engulfing the creature's form. Under the nurturing glow, the green caterpillar began to undergo subtle transformations. Though Su-Yun could not perceive the changes in detail, his heart brimmed with anticipation. What form would the green caterpillar take upon achieving its hidden evolution? Approximately half a minute later, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding! Congratulations! Your creature, the green caterpillar, has successfully evolved into the Emerald Jade Worm. As the white light receded, a newly transformed creature emerged before Su-Yun. Was this truly the Emerald Jade Worm? He gazed in astonishment at the verdant little sprite, murmuring in disbelief. Compared to its former self, the creature was significantly larger, about 1.5 times the size of the previous green caterpillar. Furthermore, the texture of its body had undergone a remarkable change, contrasting starkly with the soft form of the green caterpillar. The Emerald Jade Worm lived up to its name, its body shimmering with a translucent brilliance, reflecting a resplendent green hue under the sunlight, as if it were indeed crafted from jade. Moreover, its antennae had also transformed, becoming more prominent and regal, resembling the horns of a dragon at first glance. Its eyes, once wide and innocent, transformed from deep, inky orbs to profound, dark green gazes that exude an air of majesty and authority. It felt as though this creature had transcended from being merely a caterpillar to embodying the essence of a true dragon. The transformation was indeed remarkable, particularly in terms of its imposing presence. It was as if it belonged to a realm far above that of a mere green caterpillar. Su-Yun pondered, stroking his chin, unable to suppress his astonishment. The awe and shock instilled by the Emerald Jade Worm far surpassed that of the green caterpillar. Given this alteration in form, it was reasonable to surmise that its attributes had also undergone a transformation. As he mused over this, Su-Yun was suddenly struck by the thought and eagerly turned his gaze back to the Emerald Jade Worm. With a mere thought, the fundamental information regarding the Emerald Jade Worm unfolded before him. Creature, Emerald Jade Worm. Level, 6. Gender, male. Type, rock bug. Ability, hard shell armor. Protected by a tough exterior, it is less susceptible to critical hits. Skills, tackle, silk spit, roll out, bug bite. Hidden evolution path. Level, 10100. Potential assessment, elite. Indeed, its attributes had changed. The addition of the rock type in the attributes section confirmed Su-Yun's suspicions. Although the combination of rock and bug types presented certain drawbacks, it was overall quite advantageous. In terms of type advantages, rock types are vulnerable to fighting, ground, water, steel, and grass types, yet they exhibit excellent resistance against normal, poison, fire, and flying types. Conversely, bug types are weak against fire, flying, and rock types, but they resist fighting, ground, and grass types effectively. The interplay of these two types neutralizes many of the disadvantages, leaving only water, steel, and rock types capable of exerting a twofold effectiveness against it. This attribute configuration proved to be significantly stronger than a single type configuration. With a subtle smile, Su-Yun continued to explore further. When an unfamiliar ability caught his eye, he was momentarily taken aback. The ability had also changed. If his memory served him correctly, the green caterpillar had possessed the ability known as poison powder. Now, it had evolved into the unique hard-shell armor typical of crustacean-like creatures. So, this dazzling layer on the Emerald Jade Worm was, in fact, a protective armor? Intrigued, Su-Yun crouched down to touch it. The surface was smooth, reminiscent of jade, yet devoid of its chilling coolness, instead radiating a warm sensation. Knock, knock, knock. Su-Yun tapped his fingers gently against the Emerald Jade Worm, producing a crisp sound reminiscent of armor. The green attire of the Emerald Jade Worm was indeed far sturdier than he had anticipated. This implied that the Emerald Jade Worm likely possessed commendable physical defensive capabilities, and the effect of hard-shell armor would further enhance its ability to evade critical strikes. Moreover, with commendable attribute resistance, the Emerald Caterpillar should exhibit remarkable endurance in battle. Indeed, following the alteration of its attributes, an expansion of skills ensued. After examining its traits, Su-Yun turned his gaze to the skills section, which, unsurprisingly, brought him further delight. The newly evolved Emerald Caterpillar, now possessing rock-type attributes, had acquired an additional skill, Rock Roll, alongside Bug Bite. This represents the zenith of its capabilities. Naturally, whether such prowess can be realized in actual combat will depend on the execution in the heat of the moment. In contrast, Bug Bite appears relatively mundane, with a power of merely 60 and a rather ordinary effect, allowing the use of berries held by the opponent. This undoubtedly enhances its combat potential significantly. As the Emerald Caterpillar successfully evolved, a new hidden evolutionary path was unveiled. Su Yun gazed thoughtfully at the subsequent information, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Does the next evolution require 100 Caterpies? That is no trifling number. Capturing just 10 Caterpies had already consumed several hours of his time. 100 would surely be a daunting task. However, Su Yun was not overly anxious. He still possessed a substantial sum of 1 million in funds. If necessary, he could simply purchase Caterpies from the Pokémon market, with financial resources at his disposal. Gathering a mere 100 Caterpies within a short time frame was not beyond the realm of possibility. With this thought, Su Yun's spirits lifted considerably as he smiled gently at the final line of information. Potential assessment, elite? What could this possibly signify? Su Yun found himself perplexed. He distinctly recalled that prior to the caterpillar's evolution, such a classification did not exist. Was it perhaps a measure of a Pokémon's potential? If so, does this elite status indicate strength or mediocrity? After much contemplation without arriving at a satisfactory conclusion, Su Yun ultimately opted to seek clarification from the system. System, could you elucidate the meaning of the potential assessment? Chapter 8. Sacrifice for Evolution. Potential assessment. This refers to the current Pokémon's species potential, closely related to its base stats. Categorized into 7 levels from low to high. Ordinary, base stats below 300. Elite, base stats between 300 and 450. Starter Trio, base stats between 450 and 540. Pseudo-Divine, base stats between 540 and 580. Quasi-Divine, base stats around 600. Divine, base stats around 680. Super Divine, base stats above 700. As Su Yun perused the extensive information presented before him, understanding dawned upon him. So that is what it meant. The potential assessment of the Emerald Caterpillar being elite indicates that its current base stats lie between 300 and 450, does it? Su Yun mused, glancing down at the Emerald Caterpillar. This distribution of base stats roughly corresponds to that of a typical Pokémon's third evolutionary form. Thus, even though he had only facilitated a single evolution for the caterpillar, it had effectively reached a level comparable to that of a Butterfree, which had undergone 2 evolutions. Quite impressive indeed. Upon this realization, Su Yun felt a surge of delight within. According to the system's projections, upon its next evolution, his Emerald Bug would possess potential equivalent to that of the esteemed 3 legendary Pokémon, with its stats paralleling those of a fully evolved Charizard, Blastoise, or Venusaur. Such power was undeniably impressive. The mere thought of witnessing the next evolution of his Emerald Bug filled Su Yun with anticipation. Green caterpillars. 100 of them, he murmured, as a sudden thought struck him. With a swift smack to his forehead, his gaze shifted towards the nearby frozen cluster of green caterpillars. Indeed, was it not fortuitous that he had an abundance of green caterpillars right before him? The only uncertainty lay in whether those frozen creatures could be directly sacrificed to the system. With a blend of anxiety and excitement, Su Yun hurried to the frozen green caterpillars. He then activated the system. In an instant, a multitude of green caterpillar icons appeared before him, each adorned with the word sacrifice floating above. Su Yun's heart soared with joy. What a stroke of luck. It seems I have stumbled upon this opportunity without any effort at all. Eagerly, he clicked on the sacrifice option for all. In a heartbeat, the frozen green caterpillars transformed into a radiant green light and vanished. Su Yun quickly accessed the information panel of his Emerald Bug, scrolling to the very bottom. As anticipated, the details in the hidden evolution pathway had indeed changed. Hidden evolution pathway, level 25100. The count had increased by 15, bringing the overall progress to a quarter. This was far more efficient than capturing them one by one with a net in the forest. Ding. Your Pokémon, Emerald Bug, has gained partial experience from the green caterpillars. Ding. Your Pokémon, Emerald Bug, has leveled up. Ding. Your Pokémon, Emerald Bug, has learned a new skill, Primal Force. At that moment, several additional system notifications chimed, leaving Su Yun momentarily stunned. Extra experience from sacrificing Pokémon? This was hard to believe. Why had this not occurred the last time he sacrificed green caterpillars? Could it be that his green caterpillar's evolution had triggered this new feature? With a mind full of questions, Su Yun shifted his attention to the level section of the Emerald Bug. Level 8. This was a significant increase in level compared to before. Su Yun's expression turned peculiar. What a delightful surprise. The ability to gain extra experience from sacrifices meant that his Pokémon would grow at a pace exponentially faster than others. How exhilarating. This unexpected stroke of fortune filled Su Yun with immense joy. Suddenly, as if sensing the newfound strength coursing through its body, the Emerald Bug let out an excited cheer. With its eyes tightly shut, a faint green glow radiated from it, and a massive rock began to coalesce above its head. In the next moment, it shot forth like a meteor, crashing into a towering tree not far away. Su Yun instantly recognized this as the new move his Emerald Bug had just learned. Primal Force. The move, belonging to the rock type, possesses a power level identical to that of Bug Bite, standing at a modest 60. However, it boasts an exceedingly remarkable effect. With each successful hit, there exists a certain probability of elevating all of its own ability levels by one stage. In essence, if fortune favors you, this could be deemed a divine skill, harboring the potential for overwhelming dominance in battles. Indeed, it seems your growth has been substantial, Su Yun remarked with a smile. Although practical combat had yet to be undertaken, the prowess exhibited by the Emerald Caterpillar had already far surpassed its initial capabilities. Oh! The Emerald Caterpillar emitted a joyful chirp, clearly brimming with pride. Its immense surge in strength left it genuinely feeling proud and accomplished. At that moment, the once tranquil forest began to stir, disturbed by this newfound commotion. Su Yun glanced up at the sky, only to realize that dusk was gradually enveloping the surroundings. The nighttime bug sea forest is fraught with dangers. Even elite trainers dare not linger, let alone a novice trainer like him. Without much hesitation, Su Yun promptly departed with the Emerald Caterpillar in tow. Upon returning home, he found his parents had already finished work. Knowing that today marked Su Yun's official initiation as a trainer, his father eagerly inquired, "Son, how did it go? Have you obtained your very own starter Pokémon?" Su Yun nodded in response. His father's anticipation grew, prompting him to ask, "Oh, which starter did you choose?" At this, a wry smile crossed Su Yun's face. "Well, I wasn't particularly lucky and ended up with a rather ordinary Pokémon." With that, he released the Emerald Caterpillar. Seeing the boastful, spirited little green creature, Su's father momentarily paused. "Is this a Caterpie?" Su Yun shrugged. Nearby, Su's mother expressed her surprise. "Son, this Caterpie seems a bit different from others I've seen." After a brief scrutiny, Su's father nodded in agreement. Indeed, it possesses an air of superiority, almost as if it believes it is a Rayquaza rather than a mere Caterpie. Clearly, as a native of this Pokémon world, he was well acquainted with such humorous references. It might be a personality trait. It tends to be rather self-absorbed. Su Yun explained, scratching his head awkwardly. What other explanation could he offer? He certainly couldn't claim that his Caterpie genuinely had the potential to become a Rayquaza, could he? Chapter 9. Funds received, madness in purchasing Caterpies. Well, a bit of confidence is beneficial. At the very least, it will fight valiantly in battles, Su's father conceded. Not delving further into the matter. Alas, however, the growth potential of Caterpie is rather limited, making it challenging to achieve great heights. Su's father, having a profound understanding of this common Pokémon, reflected on his own experience. His very first starter Pokémon had also been a Caterpie. Su's mother shot him a reproachful glare, urging him to hush. With a feigned chuckle, he reassured Su Yun, "Son, don't pay heed to your father's nonsense. What is so terrible about a Caterpie? It evolves into a magnificent Butterfree. After all, remember that fellow from our county? He started with a Caterpie, and now he is a renowned elite trainer. You mustn't lose heart simply because your initial Pokémon is a Caterpie. Your mother and I believe you can become a formidable trainer." Clearly, Su's mother feared that her son might feel disheartened due to his choice of a less desirable starter Pokémon. Understanding the underlying sentiment in his mother's words, Su Yun smiled and replied, "Rest assured, Mom, I am not so fragile. Moreover, I believe you are right. Starting with a Caterpie does not necessarily condemn one to mediocrity. I have faith in myself and in my Pokémon." With the sacrifice evolution system at his disposal, the issue of Caterpie as perceived weakness was utterly non-existent. "Haha, that is my boy. Such ambition," Su's father exclaimed, his laughter filling the room. With a knowing glance towards Su's mother, she nodded and slid a bank card across the table to Su Yun. "This card contains 1 million Alliance coins, and the password is your birthday. Your father and I have discussed it, and since you have officially become a trainer, the expenses for nurturing Pokémon will inevitably arise. Consider this 1 million as a means to support your training. You must work hard and not let us down." For a moment, Su Yun stared in astonishment at the bank card on the table, a warm current washing over him. He understood their family's financial situation. Procuring 1 million was far from a trivial matter. Yet, his parents had made this sacrifice, determined to provide him with the means to cultivate his Pokémon without falling behind others. They must have saved for a long time to amass such an amount. "Thank you, Dad and Mom. I will not disappoint you," Su Yun declared with unwavering resolve. Training Pokémon was indeed a costly endeavor, and he genuinely required that 1 million. Initially, he had no intention of asking his parents for money, planning instead to use the 1 million given by Nangong Wangyue for his training. However, with his parents' generous gift, he now had 2 million at his disposal, allowing him to allocate a portion towards acquiring Caterpies for accelerated evolution. This would enable him to meet the requirements for hidden evolution sooner. Furthermore, if fortune smiled upon him, he might even manage to evolve his Caterpie before the upcoming freshman exchange tournament, potentially elevating its potential assessment to the level of the top 3 starters. This would significantly bolster his chances against Zhang Hao's Rhyhorn. Haha, as long as you have confidence, that's what matters. Both Su's father and mother beamed with pride. After dinner, Su Yun retired early. preparing to visit the Pokémon market at dawn to procure several Caterpies to hasten his progress towards hidden evolution. The following day, Suyin first visited a Pokémon shop, selling the remaining bug orbs in his possession for 300,000 Alliance coins before making his way to the nearby Pokémon market. Upon arriving at the market, Suyin did not venture into the upscale Pokémon shops, but instead meandered around the outdoor Pokémon stalls. The shops typically offered high-end merchandise, with common Pokémon like Caterpie being seldom available. Most of their stock comprised rare Pokémon, such as the starters. Even if a shop did have Caterpie for sale, the price would undoubtedly exceed that of the vendors outside. Since sacrifices did not necessitate the quality or appearance of the offerings, he had no reason to be foolishly generous at the shops. On the contrary, the outdoor stalls presented greater value for his needs. Do you sell Caterpie? After wandering around, Suyin approached a relatively secluded stall and inquired. The stall owner appraised him from head to toe, noticing his modest attire and concluding that he did not appear affluent. Instantly disinterested, he waved dismissively. No, go check elsewhere. This is a wholesale stall. We don't sell to individuals. Suyin chuckled lightly, unperturbed. I'm looking for a substantial quantity. The stall owner scoffed derisively. Humph, how substantial could that possibly be? Suyin slowly extended 5 fingers. Do you have 50? Ah, sir. This way, please. The stall owner, initially taken aback, quickly transformed his demeanor, greeting Suyin with a sycophantic smile and ushering him aside with utmost respect. Unable to restrain himself, Suyin teased, Aren't you not selling to individuals? The stall owner's expression stiffened, and he earnestly explained, Oh, that's not quite accurate. If you wish to buy one, that's personal, but if you want 50, that's a collective purchase. It's entirely different. Suyin let out a soft laugh, choosing not to engage in banter any further. What is the quality of the Caterpie you sell? The stall owner puffed his chest, confidently asserting, absolutely guaranteed quality. Suyin shook his head. No, you misunderstand. I mean, do you have inferior specimens at a lower price? I run a Pokémon stall. How could I sell you subpar Pokémon? The stall owner scratched his head, perplexed. Most customers sought only the finest specimens, who would intentionally inquire about inferior ones. Surely, he thought, this must be a ploy. Not at all. Absolutely not. The stall owner responded earnestly. Very well then, I will take the inferior ones. Suyin sighed regretfully. Turning to leave without further ado, the stall owner, suddenly anxious, called out, Wait. Actually, we might have some. He led Suyin to a storage area. Upon opening the door, it was crammed with Caterpie, each either bearing slight injuries or appearing listless and sickly. Here, these are all substandard quality. I was planning to dispose of them. If you want them, I can sell them to you at rock-bottom prices. Suyin glanced around, a flicker of excitement stirring within him. How many do you have in total? I'm not sure, but there are definitely more than 50. Suyin nodded, then asked, What price do you intend to sell them for? If the price were reasonable, he would consider purchasing the entire lot. The stall owner grinned, slowly extending 5 fingers. 500,000. Let us be friends. Chapter 10. The ascension seems endless under normal circumstances. A green caterpillar of acceptable quality commands a market price of approximately 50,000 Alliance coins. Should one choose to procure a larger quantity, the price may be reduced to around 40,000 per specimen. Even those of lesser quality, which appear ostensibly sound, yet fail to meet standards, can still fetch prices ranging from 20 to 30,000 each. Thus, when the stall owner quoted 50,000, it was indeed a fair price, akin to forging a friendship. After a moment of contemplation, Suyin nodded in agreement. Very well, but I request an additional 100 Pokeballs as part of the deal. The stall owner readily acquiesced. That is no issue. The retail price of a standard Pokeball is 500 Alliance coins, totaling 50,000 for 100. Although this seemed a tad excessive, circumstances warranted it. How else could Suyin possibly transport such a multitude of green caterpillars? Recognizing the stall owner's amiable disposition, Suyin promptly settled the payment. Upon receiving the funds, the stall owner beamed with delight, bowing respectfully as he addressed Suyin. Sir, please wait a moment. I shall fetch your Pokeballs at once. With that, he hurried off, seizing the opportunity while the coast was clear. Suyin stepped into the warehouse and activated the system. Sacrifice all, he declared. In an instant, the green caterpillars transformed into beams of emerald light, vanishing from sight. Ding! Your Pokémon, the Emerald Jade Caterpillar, has gained a modicum of experience from the green caterpillars. Ding! Your Pokémon, the Emerald Jade Caterpillar, has leveled up. Simultaneously, the system's voice rang out. The experience garnered from the sacrifice elevated the Emerald Jade Caterpillar's level to 12. The information regarding the hidden evolution path was simultaneously updated. Hidden evolution path, level 85-100, a staggering increment of 60. This indicated that Suyin would only need to sacrifice an additional 15 green caterpillars to unlock the hidden evolution path at this level. The mere thought of it sent a thrill of excitement coursing through him. The post-evolution Emerald Jade Caterpillar was already formidable. What marvels might await him with the next tier of evolution? My sincere apologies, but I find myself short on standard Pokeballs. Would you consider substituting with a speed ball I acquired a few days ago? One speed ball can be exchanged for 30 standard ones, an unequivocal bargain. In his other hand, he held a speed ball, which bore a resemblance to an ordinary Pokeball but was slightly paler in hue. Certainly, Su Yun had no reason to refuse. He was not in short supply of Pokeballs. This justification merely served to expedite the stall owner's departure, allowing him to perform the necessary sacrifices unimpeded. Splendid. Allow me to help you gather the green caterpillars. As the stall owner entered the warehouse, his expression shifted to one of disbelief. Where are all the green caterpillars? He had merely stepped away for a brief moment, and yet, dozens of green caterpillars had vanished without a trace. I had already collected them in advance. Su Yun explained from behind. The stall owner was momentarily taken aback. So, you possess an ample supply of Pokeballs to capture these Caterpies? Indeed. Then why do you seek 100 more from me? Is that not permissible? The stall owner found himself at a loss for words. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he resigned himself to his misfortune. Very well, let us consider this a gesture of friendship. The stall owner handed over all the Pokeballs in his possession to Su Yun, then glanced at the backpack slung over Su Yun's shoulder. By the way, those dozens of Caterpies should all be nestled within that backpack, correct? Oh, and while I have you, could you enlighten me about which area of the bug forest harbors a greater abundance of wild Caterpies? The stall owner, not questioning Su Yun's motives, pondered for a moment before responding. Area 3, I believe. It's relatively unvisited, and there are quite a number of wild Pokémon there, particularly Caterpies and horned caterpillars. Thank you. Su Yun nodded appreciatively before departing. Although he had never ventured into Area 3 of the bug forest, he was familiar with its general location. Since Caterpies were plentiful there, he would simply head to Area 3. He held unwavering confidence that today he could sacrifice enough Caterpies to facilitate the hidden evolution of his emerald caterpillar. Upon arriving in Area 3 of the bug forest, Su Yun encountered several Caterpies engaged in feeding. He couldn't help but exclaim, "The owner speaks the truth. Come forth, emerald caterpillar." Su Yun promptly released the emerald caterpillar from its Pokeball. Since its evolution, he had yet to engage the emerald caterpillar in real combat. Today was opportune for it to hone its skills against these Caterpies. Emerald caterpillar, use rollout. Su Yun commanded, eager to test the newly acquired move in real battle. With a resonant cry reminiscent of both insect and dragon, the emerald caterpillar curled itself tightly into a smooth orb and spun rapidly toward one of the Caterpies. The startled Caterpie reacted instinctively, unleashing a torrent of white silk. The other Caterpies, now aware of the threat, followed suit, attempting to counter the emerald caterpillar's advance with their own silk attacks. However, they grossly underestimated the emerald caterpillar's prowess and overestimated the efficacy of their silk. The emerald caterpillar, whirling at high speed, resembled a razor-sharp flying wheel, effortlessly slicing through the silken threads. With a resounding thud, it collided with one of the Caterpies, delivering a decisive blow that felled it instantly. Simultaneously, Su Yun noted the appearance of a Caterpie's image alongside the word sacrifice. The emerald caterpillar, upon defeating an opponent, required no Pokeball to capture it. The sacrifice could be made directly. Well done, emerald caterpillar. Consider them mere stepping stones on your path to transformation. Su Yun continued to cheer and encourage the emerald caterpillar from the sidelines. Unfazed by the defeat of one Caterpie, the emerald caterpillar executed a swift 90-degree turn, charging toward the remaining Caterpies. In a flash, 3 or 4 more Caterpies fell to its relentless assault. Moreover, due to the unique effects of the rolling skill, each impact is stronger than the last, delivering increasingly devastating force, rendering the green caterpillars utterly defenseless. They are all vanquished in a single strike. Ding! Your Pokémon. The emerald caterpillar has gained partial experience from the green caterpillars. Ding! Your Pokémon, the emerald caterpillar, has leveled up. The experience acquired from the sacrifices, combined with that from battle, has allowed the emerald caterpillar to ascend effortlessly once more, directly reaching level 13. Chapter 11, Serendipity, Dragon's Eye Fruit. Oh, the pace of these upgrades is akin to riding a rocket. Even Su Yun, the beneficiary, cannot help but express his astonishment. At this rate, his emerald caterpillar will soon mature and surpass the novice stage. Emerald caterpillar, let us proceed. Having dealt with the current swarm of green caterpillars, Su Yun continued his search for other green caterpillars. He was now merely a step away from gathering 100 of them. If all goes well, he would achieve his goal today. Oh, the insect sea forest truly lives up to its reputation as a paradise for bug-type Pokémon. Not long after, Su Yun encountered a sizable group of green caterpillars near a patch of grass. Upon counting, there were at least 7 or 8 in total. Oh, this will be ample for my sacrifices. Su Yun grinned widely and once again summoned the emerald caterpillar. Go, eliminate them all. With their assistance, you shall receive the blessing of evolution once more. Su Yun's voice rang out, imbued with an unmistakable excitement. Oh, it seemed that this fervor was contagious, as the emerald caterpillar could not help but let out a triumphant cry to the heavens. Harness the primal power. The moment the command was issued, a massive rock, shimmering with a faint light, materialized above the cluster of green caterpillars. Whoosh! In the next instant, it plummeted from the sky like a shooting star. Oh, ugh. Sensing the fierce wind rushing towards them, the green caterpillar's expressions shifted dramatically as they frantically twisted their bodies to flee in all directions. Those who were a fraction too slow were crushed beneath the colossal rock formed from primal energy. Simultaneously, several figures appeared before Su Yun, ripe for sacrifice. Do not let them escape. As Su Yun urged the emerald caterpillar, he began to offer up the green caterpillars vanquished by its might. Ugh! The emerald caterpillar shot forth as a streak of green light, heading straight for the nearest green caterpillar. Though born of the same species, it had undergone a hidden evolution, transforming its strength into something leagues beyond that of ordinary green caterpillars. No longer the so-called weakling, it was an aspirant with dreams of transformation, diligently forging its path to greatness. Bang! The speed of the emerald caterpillar far outstripped that of the green caterpillars, placing it in an entirely different league. In the blink of an eye, it caught up to one of the green caterpillars and defeated it with a single blow. Following that, it curled its body, transforming into a rolling boulder, unleashing an even more powerful rolling skill. Bang bang bang. The inherent accuracy of rolling skills does not reach a full 100%. However, in the face of absolute strength, the emerald bug managed to achieve a 100% effectiveness. Each collision exponentially increased in power, swiftly vanquishing all the green caterpillars present. Su Yun, without hesitation, refined them all. Just 3 more were needed to unlock the advanced hidden evolution. Glancing at the current evolution route information of the emerald bug, his face was alight with anticipation and excitement. At that moment, having concluded the battle, the emerald bug seemed to have made a discovery and called out to Su Yun. What did you see? Su Yun inquired, puzzled, as he approached the location of the emerald bug. As he traversed the lush grass and reached the side of the emerald bug, a scene unfolded before him that left him utterly astonished. Is that a cave? Before him loomed a dimly lit entrance that had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Had it not been for the emerald bug's prompt, he would have completely overlooked this cave. Without the power of the eternal tree, Su Yun could only stroke his chin, attempting to decipher the meaning behind the emerald bug's indication. After a moment of contemplation, he tentatively asked, "Are you suggesting that those green caterpillars wanted to escape into this cave?" The emerald bug nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. How curious. Su Yun murmured to himself. Could this be their lair? His gaze involuntarily drifted towards the cave's entrance. Unfortunately, the external light failed to penetrate inside, rendering the specifics within a mystery. If this truly was the green caterpillar's nest, then fortune would favor him, and he could directly enable the emerald bug's advanced hidden evolution without the need to seek caterpillars elsewhere. With this thought in mind, Su Yun resolved to explore the cave. If luck was on his side, he might acquire the caterpillars needed for sacrifice. Let us go inside and take a look, he declared, waving his hand decisively as he led the emerald bug into the cave. Inside, the cave was dimly lit but not damp. A refreshing breeze occasionally wafted toward them. This revelation astonished Su Yun. How peculiar. Where is this wind coming from? Could this cave lead to other external locations? With a head full of questions, he instinctively quickened his pace. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, a glimmer of light appeared before him. There truly is an exit, Su Yun exclaimed, his heart swelling with anticipation. Where could this mysterious cave lead? Taking a deep breath, he charged toward the light alongside the emerald bug. Upon finally emerging from the cave, the sight that greeted him rendered him momentarily speechless. What a beautiful place. Before him lay a small paradise, roughly 100 meters square, adorned with lush grass and vibrant flowers, a gently flowing stream, and an intoxicating fragrance permeating the air. Yet, it was not merely these elements that captivated Su Yun's astonishment. What truly captivated his attention was the wild fruit tree, standing at a height of a single person, located beside the babbling brook. It was laden with an abundance of blue-purple fruits, dragon-eye fruits. These rare fruits were among the most elusive treasures, scarcely found in the market, unattainable by ordinary trainers. To his astonishment, this place harbored a dragon-eye fruit tree, and he had the fortune to stumble upon it. Was Lady Luck truly smiling upon him? Su Yun's gaze burned with fervor as he fixated on the fruits, his breath quickening. For trainers, these treasures were invaluable for nurturing their Pokémon. However, just as he contemplated claiming the dragon-eye fruits for himself, an unexpected commotion erupted from the tree. To Su Yun's astonishment, 2 graceful little sprites suddenly emerged from the canopy. Caterpie's 3rd evolutionary form, Butterfree. Chapter 12. The hidden evolution is the path to ascendancy. How disappointing. It appeared there were guardian sprites. With a light chuckle, a flicker of displeasure crossed Su Yun's face. There was nothing he loathed more than an interruption to his plans. Emerald Caterpillar, I leave them to you. In a critical moment, Su Yun summoned the Emerald Caterpillar without hesitation. It was an opportune moment to witness which was superior, the path of hidden evolution or the conventional evolutionary route. According to the system's description, Butterfree's evolutionary form and that of the Emerald Caterpillar should be on par, both possessing elite potential. Thus arose the question, which evolutionary path, as provided by the system or the original, proved to be stronger? Su Yun was filled with anticipation. Oh, as if to assert its power. The emerald caterpillar let out a resounding cry upon receiving the command. In the next moment, before Su Yun could issue further instructions, it took the initiative to strike. Whirling rapidly, it charged towards the two Butterfree, initiating the encounter with its signature rolling attack, a gesture of respect towards its adversaries. The two Butterfree, enraged by the audacity of the intruder, were determined to defend their territory. One male Butterfree took the lead, swiftly flapping its wings to conjure a fierce gust of wind aimed at the oncoming emerald caterpillar. The wind attack was a hallmark of their species, capable of sweeping away their foes with its force. Once unleashed, the surrounding flora bowed in submission, trembling on the ground, afraid to lift their heads. Just as Su Yun observed, the vegetation within the small space quickly succumbed to the pressure, pressed firmly against the earth. Even the dragon-eye fruit tree behind them quivered in response to the disturbance. The prowess of these two Butterfree was indeed formidable, Su Yun murmured, squinting his eyes. The mere act of summoning the wind imparted an intangible sense of pressure upon him, uncertain whether the system could detect the level information of wild sprites. An instinct nudged him that these two Butterfree were likely to far surpass his own emerald caterpillar in strength. With a thought, Su Yun activated the system and directed his gaze toward the two Butterfree. In an instant, two shimmering numbers appeared above their heads, Butterfree, 18, and Butterfree, 20. One was level 18, the other level 20, both significantly exceeding the mere level 13 of the emerald caterpillar. The only advantage the caterpillar possessed was its fourfold type advantage against the opponents. This little creature was about to face considerable pressure. Su Yun smiled faintly, curious to see how the emerald caterpillar would confront the combined onslaught of the two Butterfree. Swiftly, the emerald caterpillar provided its answer. The howling winds could not impede its forward momentum, nor could the formidable adversaries deter its advance. With an indomitable spirit, the caterpillar surged forth, utilizing the tremendous leap granted by its evolved form, soaring into the air and landing directly atop the two Butterfree. It was not a flying-type sprite and lacked wings to soar through the heavens. Yet at that moment, its defiant silhouette in midair hinted at its potential for flight in the future. Even a being as powerful as the level 1 deity Groudon would likely shed tears of envy upon witnessing this. The two Butterfree were taken aback, astonished at the unexpected explosive power harbored within the small frame of the emerald caterpillar. The male Butterfree, in a state of panic, adjusted its posture and hastened its wing beats, attempting to shift the wind's direction to force the caterpillar back. Unfortunately, it was a moment too late. Once the caterpillar reached its apex, it plummeted downward in a rapid spin, propelled by gravity, colliding with the male Butterfree before it could summon the winds again. The impact sent it hurtling across the soft grass, skidding for several meters. Under the fourfold type disadvantage, it suffered catastrophic damage and lost its ability to fight. The remaining female Butterfree, witnessing this, let out a mournful cry. It quickly flapped its wings, generating a cloud of powder and utilizing the wind to direct it toward the emerald caterpillar. Sleep powder. Once contaminated, the target would succumb to slumber, a common tactic employed by the Butterfree clan. Be cautious, avoid that powder, Su Yun interjected, mindful of the potential for the caterpillar to falter through negligence. The emerald caterpillar nodded and unexpectedly opened its mouth to expel a large volume of white silk. The silk swiftly entwined in the air, forming a partial cocoon and sheltering it beneath. The drifting powder was obstructed by the white cocoon, failing to reach the emerald caterpillar at all. Even Su Yun, its trainer, could not help but marvel at this clever strategy to evade the Butterfree's sleep powder. The remarkable reflexes and judgment displayed by the emerald bug far exceeded his expectations, leaving him utterly astonished. The same could be said for the big butterfly. It had previously battled foes possessing silk-spinning abilities. Yet it was encountering a creature as inventive as the emerald bug, capable of employing its silk to counteract its hypnotic powder for the very first time. Suddenly, in a moment of distraction, the emerald bug seized the opportunity to unleash its primal power, silently conjuring a massive boulder behind it. By the time the big butterfly regained its wits, the colossal rock was already hurtling towards it like a meteor. A resounding thud echoed as the impact occurred. The fortunate female big butterfly, much like her male counterpart before her, was sent flying, rendered incapable of continuing the fight with a single blow. It seemed that the system's hidden evolutionary path was indeed superior. Observing the outcome of the battle, Su Yun felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Despite the disadvantage in levels and facing two opponents, the emerald bug had managed to achieve a remarkable counterattack in such a short span of time. The disparity in strength was unmistakable. The big butterfly can also sacrifice? Meanwhile, the sudden appearance of the big butterfly icon alongside the sacrificial prompt astonished Su Yun. Wasn't it supposed to be limited to sacrificing the green caterpillar? He recalled clearly pondering this question long before the green caterpillar had evolved into the emerald bug. He had considered whether it might be possible to sacrifice the green caterpillar's evolved forms, such as the iron armor pupa and the big butterfly. However, when he successfully captured the iron armor pupa with his net, the sacrificial icon did not appear, leading him to dismiss the possibility altogether. Yet now, a significant question loomed before him. If the iron armor pupa could not be sacrificed, then why could the higher evolved big butterfly be? Chapter 13, Level Evolution. Azure Jade Fast Dragon. Could it be related to its evolution? After pondering for a moment, Su Yun conceived a possibility. The reason the iron armor pupa could not be sacrificed was that the green caterpillar's evolved form was of a lower tier than the iron armor pupa. In other words, higher tier Pokémon could not sacrifice lower tier ones. However, this changed once the green caterpillar underwent its hidden evolution, transforming into the Emerald Jade Dragon, aligning its evolutionary tier with that of the big butterfly, both belonging to the elite level. Thus, the big butterfly of the same tier could indeed be sacrificed. This reasoning seemed sound. Otherwise, the contradiction between the two would remain inexplicable. Su Yun murmured to himself, filled with confidence in his deduction. If the big butterfly could also be sacrificed, how many green caterpillars would be equivalent to sacrificing a single big butterfly? Surely, their numerical relationship could not be equal. Casting another glance at the two big butterflies lying on the ground, a question gradually formed in his mind. To resolve this curiosity, Su Yun unhesitatingly clicked on the sacrificial prompt. In an instant, the two big butterflies transformed into beams of white light and vanished. Simultaneously, the familiar sound of the system notification echoed in his ears. Ding! Your emerald caterpillar has acquired a portion of experience from the Butterfree. Ding! Your emerald caterpillar has leveled up. Ding! The conditions for your sacrifice have been met. Congratulations on unlocking the hidden evolution route. Su Yun observed that the information in the hidden evolution route section had been updated. Hidden evolution route, 117,200. It had increased from 97 to 117. A substantial rise of 20. This implies that sacrificing a single Butterfree equates to the sacrifice of 10 green caterpillars. The equivalence between the two is remarkably significant. It seems that from now on, directly sacrificing Butterfree would suffice, proving far more efficient than scouring the forest for green caterpillars. Su Yun chuckled softly, humorously mocking himself. Just then, an exhilarating message suddenly appeared in his view. The hidden evolution route. It has arrived. Emerald Caterpillar, 15, Speedball Caterpillar Dragon Eye Fruit Green Jade Swift Dragon. Oh, that name. Upon seeing the name of the evolved form, Su Yun felt a thrill in his heart. The evolved form's name contains the character dragon. Does this signify that his Emerald Caterpillar is about to embark on the path of transformation into a dragon? Su Yun felt a flicker of anticipation, eagerly looking at the requirements for the evolution. A level 15 Emerald Caterpillar. Su Yun glanced at the current level of his Emerald Caterpillar, a proud smile gracing his face. After the recent battles and sacrifices, his Emerald Caterpillar had dramatically leveled up to 16. It had just reached the necessary condition for the evolution. Level is not an issue. Now, it depends on the evolution materials. Su Yun continued to inspect the requirements. Upon seeing the word Speedball, his expression turned peculiar. Is it truly that fortuitous? I just happen to possess a Speedball. Previously, when purchasing green caterpillars at the Pokémon market, the stall owner had generously gifted him a Speedball. Little did he anticipate that it would prove useful now. It seems my luck today is indeed quite favorable. Su Yun smiled gently, feeling a wave of contentment. The remaining materials are Caterpillar Jade and Dragon Eye Fruit. Without a doubt, Su Yun had Caterpillar Jade. He had acquired quite a bit yesterday. Although most had been sold to the Pokémon shop, he had kept 1 or 2 pieces just in case of emergencies. It seems it indeed came in handy. As for the Dragon Eye Fruit, Su Yun smiled lightly, his gaze unconsciously drifting towards the nearby Dragon Eye Fruit tree. Is there not a ready supply over there? With resources in hand, Su Yun decided not to delay any further. He walked directly to the base of the Dragon Eye Fruit tree and collected all the fruits, placing them into his backpack. Then, leaving 1 Dragon Eye Fruit behind, he took out a piece of Caterpillar Jade and a Speedball, placing them before the Emerald Caterpillar. Emerald Caterpillar, you are about to evolve once more. This time, I believe you have the chance to transform from a caterpillar into a dragon. Su Yun took a deep breath and earnestly addressed the Emerald Caterpillar. Oh, upon hearing this, the Emerald Jade insect's eyes sparkled with excitement. A dragon? Was it truly on the verge of realizing its dream? What was there to wait for? The Emerald Jade insect emitted an enthusiastic call, seemingly urging Su Yun to commence the evolution ceremony without delay. Observing this, Su Yun hesitated no longer and promptly addressed the system. System, initiate the hidden evolution. As the words fell, the Emerald Jade insect was instantaneously enveloped in a blinding sphere of white light. This evolution lasted significantly longer than the previous one. After a full 2.5 minutes, the radiant white light gradually receded. Soon after, the creature known as the Azure Jade Swift Dragon appeared before Su Yun. Its body remained a vibrant green, resembling the clarity and brilliance of jade, shimmering with a gentle glow. However, the 2 antennae atop its head had undergone notable transformation. Previously, while they boasted a striking appearance, they exuded a soft, endearing vibe. Now, they were distinctly angular and robust, projecting an aura of latent power. Moreover, the branching and framework had multiplied and expanded, their hue shifting from a deep crimson to a dark red, resembling dragon horns even more closely, particularly striking were its eyes, which had transitioned from round and somewhat imposing to elongated and sharp, akin to two gleaming blades that intimidated any who dared to meet their gaze. The sole lamentation was that its overall form retained the previous outline, lacking any significant alteration, and still bore no resemblance to the clawed features typical of true dragons. While its appearance now embodied more of a draconic essence, it still evoked a conflicting sense of being both dragon and insect. Su Yun mused that this transformation could be succinctly expressed. It had become dragon-like, yet not entirely so. Nevertheless, he was not anxious, after all. The Emerald Jade insect's journey to becoming a dragon had only just begun. Expecting instant ascension was clearly unrealistic. Gradual transformation aligned with the principles of evolution. At that moment, the Azure Jade Swift Dragon recognized its metamorphosis and yearned to roar in triumph. It intended to unleash a majestic and imposing roar reminiscent of a powerful dragon. Yet, perhaps due to its incomplete transformation, the sound that emerged felt rather peculiar. Neither a true roar nor a proper call, akin to a throat caught in phlegm. It lacked majesty, instead exuding an air of ruffian demeanor, which left it feeling rather disheartened. Chapter 14, Class Leader. You wouldn't want this matter to reach the ears of the homeroom teacher, would you? Do not be dismayed. Take your time, and one day you shall unleash a resounding dragon's roar. Su Yun comforted, having sensed the Azure Jade Swift Dragon's shift in mood. He understood the creature's eagerness for immediate results, yet he reminded it that everything must follow a gradual progression. After all, one cannot simply devour a feast in a single bite. The Azure Jade Swift Dragon nodded vigorously, clearly imbued with confidence regarding its future development. Although it currently possesses a considerable disparity from the true divine dragon, there shall come a day when it will undergo a remarkable transformation, ascending to become the majestic dragon soaring through the heavens. Contemplating this, the Jade Speed Dragon was filled with renewed vigor. A powerful aura emanated from it, subtly intertwined with a hint of draconic majesty. Su Yun, keenly aware of this, found himself momentarily speechless. This aura bore a striking resemblance to that of dragon-type spirits. Could it be that the evolved Jade Speed Dragon had acquired a dragon attribute? A bold thought emerged in his mind. To validate his hypothesis, he summoned the information panel of the Jade Speed Dragon. Spirit, Jade Speed Dragon. Level, 16. Gender, male. Type, Rock Dragon. Skills, Tackle, String Shot, Rollout, Bug Bite, Ancient Power. Dragon Breath, Hidden Evolution Route, 117200. Potential Assessment, Starter Pokémon. Upon observing the attribute information of the Jade Speed Dragon, he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Indeed, it possessed a dragon attribute. Previously, when it was still the Emerald Bug, its attributes were Rock Bug, but now, having evolved into the Jade Speed Dragon, the Bug attribute had vanished, replaced instead by the Dragon attribute. In a sense, one could argue that the Jade Speed Dragon now truly embodied the essence of a dragon. After all, not only did its name include the word dragon, but its attributes also reflected this newfound identity. Even its abilities had undergone a transformation. Soon, Su Yun's attention was drawn to the change in abilities. The former hardshell armor had shifted to the current speed boost, aligning with an offensive strategy that aptly suited its title as the Jade Speed Dragon. With the dragon attribute now present, it was reasonable to surmise that it might also learn some dragon-type moves. Su Yun glanced at the skills section and, upon noticing the newly acquired Dragon Breath, a satisfied smile graced his face. Indeed, it was present, and it appeared to be quite a formidable skill. As one of the dragon-type moves, Dragon Breath is not particularly powerful, but it possesses a commendable effect, a paralysis effect. Once it strikes an opponent, there is a certain probability of inducing a paralysis state. Paralysis, among all status afflictions, is notably effective. Not only does it reduce the Pokémon's speed to half, but it also carries a 1/4 chance of rendering the opponent unable to execute any moves, compared to other status conditions that offer singular effects. This provides a more pronounced and lethal counter against foes. With such a configuration, he was confident it could decisively overpower the unknown rhinoceros. The upcoming new student exchange tournament would undoubtedly be a secure victory. Su Yun smiled softly, radiating an air of confidence. He was certain that many would be left astounded by the prowess displayed by his Jade Speed Dragon. In the evening, upon returning from the Insect Sea Forest, Su Yun fed some energy cubes to the Jade Speed Dragon. When it was still the Emerald Bug, it had preferred consuming leaves and grass. Upon evolving into a dragon, my palate has become rather discerning, dismissing mere leaves and grass without a second glance. However, the energy cubes present a different story. They are savored with great delight, showcasing an air of satisfaction. The sole drawback lies in their exorbitant price. Even with over 1 million credits in savings, Su Yun finds it difficult to indulge. After all, a single basic energy cube commands a staggering price of 100,000 alliance coins. Calculating a daily consumption of 3 cubes per meal, 3 meals a day, amounts to an entire box of energy cubes consumed daily. The modest sum in his possession would vanish within a fortnight. This consideration pertains solely to sustenance, excluding other expenses. It is evident how exorbitant the cost of nurturing a sprite can be. For an ordinary individual, managing to support even one sprite is already quite commendable. Of course, if one disregards the sprite's growth and development, it is feasible to forego energy cubes altogether, as typical human food can suffice as their nourishment. However, sprites raised through such means would possess significantly inferior physical qualities and overall strength, destined to blend into the crowd, lacking the potential for great achievements. It seems I must devise a strategy to amass additional funds. Otherwise, I might soon find myself unable to care for even a Jade Speed Dragon. With a wry smile, Su-Yun gazed at the Jade Speed Dragon relishing its energy cubes and murmured, "Without money, I cannot sustain a sprite. Even with the assistance of the hidden evolution system, what use is it?" Ding dong. Amidst these contemplations, the sudden ping of a text notification broke his reverie. Huh, who has messaged me? Su-Yun opened his phone to find a private message in the class group chat. "Brother, a new betting pool has opened. Are you interested in placing a wager?" Zhang Xinxin. The sender was Zhao Xinxin, the class monitor, a quintessential second-generation rich kid. Despite her lackluster academic performance, her family's wealth is substantial, and it is rumored they have donated a building to the academy. What betting pool? It concerns the upcoming duel between Zhang Hao and Su-Yun at tomorrow's freshman exchange competition. You can wager on who will emerge victorious. Su-Yun was taken aback. The fact that a betting pool had been established for his match against Zhang Hao came as a surprise, particularly since he was unaware of it. However, upon further reflection, excitement surged within him. This could be an excellent opportunity for a substantial gain. After all, Zhang Hao's initial sprite is a Rhydon, while his own is merely a Caterpie. By any measure, Zhang Hao possesses a far greater likelihood of triumph. He was certain that 99% of those betting would favor Zhang Hao. Consequently, this would yield a staggering payout for his wager. By placing a modest bet on himself to win, he could reap considerable rewards. Truly, fortune favors the prepared mind. But just then, the chat interface suddenly displayed 2 cautionary messages. Su-Yun felt a wave of displeasure wash over him. What is the meaning of this? Are they attempting to conceal this from me, denying me the chance to place a bet? You saw nothing. Zhang Xinxin quickly sent a warning message. Su-Yun scoffed, unfazed by the situation, and proceeded directly to the point. I wish to place a bet. No, the participants in the duel cannot partake in the wagering. Su-Yun chuckled lightly. Oh, is that so? However, if memory serves, the academy has strictly prohibited students from engaging in private gambling, has it not? Although your family wields considerable influence, rendering the academy hesitant to confront you, should word of such affairs circulate, it would undoubtedly tarnish your reputation, wouldn't it? Class leader, I assume you would prefer that this matter not reach the ears of our homeroom teacher, lest it become the talk of the academy? Chapter 15. Unable to afford the loss. Then I suppose I must resort to selling myself. With but a few well-placed words, Su-Yun expertly exploited Zhang Xinxin's Achilles heel. Are you daring to threaten me? Do you know who my father is? Zhang Xinxin's face flushed with anger. Throughout her life, people had scrambled to curry favor with her, yet no one had ever dared to issue a threat. What? Did your mother fail to inform you? You scoundrel. Moments later, Zhang Xinxin sent a rather cordial retort. Just tell me whether you will agree or not. Su-Yun, weary of idle chatter, impatiently inquired. He had no time to waste squabbling. He would rather spend his moments with his spirit companion. Very well, I agree to your terms. However, let it be known that you cannot bet on Zhang Hao's victory. Who knows whether you might throw the match for the sake of money? No. Even without throwing the match, you wouldn't be able to defeat Zhang Hao. Zhang Xinxin, not wishing for this matter to be exposed, gritted her teeth under Su-Yun's intimidation. Nevertheless, she proposed her own conditions, seizing the chance to mock Su-Yun, clearly seeking to retaliate. Huh, as if I would bet on him to win. Ridiculous. Seeing the message from Zhang Xinxin, Su-Yun couldn't help but smirk. If he were to place a bet, it would certainly be on himself. For wagering on Zhang Hao is devoid of skill. Rest assured, I shall bet on my own victory. The response he received was Zhang Xinxin's merciless derision. Ha ha, are you joking? You have nothing but a green caterpillar. What do you possess to secure a win? If you wish to part with your money, why complicate matters? Simply transfer it to me. Clearly, she believed that Su-Yun had no conceivable chance of triumph, unless he were to cheat. You needn't concern yourself with that. Su-Yun found no reason to elaborate. The more Zhang Xinxin laughed now, the harder she would weep later. Zhang Xinxin looked down upon him, yet he was eager to witness her misfortune. All right. So, how much do you intend to wager? Zhang Xinxin was both amused and exasperated, perceiving Su-Yun as merely posturing to save face. However, one cannot hide from the inevitable. When the freshman exchange competition commenced tomorrow, Su-Yun's clownish facade would surely be revealed. What is the maximum amount one can bet? Rather than providing a specific figure, Su-Yun turned the tables and asked a question of his own, although Zhang Xinxin did not voice it. She was aware that such private gambling tables typically impose betting limits. It would be unthinkable for one to wager without restraint. Otherwise, should an unexpected outcome arise, the organizer would find themselves unable to bear the losses. Not much, just 2 million, she mused, recognizing that for someone like him, it might well seem an astronomical figure. Considering his family's circumstances, before she could finish typing, Su Yun struck back with a fervent declaration. All right, I shall wager 2 million. Zhang Xinxin was momentarily taken aback, rendered somewhat speechless. Are you certain? Although her understanding of Su Yun was limited, she was cognizant that his family was not affluent. To procure 2 million all at once would undoubtedly pose a challenge, especially for the purpose of gambling. Instinctively, she assumed Su Yun was merely boasting. Here is 1 million. She replied, followed by, I will transfer the remaining million to you shortly. Without further ado, Su Yun promptly transferred 1 million. He found himself unable to muster the rest of the funds and would need to seek a loan. He scrolled to the bottom of his contacts list, where a name both unfamiliar and familiar caught his eye, Nangong Wanhua. Previously, after Su Yun had rescued her, Nangong Wanhua had assured him that he could reach out whenever he faced difficulties. Now, that moment had arrived. Are you there? He texted. Is there something you need? Came the reply. Su Yun sent a grinning emoji, stating, I urgently require a loan of 1 million. I shall repay you in a couple of days. After a brief silence of 2.5 seconds, a single word came back, okay. Moments later, Su Yun received a notification of funds deposited into his bank account. Such promptness caught him off guard. Gazing at the newfound million, he pondered the significance of Nangong Wanghua's identity. To so readily offer 1 million without hesitation created a peculiar illusion. He felt that even if he failed to repay her, she would not pursue the matter. Never mind. Overthinking was futile. He shook his head, dismissing the thought, and promptly transferred the newly received million to Zhang Xinxin. Upon witnessing the sudden influx of 2 million into her account, Zhang Xinxin was equally bewildered. She could not fathom where Su Yun had acquired such a sum. Even more perplexing was the realization that he intended to gamble it away. Are you truly certain you wish to wager 2 million on your own victory? She inquired, taking a deep breath and posing the question with utmost seriousness. She deemed Su Yun's decision exceedingly reckless. Absolutely, he confirmed. Unable to contain her curiosity, Zhang Xinxin pressed further. You're not distressed at the thought of losing over 2 million? Or do you possess unwavering confidence in your triumph? Could you inform me of my current odds? He asked. 1 to 10, she replied, presenting a rather enticing ratio. Odds of 1 to 10 indicated that should he emerge victorious in the upcoming competition, he would be rewarded with a staggering 20 million. This undoubtedly represents a significant gain for him at present. It could even be directly employed to procure a substantial quantity of Butterfree or Caterpie, swiftly elevating the sacrificial count to 200 and unlocking a more advanced hidden evolutionary path. Should that occur, the prowess of the Jade Dragon would ascend to a new echelon, its potential reaching the level of a pseudo-deity. This would place it on par with the likes of the Fire God Moth and Wind Speed Dog, among other pseudo-divine Pokémon. The mere thought of this caused Su Yun's laughter to swell even further. Zhang Xinxin, clearly aware of this, found her expression darkening. Su Yun's actions instilled within her a flicker of concern. What if Su Yun truly triumphed in the competition? With odds of 10 to 1, she would owe 2 million in wagers solely for Su Yun, not to mention the other gamblers who had placed their bets on Su Yun's victory. It was impossible to conceive of making a profit. The entire betting pool might not suffice to cover her losses, unless she resorted to her family's connections. However, this was a decision she had made unilaterally, and she didn't wish to trouble her family. Alas, how vexing. Zhang Xinxin pondered, her frustration mounting. She cautiously tapped on Su Yun's avatar, inquiring, what if you actually win and I can't afford to pay? Upon reading this, Su Yun raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin playing on his lips as he intentionally sought to frighten her. Can't afford it? Then you'll have to sell yourself. Zhang Xinxin. Chapter 16, The Sudden Visit of the Semi-King. Brother, your arm strength is impressive. Would you care to spar with me in the arena? My dear lady, I see your Ralt still possesses its charm. How about we engage in a profound discussion in the arena? Haha, my Charmeleon is invincible. Who dares to challenge me? The morning at the Jiangbei City Junior Pokémon Academy was bustling with excitement. The annual freshman exchange competition was in full swing, with numerous novice trainers eager to showcase their skills, engaging in exhilarating battles on stage. Each platform was filled to capacity, hosting captivating contests. Yet, the audience below was sparse, seemingly uninterested in witnessing battles between fellow novice trainers. However, at Arena 8, a scene unfolded that was strikingly different from the others. The stage was surrounded by a throng of spectators, packed tightly, their whispers rising like the tide. The clash between the top 2 scholars was truly anticipated. Could Zhang Hao break the curse of being the perennial second and secure a victory over Su Yun in actual combat? Isn't it obvious? Zhang Hao would undoubtedly trample Su Yun beneath his feet. Just look at their Pokémon. One is a formidable rhinoceros beetle, rivaling the top 3, while the other is a common Caterpie, making it clear who possesses greater strength. Not necessarily. The outcome of a battle does not solely hinge on the Pokémon involved. Factors such as battle strategy, adaptability in real-time situations, the synergy between trainer and Pokémon, and mastery of skills are all critical elements that influence victory or defeat. The ironclad Rhino, undoubtedly superior to the green Caterpillar, may not guarantee absolute victory in actual combat. Come now, if you speak so confidently. Why don't you demonstrate how you would utilize the green Caterpillar to defeat the unicorn Rhino? If you manage to triumph, I shall indulge in 2 pounds of excrement. What are you barking about? I am merely conducting an analysis. Do you comprehend the essence of analysis? As a tactical analysis master, must I engage physically? Analyze this. While some engage in lofty discussions, others quarrel incessantly. Each individual holds their own perspective on who might emerge victorious in this contest. However, it is undeniable that a considerable majority align themselves with Zhang Hao. What? You claim Su Yun wagered 2 million on himself last night. A sudden scream pierced through the crowd. Zhang Xinxin's expression shifted dramatically as she hurriedly covered her friend's mouth. Lower your voice, lest others overhear. Although most in attendance were drawn into the betting frenzy she orchestrated, there still remained a few outsiders. If they were to overhear and report this to the teacher, it would spell disaster. Oh, my apologies, I was taken aback. Her friend nodded repeatedly, realizing her own lack of decorum. Zhang Xinxin's demeanor softened slightly, releasing her grip. Her friend, still in disbelief, whispered, did Su Yun truly bet on himself to win, wagering 2 million? Is he out of his mind? Where did he acquire such wealth? Zhang Xinxin shrugged. How should I know? Something feels amiss indeed. There must be something hidden beneath the surface. Her friend furrowed her brows, speculating. Could it be that Su Yun has stumbled upon some fortuitous opportunity, greatly enhancing his strength, and genuinely stands a chance to win this match? Zhang Xinxin shook her head. I don't know, but I sense his capabilities are not as simple as the crowd suggests. Could it be that his green caterpillar has evolved into a Butterfree? Her friend proposed a theory. Yet, this notion seemed implausible. Even a Butterfree would not stand a chance against the unicorn Rhino. But soon, she dismissed that speculation. Zhang Xinxin, meanwhile, remained furrowed in thought, her gaze fixated on Su Yun in the arena. We shall see. Once the battle commences, perhaps we will uncover the true nature of his capabilities. On the other side, Yang Ku, the homeroom teacher, was also observing the impending battle. Although he did not believe Su Yun would prevail in this confrontation, should not one harbor a flicker of hope for the seemingly impossible? Su Yun, I hope you may surprise me. In the arena, Su Yun stood composed, devoid of the fear and trepidation others expected. In stark contrast, Zhang Hao exuded an air of arrogance and dominance, reveling in the adoration of the crowd below. This glory rightfully belongs to me. I shall declare to all present, I, Zhang Hao, am not destined to remain the perennial second. Zhang Hao spoke with fervor, his eyes ablaze with madness and excitement. Su Yun, with a hint of derision, gazed upon Zhang Hao with a touch of pity. He felt that Zhang Hao should slightly modify the final sentence, perhaps by removing the word not. Wow. It's a silver-haired beauty. I adore it. With alluring black stockings, hee. When did our school acquire such a stunning woman? How come I've never seen her before? Just as the two were locked in a tense standoff, the crowd below erupted into chaos. All eyes were drawn to a figure that glided towards them, exuding an aura of sanctity and aloofness. Her long hair flowed gracefully, silver strands glistening like crystalline under the sun's rays. Her features were delicate, her complexion fair. Yet a hint of coldness lingered between her brows, imparting an air of unapproachability. Her figure was enchanting, with long legs adorned in black stockings, teasingly visible beneath her skirt as the breeze played with the fabric, leaving onlookers entranced, as if their very souls were at stake. Following her was a middle-aged man of slightly corpulent stature. He wore a sycophantic expression towards the silver-haired woman. Yet his demeanor turned menacing when he glanced at the surrounding students. What in the world? That portly man is the head of the administration. He usually exudes arrogance. Why is he behaving so timidly today? A student noticed the middle-aged man, and doubts began to stir within. If even the head of administration was so submissive, how esteemed must the silver-haired woman's identity be? Some students began to grasp the gravity of the situation, their previously enchanted expressions swiftly morphing into fear. Unbeknownst to them, they seemed to have offended a person of great significance. I know, she is the dean's daughter, the chief overseer of resource allocation in the academy. I encountered her when the initial sprites were distributed the other day. A student privy to the truth suddenly spoke up, shocking those around him. Gasp. The dean's daughter. No wonder even the head of administration is so fearful of her. But why would a resource department leader be present at our novice exchange competition? Surely, she wouldn't be interested in watching us fledgling trainers battle? This seemed implausible. To his knowledge, she was a near-king-level powerhouse. How could she possibly concern herself with our novice exchange? Why, then, was she here? The crowd buzzed with renewed confusion. A significant question loomed in their minds. Why would a stunning, near-king-level woman appear at a novice exchange competition? Chapter 17. The uniquely horned Rhydon and the Jade Fast Dragon. In the arena, Su Yun also noted the commotion among the crowd, with snippets of their conversations inadvertently drifting into his ears. Upon hearing terms like Near King and the Dean's Daughter, A flicker of astonishment and confusion ignited within him. What could such a distinguished individual be doing at a novice exchange competition? Surely, it couldn't be that news of his battle with Zhang Hao had reached the ears of such significant figures, drawing their attention? He certainly didn't believe that either he or Zhang Hao possessed that kind of significance. Those esteemed individuals should have had no reason to notice them. With myriad questions swirling in his mind, Su Yun's gaze involuntarily shifted from Zhang Hao to the crowd below. Why her? However, the next moment, when his gaze fell upon the figure that commanded the attention of the multitude, he was instantly rooted to the spot, his eyes brimming with astonishment and disbelief. He recognized that person. It was none other than the silver-haired woman he had rescued in the insect sea forest, Nangong Wangyue. She was the daughter of the dean. And a quasi-king level powerhouse? Su Yun murmured in incredulity. Although he had previously speculated that Nangong Wanyue's identity might be extraordinary, he had never imagined she was part of the academy's upper echelons. Even more astonishing was the revelation that she was a quasi-king level cultivator. It is worth noting that the number of quasi-king level powerhouses in the entire Jiangbei city could be counted on one hand, let alone female ones. At that moment, it seemed Nangong Wangyue sensed something amidst the crowd, her gaze suddenly traversing through the throng, meeting Su Yun's eyes in the air. The corners of Nangong Wanyue's lips curled slightly, revealing an enigmatic smile, which quickly vanished, unnoticed by anyone else. It appeared she wished to keep their acquaintance a secret from others. What could this mean? Su Yun found himself perplexed by Nangong Wanyue's peculiar behavior, unable to grasp the intention behind her actions. Could it be that she was truly coming toward me? A foreboding feeling washed over him, as if countless eyes were about to fixate upon him, scrutinizing him intently. In truth, his premonition was not unfounded. Nangong Wanyue strode directly toward the arena where he stood, causing an uproar among the students below. My goodness, she is coming. It is utterly unbelievable. She has actually come to witness the battle between Su Yun and Zhang Hao. ISN, she a quasi-king? Why would she concern herself with a duel among novice trainers like us? Could it be that she knows Zhang Hao or Su Yun? Goodness gracious, have Zhang Hao and Su Yun been concealing their connections to such esteemed figures? Whispers erupted in the crowd, each speculation emerging like mushrooms after rain. At that moment, the homeroom teacher, Yang Ku, approached with a sense of trepidation. Though he had seldom seen Nangong Wangyue, he was well aware of her status and approached her with the utmost respect. Miss Nangong. Nangong Wangyue nodded lightly, her attention not on him, but entirely focused on the arena. Is she watching you? Zhang Hao, atop the platform, also noticed Nangong Wanyue's gaze from below, staring at Su Yun in disbelief. He was well aware of Su Yun's academic prowess, but when had he also developed such charm with women? Moreover, the expressions of the guidance director and homeroom teacher indicated their deep respect for her. It was evident that her identity was not to be taken lightly. Coupled with the vague murmurs he had overheard regarding the silver-haired woman, he was even more astonished. Has Su Yun truly risen from obscurity? Perhaps she is watching you. Su Yun had no intention of admitting the little secret he shared with Nangong Wanyue, offering a faint smile as he redirected the focus on Zhang Hao. Is she looking at me? He gently caressed his handsome cheek, and upon receiving a compliment from his rival, Su Yun, a sense of pride blossomed within him. Ahem. You are quite right. She is indeed gazing at me. After all, it is only natural for a gifted youth such as myself, blessed with such striking looks, to attract the admiration of a beautiful and formidable woman. Zhang Hao tilted his head high, shamelessly embellishing his own attributes, as if putting on a show before Su Yun was a matter of great pride. Yet, in Su Yun's eyes, Zhang Hao's antics resembled those of a mere clown. Oh, indeed, so talented classmate. Shall we commence our contest? Su Yun refrained from exposing Zhang Hao's pretensions and continued to flatter him. Encouraged by her incessant praise, Zhang Hao felt himself buoyed with arrogance. Are you so eager to be trampled underfoot by me? He chuckled. Very well, I shall oblige. But fret not. Given your earlier display of wisdom, I shall go easy on you. Zhang Hao flashed a grin, his tone dripping with hubris, as if he had already secured victory over Su Yun. Su Yun chuckled lightly, seemingly unperturbed. Is that so? Then you must unleash your full strength. Zhang Hao's expression darkened at her words, and he retorted mockingly. I am curious to see what you possess to challenge me. Come forth, my Rhydon. With a commanding voice, he summoned his initial Pokémon, then contemptuously regarded Su Yun. What are you waiting for? Hurry and release your pathetic Caterpie. Oh, or perhaps it might be a Metapod or a Butterfree. But it matters not. Whatever it is, it shall never stand a chance against my Rhydon. Zhang Hao brimmed with unshakable confidence regarding this battle. Even if Su Yun's Caterpie were to evolve into the formidable Butterfree, he felt no trepidation. After all, his Rhydon held an absolute advantage, possessing a fourfold superiority against the bug and flying-type Butterfree. As you wish, Su Yun replied with a faint smile, leisurely tossing her Pokeball into the air, with a resounding thud, accompanied by a radiant arc of red light. A Pokémon approximately 40 to 50 centimeters in length appeared on the battlefield, a verdant and vibrant creature. Chapter 18. What a majestic Caterpie you have. Haha. Are you attempting to make me laugh to death in hopes of inheriting my Rhydon? Zhang Hao bellowed. After such a lengthy time, your Caterpie remains in its basic form, having failed to evolve even into a metapod. Have you squandered its early growth potential? Upon witnessing Su Yun unleash a Caterpie, Zhang Hao could not contain his loud mockery. In his estimation, given the Caterpie's growth rate, Su Yun was more than capable of evolving it into a Butterfree, even if that evolution were unattainable. A metapod should have been a certainty, yet here lay a genuine Caterpie. Wait a moment, what is this Caterpie of yours? Not long after his moment of triumph, Zhang Hao's smile abruptly vanished, his thick, dark brows knitting together involuntarily. What is it about this green caterpillar that sets it apart from the others? He suddenly realized that the green caterpillar released by Su Yun possessed a rather unique form. Not only was it significantly larger than the typical green caterpillar, but the pair of antennae on its forehead seemed to exhibit a mutation, with sharp angles that conveyed an air of authority. Additionally, its body appeared as though it were encased in a transparent protective armor, reflecting a verdant glow under the sunlight, creating an illusion of formidable hardness. Its aura was distinctly different from that of a feeble caterpillar, exuding the majesty characteristic of a true powerhouse. In fact, it felt as though what stood before him was not merely a caterpillar, but rather a miniature green dragon. Oh, I've nurtured it quite well. So it looks a bit unique, doesn't it? Su Yun explained nonchalantly, as if everything were perfectly natural. Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback, sensing an instinctive notion that Su Yun was being dismissive. Meanwhile, the students in the audience had also taken note of the caterpillar's striking differences, engaging in hushed whispers among themselves. Wow, this caterpillar is enormous. Has it been fed some miraculous fertilizer? Look at the antennae on its head, they're dark red. Completely unlike the bright red of normal caterpillars. It was more than just different, they were nearing an entirely different realm. To describe its prominent features as striking would not be an exaggeration. Furthermore, its body appeared to be far more resilient and powerful than that of an ordinary caterpillar, resembling anything but an insect. I must say, the more I look at it, the more it seems to exude a dragon-like aura, doesn't it? If it sprouted even a pair of claws, one might easily mistake it for a miniature dragon. Wait. You don't mean to suggest it shows signs of transformation into a dragon, do you? Surely no one believes a caterpillar could evolve into a legendary creature like Rayquaza? I'd sooner believe that Groudon could fly than accept that a caterpillar could become Rayquaza. Hold on, clarify your statement. What have I done to deserve such slander? Many individuals expressed their opinions about the green caterpillar released by Su Yun, articulating their thoughts. Not far away, the homeroom teacher, Yang Ku, was equally astonished. What trickery was this? Had Su Yun somehow altered the caterpillar? He simply could not fathom how, in just 2 days, Su Yun's caterpillar had transformed into such an extraordinary specimen. Equally perplexed was Nangong Wanhua. She had previously encountered Su Yun's caterpillar, which had been indistinguishable from any ordinary one. It certainly did not resemble the current version. How could such monumental changes occur in just a day or two? However, despite the astonishment, the majority of people's attitudes toward the battle remained unchanged. In their eyes, a caterpillar was ultimately still a caterpillar, no matter how mutated. It could not escape its insect identity, and its strength was destined to be limited, especially when faced with a rhinoceros that was several times its size, leaving it without a glimmer of hope for victory. Coincidentally, Zhang Hao in the arena harbored similar thoughts. After a brief moment of shock, he swiftly regained his composure and confidence. I am unaware of the methods you employed to transform the Caterpie into this form. However, I shall demonstrate through sheer strength that any trivial tricks will be rendered futile before a true warrior. A Caterpie is ultimately just a Caterpie. No matter how much you train it or equip it with an Everstone, it shall never evolve into a Charizard. With that declaration, Zhang Hao suddenly launched his attack, commanding his Rhydon. Rhydon, use horn attack. He intended to crush Su Yun with the purest force. The Rhydon let out a deep bellow and charged towards the Jade Dragon. Its sharp horn, the most lethal weapon on its massive body, promised devastating damage upon impact. Boom. The colossal Rhydon thundered as it ran, creating a fearsome presence that made the Jade Dragon appear minuscule, akin to an ant. Yet, in the face of Zhang Hao's sudden onslaught, Su Yun remained unfazed, calm and unhurried. He instructed the Jade Dragon, it's time to show those ignorant fools your true power. Leap to evade, then unleash Dragon Breath. With a roar reminiscent of a dragon's cry, the Jade Dragon tensed its small form and, as the Rhydon's force approached, sprang into the air. It opened its mouth, directing a fierce breath of energy toward the charging Rhydon. The torrent of draconic power cascaded down like a waterfall, overwhelming the Rhydon and forcing it to the ground. Boom. The massive Rhydon collapsed dramatically, leaving all present in stunned silence. Was it truly defeated in a single move? I must be mistaken. Surely, this isn't a staged fight? Is it possible that a Caterpie could bring down a Rhydon? This is utterly absurd. It cannot be. Absolutely impossible. No one understands Caterpie better than I do. It is nothing but trash. How could it possibly defeat a Rhydon? This defies all logic. Many students expressed their doubts, suspecting Zhang Hao had thrown the match, while others, more perceptive, began to contemplate a different possibility. Wait, what move did that Caterpie just use? If I'm not mistaken, it employed Dragon Breath, a skill exclusive to Dragon-type Pokémon. The notion of a Caterpie mastering such a technique is preposterous. Could it truly aspire to become a Charizard? At that moment, the perceptive students gazed at the Jade Dragon with newfound respect, their perceptions dramatically altered. Chapter 19. Is it not reasonable for a Caterpie to possess a few Dragon-type skills? No one would have anticipated that a mere green caterpillar could exhibit such formidable prowess, rendering even the formidable unicorn rhinoceros, a creature rivaling the strength of the esteemed trio, seemingly insignificant in its presence. What was even more difficult for them to accept was the fact that a move typically associated with Dragon-type Pokémon was executed by a Bug-type creature. This green caterpillar was truly extraordinary. The homeroom teacher, Yang Ku, marveled silently, a glimmer of astonishment and shock flickering in his eyes. Clearly, he too had discerned the move performed by the Azure Dragon, which was not supposed to manifest in its repertoire. Even Nangong Wangwe displayed a subtle hint of incredulity in her beautiful gaze. How could this caterpillar have learned a Dragon-type skill? It seemed implausible that even some scholars specializing in Pokémon techniques could achieve such a feat. He appeared to harbor many secrets. Nangong Wanyue's eyes sparkled, igniting a profound interest in Su Yun. On the arena, Zhang Hao, the trainer of the unicorn rhinoceros, stood transfixed. His pride shattered as he witnessed his once mighty Pokémon being decisively defeated by a green caterpillar. He stared in disbelief at the caterpillar that had subdued his unicorn rhinoceros, feeling as if an invisible hand had delivered a resounding slap to his face. Just a moment prior, he had been boasting about the prowess of his unicorn rhinoceros, vowing to trample Su Yun and his caterpillar underfoot. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he was left utterly humiliated. How could this be possible? How could your caterpillar be so powerful? Moreover, the move it had just executed was not a signature skill of a caterpillar, but rather the Dragon-type move, Dragon Breath. You cannot fool me. You must be cheating, right? Zhang Hao stammered, his finger trembling as he pointed at Su Yun, his emotions in turmoil. Su Yun merely chuckled, unfazed. Who decreed that a caterpillar could only utilize its signature skills? Is it not permissible for me to teach it moves from other types? After all, the Qishi Qingyao and Coconut's tree, resembling traitorous dragonkin, can learn a plethora of dragon-type moves. Given that the green caterpillar bears a striking resemblance to the Licanswo, is it not reasonable for it to learn Dragon Breath? His retort left Zhang Hao speechless. In truth, Su Yun's assertions were not without merit. Pokémon are not confined to learning only skills of their own type. They can indeed master moves from other types. Just as Charizard, despite lacking dragon attributes, can unleash moves like Dragon Rage, which are not of its own classification. This principle is recognized within the academic community. However, the majority of Pokémon find it challenging to learn skills that deviate significantly from their inherent type, with most being unable to comprehend and execute them proficiently. Hence, many trainers operate under the assumption that Pokémon cannot master non-type skills that differ greatly from their own, much like a fire-type Pokémon struggling to grasp water-type moves. Nevertheless, in theory, this is entirely feasible, especially following the discovery of Pokémon like Volcanion, which possesses both water and fire attributes that stand in stark contradiction to one another, further bolstering the confidence of scholars in this hypothesis. Extensive experimental research has been conducted, culminating in the successful creation of a fire-type Pokémon endowed with the remarkable ability to accumulate water and learn a plethora of water-type skills. This groundbreaking achievement sent ripples through the realm of Pokémon studies, prompting countless scholars captivated by this phenomenon to pivot their focus towards unconventional Pokémon attributes. In contrast, the notion of a Caterpie mastering Dragon-type abilities appears rather trivial. After all, there exists a semblance of connection between Caterpie and Dragon-type Pokémon. It is no wonder that many jest about the possibility of a fully evolved Caterpie, bearing a Everstone, transforming into a Charizard. However, theory and reality are two disparate realms. How could one possibly expect a Caterpie to learn Dragon-type skills within a mere 2 days? Zhang Hao remained skeptical, his gaze fixed intently on Su Yun. Perhaps my Caterpie is rather exceptional, Su Yun mused, raising an eyebrow and casting a knowing glance at the majestic Dragonite. If it were merely an ordinary Caterpie, the concept of mastering Dragon Breath would indeed be far-fetched. Yet, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that his Caterpie was no ordinary specimen. It was, in truth, an authentic Dragonite in potential. Zhang Hao opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words as he observed the defiant Caterpie. For in terms of both presence and appearance, Su Yun's Caterpie was undeniably unique. No, even if it is a special Caterpie, I shall not concede easily. A Caterpie is still but a Caterpie. My Rhydon cannot possibly be bested by it. Zhang Hao's expression darkened as he grappled with the unacceptable notion of his Rhydon being defeated by a mere Caterpie. Absolutely not. Rhydon, rise up. We cannot concede just yet. he bellowed in a low voice. With a sudden resurgence, as if answering its trainer's call, the previously faltering Rhydon awakened, fierce determination igniting in its sharp eyes. With a rumbling roar, it slowly rose from the ground, resembling a small hill reclaiming its stature. Hiss! It stood back up. It had not yet lost its fighting spirit. I knew it. How could a Rhydon, the epitome of strength, be felled by a Caterpie in a single blow? Not even with dragon breath. Rhydon, give it your all. That Caterpie should be trampled underfoot. The audience erupted in excitement upon witnessing Rhydon's revival, eager to witness the triumphant moment of a comeback. Ha, splendid Rhydon. I knew you would not be so easily defeated. Zhang Hao, the proud trainer of Rhydon, transformed his despair into exhilaration, his confidence soaring as he cheered. To him, the previous setback was merely a lapse in caution. His Rhydon had been caught off guard by Caterpie's surprise attack. With newfound resolve and the lessons learned from earlier, he was certain Rhydon would prevail against Su Yun's Caterpie. Humph, so it has stood up again? We shall simply knock it down once more, Su Yun remarked. Unfazed by the turn of events, he is capable of bringing the unicorn rhinoceros down once, and he can certainly do so a second time. Jade Dragon, let us attempt this once more. Unleash your dragon breath. Su Yun whispered, once again commanding Jade Dragon. Whoosh! The agile Jade Dragon swiftly leaped off the unicorn rhinoceros, soaring into the sky, releasing a fierce breath imbued with a hint of draconic might. Regaining his composure, Zhang Hao was equally resolute. Unicorn rhinoceros. Use rock smash to bring it down. Chapter 20. Caterpie? Clearly, it is a juvenile Rayquaza. The powerful dragon breath rushed forth, forcing the unicorn rhinoceros to retreat repeatedly. Withstanding the onslaught, it summoned a massive boulder to hurl at the airborne Jade Dragon. Evidently, Zhang Hao still believed the Jade Dragon to be a bug-type Pokémon, vulnerable to rock-type moves. Unbeknownst to him, the Jade Dragon had undergone a remarkable transformation, evolving from bug to dragon, and had truly become a dragon-type Pokémon. Faced with the rock-type Rock Smash, the Jade Dragon pressed forward, curling into a ball and spinning at high speed to collide head-on with it. Despite both moves being rock-type, the efficacy varied dramatically depending on the wielder. The formidable Jade Dragon, harnessing the force of its rapid rotation, shattered the boulders summoned by the unicorn rhinoceros. Debris cascaded from the sky like a torrential downpour. Unfazed, the Jade Dragon descended like a meteor streaking across the heavens, crashing into the unicorn rhinoceros below. Bang! With a resounding thud, the colossal unicorn rhinoceros was sent sprawling, tumbling out of the arena. The crowd below was left speechless, their astonishment palpable. The entire arena fell into an eerie silence, as if the very air had been sucked away. They struggled to comprehend the spectacle before them. The unicorn rhinoceros, which was easily 10 times the size of the Jade Dragon, had been sent flying. Such effortless might is truly astonishing. Is this truly the so-called Caterpie, the fifth-rate battler? This is no mere Caterpie. This is undoubtedly the juvenile form of Rayquaza. Are contemporary Caterpies so formidable? It makes me want to raise one myself. Perhaps it could evolve into a Rayquaza in the future. How small-minded of me. I shall raise 6, when they all evolve into Rayquaza. I shall take them out for walks, and you can all envy me. At that moment, the class supervisor, Yang Ku, was also taken aback. When the Jade Dragon unleashed its dragon breath, he sensed something extraordinary, suspecting that Zhang Hao's unicorn rhinoceros might not be a match for Su Yun's Jade Dragon. Yet, he never anticipated the battle would tilt so overwhelmingly in one direction. This individual is increasingly intriguing. As the quasi-champion, Nangong Wangyue murmured softly, blinking in astonishment. To her, Su Yun appeared as a mysterious black hole, irresistibly drawing her in to explore its depths. I lost again. On the arena, Zhang Hao's gaze was vacant, his eyes devoid of life. The abruptness of his failure left him momentarily incapacitated. He had intended to utilize this opportunity for a sparring match to decisively vanquish Su Yun and liberate himself from the perennial title of the runner-up. However, instead of achieving victory, he found himself subjected to a humiliating defeat at Su Yun's hands, further cementing his status as the eternal second. At that moment, he felt as though his heart had turned to ash. To make matters worse, Su Yun approached him, feigning consolation as he placed a hand on his shoulder and whispered in his ear, "Just practice more." This remark fell upon him like the final straw that broke the camel's back, utterly shattering his defenses. "Don't get too complacent. You merely won by chance," he retorted. Feeling the sting of humiliation, unable to bear the situation any longer, he left with his unique horned rhinoceros, throwing out a parting threat. "Su Yun, I challenge you." Meanwhile, students from other classes, skeptical of Zhang Hao's defeat, believed he had intentionally thrown the match and wished to test Su Yun's prowess themselves. Even witnessing the event firsthand, they found it difficult to believe that a horned rhinoceros could be bested by a mere caterpillar. "Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity." Su Yun replied with a faint smile, gesturing invitingly. Those who dared to challenge him appeared to him as invaluable sources of experience, offering no reason for him to decline. "Let me see how strong you truly are." A handsome young man swiftly ascended the platform, immediately unleashing his Pokémon. Go, Fireball Mouse. Use Spark. Unfazed, Su-Yun calmly responded, utilize Primal Power. With a resounding crash, a massive boulder materialized above Fireball Mouse, extinguishing its flames in fright before it could even unleash its attack. Promptly taken down by Qingyu's Susuraptor in one swift move. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The handsome youth had succumbed even faster than Zhang Hao had. I'll join in, shouted another student, followed closely by a third, both eager to challenge Su-Yun. Su-Yun welcomed the opportunity, undaunted by the prospect of facing two opponents simultaneously. However, within a mere 2.5 minutes, both challengers were defeated and left in disarray. At this point, the crowd fell silent, devoid of any doubt. Su-Yun had conquered all present novice trainers with absolute prowess. Among the onlookers, Zhang Xinxin stood, her mind in a daze. Su-Yun had indeed triumphed in the match, which meant she would owe him 20 million alliance coins. After all, he had wagered a hefty 2 million with her prior. If only I had bet on him too. She lamented, regret washing over her. Had she taken the risk and supported Su-Yun, she would likely have reaped substantial rewards by now. Instead, she faced the prospect of not only losing money, but potentially being left with nothing at all. What if I genuinely cannot produce such a sum? He wouldn't actually expect me to sell myself, would he? Zhang Xinxin shivered, a faint blush unexpectedly blooming on her fair cheeks. Oh, the students of the ordinary class truly are a group of inept individuals. A mere peculiar green caterpillar has managed to fool all of you. Is this the extent of your capabilities? The crowd instinctively turned their gaze towards the voice, revealing a young man clad in a purple teacher's uniform, accompanied by a boy whose face radiated arrogance. Hiss, it is someone from the elite class. That appears to be Mentor Song Chunfeng from the elite class, a prominent figure within our academy, renowned for his unparalleled strength among all mentors. What brings him to our novice exchange competition in the ordinary class? Could it be that he is here to observe the duel between Su-Yun and Zhang Hao? No. It is more accurate to say that he is here to witness Su-Yun's contest. A wave of curiosity surged within everyone's hearts. Once again, Su-Yun became the focal point of attention. Chapter 21. You, a mere insect, wish to play with the dragon-s roar? Hey, you over there. Don't think that defeating a few subpar opponents makes you invincible. In my eyes, your green caterpillar is no different from the trash. If you are unconvinced, we can engage in a spar. I shall demonstrate what true strength entails. The arrogant boy spoke with a tone of disdain, his words aimed squarely at Su-Yun, showing no regard for those present. Hearing this, a flicker of displeasure crossed Su-Yun's face. Firstly, he did not recognize the arrogant youth and could ascertain that there was no prior enmity between them. It seemed rather excessive for the other party to slander him and his spirit without provocation. Roar. The Jade dragon beside Su-Yun emitted a low growl of discontent. Its two greatest grievances in life were being referred to as a green caterpillar and being looked down upon. Unfortunately, the arrogant youth had committed both offenses, sealing his own fate. Mentor Song, is it not excessive for your student to disparage the students of the ordinary class in such a manner? At that moment, Yang Ku, the head teacher of the ordinary class, stepped forward, his expression reflecting displeasure. Many present were his students, and the arrogant youth's indiscriminate attacks on the ordinary class were a direct affront to him as their mentor. Song Chenfeng cast a disdainful glance at Yang Ku, disregarding him entirely, and shifted his gaze to Nangong Wangyue, his eyes glimmering with fervor and admiration. Sister, when did you start taking an interest in the battles of ordinary class students? He turned to glance at Su-Yun on the stage, his voice laced with jealousy. He and Nangong Wangyue were contemporaries at the Jiangbei City Junior Spirit Academy, and from the moment they met, he had been pursuing her. He even sacrificed a promising future to remain at the academy, hoping to win her affection. Yet, the outcome was disheartening. Nangong Wangyue had never acknowledged him, not even with a glance. He had always believed she was proud and looked down upon those weaker than herself. Thus, for these years, he had refrained from pursuing her further, focusing instead on enhancing his own strength, yearning to become a formidable contender and to earn Nangong Wangyue's favor. What he never anticipated was that, not long ago, someone informed him that Nangong Wangyue had actually appeared at the novice exchange competition of the ordinary class. The reason? Merely to observe a student's battle. This was utterly unacceptable to him. As the foremost mentor of the academy, a formidable master of the dojo, he could not capture Nangong Wangyue's attention, yet a mere student from the ordinary class could? Was it possible that Song Chenfeng was inferior to an ordinary class student? A profound jealousy welled up within him. He was determined to witness just how extraordinary this student was to attract Nangong Wangyue's gaze. Thus, he brought his own students along. Such a dismissive reaction only fueled Song Chenfeng's fury, to the point where he almost erupted in a roar. However, he restrained his anger, a cold sneer forming in his heart. Ah, Nangong Wangyue, you claim to care for that student? I shall have my student defeat him right before your eyes, mercilessly trampling him underfoot. I will make you understand that the student you cherish is nothing but refuse. Only I, Song Chenfeng, possess the right to draw your attention. And you You are destined to belong solely to me, Song Qinfeng. Clenching his fists, Song Qinfeng silently signaled to the rebellious youth. The rebellious youth instantly understood. Leaping onto the stage with fervor, with a mocking glare fixed on Su Yun, he provocatively declared, "Trash, dare you exchange blows with me? If you are frightened, then admit in front of everyone that both you and your Pokémon are worthless. Perhaps then I might consider sparing you." Su Yun's expression darkened immediately, a surge of fury igniting within him. Before he could respond, his Qingyu pseudo-dragon could no longer contain itself and let out a furious growl. Upon hearing the sound, the rebellious youth displayed a fleeting look of surprise, which quickly morphed into disdain. "Oh, a mere green caterpillar dares to mimic a dragon's roar? You think you are worthy? Allow me to show you what a true dragon's roar sounds like." With a swift motion, the rebellious youth tossed out a Pokeball, releasing his starter Pokémon. In an instant, a massive gray Pokémon unfurled its wings, soaring into the air. It was the fossil Pokémon, Fossil Pterodactyl. The thunderous roar from the Fossil Pterodactyl resonated through the arena, prompting the crowd to instinctively cover their ears. The rebellious youth, brimming with pride, looked down at Su Yun with an air of superiority. "How does it feel? Are you stunned? Have you never witnessed a true dragon? My Fossil Pterodactyl is a genuine dragon Pokémon, a dominant force in ancient times, far beyond your insignificant green caterpillar's capabilities. If you have any sense, you will quickly admit that both you and your Pokémon are worthless. Otherwise, prepare to face my Fossil Pterodactyl in battle. But be warned, I cannot guarantee that your green caterpillar won't be devoured as a mere snack." Ha ha ha. Su Yun remained silent, gazing intently at the Fossil Pterodactyl. A series of small numbers gradually materialized before his eyes. Fossil Pterodactyl, 20. A smile crept across Su Yun's face. "At level 20, you dare to put on airs before me? Do not be deceived by the imposing appearance of the Fossil Pterodactyl. It may seem formidable, but its base stats are not particularly impressive, even falling short of the starter Pokémon in their third evolution. In contrast, his Jade Dragon's potential is genuinely on par with the elite starters, and its hidden evolution is inherently more powerful than its ordinary form. If a battle were to ensue, the Fossil Pterodactyl might not necessarily stand a chance against the Jade Dragon. A mere 4-level disparity can be entirely compensated for by strategy and quick reflexes. Moreover, his Jade Dragon possesses the Rock type, which conveniently counters the flying type of the Fossil Pterodactyl. Very well, let us put this to the test. He has never shied away from Pokémon battles, after all." The defiant youth was momentarily taken aback, casting a surprised glance at Su Yun, doubting his own hearing. "Did I hear you correctly? Did you just say you wish to battle my Fossil Pterodactyl? Are you frightened?" Su Yun raised an eyebrow. The audacious youth was immediately amused. "Frightened? Huh. You truly boast without reservation. Since you seem so eager for your demise, I shall oblige. Just remember, if your Caterpie gets devoured by my Fossil Pterodactyl, don't regret it." The youth grinned, revealing a cruel smile. He slowly retreated to the opposite side of the arena, ostentatiously declaring, "Don't say I'm bullying you. I'll let you attack first." Chapter 22. So you're the one called Dragon? How utterly pretentious. Is it merely because you possess a slightly stronger Pokémon that you puff yourself up? Su Yun, we support you. Show him who's boss. Indeed. What is so impressive about being in the elite class? With a tadpole adorned with frog patterns, you're merely putting on a show. What is so grand about a Fossil Pterodactyl? Caterpie is the true gem. Do you even comprehend the worth of a baby Aerodactyl? The youth's brazen display ignited the ire of the students from the ordinary class. They pointed and shouted at him, rallying behind Su Yun, with no reason to avoid battle. Su Yun glanced down at his Jade Dragon. "So, do you have confidence in defeating the opponent?" Roar. The Jade Dragon nodded vigorously, its sharp gaze ablaze with fervor. It could hardly contain its eagerness to teach the defiant youth and his Fossil Pterodactyl a lesson. "Very well, let us fight side by side. Charge forth and use rollout." With a sweeping motion, Su Yun commanded, and the Jade Dragon transformed into a streak of green light, darting forward with incredible speed, astonishing even the defiant youth. "Oh, your Caterpie is rather extraordinary, possessing such velocity. Too bad, when it comes to speed, my Fossil Pterodactyl is the true master. Fossil Pterodactyl, use Flame Fong." The youth remained unflustered, calmly issuing commands. With a fierce roar, the Fossil Pterodactyl folded its wings and plunged down like a swift sword. As both Pokémon drew near, the Fossil Pterodactyl deftly sidestepped the Jade Dragon's rollout attack, narrowly avoiding the collision. With remarkable aerial prowess, the creature executed a rapid return while diving at high speed, extending its flaming jaws toward the Jade Speed Dragon. The Jade Speed Dragon, undeterred, plunged downward with force, narrowly evading the fiery bite of the Fossil Pterosaur. In this initial clash, neither side gained the upper hand. A modicum of skill, but not much more. The arrogant youth continued to taunt verbally, determined to belittle his opponent strategically, even if he could not gain an advantage through direct confrontation. "Fossil Pterosaur, attack with your wings." Yet, he remained acutely aware of the threat posed by Su Yun. With a swift motion, the fossil pterosaur unfurled its wings, which shimmered with a white luminescence, transforming into razor-like blades that sliced through the surrounding air. Use Dragon Breath to push it back. Su Yun, recognizing the situation, adjusted his tactical approach and issued a different command to the Jade Speed Dragon. Drawing in a deep breath, the Jade Speed Dragon exhaled forcefully. The fierce dragon breath manifested as a tempest, rushing toward the oncoming fossil pterosaur. The latent draconic power within the breath stirred a flicker of trepidation within the fossil pterosaur, a creature linked by blood to the dragon lineage. Momentarily caught in an invisible grip, the fossil pterosaur found itself immobilized mid-air, plummeting earthward like a stone. The audience below gasped in astonishment. What was happening? Why was the fossil pterosaur suddenly unable to move? It was the dragon breath. The special effect had been triggered, leaving the fossil pterosaur paralyzed. Ha ha ha, fortune favors me. Seize this moment of vulnerability. Su Yun, command your creature to attack. As an adept trainer, Su Yun was well aware of the unfolding events. The instant he realized the fossil pterosaur was incapacitated, he reacted with lightning speed, directing the Jade Speed Dragon to launch an offensive. Now, use roll to finish it. The Jade Speed Dragon coiled its body and spun rapidly, hurtling toward the fossil pterosaur like a boulder cascading down a mountainside. In its paralyzed state, the fossil pterosaur was akin to a living target, presenting the perfect opportunity for an assault. Fossil pterosaur dodge. The previously composed youth now found himself in disarray, panic overtaking him. He had not anticipated that Su Yun's luck would be so fortuitous. A single dragon breath had successfully activated a special effect, leaving his fossil pterosaur incapacitated. Useless. Can't even manage this simple task. Have all the training sessions gone to waste? Song Qinfeng's expression darkened, his fists clenched into purple-black knots. He had brought the arrogant youth here to humiliate Su Yun, to teach him a lesson, not to bolster his experience or enhance his reputation. If the arrogant youth were to lose to Su Yun, it would be a minor embarrassment. But failing to make Su Yun look foolish in front of Nangong Wangyue would be a significant blow. This brat is indeed fortunate. Nangong Wangyue blinked her beautiful eyes, a glimmer of surprise flashing within them. She had previously harbored concerns that Su Yun might not be a match for the audacious young man. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the fossil pterosaur found itself in dire straits. It was undeniable that Su Yun had delivered an overwhelming shock, consistently surprising her at critical junctures. Bang! As anticipated, the rolling move executed by the Jade Raptor struck the fossil pterosaur with precision. The creature let out a roar of pain, its massive form hurtling backward. Despite its considerable size compared to the Jade Raptor, it was unable to withstand the latter's assault. The diminutive body of the Jade Raptor harbored tremendous energy, defying conventional expectations. Fossil pterosaur, what are you doing? Get up. Seeing his Pokémon sent flying, the audacious young man was immediately filled with urgency. He was acutely aware of the task he had been assigned. Failure to fulfill the mission entrusted to him by Song Qinfeng would invoke the latter's furious wrath. Roar. The fossil pterosaur let out a low growl, struggling to rise from the ground. Although the paralysis effect had not completely dissipated, it was at least able to move now. Bang. Unfortunately, before it could regain its footing, the Jade Raptor charged at it once more. With each successful strike, the power of the move would double, having struck the fossil pterosaur once already. The rolling move's power had increased to 60. If it landed another hit, the next strike would escalate to 120. Such power was equivalent to that of most attribute-based ultimate moves. Moreover, the rolling move inherently had an advantage over the fossil pterosaur's type. If it truly connected, even 10 lives would not suffice for the fossil pterosaur to endure it. Bang! The fossil pterosaur, having just regained the ability to move, stood no chance against the swift Jade Raptor. The second rolling move struck its chest with a force doubled from the first, sending its body sliding 5 or 6 meters before finally halting at the edge of the arena. One more step back, and it would tumble off the stage. Chapter 23, A Million Reward and Rare Pokémon. That was close. It almost went over. With a lingering sense of dread, the audacious young man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his expression grave as he swiftly commanded the fossil pterosaur. Fossil pterosaur, take to the skies. And do not engage it on the ground. As a flying-type Pokémon, battling in the air was its inherent advantage. Engaging the ground-bound Jade Raptor in combat would be akin to leveraging one's weaknesses against the opponent's strengths. Roar. The fossil pterosaur, despite its grievous injuries, managed to lift off the ground with its last ounce of strength, depriving the Jade Raptor of its target. As long as I remain airborne, you shall not lay a finger on me. With the advantage of height restored, the audacious young man regained his confidence, reveling in his superiority. Oh, is that so? You might be a touch too arrogant. My Jade Speedster is certainly not akin to the grounded Groudon, merely standing idly by, though it cannot soar through the skies. It does not imply it cannot ascend from the earth. Su Yun let out a derisive laugh, exuding an air of calm as he began to speak slowly. He signaled to the Jade Speedster on the ground, which then shimmered with a faint emerald glow. Whoosh! In the next instant, The Jade speedster shot forth like a swift arrow, reaching the heavens. What? Its leaping ability is astonishing. The arrogant youth was left speechless, his mouth agape in disbelief. The Jade speedster leaped so high that it nearly reached the altitude of the Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl, evade. Do not let it near you. The arrogant youth, thinking Su Yun would employ the same tactic once more with a rolling attack, hastily warned the Aerodactyl. Roar. The Aerodactyl emitted a low growl, rapidly flapping its wings to gain altitude. Yet at that moment, a subtle smile crept upon Su Yun's lips, revealing a hint of triumph. Heh, you've fallen for my ruse. As his barely audible words faded, a massive boulder suddenly materialized above the Aerodactyl. The arrogant youth had misjudged the situation. Su Yun did not intend to use a rolling attack, but rather a more convenient move, ancient power. The reason for having the Jade speedster leap towards the Aerodactyl was merely a feint to confound the arrogant youth. Cursed be it, he is laying a trap for me. The arrogant youth finally grasped the situation, his expression darkening in an instant. He sought to direct the Aerodactyl to evade, but alas, it was too late. The colossal boulder, formed from the condensed ancient power, descended like a meteor, crashing heavily onto the back of the Aerodactyl, already grievously injured. The Aerodactyl could no longer withstand the assault of the rock-type move and plummeted to the ground. Boom. Dust erupted into the air. The sturdy arena trembled slightly under the force of the impact. The Aerodactyl fell completely, unable to rise once more as it had before. Su Yun emerged victorious in this contest. The audience erupted in cheers. Ha! Well done. Isn't the elite class supposed to be formidable? Yet here we are, barely able to last 3 minutes. To call you a one-hit wonder is a compliment. What Aerodactyl? Before my bug god, it is but a mere Caterpie. Su Yun is amazing. The green caterpillar is amazing. Silence. Please refer to it as the Larvitar. Many spectators reveled in the downfall of the arrogant youth, pointing and laughing. Previously, he had carried himself with an air of superiority, looking down upon their ordinary selves, which had already provoked widespread ire. Now, having been defeated, Su Yun had avenged them all. Worthless. What a disgrace. Witnessing his student's loss to Su Yun, Song Qinfeng's countenance darkened, his eyes filled with unbridled fury. In contrast, Yangku appeared rather smug, sarcastically remarking, Instructor Song, it seems your elite class students are rather underwhelming. They certainly need more practice. I expected a grand display. But what do we have here? You truly exerted considerable effort to impart experience to our ordinary class students, didn't you? A mere few words from him turned Song Qinfeng's face a deep shade of anger. Humph. With a cold snort, Song Qinfeng turned on his heel and departed. Today, he had utterly lost face as the foremost instructor of the academy. He had no further desire to linger in this place. Su Yun, just you wait. My mentor and I will not let this slide. The defiant youth left with a parting threat, resembling a stray dog in his retreat. Yangku, however, did not forget to bid him a cheerful farewell. Instructor Song, take care, no need to see you off. The surrounding students could hardly contain their laughter, erupting into a chorus of mirth. Nangong Wanyue cast a lingering glance at Su Yun, yet chose not to linger further, turning to leave, having witnessed Su Yun's prowess. Her interest in him had only intensified. At that moment, amidst the awe and admiration of the onlookers, Su Yun gradually descended from the arena. He navigated through the crowd and approached Zhang Xinxin, whispering a few words into her ear, don't forget my 20 million. Zhang Xinxin's cheeks flushed crimson. Su Yun's affectionate gesture in front of so many people could easily lead to misunderstandings. Yet, Su Yun was unconcerned with such matters. His sole focus was whether he would receive his due 20 million. If you don't give it to me, I'll sell you. The threat caused Zhang Xinxin to tremble slightly. I will pay you. At the very least, I can prioritize giving you the money first, she replied. As for the rest, she would find a way to manage them later. Su Yun, you truly are remarkable. When I learned that your initial Pokémon was a Caterpie, I thought you would falter, yet you astonished me by defeating Zhang Hao, and even the elite class students proved no match for you. At this moment, the homeroom teacher Yangku approached, patting Su Yun on the shoulder and generously praising him. The strength Su Yun had demonstrated had profoundly shocked him, leaving his emotions in a state of tumult. Thus, I have decided to have you represent our class in the freshman competition taking place in a week's time. What do you think? The freshman competition? Indeed, it is a tradition of the academy, held annually, specifically designed for novice trainers who have just acquired their initial Pokémon. Each class may send one student to compete, and winning not only brings honor to the class, but also rewards and recognition. Upon hearing about the rewards, Su Yun's interest peaked immediately. Oh, what kind of rewards are there? The champion from previous years received 5 million alliance coins along with a rare Pokémon hatchling. However, I have heard that the academy intends to enhance this year's rewards. While the specifics remain unclear, they certainly will not be inferior to those of previous years. 5 million alliance coins and a rare Pokémon. This reward is indeed extraordinarily generous. If there is still room for improvement, I wonder if a reward of a starter Pokémon will be granted? Su Yun felt a surge of interest in the competition's rewards. If he could secure first place in the freshman tournament, the path to his Pokémon's hidden evolution would become significantly smoother. All right, I shall participate, Su Yun declared decisively after a brief contemplation. There was no denying that the Academy's offerings were exceedingly generous. Upon hearing Su Yun's agreement, Yonka let out a sigh of relief. Had Su Yun chosen to decline, it would have been a considerable loss for their class. Since you have decided to join, there are certain rules I need to clarify with you beforehand. Su Yun nodded. Please, go on. Yonko explained. Although the freshman tournament is designed for novice trainers at the Academy, students from the elite class are also permitted to participate. Additionally, aside from the initial Pokémon provided by the Academy, most of them would typically have an extra starter Pokémon prepared by their families. Consequently, many elite class students possess 2 or even 3 Pokémon. To accommodate this situation, the Academy revised the competition rules in the past 2 years, allowing participating students to use 2 Pokémon in battles, thus adopting a 2v2 format. Therefore, if you aspire to achieve commendable results in the tournament, it would be wise to train an additional Pokémon. Relying solely on one Pokémon in a competition could prove somewhat disadvantageous. Su Yun murmured to himself. Train another Pokémon, huh? This was a consideration he had entertained before, yet finding a capable Pokémon in the wild was no simple feat. Had he encountered a Scyther or a Heracross during his training in the Bugsea Forest, he would have undoubtedly captured and nurtured it without hesitation. However, the opportunity had eluded him until now. As for purchasing a Pokémon egg from official sources, that was even less feasible. A moderately decent Pokémon egg could easily cost hundreds of thousands to millions of Alliance coins, far beyond his means. However, at this moment, he felt it was time to commence the training of a second Pokémon. After all, Zhang Xinxin still owed him 20 million Alliance coins. Such a substantial sum would be sufficient for acquiring a commendable Pokémon egg. All right, I understand. Su Yun nodded, silently committing Yang Ke's words to memory. Whether for the freshman tournament or for future development, it was essential for him to cultivate a second Pokémon. That's good to hear. If you encounter any difficulties, don't hesitate to seek help from the teachers. They will do their utmost to assist you. Yang Ke reassured Su Yun. Nurturing a powerful trainer would be a significant achievement for him as a mentor at the Academy. By the way, there's one more thing I need to confirm with you. Suddenly, Yang Ke appeared to recall something, his expression turning serious as he fixed his gaze on Su Yun. Su Yun, puzzled, asked, "What is it?" Instead of responding directly, Yang Ke led him to a secluded area before inquiring, "Do you know Nangong Wangyue?" Su Yun was momentarily taken aback. Was there a problem with their acquaintance? Anyone with a modicum of insight should be able to discern it, right? Otherwise, why would Nangong Wangyue suddenly appear at the novice exchange competition? Was she there merely to bask in the sunlight? Indeed, this was a significant issue. Yang Ke nodded gravely. Do you know who Nangong Wangyue is? The daughter of the director? Then do you know who the young man accompanying the elite class today is? Su Yun shook his head. He genuinely did not know. Allow me to enlighten you. He is our Academy's foremost mentor, Song Qinfeng. Su Yun was utterly perplexed. But what does this have to do with me? Yang Ke let out a wry smile. You may not comprehend the connection, hence your lack of concern. But I must inform you that there exists a relationship between Nangong Wangyue and Song Qinfeng. Yang Ke succinctly explained the dynamics between the two to Su Yun. Thus, you should now understand why Song Qinfeng would arbitrarily bring his students to trouble you, and why I felt the need to caution you. Su Yun was momentarily speechless, never anticipating that Song Qinfeng would be such a sycophant. However, he and Nangong Wangyue were entirely innocent. Nothing had transpired between them. He had never harbored any such thoughts toward her. As for Nangong Wanyue's thoughts, he could only speculate. A woman of her stature, an icy beauty, likely had no interest in him whatsoever. Her presence at his match today was probably merely due to curiosity about her savior. Moreover, Song Qinfeng was known for his narrow-mindedness and vengeful nature, viewing Nangong Wangyue as a prized possession. Given your apparent closeness to her, and the fact that you publicly defeated his student, causing him to lose face, it is unlikely he will let this matter rest. Of course, he may not personally confront you, but it is uncertain whether he might secretly send someone after you. Therefore, it would be wise for you to exercise caution during your recent excursions outside. Yang Ke, unaware of the secret between Su Yun and Nangong Wangyue, continued to offer his insightful warnings. Su Yun nodded repeatedly, silently committing Yang Ke's words to memory. One must always guard against others. Who knows what a desperate sycophant might do? His concerns proved to be well-founded. A shadow emerged from the darkness, blocking his path. Let me offer you a piece of advice. Keep your distance from Nangong Wangyue. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to erase your existence from this world. The chilling words escaped Song Qinfeng's lips, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet. An overwhelming, intangible pressure surged forth like a tidal wave, prompting Su Yun to furrow his brow involuntarily, his right hand instinctively reaching for the Pokeball at his waist. Song Qinfeng noticed this subtle movement and could not help but scoff. Do not entertain thoughts of resistance. In my eyes, you are merely an ant that I could crush with ease. While I must admit, your Caterpie is indeed unique, it remains nothing more than refuse before my Pokémon. Swish. As the conversation unfolded, Su Yun suddenly sensed a chilling presence behind him. The formidable Greninja stood silently, exuding an immense aura of intimidation. It resembled a merciless assassin, ready to strike at the slightest command from Song Qinfeng, its water shuriken poised to pierce him without hesitation. The disparity in strength between him and Song Qinfeng was overwhelming. In such a scenario, releasing his Qingyu's would serve no purpose other than to endure a thorough beating. You are quite perceptive, Song Qinfeng remarked with a triumphant smile, relishing the feeling of dominance over others. Those who are wise often escape harm. As long as you distance yourself from Nangong Wanhua, I shall spare you. However, should you persist in your folly. He cast a knowing glance at the Greninja behind him. In the next moment, Su Yun felt a sharp chill at his neck. A glistening water shuriken was poised against his throat. This serves as my warning. You should know how to proceed. Song Qinfeng stepped closer, looking down at Su Yun with an air of haughty disdain. Nangong Wanhua is beyond your reach, you worthless trash. Fists clenched tightly. Su Yun's knuckles cracked ominously, his icy gaze ablaze with fury. Yet, this fire gradually dimmed, replaced by a calm demeanor as if nothing had transpired. Song Qinfeng, I shall remember you. Upon returning home, Su Yun received a message from Zhang Xinxin. I have gathered the 20 million you requested. Send me your account number, and I shall transfer the funds. Su Yun was taken aback. Zhang Xinxin's efficiency surpassed his expectations. All right, he replied, promptly sending his bank account details. Approximately 2.5 minutes later, he received a notification confirming the deposit. With 20 million now at his disposal, Su Yun felt a surge of confidence, his previously somber mood lifting considerably. He contemplated the best use of this substantial sum. His first thought was to acquire a Pokémon hatchling, as he desperately needed to nurture a second companion. Which Pokémon should he purchase? Su Yun mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Certainly, he could not afford or access legendary creatures. The starter Pokémon, however, seemed a viable option. They boasted commendable strength and growth potential, and their prices fell within his budget. Yet, the array of choices among the starters, such as Charmander, Rowlet, and Popplio, required careful consideration. What if he tried raising a Popplio? Suddenly, a spark of excitement illuminated his thoughts. Popplio, a water-type starter, evolves into Greninja, renowned for its impressive abilities and striking appearance. Though unable to undergo mega evolution, this is of little consequence. Possessing a hidden evolution system could indeed elevate the Froakie to a status that rivals even the legendary Pokémon. His choice of Froakie was significantly influenced by Song Qinfeng's formidable Greninja, which left an indelible impression on him. The overwhelming presence of Song Qinfeng's Greninja still lingered in his memory. He yearned to nurture a powerful Froakie, envisioning a moment of revenge against Song Qinfeng, wherein he could sacrifice Song's Greninja to enhance his own, achieving two objectives with one act. Thus, he resolved to cultivate a Froakie. With growing excitement, he accessed the official Pokémon League website to inquire about the price of Froakie. To his astonishment, he was taken aback by the exorbitant price. An unremarkable Froakie egg was listed at a staggering 18 million League coins. This price far surpassed that of the traditional starter Pokémon, like Charmander and Bulbasaur, by a full 5 million coins. Moreover, upon investigating the availability of Froakie in Jiangbei City, he discovered a shocking shortage, which left him utterly perplexed. What could account for such overwhelming demand for Froakie? His eyes widened in disbelief. This meant that if he wished to procure a Froakie, he would need to venture to other cities. However, the steep price of 18 million was quite prohibitive for him. Should he proceed with the purchase, his recently acquired 20 million would vanish in the blink of an eye. A pang of regret washed over him. Perhaps it would be wiser to refrain from such an extravagant expenditure. Such a sum could instead be allocated to acquiring a Butterfree or a Caterpie to assist his Chinyu squirrel in unlocking its hidden evolution. It would be foolish to squander it all on a mere Pokémon egg. Could he perhaps capture a Froakie in the wild? Although he had dismissed the idea of purchasing a Froakie egg, his desire to nurture one remained unwavering. He meticulously researched the habitat of Froakie in Jiangbei City, only to find that either there were none or they were situated in areas under official jurisdiction, inaccessible to the average person without connections. After an exhaustive search, he found no open regions where Froakie could be captured, leaving him feeling disheartened. It appeared that capturing a Froakie in the wild was far more challenging than he had anticipated. Suddenly, a radiant figure emerged in his mind, Nangong Wanhua. As the daughter of the Academy's director and a prospective champion in Jiangbei City, she might possess the means to assist him. With this thought, he eagerly opened his messaging app and sent a message to Nangong Wanhua. What of Song Qinfeng's threats? Did he truly care? Are you there, beautiful? Is there something you need? Without hesitation, he transferred 1 million to her. This is the 1 million I borrowed from you yesterday. I'm returning it now. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Su Yun could no longer suppress his anxious heart and sent another message. There is something I would like to ask you for help with. Feeling somewhat dejected, he pondered for a moment before transferring another 1 million. I am currently in the shower. Accompanying this was a gif of a Psyduck bathing. Su Yun was taken aback. His mind involuntarily conjured a hazy scene of Nangong Wanhua bathing, a vision too exquisite to contemplate. Chapter 26, Purchasing the Bada Die, Unveiling the Hidden Evolution. Nangong Wangyue did not accept Su Yun's transfer of 1 million. Instead, he directly stated, "I do not lack money. Let us speak of matters at hand." A wave of guilt washed over Su Yun. He had underestimated Nangong Wanyue's character, failing to anticipate such candid generosity, untouched by material gain. "I wish to capture a quaggy frog. Do you have any recommended locations? Ideally within Jiangbei City." Su Yun voiced his request. Jiangbei Wetland Park. "There should be quaggy frogs there. You may want to check it out." "Wetland Park?" Su Yun murmured, recognizing the name though he was not well acquainted with it and had never visited. Thus, he searched online, only to be met with disappointment. Jiangbei Wetland Park was under the jurisdiction of the Jiangbei City Ecological Nature Protection Bureau, and entry was prohibited for unauthorized personnel. If he couldn't even get in, capturing quaggy frogs was out of the question. "This place is not open to the public. I cannot enter. Are there any other locations?" Yet, Nangong Wanyue delivered splendid news. "I know the director there. I will help you make contact." Su Yun was deeply touched. Nangong Wanyue had already assisted him immensely. "All right, I have already made arrangements. Just mention my name when you arrive, and they will allow you entry." Su Yun was exhilarated. His chances of capturing a quaggy frog were now within reach. "Thank you. You have truly helped me a great deal." Su Yun expressed his heartfelt gratitude, feeling profoundly appreciative. However, a hint of confusion began to creep into his mind. Was it solely because he had saved her? But hadn't that debt been settled back in the Insect Sea Forest? Could it be that Nangong Wanyue was somehow attached to him? Surely not. Unable to contain his curiosity, Su Yun posed the question. "May I ask, why do you unconditionally wish to assist me?" "Because you saved me." Su Yun was momentarily stunned. "Is that it? No other reason? What are you implying?" A thought crossed Su Yun's mind, and he blurted out, "You wouldn't be coveting younger men, would you?" In terms of age, Nangong Wanyue was indeed his senior. However, the instant he sent that message, regret washed over him. The chat window fell into a sudden silence. Although the two individuals were not in the same location, Su Yun felt an inexplicable drop in the temperature surrounding him. "Remember to come to the academy to find me tomorrow." Su Yun was perplexed. "What do you need me for?" "I will assist you in enhancing your practical experience." The following day, Su Yun requested a leave of absence from Yangku and did not attend the academy. Of course, it was not out of fear of being beaten by Nangong Wanyue, but rather because he had more pressing matters to attend to. At the Elven Market, Su Yun sought out the stall owner who had previously sold him the Caterpie. "Oh, a big client has arrived." The stall owner beamed upon seeing Su Yun, recalling their last transaction, which had been quite lucrative. "What kind of Pokémon are you looking for this time? Another Caterpie?" Su Yun shook his head. "Do you have any Butterfree?" The stall owner nodded eagerly. "Yes, of course. But may I inquire what quality you are seeking?" "Quality is of no concern. The cheaper, the better," Su Yun stated plainly. The system's sacrificial offerings did not necessitate high-quality specimens, merely the living. The stall owner paused, pondering why this individual consistently sought out such inferior goods. Nevertheless, he shrugged it off, as long as there was profit to be made. "Ah, as luck would have it. We just happen to have a batch of Butterfree that need to be processed. If you don't mind, I can sell them to you at an incredibly low price." The stall owner's tone had become notably more respectful towards Su Yun. "Are they all sickly or injured?" Su Yun inquired, recalling the Caterpie he had previously purchased. "Not at all. These are all freshly mated Butterfree that have just laid their eggs. As a trainer, you must be aware that once Butterfree produce offspring, it signifies the end of their life cycle. Even if we do not process them, they will not survive for long." Su Yun's heart leapt with joy. Butterfree nearing the end of their life were indeed exceptionally cost-effective, sacrificial offerings. The price would undoubtedly be significantly lower than that of ordinary Butterfree. "All right, I'll take them. But you must give me a discount. After all, these Butterfree are essentially worthless to anyone else." Su Yun restrained his excitement and spoke with a calm demeanor. The stall owner was elated by Su Yun's response. He had been worried about how to handle this batch of Butterfree, and now Su Yun's willingness to buy them was nothing short of a blessing. "Of course, you are one of our esteemed clients." The stall owner confidently patted his chest and then opened the door to his warehouse. Inside, the shelves were neatly lined with an array of Pokeballs. "Look, these are all here, approximately 30 in total. If you wish to take them all, the price remains the same, 500,000. 500,000 for 30 Butterfree, along with 30 Pokeballs included, averaged out to just over 10,000 for each, which was indeed a remarkably reasonable price. After all, a normal Butterfree on the market can fetch a price soaring into the millions. "Well, I shall take them all. Please pack them up for me." Su Yun did not engage in any haggling with the stall owner, promptly paying 50,000. The stall owner, upon receiving the money, beamed with delight and hurriedly packed all the Pokeballs for Su Yun. Should there be any more of such reasonably priced goods in the future, do remember to contact me, Su Yun reminded the stall owner before departing. This was indeed an efficient pathway to assist the Jade Dragon in swiftly unlocking its hidden evolution route, far surpassing the efficiency of capturing wild Pokémon outside. "Absolutely, absolutely. The stall owner repeatedly assured him, although he did not comprehend why Su Yun required so many seemingly worthless Pokémon. Yet, it was of no concern to him. As long as it did not impede his profits, Su Yun could do as he pleased with those Pokémon, and he was indifferent to it. Upon leaving the Pokémon market, Su Yun found a secluded spot and opened the system, immediately offering all the Butterfree he had purchased as sacrifices. In the next moment, he heard the melodious sound of the system notification. Ding! Sacrifice conditions met. Congratulations on unlocking the Hidden Evolution Route. Chapter 27, Golden Armored Dragon. Hidden Evolution Route, Jade Dragon, 30, Talisman Golden Dragon Scale Dragon Bone Golden Armored Dragon. A line of information regarding the hidden evolution appeared before Su Yun. TSK. Level 30 is required for evolution. This level requirement is rather steep. Upon seeing the subsequent level criteria, Su Yun could not help but click his tongue. Level 30 felt like a significant distance away for him at present. After all, prior to sacrificing those Butterfree, his Jade Dragon was only at level 17. This was the result of defeating the arrogant youth's fossil pterodactyl. Otherwise, his level would have been even lower. He pondered how many levels the Jade Dragon would rise after sacrificing such a multitude of Butterfree. Evolution was certainly out of reach for now. So Su Yun decided to first examine the information on the Jade Dragon. Pokémon, Jade Dragon. Level, 25. Gender, male. Type, Rock Dragon. Skills, Tackle, String Shot, Rollout. Bug Bite, Ancient Power, Dragon Breath, Dragon Hammer, Rock Polish. Hidden Evolution Route, 267500. Potential Assessment, Starter Pokémon. Level 25, quite a significant improvement. Upon noticing that the Jade Dragon had reached level 25, a trace of astonishment crossed Su Yun's face. This meant he only needed to aid the Jade Dragon in gaining 5 more levels to meet the requirements for the hidden evolution. With such a considerable increase in level, it must have also learned other new skills, he thought, and thus turned his gaze to the skills section. As he suspected, the Jade Dragon had indeed mastered 2 brand new skills. One was the Dragon-type move, Dragon Hammer, which was significantly more powerful than Dragon Breath, boasting a strength of 90. The only slight disappointment was that this move bore no special effect. Another skill, belonging to the Rock type, involves rock polishing. It is not an offensive technique, but rather a transformative ability. Upon activation, it allows the user to refine their physique, significantly enhancing their speed. When confronted with opponents who possess superior velocity, this maneuver serves to bridge the gap in speed, rendering it a notably advantageous skill. Having confirmed the precise level of the Azure Dragon, Su Yun once again examined the additional prerequisites for evolution. He was certain that he could not meet the level requirement at this moment, and such ascension cannot be rushed. It requires a gradual progression. However, he could commence gathering the other evolutionary materials in advance. Once the Azure Dragon reaches level 30, it would be ready for immediate evolution. The materials included the Charm Coin, Dragon Scales, and Dragon Bones. Su Yun muttered to himself as he contemplated the 3 remaining evolutionary components. He was familiar with the Charm Coin, which is not particularly rare. It can be acquired by capturing a wild Meow Meow, as it is the gold coin found on the forehead of these creatures. Of course, for those who prefer convenience. It can also be purchased directly from the Pokémon store at a modest price of several 100,000 Alliance coins. In contrast, Dragon Scales and Dragon Bones are considerably more precious. As the name suggests, Dragon Scales are the scales belonging to Dragon-type Pokémon. However, not all Dragon-type Pokémon possess these scales. For instance, the Qixi Qingmiao and the exotic Coconut Tree are both Dragon types, but lack scales. Thus, Dragon Scales are indeed valuable. Obtainable only from certain specific Dragon-type Pokémon. Nonetheless, with sufficient funds, one can procure them from the Pokémon shop, with prices varying significantly based on quality. A relatively ordinary Dragon Scale typically costs around several 100,000. The most elusive of the materials remains the Dragon Bone, which is the skeletal remains of Dragon-type Pokémon. Very few individuals collect such items, rendering them nearly non-existent in the market. Moreover, no one would truly harm a Dragon-type Pokémon for a mere bone. Such an act would be akin to sacrificing the essence for a trinket, akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. These bones may only be found in certain local museums. Given that the Charm Coin and Dragon Scales are relatively easy to acquire, Su Yun resolved to focus on obtaining these 2 first, before devising a plan to secure the Dragon Bone. After organizing his thoughts, he determined his next course of action. He proceeded directly to a nearby Pokémon store, where he spent 120,000 Alliance coins to purchase a Charm Coin. Initially, he intended to acquire a Dragon Scale simultaneously. However, the store was unfortunately out of stock, forcing him to postpone that purchase. Upon exiting the Pokémon store, Su Yun hailed a vehicle and made his way to the wetland park located in the outskirts of Jiangbei City. Thanks to prior arrangements made by Nangong Wangyue with the park's management, he encountered little resistance and easily gained entry into the wetland park. The environment of the park was exquisite, with puddles of varying sizes merging seamlessly with the horizon. The lush vegetation thrived vibrantly, intertwining to form a verdant sea. As Su Yun stepped into the periphery of the wetland park, the melodious croaking of frogs wafted from a nearby pond, causing his heart to race with anticipation. Could it be a bubble frog? With a hint of eagerness, he hastened to the pond's edge. At that moment, two wild sprites emerged from beneath the water, blinking their large yellow eyes curiously at him. However, upon glimpsing their appearance, the look of hope vanished from Su Yun's face. Alas, they were not the bubble frogs he sought, but rather two mischievous toads. Although both belonged to the amphibious Pokémon family, their prowess was not of the same caliber. Without lingering, Su Yun pressed deeper into the wetland in search of his quarry. Before long, a shimmering lake appeared before him, its banks adorned with a conspicuous wooden sign. In bold red paint, it declared, Red Gyarados Memorial Zone. Below, an explanatory note conveyed that this lake was once home to a rare red Gyarados. To commemorate this event, the sign was erected, though the fate of that extraordinary creature remained a mystery. Su Yun surmised that it had likely been captured by officials, for a Gyarados was an immensely powerful Pokémon, and a red Gyarados even more so. No trainer would resist the allure of possessing such a formidable and aesthetically pleasing creature. Perhaps out of reverence and admiration for the red Gyarados, Su Yun paused here, gazing into the lake's depths. Was there a Kingler lurking within? If so, he could capture one. Though evolving a Kingler into a Gyarados in the wild posed a significant challenge, it would be a trivial pursuit for someone like him, who possessed a sacrificial evolution system. Su Yun harbored grand ambitions. He desired both the Bubble Frog and the Kingler. Chapter 28, Red Scales, Bubble Frog. Su Yun squinted, scrutinizing the small lake before him in search of the elusive Kingler. Unfortunately, whether due to a stroke of bad luck or the possibility that all the Kinglers had been relocated, he found several goldfish but no sign of a Kingler. It seemed that fate had yet to align in his favor. With a wry smile, he jested at his own misfortune. Just as he prepared to abandon his quest, a blinding glimmer suddenly caught his attention. What could that be? Across the lake, amidst the swaying water plants, something sparkled with a radiant light. It resembled a mirror. The intense reflection compelled him to squint as curiosity urged him onward. He walked along the shore toward the opposite bank, and as he drew nearer, his vision sharpened. When he was within 10 meters of the lake's edge, he finally discerned the true nature of the mysterious object. A crimson, semicircular scale. Upon recalling the signpost by the shore, Su Yun's breath quickened with palpable excitement. Where was this place? The commemorative area of the Red Gyarados. A site where the illustrious Red Gyarados once thrived. The sudden appearance of a red scale could only signify the presence of a Gyarados scale, could it not? Su Yun murmured to himself, his eyes shimmering with unparalleled exhilaration. He had discovered a scale from the Red Gyarados. It is well known that Gyarados are exceedingly rare in the natural world. And to encounter a shimmering form of the Red Gyarados is nothing short of extraordinary. 1 in a million, indeed. The scale adorning such a creature is correspondingly invaluable. Most significantly, he was currently in need of a scale. With this red scale in his possession, could it not facilitate the evolution of his azure dragon? Furthermore, the scales of a Red Gyarados are far more precious than those of ordinary dragon-type creatures, suggesting that their efficacy in aiding azure dragon's evolution would surely be superior. Su Yun could not help but feel a flicker of anticipation. What a delightful surprise it was to stumble upon such a rare treasure. It seemed that the individuals who had captured the Red Gyarados were rather careless. Su Yun mused to himself, feeling a sense of smug satisfaction. The carelessness of the officials had afforded him a fortunate opportunity. Bursting with excitement, Su Yun hastened toward the verdant waters of the lake. Suddenly, a clear croak resonated from the aquatic vegetation. Su Yun instinctively paused, his gaze narrowing suspiciously toward the source of the sound. Emerging from the foliage was a wild creature. Entirely pale blue with two large, expressive eyes, meeting his gaze. Su Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. It was none other than the very water-type starter he had sought to capture during his visit to the wetlands. The Froakie. What serendipity. First, the red scale, and now Froakie. Such fortune seemed almost surreal to Su Yun. It was as if he had merely closed his eyes for a moment and awoken to find exactly what he desired. As Froakie took note of Su Yun, the two locked eyes, each hesitant. Su Yun remained motionless, wary of startling the creature. Instead, he quietly reached back, preparing to release his azure dragon. Froakie, unburdened by trepidation, interpreted Su Yun's stillness as a sign of fear and boldly swam toward the location of the red scale. Under Su Yun's very nose, it seized the scale from the water and held it triumphantly in its mouth. Clearly, it too had been drawn to the radiant allure of the red scale. Witnessing this audacious act, Su Yun was taken aback. This Froakie dared to pilfer his red scale? Such brazen disregard. Did it truly think so little of him? Su Yun's expression darkened at once. The audacious Gua Gua Pao frog not only dared to seize his red dragon scale, but also had the audacity to disdain him by gesturing an obscene sign? How utterly detestable. Such behavior is nothing short of that of a mischievous little imp. Although he could not ascertain the frog's gender at present, one thing was certain. The impish Gua Gua Pao frog must be captured and taught a stern lesson. Qingyu Sudragon, let us pursue, Do not let it escape. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yun released the Qingyu Sudragon and set off in hot pursuit. Such a rare opportunity to encounter both the red dragon scale and the Guagua Pao frog was not one he could afford to squander. The water in the aquatic grass was shallow, making the frog's movements easily traceable. With a swift glance, Su Yun located the mischievous creature and commanded the Qingyu Sudragon. It is over there. Intercept it. With a low growl, the Qingyu Sudragon unleashed its primal power from a distance. Striking down towards the Guagua Pao frog in the water, a resounding splash erupted as a massive rock plummeted into the depths, sending water, aquatic plants, and mud flying in all directions. The Guagua Pao frog, reacting swiftly, narrowly avoided the brunt of the primal force. Yet the ensuing shockwave propelled it through the air, its instinctive fear causing it to retract its neck. Realizing it had provoked a formidable foe, it dared not linger, frantically kicking its legs to swim away. How infuriating that it managed to evade capture. Su Yun lamented silently from the shore, turning to the Qingyu Sudragon with a directive. Next time, refrain from using primal force. Utilize dragon breath instead. The destructive capacity of primal power was too great and could easily damage the wetland environment. If it drew the ire of the wetland staff, he would find himself in dire straits. In contrast, dragon breath posed far less risk to the surroundings and possessed a unique paralyzing effect that would aid in subduing the Guagua Pao frog more effectively. The Qingyu Sudragon nodded, leaping into action like a streak of light, swiftly closing the distance to the frog. In terms of speed, few could rival it, let alone the unevolved Guagua Pao frog. In the blink of an eye, it had narrowed the gap between them. Chapter 29. The fox assuming the tiger's might? One strike to victory. Gua? The Qingyu Sudragon approached with the ferocity of a reaper, enveloped in a soft azure glow, closing in at an astonishing velocity. Gua gua gua. Terrified by the overwhelming aura of the Qingyu Sudragon, the Guagua Pao frog let out a panicked croak. Its clear, resonant calls echoed through the aquatic grass, quickly drawing the attention of other wild spirits in the vicinity. Goo. Upon hearing that familiar sound, a look of fear transformed into one of delight on the Guagua Pao frog's face, emboldening its spirit once more. It came to a halt, defiantly turning to face the approaching Qingyu Sudragon and Su Yun, once again raising its middle finger in a brazen display. The sight was insufferably infuriating. Su Yun's expression darkened immediately. This detestable Guagua Pao frog was indeed quite mischievous. Had it found a powerful ally, emboldening its audacity? He narrowed his eyes, gritting his teeth as he murmured to himself, his gaze fixated on the swaying aquatic vegetation behind the Guagua Pao frog. The tall reeds danced incessantly, causing ripples to cascade across the water's surface. These signs were sufficient to indicate that a colossal creature was lurking within the reeds, rapidly approaching their vicinity. Suddenly, a deep croak echoed through the air. Su Yun focused intently, and a water-blue wild spirit leaped forth from the thicket, standing at approximately 1 meter tall. Its skin was a uniform deep blue, save for its abdomen, which bore a white hue, adorned with spiral patterns reminiscent of the incense coils commonly used by humans. Oh, how amusing it was to think it was a formidable ally. It turned out to be merely a mosquito incense frog. Upon witnessing this unexpected wild spirit, Su Yun smirked derisively, finding little concern in its presence. The mosquito incense frog was hardly a rare specimen, nor did it boast remarkable strength. Should it have been a mosquito warrior or a mosquito frog king, perhaps he would have deemed it worthy of his attention. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution and avoid any unforeseen mishaps, he utilized the system's capabilities to assess the mosquito incense frog's level. Mosquito incense frog, 30. Upon confirming that its level was only 5 tiers above his own Jade speed dragon, the last vestiges of caution evaporated from his mind. A level 30 wild mosquito incense frog was indeed a sovereign in the wilderness, but it paled in comparison to his Jade speed dragon. At that moment, the mosquito incense frog shielded the Guagua Pao frog behind it, its authoritative gaze fixed squarely on Su Yun, as if questioning him. Are you the one bullying my little brother? Gua gua gua. Su Yun couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. This Guagua Pao frog was evidently not your ordinary troublemaker. Without further ado, he commanded his Jade speed dragon, deal with it. I will capture the Guagua Pao frog. Roar. The Jade speed dragon nodded, letting out a low growl before dashing forward with incredible speed. It unleashed the dragon hammer skill it had recently acquired. In an instant, it reached the mosquito incense frog, which had no time to react before being sent flying. Thud. A dull sound resonated through the air as a massive wave surged through the empty aquatic thicket. The mosquito incense frog tumbled awkwardly into the water, while the Guagua Pao frog, hiding behind, stared wide-eyed, frozen in disbelief. It mechanically turned its head, unable to comprehend the splashes erupting on the water's surface. Its proud protector, the sovereign of the aquatic thicket, had been effortlessly dispatched by the Jade speed dragon in a single blow. How surreal. Was it caught in a dream? Roar. Gua. Amidst the distant splashes of water, a familiar croak echoed as the injured frog emerged from the depths. Its gaze burned with fury, fixated on the Jade Rapid Dragon. With a resounding croak, it turned and darted away like a streak of light, acknowledging the overwhelming strength of its adversary. Surrendering to its instincts, it chose to flee, only to be surprised as its opponent, despite the bluster, abandoned it to escape alone. The Guagua Pow frog swallowed hard, awkwardly glancing at Su Yun on the shore. It seemed it had ventured too far this time. To avoid any physical repercussions, it wisely hopped before Su Yun, not daring to provoke the Jade Rapid Dragon further. With innocent eyes, it placed the red dragon scale it had clutched in its mouth upon the ground, then leaped into Su Yun's waist pouch, voluntarily entering the Pokeball. This seamless series of actions left Su Yun momentarily astonished. Was this frog truly so compliant? Did it understand the necessity of retreating into the safety of the Pokeball? Su Yun was taken aback, having assumed that a mischievous wild Pokemon like Guagua Pow frog would be difficult to capture. Yet, it had capitulated with remarkable swiftness. This was advantageous, as it spared him the trouble of catching it himself. Picking up the red dragon scale from the ground, he wiped off the saliva before stowing it in his backpack. He then activated the system, revealing the essential information about Guagua Pow frog. Species, Guagua Pow frog. Level, 6. Gender, female. Type, water. Ability, torrent, when health is below 1/3. The power of water type moves increases by 50%. Skills, pound, croak, bubble, hidden evolution path, 0-5. Potential assessment, elite. Upon discovering the frog's female designation, Su Yun's expression turned peculiar. Ah, indeed, it was a little female rascal. Chapter 30, the little rascal of the Pokémon world. In the wild, the gender ratio of Guagua Pow frogs is alarmingly skewed. According to official statistics, the ratio of wild Guagua Pow frogs is 1:7, meaning among every 8 frogs, only 1 is female, while the remaining 7 are male. It was exceedingly rare for Su Yun to encounter a female Guagua Pow frog, especially one exhibiting the characteristics of a mischievous little girl. Su Yun felt it necessary to help the Guagua Pow frog correct this undesirable habit. After all, the antics of a mischievous female were rather vexing. No one wishes for their Pokémon to constantly give them the finger, and Su Yun was no exception. Fortunately, he possessed ample confidence and rich experience in training. He believed that under his attentive care, the Guagua Pow frog would surely amend its bad habits and grow into a capable and formidable Pokémon. Next, Su Yun turned his attention to the hidden evolution path of the Guagua Pow frog, which was, at present, his primary concern. Is it truly possible to unlock the hidden evolution by merely sacrificing 5 Froakies? Upon noticing the numeral within the parentheses, Su Yun felt a twinge of surprise. The potential assessment following the hidden evolution corresponds to the level of the starter Pokémon. In essence, the Froakie requires only a single hidden evolution to attain the status of a fully evolved Greninja, effectively bypassing the intermediate stage of Frogadier, thus exhibiting an extraordinarily rapid growth rate. Most notably, this requires merely 5 sacrificial offerings. This is significantly fewer than the offerings he needed when evolving a Caterpie. Although 5 Froakies may seem modest, acquiring them is no trivial task. The unexpected boon did not fully lift his spirits. The rarity of Froakies is incomparable to that of Caterpies. Capturing 100 Caterpies is a simple endeavor, whereas securing even 1 or 2 Froakies proves to be much more challenging. He pondered whether there might be other wild Froakies in the vicinity. After a moment's reflection, Su Yun squinted and surveyed his surroundings. The wetland park in Jiangbei City is currently his sole source for obtaining Froakies. Departing after capturing just 1 would feel somewhat inadequate. With this in mind, Su Yun released the Froakie he had just caught. Little one, may I ask you a question? Do you know where I might find others of your kind? Su Yun crouched down, adopting a gentle demeanor with a smile. Froak. The Froakie tilted its head, blinking as it gazed back at him, appearing rather bewildered. He almost forgot that it had just been captured and likely struggled to comprehend his meaning. Su Yun rubbed his forehead, realizing his blunder. He should not have held the Froakie to the same standards as a speedy Lurantis. Lurantis, would you kindly translate my words for it? Lacking the assistance of the power of Eternatus, Su Yun could only rely on Lurantis as an intermediary to communicate with the Froakie. Gur. Lurantis emitted a low growl, translating Su Yun's words into the language of Pokémon. Froak? The Froakie paused momentarily after hearing this. Froak, Froak. Su Yun sensed something amiss. But unable to grasp the Froakie's intended message, he could only patiently await Lurantis' translation. After a short while, Lurantis conveyed the Froakie's message in its own understanding. Su Yun, upon hearing this, was taken aback. You mean to say that there exists a group of ruffians in this area who frequently bully you, and you could no longer endure their torment, leading to your conflict with them? Froak. The Froakie nodded vigorously, pointing a finger in a specific direction. Clearly, it wished to lead Su Yun, seeking vengeance against those who had previously tormented it, confident in Su Yun's prowess. Having witnessed Su Yun's strength firsthand, it knew that even the dominant mosquito frog of the aquatic flora was no match for him, and thus, those troublesome fellows could not stand a chance either. All right, lead the way. Yun promised the Froakie. Assisting the Gua Gua Bubble Frog in avenging itself is an integral part of this undertaking, as is the search for sacrificial offerings. Upon receiving Yun's consent, the Gua Gua Bubble Frog was filled with exuberance, energetically leading the way. They traversed a thicket of aquatic vegetation, arriving at an area dotted with puddles. The Gua Gua Bubble Frog halted, glancing back at Yun and gesturing towards the puddles ahead. Are they there? It inquired, nodding in affirmation. But I see nothing, Yun replied, shrugging his shoulders in confusion. Perhaps due to the angle, the surface of the puddles was obscured by a shimmering white light, preventing him from discerning what lay beneath. The Gua Gua Bubble Frog, unfazed, hopped atop a stone and puffed its cheeks, emitting a clear, resonant croak. The sound reverberated throughout the puddle area. Suddenly, several adjacent puddles erupted in splashes, revealing several water-blue figures, which the Gua Gua Bubble Frog regarded with trepidation. Well, there are quite a few, Yun noted, observing 4 Gua Gua Bubble Frogs and a single Gua Head Frog, perfect for unlocking the hidden evolution path of the Gua Gua Bubble Frog. A subtle smile graced Yun's lips, excitement glimmering in his eyes. While the Gua Gua Bubble Frog quivered in fear of these creatures, Yun remained undaunted. The moment they emerged, he had utilized the system to gauge their strength. The strongest among them was merely the leading Gua Head Frog, boasting a level of 25. Weaker than the mosquito frog they had previously encountered in the aquatic thicket. At that moment, the leading Gua Head Frog noticed the Gua Gua Bubble Frog cowering behind Yun, its eyes betraying a hint of mockery, as though ridiculing its cowardice. In the past, the Gua Gua Bubble Frog would have hesitated to speak up. Yet now, emboldened by Yun's presence, it defiantly raised its middle finger at the Gua Head Frog. This simple gesture instantly provoked the Gua Head Frog's ire. The once bullied creature now dared to insult it. How could it endure such insolence? With a furious croak, the Gua Head Frog launched itself toward the Gua Gua Bubble Frog, its companions hastily following suit, eager to punish the audacious frog. The Gua Gua Bubble Frog panicked, unwilling to confront the Gua Head Frog head-on. It executed a leap, adeptly activating the Pokeball at Yun's waist, diving swiftly inside. Leave them to you, Qingyu Sulu. Yun commanded, as the Qingyu Sulu transformed into a streak of lightning, dashing forward. The Gua Head Frog's pupils constricted in sudden fear. Previously, it had noticed the presence of the Jade Speed Dragon but had dismissed it lightly. At this moment, as the Jade Speed Dragon revealed its true prowess, it was utterly astonished. Not only was its dazzling speed overwhelming, but the formidable sense of oppression that surged towards it rendered it paralyzed with fear. Ribbit. The Ribbit Frog faltered, abruptly halting its charge and turning tail without a second thought, abandoning its minions. Ribbit? The 4 Ribbit tadpole minions stood dumbfounded, incredulously watching their leader retreat at breakneck speed. Wasn't the plan to charge together? How could it have fled so sneakily? Bang! Before they could react, the Jade Speed Dragon had already launched its attack. Executing its rolling skill, it swept through the area as if it were an unchallenged force, leaving only defeat in its wake. In the blink of an eye, the 4 Ribbit tadpoles were effortlessly dispatched by the Jade Speed Dragon. Simultaneously, Yun received the sacrificial notification and unhesitatingly offered up all 4 Ribbit tadpoles. Only one remained. Yun glanced at the fleeing Ribbit Frog, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. No foe could escape under the watchful gaze of the Jade Speed Dragon, and the Ribbit Frog would be no exception. Whoosh! After vanquishing the 4 Ribbit tadpoles, the Jade Speed Dragon surged forward, transforming into a streak of light as it relentlessly closed in on the Ribbit Frog. However, that one glance nearly terrified it out of its wits. A physical projectile, propelled by an unstoppable momentum, hurtled towards it. The Jade Speed Dragon, facing a panicked and retreating foe, unleashed its Dragon Hammer skill once more. Ribbit! The Ribbit Frog emitted a startled cry, opening its mouth wide to expel a torrent of bubbles, hoping to repel the Jade Speed Dragon. Yet, it was evidently overestimating its own abilities. Such a feeble attack was utterly inadequate against the Jade Speed Dragon. Unless it could immediately unleash the water cannon, it had no chance of escaping its predicament. But that was clearly impossible, as its strength had not reached the level of mastering the water cannon. Bang! The tremendous force of the Dragon Hammer struck the Ribbit Frog's chest, sending it crashing away, skimming across the water for several meters before finally plunging into the depths. In a single blow, the Ribbit Frog had suffered severe injuries and could not rise. Yun did not waste a Pokeball in an attempt to capture it. Instead, he directly clicked to sacrifice it within the system. In an instant, the Ribbit Frog transformed into a beam of white light and vanished. Simultaneously, he received a notification from the system regarding its evolution. Ding! Congratulations, you have met the requirements for sacrifice. Your Pokemon Ribbit Tadpole has unlocked a hidden evolution path. Evolution Path 1. Ribbit Tadpole. 10. Water Grass Water Stone Torrent Frog. Evolution Path 2. Ribbit Tadpole. 10. Sludge Dark Stone Shadow Frog. To Yun's surprise, the system once again presented him with 2 evolution paths. Judging by the evolution conditions and materials, the difficulty appeared similar. Perhaps the focus was simply different? System. Could you elucidate the distinctions between these two evolution paths? At that moment, Suyin found himself unable to make a choice and sought the system's guidance. The evolutionary path of the torrent frog emphasizes a balanced development of its attributes, resulting in a more even distribution of its base stats, adhering to a steady growth model. In contrast, the evolutionary path of the shadow frog prioritizes the creature's instantaneous lethality, manifesting in a more extreme allocation of its base stats, primarily focusing on speed and attack, thereby following a radical development route. This explanation from the system prompted Suyin to contemplate two Pokémon with identical base stats, but starkly different distributions, the semi-divine and the mythical beasts. Both possess a total of 600 base stats. However, the mythical beast distribution is remarkably balanced, with every attribute set at 100. One could argue that it excels in each stat, or conversely, that none is particularly outstanding, which closely mirrors the evolution path of the torrent frog. The semi-divine, however, showcases a more extreme distribution. It may exhibit exceptional defenses and health, yet its attack and speed suffer significantly. Alternatively, it may have weak defenses but boast an absurdly high offensive capability. There are also instances where both attack and defense are commendable, yet the speed resembles that of a tortoise. This aligns perfectly with the evolution route of the shadow frog. There exists no absolute measure of superiority or inferiority between the two. Rather, each possesses its own merits and drawbacks. One is a hexagon, while the other resembles a thong. Which to choose? After a moment of contemplation, Suyin ultimately opted for the shadow frog. While the torrent frog is also admirable, he harbors a distaste for a bulky figure. The peculiar recipe for evolving the level 10 Froakie, which includes sludge and a dark stone, piqued his curiosity. Glancing around, Suyin murmured to himself. The level of Froakie was not a concern. After sacrificing the Froakie gang, its strength had dramatically improved, reaching level 15. It was merely a step away from evolving into a frogadier. Obtaining sludge was straightforward, as the wetland park was abundant with it. He could simply gather a handful. As for the dark stone, that posed no significant challenge either. Although evolution stones are rare, they can still be procured from the Pokémon shop. He had previously noticed them while purchasing talisman coins. Each stone costs around 1 million alliance coins, which was a trivial sum for someone of his stature, worth tens of millions. With all materials at his disposal, he decided to evolve Froakie first. A faint smile graced Suyun's lips as he departed the wetland park alongside his Jade dragon. "Boss, I would like to purchase a dark stone," he exclaimed eagerly upon entering the Pokémon shop. He was now just one dark stone away from evolving Froakie into Shadow Frog. Unfortunately, the dark stones have just sold out, the shopkeeper responded apologetically. Sold out? Suyin questioned, unsure if he had misheard. I distinctly remember seeing several earlier. He recalled clearly that during his previous visit, he had indeed spotted multiple dark stones on the counter while buying talisman coins. That is accurate. However, they were all purchased moments ago by a young lady, the clerk awkwardly explained. You must have seen her, a silver-haired girl who brushed past you at the entrance. Nangong Shiyu, the white-haired little lowly. How many dark stones did she buy? Realizing the situation, Suyin inquired. Regardless, I am not short on money. But I am indeed in dire need of dark stones. Chapter 32. Not for sale? Then I shall merely be an observer. The only 5 dark stones in the store had already been purchased by her. Suyin found it quite perplexing that the silver-haired girl had acquired such a quantity in one go. Thank you, he expressed sincerely before departing from the elven shop. 5 dark stones was no trifling amount. Although he was unaware of her intentions, it seemed improbable that she would require such a large quantity. Before long, he spotted the silver-haired girl around a street corner. Found you, Suyin exclaimed with delight as he hurried towards her. Excuse me, little sister. Could you please wait a moment? As the silver-haired girl was about to enter an alley, Suyin called out to her urgently. The silver-haired girl paused, turning her head with a hint of suspicion, pointing to herself and asking, Are you calling me? Indeed. Suyin responded with a polite smile. Might I ask if you just purchased 5 dark stones from the elven shop? As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the bag in her hands. It was filled to the brim, clearly containing numerous valuable items. Yes, is there a problem? The silver-haired girl replied, standing her ground with confidence. Would you consider selling me one? I can offer double the price. Suyun's tone was earnest, presenting a generous proposal, no matter how one calculated it. The silver-haired girl stood to gain. Absolutely not. To his surprise, the silver-haired girl outright rejected him, leaving no room for negotiation. Suyin was taken aback, asking in confusion. Why not? I surmise you cannot possibly need so many dark stones by yourself. With a haughty huff, the silver-haired girl deliberately waved the bag of dark stones before him. While I may not need so many, I simply refuse to sell to you. Who told you to call me little sister? I am not little. The silver-haired girl clenched her teeth, her expression brimming with indignation. One of her greatest pet peeves was being referred to as small. Suyin was bewildered. He never anticipated that a mere designation would provoke such a reaction from her. He scrutinized her closely and tentatively asked, "How old are you?" With pride, the silver-haired girl straightened her posture. 16. Su Yun's mouth fell open, his expression revealing a hint of astonishment. 16? Really? She hardly appeared that age. The silver-haired girl barely reached his shoulder, likely standing around 1.5 meters tall, and she undeniably bore the features of youth, her delicate face still retaining a childlike innocence. Was this truly the demeanor of a 16-year-old? Seemingly sensing the skepticism in Su Yun's gaze, the silver-haired girl's cheeks flushed with anger as she jumped in place. "Hey, what kind of look is that? I'm just a bit late in developing. What are you questioning? Apologize quickly, or you shall never obtain my dark stones." Su Yun found the entire situation rather amusing. If he were to be mistaken, what urgency would the silver-haired lowly possess? With a light chuckle, Su Yun inquired of her, "If I were to apologize to you, would you be willing to sell me the shadow stone?" "Humph, if your attitude is sincere, I might consider it." The silver-haired lowly raised her pristine neck and stood on tiptoe, unwilling to be overshadowed by Su Yun. Su Yun rolled his eyes at her in exasperation. What nonsense are you thinking? He had already apologized, yet she still needed to contemplate? What was the point of the apology then? After all, he could procure the shadow stone elsewhere. It merely required a bit more effort. "You are utterly unreasonable." The silver-haired girl stomped her foot in anger, her words faltering. Su Yun, disinterested in further debate, turned to leave for another elven shop to purchase the shadow stone. However, at that moment, a group of youths with vibrant, multicolored hair obstructed his path. "Hey, little sister, I heard you have plenty of shadow stones. Why not show them to us? My dark raven happens to be in need of one." The leader of the group, a youth with yellow hair, leered at the silver-haired girl. It was evident that they had inadvertently overheard the previous conversation, spotting the silver-haired lowly as a mere fragile girl. And knowing that the yellow-haired youth's dark raven required a shadow stone for evolution, they were instantly filled with ill intentions. "I will not give you the shadow stone," the silver-haired lowly declared fiercely, her teeth clenched and her demeanor resolute. If she had refused to sell it to Su Yun at double the price, how could she possibly give it away to others for free? "Oh, really? Then don't blame us for resorting to force," the yellow-haired youth grinned, signaling to his companions. Immediately, his lackeys spread out, encircling the silver-haired lowly. Their attention then shifted to Su Yun, their faces hardening as they threatened. "Kid, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Stand aside and watch, or you will regret it." Moreover, Su Yun did not appear to be an easy target. He shrugged, discreetly stepping aside, prepared to observe the unfolding drama. As for acting heroically, apologies. But he did not possess such lofty morals. Had the silver-haired lowly sold him the shadow stone beforehand, he might have considered intervening. But at this juncture, he was more inclined to be an amused spectator. Seeing Su Yun willingly withdraw, the yellow-haired youth could not help but smirk, feeling a sense of relief as well. After all, dealing with one person was far simpler than two. The silver-haired girl, however, was entirely at odds with this sentiment, glaring at Su Yun in outrage. "Hey, do you have no sense of morality? Can't you see I'm being robbed? Aren't you going to help me?" Su Yun shook his head with a smile, appearing ready to enjoy the spectacle. The silver-haired lowly clenched her fists in frustration. "If you want help, then I can handle this myself. Come forth, dream demon." With a commanding shout, she tossed a Pokeball. A ghostly Pokémon with flowing hair materialized before the onlookers, eliciting a flicker of surprise on the yellow-haired youth's face. "Ah, I did not expect you to be a trainer. In that case, let us engage in battle as true trainers." With that, he tossed out a Pokeball. "Go." Honchkrow, a dark and flying-type Pokémon, perfectly suited to counter the ghost-type Mismagius. The remaining lackeys, witnessing this, promptly followed suit and released their respective Pokémon. The battle had yet to commence, yet the silver-haired girl's Mismagius found itself surrounded, trapped in a dire situation of facing multiple foes. Chapter 33, The Dark Stone Acquired. Oh, the level of her Mismagius is surprisingly high. It possesses considerable strength. As an observer, Su Yun glanced at the silver-haired girl's Mismagius, feeling a twinge of astonishment. The level of Mismagius had reached 20. Such prowess indeed seems incongruous with the girl's youth. At least the majority of students in their academy were inferior to the silver-haired girl. Alas, her opponents were formidable as well, and the odds were exceedingly slim due to their numbers. Su Yun then cast a wary look at the blonde youth as Honchkrow, shaking his head as he muttered. The Honchkrow's level surpassed that of Mismagius, standing at 25. Moreover, it held a type advantage. Even in a one-on-one duel, Mismagius would have little chance of victory. Not to mention, a horde of lackeys was lurking nearby, ready to pounce. "Mismagius, you scare." The silver-haired girl seemingly recognized the dire straits she was in and opted for an unconventional strategy. She aimed to exploit the special effect of her skill to render the most powerful Honchkrow incapacitated. Mismagius let out a chilling scream, attempting to instill fear in its adversaries. However, to her dismay, it had little effect on Honchkrow. "Humph, what use is merely a scream? Battles are won through strength and the power of a fist," scoffed the blonde youth, dismissing the silver-haired girl's tactics. Honchkrow, use pursuit, he commanded, raising his fist in the air. With a flap of its wings, Honchkrow launched itself like a black arrow towards Mismagius. The latter, unable to evade in time, was struck and sent reeling. The other Pokémon surged forward in a frenzy, quickly overwhelming Mismagius. It let out a pained cry. Even the mightiest cannot withstand a mob assault. A surge of unseen energy erupted as Mismagius employed Psychic, forcing its adversaries back in a desperate bid for survival. Yet it had sustained grave injuries, teetering on the brink of collapse. Just then, the blonde youth's Honchkrow struck once more. Another familiar pursuit was unleashed, but this time, its power was drastically amplified. When an enemy is injured, the potency of pursuit doubles. That is the essence of this move. No, the silver-haired girl's eyes glistened with unshed tears, unable to bear the thought of her Mismagius being harmed. In that critical moment, she turned her pleading gaze towards Su Yun, who stood idly by, merely observing. Please, save my Mismagius. I am willing to offer you a dark stone as a reward. Her demeanor had shifted to one of humility, discarding any trace of her earlier arrogance. Don't overthink it. That coward is unlikely to assist you. You'd better rely on yourself. These words reached the ears of the young man with yellow hair, who scoffed derisively. Even before the battle began, his overwhelming presence had already intimidated Su Yun, so how could he dare to oppose him now? However, in the next moment, when a sudden green light appeared, standing defiantly in front of the dark crow, he was left dumbfounded. Are you talking about me? Su Yun inquired earnestly, revealing a harmless smile as he gazed at the young man. Thud. For reasons unknown, the yellow-haired youth instinctively took a step back, feeling an unprecedented terror emanating from Su Yun. Yet, recalling Su Yun's earlier demeanor, he found this reaction infuriating and stubbornly advanced a step forward, indignantly retorting. What do you think you are? Dark Crow, come to me. Bang. Before he could finish his sentence, a shadow zipped past him, followed by a dull thud from behind. The yellow-haired youth froze for a moment, mechanically turning his head, his pupils instantly narrowing in horror. His dark crow had been slain in an instant. It lay on the ground like a puddle of mud. Bang, bang, bang. Before he could comprehend what had transpired, several more sounds echoed, as his subordinate spirits were also dispatched in mere moments. They hadn't even caught a glimpse of who it struck. An overwhelming fear enveloped the yellow-haired youth and his companions. Oh my, run. Suddenly, someone shouted, prompting his subordinates to scatter in all directions. The yellow-haired youth, caught off guard, bowed repeatedly to Su Yun, apologizing. I'm sorry. Big brother, I was wrong. While retreating and seeing that Su Yun had no intention of stopping him, he turned and fled with the dark crow in a frenzy. TCH, with such meager strength, they dare to attempt robbery? Su Yun scoffed disdainfully at the fleeing figures. He then turned his gaze to the silver-haired lowly, who stood in shock, rendered speechless by the astonishing turn of events. What about my dark stone? His assistance isn't free. Oh. The silver-haired lowly quickly retrieved a dark stone and handed it to Su Yun. You are quite formidable. I know. The silver-haired girl then looked curiously at the green-haired dragon beside him, her eyes widening in wonder. Is it a Caterpie? It doesn't look much like one. No, it's a larvitar. You're lying. It doesn't even have dragon claws. Why ask if you already know? As Su Yun prepared to leave, the silver-haired girl panicked and grasped his sleeve. My home is in the museum at the city center. It's south very close. Su Yun had initially intended to depart. However, upon hearing that she lived in the museum, he instinctively halted. You live in a museum? He was currently searching for the evolution material for the larvitar, dragon bones. Such items could only be found in the museum within Zhangbei City. If the silver-haired girl indeed resided there, he deemed it essential to pay a visit. Yes, my grandfather is the curator of the museum. The silver-haired girl nodded obediently. She currently experiences an acute lack of security, and Su Yun happens to provide her with a sense of safety. Su Yun was taken aback by this revelation. The identity of the silver-haired girl was far more intricate than he had anticipated. If he could win her favor, securing a piece or two of dragon bone from the museum should pose no significant challenge, right? With this thought, Su Yun offered the silver-haired girl a gentle smile. All right, let us proceed. The unexpected warmth left the silver-haired girl flustered. Why do you suddenly seem like a different person? Do I? Absolutely. Your attitude towards me was not like this before. After learning of my identity, your demeanor changed entirely. Wait, you're not contemplating some sort of scheme regarding my family's fortune, are you? While you are indeed handsome and formidable, I could never agree to such a thing as marrying into the family. You're overthinking it. I have no interest in women. Ahem. What I meant to say is that my aspiration is to become a Pokémon master. Chapter 34, The Dragon Bone Relic. By the way, what is your name? Su Yun. And yours? Nangong Shiyu. At the entrance of the Zhangbei City Museum, Su Yun halted, gazing at Nangong Shiyu in astonishment. Your surname is Nangong. What's wrong with that? Is it unacceptable? Nangong Shiyu frowned, sensing a hint of disdain in Su Yun's tone. It is acceptable. Su Yun refrained from inquiring further, considering it might merely be a coincidence. After all, there are many with the surname Nangong. It is improbable that every single one is related to Nangong Wanhua. Upon entering the museum, an ancient and primal essence enveloped him. The exhibits displayed in the glass cases captivated Su Yun's attention. Isn't this the mythical beast's remains that were reported on television? How did it end up here? A colossal white skeleton stood majestically, evoking a sense of awe within him. He had seen news reports regarding this mythical beast's remains, which were discovered by official personnel from the Alliance in a newly uncovered secret realm. It had once shone with a brilliant golden glow. However, it now lay as a dim and lifeless relic. Experts had determined that there was a 90% likelihood that the remains belonged to the legendary solar messenger, Solgaleo, which had once created a sensation in the realm of Pokémon archaeology. May I wander around here? Su Yun turned to Nangong Shiyu and inquired. He wished to explore, hoping to find the dragon bones he sought. Well, Nangong Shiyu playfully tapped her cheek with her finger, deliberately elongating her voice. The museum is not currently open to the public, but since you have assisted me, I shall graciously permit you to tour. With a mischievous smile, Nangong Shiyu relished the chance to flaunt her privilege before Su Yun. Su Yun nodded in gratitude and began to explore the museum. Although the museum showcased a myriad of exhibits spanning various domains, few genuinely piqued his interest. After nearly traversing the entire museum, he had yet to find the dragon bones he longed for. A wave of dejection washed over him. Could it be that even here there are no dragon bones? As he pondered, a frail figure suddenly approached him. Who are you? Do you not know that outsiders are not allowed here? Leave at once, or I shall call the authorities. The elderly man, clad in a research uniform, reprimanded him sternly, his demeanor far from welcoming. Su Yun cast a glance at the name tag on the old man's chest, his heart filled with surprise. Nangong Hong, the curator of the museum? Just then, Nangong Shiyu hurried over, explaining, Grandfather, he is my friend, not an outsider. She rushed to the elder's side, clinging to his arm and whispering a few words in his ear. Upon hearing this, Nangong Hong regarded Su Yun with a look of astonishment, his authoritative demeanor gradually softening into one of kindness. Young friend, I appreciate your assistance to my granddaughter. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. The sudden shift in attitude left Su Yun somewhat bewildered. After a moment's reflection, he realized that Nangong Shiyu must have informed her grandfather about her encounter with the young man with yellow hair, which had significantly altered Nangong Heng's demeanor towards him. However, he suspected that Nangong Shiyu had not mentioned his request for the Shadow Stone. Otherwise, Nangong Heng would likely not have been so accommodating. Is this little girl intentionally helping me? Su Yun glanced at Nangong Shiyu with surprise. She mischievously winked at him, as if she could read his thoughts. You are too kind, he replied. Seizing the opportunity, Nangong Heng inquired with a smile. I noticed you wandering around the museum earlier. Were you searching for something in particular? With his intentions laid bare, Su Yun decided to be forthright. I was hoping to see if our museum possesses any dragon bone remains. Alas, I fear we do not. The elder replied. Having worked here for many years, I can assure you that our museum has no record of ever possessing dragon bone remains. Su Yun's heart sank at this revelation. If even the Zhongbei City Museum lacked dragon bones, where could he possibly search for them? You seem quite interested in dragon bones. Nangong Heng remarked, noticing Su Yun's troubled expression. Indeed, I am very much interested. Su Yun affirmed earnestly. Oh, if that is the case, I might be able to assist you. Nangong Heng replied with a cheerful smile. This favor was granted due to Su Yun's earlier help to Nangong Shiyu. Such treatment would not be afforded to just anyone. What do you mean? Su Yun's spirits lifted with hope. Could this be a twist of fate? Nangong Heng smiled gently. To speak candidly, a site of ancient ruins has recently been discovered in the outskirts of Zhongbei City. Although excavation is currently underway, instruments have detected a substantial quantity of dragon bone remains within the site. If you are interested, I could send you photographs of the dragon bones unearthed there in a few days. Photographs? Su Yun was taken aback. What he truly sought were the dragon bones themselves. What use were mere pictures? Was he to simply admire them? Isn't it possible for me to visit the excavation site? He asked, a note of reluctance in his voice. If I could have the opportunity to excavate on-site, the evolution of the azure jade raptor would be within reach. Surely, it wouldn't be too difficult to casually acquire a dragon bone at the site. However, that seems implausible. Nangong Heng appeared somewhat troubled. Excavation work is confidential and typically not open to outsiders. Su Yun's heart sank once again to the depths of despair. Not being able to visit the site meant he would be unable to obtain the dragon bone, rendering his efforts seemingly futile. Grandfather, please let him go. Nangong Shiyu interjected. If you refuse, I shall never speak to you again. Amidst her frustration, Nangong Shiyu became Su Yun's staunch ally, boldly pouting towards Nangong Heng in an attempt to secure him an opportunity. Su Yun was left speechless, his mind swirling with confusion. What scheme was this little girl concocting? All right, my little ancestor. If it pleases you, I shall grant your request. Nangong Heng, overwhelmed by her persistence, affectionately ruffled her hair. Su Yun was taken aback. Hadn't he just stated that the ruins were not open to outsiders? How had he yielded so swiftly? Was this not a touch too extravagant? It appeared that Nangong Hung had simply found the prospect of taking him along a bother. What a cunning old man. Su-Yun couldn't help but silently chide him. Nevertheless, his mood lightened considerably. As long as he could access the ruins, he would find a way to procure the dragon bone. Thus, the hidden evolution of the Azure Jade Raptor would no longer be a distant dream. Chapter 35. The Green-Furred Dragon or the Fiery Sky Insect. Hooray! Grandfather is the best. Nangong Shiyu joyfully embraced Nangong Hong, then proudly tilted her head towards Su-Yun. So, don't you think you should thank me? Though for her, pouting was merely a trivial matter, the outcome was invaluable to Su-Yun. Of course, thank you, Miss Shiyu, Su-Yun replied with a gentle smile, bowing sincerely. It must be said that Nangong Shiyu had indeed rendered him significant assistance. A word of gratitude was only fitting. Do you still think I'm small? Nangong Shiyu huffed, her nose in the air, brimming with pride. Not at all, not at all. Miss Nangong is remarkable in every way. Su-Yun eagerly praised, his compliments flowing freely. With just a few simple words, he had flattered Nangong Shiyu to the point of elation, her heart soaring with joy. Humph, that is more like it, she said, her lips curling into a satisfied smile. However, mere verbal gratitude will not suffice. You must agree to one condition. Upon hearing this, Su-Yun felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had anticipated that Nangong Shiyu would have a request, for it was unlikely she would advocate for him without a reason. If she had not mentioned a condition, he would have remained uneasy. What is your request? I want you to battle me. Only if you win will my grandfather agree to take you to that ruins. Nangong Shiyu slightly turned to the side, pointing to the pokeball at her waist. She had witnessed Su-Yun's formidable strength before, yet had yet to experience it firsthand. As a fervent trainer eager for battle, she was naturally unwilling to forfeit the opportunity to spar with Su-Yun. Is that all? Su-Yun was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a simplistic demand from her. Defeating Nangong Shiyu was hardly a challenge, was it? Hey, don't underestimate me. I now possess the Dark Stone, and once my Dream Demon evolves into a Dream Demon King, you might not stand a chance against me. Seeing Su-Yun's indifferent expression ignited a flicker of irritation within Nangong Shiyu. She acknowledged Su-Yun's formidable strength. Yet her own abilities were far from trivial. Su-Yun's apparent disregard for her was profoundly infuriating. All right, then hurry up and evolve, Su-Yun urged. The evolution of the Dream Demon into a Dream Demon King required merely a Dark Stone, with no fixed level stipulation. This meant that Nangong Shiyu's Dream Demon could indeed evolve immediately. Nevertheless, even with this evolution, he felt no concern. Though the Dream Demon King was undeniably stronger than the Dream Demon, it would never rival his Jade Speed Dragon. Humph, once my Dream Demon King defeats you, prepare to regret underestimating me. The more Nangong Shiyu observed Su-Yun's nonchalance, the more her frustration mounted. With determination, she retrieved the remaining 4 Dark Stones from her bag. She then released her Dream Demon, arranging the 4 Dark Stones in a circle around it, positioned in the cardinal directions. This elaborate maneuver left Su-Yun momentarily perplexed. He couldn't help but interject, you only need 1 Dark Stone for the evolution. There's no need to waste them like this. To his surprise, Nangong Shiyu shot him a glare and retorted, hands on her hips, I can do as I please. Why should I heed your advice? Su-Yun merely rolled his eyes, choosing silence, for the expenditure was not his concern. Once the formation was set, the Dream Demon touched each of the 4 Dark Stones in succession. Instantly, for streams of dark energy surged forth from the stones, coalescing in the air before flowing into the Dream Demon's body. Whoa! In a matter of moments, a radiant white light enveloped the Dream Demon, completely engulfing its form. It's evolving, Nangong Shiyu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She raised her fist and cast a triumphant glance at Su-Yun, declaring, Humph, just wait, I'll flatten you. Su-Yun, bemused, merely smirked. Though she was small in stature, her bravado was quite grand. Approximately 2.5 minutes later, the evolution light surrounding the Dream Demon gradually dissipated. In its place stood a new Pokémon, visibly larger than its predecessor, the Dream Demon King. Judging solely by its aura, it was indeed far more powerful than the former Dream Demon. Feeling the significant transformation of her Pokémon, Nangong Shiyu brimmed with confidence. She waved her finger at Su-Yun with a mischievous grin, teasing, don't let my Dream Demon King frighten you into tears. Su-Yun chuckled lightly and directly inquired, shall we battle here? The museum's arena was sufficiently spacious, making a swift confrontation plausible. No way. What if the exhibits get damaged? Perhaps it would be best to retreat to the backyard. Very well, let us proceed to the backyard. Nangong Shiyu expressed no objections as she led the Dream Demon toward the rear garden, with Su-Yun following closely behind. The museum's backyard was vast and unoccupied, an ideal setting for a Pokémon duel. Without hesitation, Su-Yun summoned his Qingyu Sudowoodo. Upon seeing it, the museum director, Nangong Hong, was taken aback, exclaiming, what creature is this? I have never encountered it before. Green caterpillar. Baby Rayquaza. Nangong Hong paused momentarily, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha! In my opinion, It would be more fitting to name it Rayquaza Caterpillar or perhaps Green Dragon. He discerned that Su Yun's Pokémon generally belonged to the green caterpillar lineage but exhibited certain dragon-like traits, suggesting it was a variant species. Such Pokémon, albeit rare, were not entirely unexpected for an archaeologist like him. Nonetheless, he was quite curious about the capabilities of this aberrant creature. After a moment of light-hearted banter, Su Yun turned serious, inquiring of Nangong Shiyu, "Are you prepared?" She nodded, affirming, "Yes." With her words, the Qingyu Pseudo-Wudo transformed into a streak of electric light, darting forward with astonishing speed, leaving even the museum director in awe. Such swiftness. This is not characteristic of an ordinary bug-type Pokémon. Nangong Shiyu was taken aback by the sudden assault of the Qingyu Pseudo-Wudo and quickly commanded her Dream Demon. "Dream Demon, unleash your magical flames." In her understanding, the Qingyu Pseudo-Wudo had not yet escaped the constraints of being a bug-type. Fire-type moves naturally countered bug-types effectively. Little did she know, this would be her gravest misconception. Chapter 36, A Heart Without Women. Naturally, battle is divine. With a flourish, the Dream Demon waved its long, ribbon-like appendages, conjuring a fierce conflagration in midair. The crimson flames roared forth like a fire dragon, charging toward the oncoming Qingyu Pseudo-Wudo. "Oh, you have made a grave error in judgment," Su Yun remarked with a light chuckle, a smirk curling upon his lips. As the Dream Demon executed its magical flames, the battle had already reached its conclusion. "Charge straight ahead and deliver a decisive blow," he commanded assertively. This meager flame posed no more threat to the rock dragon hybrid Qingyu Pseudo-Wudo than a mere tickle. In terms of attributes, both the dragon and rock types exhibited formidable resistance against fire-type moves. With a deep, resonant roar, the Qingyu Pseudo-Wudo surged forward, meeting the raging inferno head-on. The ferocious fire dragon collided with it, yet failed to inflict any harm whatsoever. Instead, the flames were scattered, dissipating into a flurry of sparks in the air. Witnessing this spectacle, Nangong Shiyu's jaw dropped in astonishment. How can this be? Is it not a bug-type Pokémon? How can it disregard the flame's damage? This defies all expectations. Doubts began to cloud her mind. Bang! Before she had the chance to respond, the Jade Rapid Dragon surged forth from the flames, its body shimmering with a verdant glow as it collided squarely with the chest of the Dream Demon. A pained shriek escaped the Dream Demon as it plummeted to the ground. With its already weak physical defenses, it stood no chance against the formidable offensive prowess of the Jade Rapid Dragon, which effortlessly dispatched it with a single Dragon Hammer attack. Was it truly defeated in an instant? Nangua Hung, watching in disbelief, widened his eyes. Even though he had anticipated that the Jade Rapid Dragon's strength might be exceptional, he had not expected it to be so outrageously powerful, surpassing all expectations. Even the fully evolved Dream Demon was no match for it. Nangua Shiyu stood frozen, astonished. Glancing down at the fallen Dream Demon and then up at the triumphant Su Yun, tears involuntarily streamed down her cheeks. How could this be? You brute. Do you not understand the value of delicate beauty? Could you not have been gentler? She had never endured such humiliation in her life. Su Yun, perplexed, scratched his head. Did you not ask me to defeat you? Is it my fault that you were unable to withstand it? He scoffed at the notion that Nangua Shiyu had shed tears over the situation. You. Her retort left Nangua Shiyu speechless with indignation. In the midst of the awkwardness, Nangua Hing stepped in to diffuse the tension. All right. Victories and defeats are common in battle. You two should not remain angry. He then turned to Su Yun, shifting the topic. My young friend, your strength is impressive. Even Shiyu cannot rival you. May I inquire which academy you currently attend? Jiangbei City is vast and rich in resources, hosting more than one Pokémon Academy. The Jiangbei City Junior Pokémon Academy. You are a student of the Junior Pokémon Academy? What a coincidence. Shiyu is also a student there. By the way, have you two not encountered each other at the academy before? Upon hearing this, Su Yun looked at Nangua Shiyu in surprise, not having realized she was his fellow alumnus. I am a student of the elite class. How could I possibly have met someone from the ordinary class? Nangua Shiyu wiped her tears and turned her head away haughtily. As a student of the elite class, she prided herself on knowing everyone. And since she had never met Su Yun, he must be from the ordinary class. What? You are from the ordinary class? Nangua Hung exclaimed, astonished. As he gazed at Su Yun nodded, questioning if there was a problem with that. Nangua Hung clicked his tongue in disbelief. Of course there is a problem. With your level of strength, you should undoubtedly be in the elite class. How could you be in the ordinary class? Perhaps it is because I prefer to keep a low profile, Su Yun explained with a hint of jest. In truth, his previous self was not impressive at all. And upon his arrival in this world, he had already found himself in the ordinary class. How shameless. Nangua Shiyu could not help but mutter under her breath upon hearing his explanation. During their battle, Su Yun had been anything but low profile. Is that so? What a pity. Then, perhaps I should speak with the individuals at the academy and arrange for your transfer to the elite class, suggested Nangong Hung enthusiastically. He recognized Su Yun's potential, perceiving him as a golden-scaled fish destined for significant accomplishments. Coincidentally, Nangong Shiyu shared a cordial relationship with Su Yun, occasionally exchanging playful banter. If he could facilitate a connection between the two, integrating Su Yun into the Nangong family would undoubtedly benefit their future endeavors. No way. Before Su Yun could voice his thoughts, Nangong Shiyu hurriedly interjected. I refuse to engage in any profound exchanges with him. Someone who lacks appreciation for delicate feelings will surely make me cry. Having experienced Su Yun's formidable capabilities firsthand, she was not keen on being dominated by him. Su Yun nodded in agreement. I believe the regular class is quite satisfactory. If I were to enter the elite class, aside from dealing with the proud little princess who delights in showcasing her talents before me, the likes of Song Chinfeng would surely make things quite challenging. Although the benefits of the regular class paled in comparison to those of the elite class, it offered stability and comfort. Seeing that both had declined, Nangong Hung sighed in disappointment. Very well. At that moment, Su Yun broached the topic that concerned him most. Nangong Sr., regarding the relics. Nangong Hung slapped his forehead. Ah, that. I nearly forgot to mention it. The excavation of the relics will require a few more days. How about this? Come back to the museum in 3 days, and I shall take you to the excavation site. Su Yun nodded in agreement, pleased with the arrangement. 3 days would provide him ample time to level up his Qingyu Sudran. Once he raised its level to 30, he could procure the dragon bones from the relics, enabling a hidden evolution for the Qingyu Sudran. Having settled the matter regarding the relics, Su Yun decided not to linger in the museum and took his leave. Meanwhile, Nangong Shiyu felt a surge of frustration, and as her thoughts spiraled, she resolved to vent to her sister through a messaging app. Sister Wanhua. A villain has been bullying me today. Chapter 37, Shadow Frog, Bond Evolution upon returning home. Su Yun was preparing to initiate the evolution of Gua Gua Pao Frog when he suddenly received a message from Nangong Wanhua. Have you met my sister? A brief message, yet it carried significant implications. Your sister? Su Yun was perplexed, having no knowledge of who Nangong Wanhua's sister was, let alone having met her. Then it struck him. Could it be? Suddenly, he recalled the silver-haired lowly from the museum, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Her name is Nangong Shiyu. Indeed, it was her. Su Yun was taken aback. Although he had suspected at the moment he learned her name, the confirmation still left him astonished. No wonder Nangong Shiyu also sported silver hair. It was a familial trait. Reflecting on the striking silver locks of both Nangong Shiyu and Nangong Wanhua, Su Yun couldn't help but marvel. But how did you come to know about this? He was certain that Nangong Shiyu and Nangong Hung were unaware of his acquaintance with Nangong Wanhua. Shiyu confided in me today, expressing her frustration about a villain who has been bullying her. She described the appearance of that person and the spirit they used, and I immediately guessed it was you. Sigh. I believe there might be a misunderstanding. Here is what happened back then. Su Yun succinctly recounted the events that transpired at the museum, fearing that Nangong Wanhua might doubt him. So he added, if you don't believe me, you can ask Nangong Hung. He was present at that time as well. He wasn't afraid of Nangong Shiyu, but Nangong Wanhua was a different matter altogether. A genuine quasi-king level powerhouse. If she truly sought revenge for her sister, he would be powerless to resist. Moreover, he had teased Nangong Wanhua the day before. Who could say whether she would hold grudges for both new and old grievances? So you're suggesting that Shiyu challenged you, and after losing, she is seeking to teach you a lesson through me? What other explanation could there be? I'll verify this. Nangong Wanhua did not fully trust Su Yun's words. Moments later, she sent another message. What you did was not wrong. Su Yun was somewhat bewildered. Was Nangong Wanhua actually siding with him over familial loyalty? Indeed, women who are cold as frost are often exceedingly rational. However, I still intend to hit you. Su Yun was perplexed. He had done nothing wrong. So why should he be punished? Because you called me an old cow yesterday. Nangong Wanhua provided an irrefutable reason. I am not old. Women are particularly sensitive about their age. And even the icy beauty could not escape this universal truth. Then, if I am an old cow, you must be tender grass? Su Yun tentatively proposed a role reversal. That works. Su Yun chuckled. Then may I devour you? Prepare yourself for a beating. Su Yun regretted his playful remark. He shouldn't have jested at the end. Although he felt delighted, the outcome was quite dire. He would have to ask for a day off from class tomorrow. He certainly did not wish to experience the iron fist of a quasi-king level powerhouse just yet. After concluding his conversation with Nangong Wanhua, Su Yun's thirst for strength intensified. The sensation of being easily manipulated by others left him quite dissatisfied. In the future, when he became powerful, he vowed to impart some lessons to Nangong Wanhua. If she wished to strike him, he too desired to train her. With this thought in mind, Su Yun eagerly released his Gua Gua Pao frog. The process might be a bit painful, but bear with it. He carefully reminded the frog, having gleaned this insight from his experience with the Qingyu speed dragon. Gua? The froggy creature blinked its innocent eyes, uncertain of what Su Yun was about to do next. However, as it was a trainer, it deemed that experiencing a bit of pain was acceptable. Su Yun placed the muck and the dark stone before the froggy, then activated the system. System, commence evolution. As his words fell, a radiant sphere of white evolutionary light enveloped the froggy's small form. The powers of the dark stone and the muck intertwined, continuously reshaping the froggy's physique. After approximately 2 minutes, the luminous orb surrounding the froggy gradually dissipated, revealing a small creature of deep purple hue before Su-yun. The shadow frog. It was considerably larger than the froggy, roughly the height of a Greninja. Its long, pink tongue coiled around its neck like a scarf, enhancing its aura of mystery and coolness. Its stature stood tall like a cypress, exuding an imposing presence, akin to a drawn sword. Such a transformation was astounding. If the previous froggy could be described as adorable, the current shadow frog was best captured by the 4-character idiom, elegant and striking. The disparity in appearance was striking. Even its croak had become sharper. Incredible. Su-yun couldn't help but exclaim. The shadow frog's visage was even more majestic and powerful than Song Qinfeng's Greninja. He wondered what its current attributes were. Eagerly, Su-yun opened the information panel for the shadow frog to investigate further. Pokémon, shadow frog, level 15, gender, female, type, water ghost, ability, bond transformation during battle. It increases the bond value with its trainer. When it reaches a certain level, it enters bond status, transforming into bond shadow frog. With a 30 increase in the power of all moves of the same type. If it defeats an opponent in battle, it will immediately enter bond status. Moves, water shuriken. Quick attack, water pulse, shadow sneak, shadow ball, shadow clone, hidden evolution path, 920, water and ghost, indeed fitting for its deep purple complexion. The shadow frog's typing did not overly surprise Su-yun until he glimpsed its ability, leaving him utterly astonished. What? Its ability is bond evolution? This was a signature ability exclusive to Ash's Greninja. Was the shadow frog truly this formidable? No, it was more than just bond evolution. Ordinary bond evolution merely enhances the power of water shuriken, but does not amplify all moves of the same type. Therefore, this was an enhanced version of bond evolution. Realizing this, Su-yun's face flushed, and he became exhilarated. Chapter 38. The Cold-Blooded Assassin, Painting with Blood. This means that, even without the augmentations of Megastones and Mega Evolution keys, the Shadow Frog could achieve a form on par with Mega Evolution. In the heat of battle, this presence undoubtedly possesses the power to alter the course of events. To illustrate with the most straightforward data, Bond Evolution can bestow approximately 100 points of base enhancement to the Shadow Frog. This signifies that the potential assessment, which should have aligned the Shadow Frog with the caliber of the starter Pokémon, can, under the state of Bond Evolution, ascend to a level akin to that of a demigod. It directly surpasses its current strongest companion, the Jade Rapidash. Furthermore, even after the Jade Rapidash undergoes its advanced hidden evolution, the potential assessment cannot be compared to that of the Shadow Frog post-Bond Evolution. Its strength is simply overwhelming. Su-yun, filled with excitement, exclaimed in awe. Indeed, nurturing the Froakie was the wisest choice. With the addition of the Shadow Frog, Su-yun's power has escalated significantly. Even without calling upon the Jade Rapidash, a single Shadow Frog can render many elite class students in despair. However, the Shadow Frog is not without its flaws. Its current most pressing issue is its level disadvantage, as being at level 15 is rather low. Although it possesses formidable moves such as Water Shuriken and Shadow Ball, the disparity in strength due to level remains unbridgeable. Su-yun furrowed his brow and murmured to himself. Leveling up is perpetually the most crucial aspect of enhancing a Pokémon's strength. The following day, Su-yun requested a 3-day leave from his homeroom teacher, Yangku. After procuring ample energy cubes, healing potions, antidotes, and other supplies from the Pokémon store, he headed straight for the dense Bug Sea Forest. As the largest wilderness in Jiangbei City, Bug Sea Forest is undoubtedly the optimal locale for strengthening one's abilities. He had resolved to maximize the enhancement of both the Shadow Frog and Jade Rapidash during these 3 days. His aim was to elevate the Jade Rapidash's level to 30, facilitating its completion of the advanced hidden evolution upon acquiring the Dragon Bone from the Dragon Bone ruins. There were no specific level requirements for the Shadow Frog, as it still had a considerable distance to cover before its next hidden evolution. Nevertheless, Su-yun's baseline expectation was level 25. After all, a significantly low level would make the upcoming freshman tournament at the academy rather challenging to navigate. Upon reaching Bug Sea Forest, Su-yun did not linger at the periphery as he had previously. While the outskirts of Bug Sea Forest are safe, the quantity of wild Pokémon is limited, and the majority are of low level. For novice trainers, it is paradise. However, for someone like him, who has outgrown the novice phase and stepped into the realm of intermediate trainers, it falls short. The depths of Bug Sea Forest are far more suitable for his endeavors. After meandering through the forest for a brief moment, Su-yun quickly encountered a formidable group of adversaries, the Beedrill Swarm. Upon closer inspection, there seemed to be a dense cluster of them, numbering at least a dozen. Ah, these are delectable experience points. Su-yun licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with greed. In the next instant, he unhesitatingly released all of his Pokémon. Jade Rapidash and Shadow Frog, I entrust them to you both. Roar. Ribbit. With those words, the Shadow Frog and Jade Rapidash surged forward simultaneously. Interestingly, since its evolution, the Shadow Frog has undergone a significant transformation in temperament, shedding the traits of the female imp and gradually evolving into a cold-hearted assassin. Suyun speculated that this shift might be related to the chosen path of evolution. Had it opted for the Torrent Frog's evolutionary direction, perhaps it would have manifested an entirely different disposition. Bang, bang, bang. Lost in thought, the Jade Fast Dragon had already launched a fierce assault on the Beedrill swarm. Coiling its body, it morphed into a high-speed spinning stone, charging through the Beedrill like a phantom in an uninhabited realm. Though the Beedrill's venomous stingers were sharp, they could not penetrate its defenses, failing to pierce its form. The Shadow Frog cast a glance at the rampaging Jade Fast Dragon, unwilling to be outdone. With a mere thought, it conjured dozens of identical shadows, causing the attacking Beedrill to lose their target. In that moment, it formed a water-blue shuriken in its hand and hurled it directly into the Beedrill swarm. The Water Shuriken. Its signature move. Clack, clack, clack. The razor-sharp Water Shuriken reaped the lives of the Beedrill like the scythe of death, leaving severed limbs to rain down like hail from the heavens. The scene was gruesomely bloody, causing Suyun, who observed from the sidelines, to furrow his brow. The Shadow Frog's murderous intent was rather intense. While the Jade Fast Dragon also claimed the lives of the Beedrill, it lacked the cruelty displayed by the Shadow Frog. If the Jade Fast Dragon was a formidable warrior, the Shadow Frog resembled a heartless killer. The lives it extinguished were not merely extinguished. They became mere props in its artistic expression. With the battlefield as its canvas, blood as its paint, and bones as its brushes, it crafted an awe-inspiring macabre masterpiece. In its eyes, slaying foes was an art form of profound depth. Suyun silently observed all of this, refraining from intervening to halt the Shadow Frog. It was entirely normal for one to be ruthless in battle. He waited, anticipating the moment the conflict would conclude. Fortunately, both the Shadow Frog and the Jade Fast Dragon dispatched their enemies with remarkable speed. Before long, the Beedrill swarm was entirely vanquished. The abundance of experience gained elevated the levels of both the Jade Fast Dragon and the Shadow Frog. The Jade Fast Dragon reached level 26, while the Shadow Frog attained level 17. As the battle drew to a close, the cold aura of murder surrounding the Shadow Frog gradually dissipated. Noticing this, Suyun let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, all was well. The Shadow Frog's ability to control its emotions indicated it had not succumbed to the madness of slaughter. However, if this continued, it would inevitably risk losing its sanity. With this thought in mind, Suyun could not help but offer a gentle reminder, Shadow Frog. In future battles, perhaps you could temper your ruthlessness a bit. Quack. The Shadow Frog turned to Suyun, a glimmer of disdain flickering in its gaze. In response to Suyun's astonishment, it slowly raised a hand, executing a classic gesture, the middle finger. Suddenly, Suyun realized that his previous judgment seemed to be erroneous. The Shadow Frog remained the same mischievous female spirit as ever. Chapter 39, The Enormous Dragon Skeleton. Shadow Frog, use Shadow Ball. Jade Rapid Dragon, unleash Dragon Breath. Ding. Congratulations. Your Pokémon Jade Rapid Dragon has leveled up to level 30. Ding. Congratulations. Your Pokémon Jade Rapid Dragon has learned a new skill, Dragon Dance. Ding. Congratulations. Your Pokémon Shadow Frog has leveled up to level 23. Ding. Congratulations. Your Pokémon Shadow Frog has learned a new skill, Rain Dance. Ding. Congratulations. Your Pokémon Shadow Frog has learned a new skill, Misfortune Never Comes Alone. 3 days later, as Suyun observed the incessant stream of system notifications before him, his heart brimmed with joy. After 3 days of training in the Insect Sea Forest, he had successfully achieved the goal he had set for himself. He had elevated the level of Jade Rapid Dragon to 30, reaching the minimum requirement for its hidden evolution. Furthermore, he had also enabled Jade Rapid Dragon to acquire the most formidable supporting move of the Dragon type, Dragon Dance. With the augmentation of Dragon Dance, Jade Rapid Dragon possessed enhanced offensive capabilities in battle. This was undoubtedly splendid news for the upcoming freshman competition at the Academy. The only slight disappointment was that Shadow Frog's level did not meet his anticipated target. After 3 days of training, it had only reached level 23. Nevertheless, the overall enhancement in strength was significant, and it had unexpectedly learned 2 new skills. Now, the only thing missing for Jade Rapid Dragon to achieve its hidden evolution was the Dragon Bone, making it time to visit the museum to seek out Nangonghong. Suyun lifted his gaze to the sunrise gradually ascending in the sky, a slight smile gracing his lips, revealing a blend of excitement and anticipation. 1 hour later, Jiangbei City Museum. Suyun arrived as promised. You've come quite early, young friend. Nangonghong greeted him with a smile, his face glowing as if he had encountered some great joy. Curiosity piqued, Suyun inquired, Senior, you seem in excellent spirits. Have you encountered some delightful news? Ha ha. Nangonghong chuckled heartily, stroking his white beard. Your observation is quite keen. Indeed, there is some joyful news here. And it can be considered a pleasant surprise for you as well. Oh, could it be related to the ruins? Su Yun felt a flicker of intrigue and a hint of speculation. Precisely. Just now, I received word from the staff at the ruins. They have discovered an exceptionally large dragon skeleton, initially measured to be around 30 meters tall. Such a dragon skeleton is exceedingly rare, even in centuries of archaeological excavations. And now it has appeared in Jiangbei City. Shouldn't I feel elated? Wow, a 30-meter dragon skeleton? Su Yun was taken aback, unable to suppress a gasp. From his understanding, ancient Pokémon indeed possess sizes far greater than those of modern Pokémon, approximately 15 times their size. The data derived from centuries of archaeological excavations possesses a remarkable degree of credibility. Nevertheless, the majority of dragon-type Pokémon remains unearthed from these excavations typically fall within the range of 3 to 10 meters. Those exceeding 10 meters are exceedingly rare, let alone those of 30 meters in stature. Such dimensions cannot be assessed by conventional Pokémon metrics. Could they possibly be ancient Pokémon? Su Yun pondered, articulating his conjecture. The existence of Pokémon of such immense size likely pertains to those from ancient times. Research indicates that there once existed a group of extraordinary Pokémon, whose dimensions far surpassed those of ordinary Pokémon, with heights often reaching several dozen meters, resembling modern skyscrapers. However, their existence was fleeting, akin to a brief flash of brilliance, soon vanishing into the annals of history. Were it not for the numerous fossils of ancient gigantic Pokémon uncovered by archaeologists over the centuries, their existence might still remain unknown. I share this sentiment. It seems that only the colossal rulers from ancient times could have possessed such grandeur. Nangongheng nodded in agreement with Su Yun's perspective. However, whether our hypothesis holds true can only be determined through on-site exploration. Su Yun, brimming with excitement, urged, Senior, what are we waiting for? The remains of ancient gigantic dragon-type Pokémon would be an invaluable treasure for me. If I could secretly keep a fragment as a material for the evolution of my Jade Speed Dragon, it might even trigger a special effect, awakening the genes of ancient gigantic Pokémon within it. Splendid. Let us set forth at once. Nangongheng waved to the driver, and a sleek black vehicle whisked them away into the outskirts. Meanwhile, at the excavation site, personnel diligently cleared the soil and debris surrounding the colossal dragon bones. Though only a lifeless skeleton stood before them, it exuded an ancient and primal aura that inspired awe in all present. How magnificent! After years of working in archaeology, I've never encountered such a massive dragon bone, one staff member exclaimed, gazing upward with pride and a hint of profound reverence. Fortunately, this creature roamed in ancient times. Had it existed today, humanity would find itself in dire straits. One bite would be enough to render us mere morsels. Another staff member privately rejoiced, harboring a deep-seated fear and aversion towards the colossal being. Indeed, such a massive creature could hardly be tamed, even by the most skilled trainers. Its existence would undoubtedly spell disaster for humankind. Yet, such rulers are destined to fade from history, and this skeletal relic stands as a testament to that truth. Companions nearby nodded in agreement, gazing at the remains with a mixture of complexity. What do you suppose the appearance of this skeleton's former owner was like in life? Could it be an entirely new, yet undiscovered, species of Pokémon that has already gone extinct? At this moment, someone suddenly expressed curiosity about the identity of the remains. Unable to suppress their doubts, I believe it to be Charizard. Just look at its tail and wings, they perfectly align with Charizard's characteristics. No, it seems more like a red-faced dragon. Charizard's neck is certainly not that short. It could also be a fossilized pterodactyl. Didn't the nearby Spring City unearth an ancient fossilized pterodactyl a few years ago? The differences between it and this specimen are not that significant. The crowd voiced their opinions, each presenting distinct perspectives, and none could convince the others. It's Dragonite. However, just as the arguments intensified, a cool, clear voice suddenly pierced through the noise, silencing the bustling crowd. Dragonite. The staff present instinctively turned to see a silver-haired girl standing nearby, her eyes fixed intently on the dragon skeleton. Who are you? How can you be so certain that this is Dragonite's remains? A skeptical voice questioned, refusing to accept the silver-haired girl's assertion. The girl cast a dispassionate glance at the person, choosing not to respond, seemingly unwilling to engage in dialogue. Can't come up with a proper answer, can you? Just like us, you're merely speculating without basis. Stop talking. Do you have any idea who she is? If you wish to keep your job, you better shut up. At this moment, a companion beside him couldn't help but interject, giving him a meaningful look. Who is she? The staff member stuttered, instinctively asking. He had worked in this archaeological team for over a year, but had never encountered the silver-haired girl before. She belongs to the Nangong family, a quasi-champion powerhouse from Jiangbei City, Nangong Wanyue. If you dare to provoke her, not even 10 lives would suffice. His companion's face turned pale as he earnestly explained. Upon hearing this, the staff member's body quivered, his complexion draining of color, and his speech faltered. Then, does that mean I'm doomed? Oh no. Why did I have to speak so thoughtlessly? The staff member, infuriated with himself, slapped his own face, filled with regret. The Nangong family is a renowned noble clan in Jiangbei City, and the archaeological team he belonged to had ties to their influence. Now, he had unwittingly offended a member of the Nangong family, a quasi-champion powerhouse. Was that not a surefire path to disaster? You had better pray that Nangong Wanyue will not take this matter to heart. Otherwise, your life is as good as over. His companion, feeling compassion, warned him, instinctively distancing himself, fearful of being caught in the fallout. Nangong Wanyue paid no mind to their conversation. Her full attention remained on the Dragonite remains. As an Ice-type trainer, matters concerning Dragon-type Pokémon were not typically within her realm of interest. Yet, archaeology was one of her few passions. She relished the thrill of exploration and the pursuit of truths hidden within the annals of history, much like the ancient Dragonite remains before her. Her keen sense of smell informed her that hidden secrets were undoubtedly concealed within. Meanwhile, Su Yun and Nangong Heng had just arrived at the ruins. From a distance, he noticed the striking figure of a silver-haired girl who stood out like a crane among chickens. Nangong Wanyue, what is she doing here? A hint of surprise blossomed in Su Yun's heart. According to his assumptions, Nangong Wanyue should have been at the academy. Do you know her? Nangong Heng, sensing Su Yun's unusual demeanor, inquired curiously. As a distinguished prodigy of the Nangong family, he naturally recognized Nangong Wanyue. No, I don't. Su Yun replied after a moment of silence, shaking his head. He had no intention of revealing their acquaintance for fear of inciting Nangong Wanyue's ire. If she were to truly retaliate, he certainly could not contend with her strength. Allow me to introduce you. She is the genius of our Nangong family, currently employed at your academy. I believe it would be beneficial for you to become acquainted, Nangong Heng said with a smile, clearly intent on fostering a connection with Su Yun. Su Yun, perceiving the underlying intent of his words, graciously responded, I appreciate it, senior. With that, he and Nangong Heng made their way towards Nangong Wanyue, though a sense of trepidation lingered within him. After all, she had expressed her desire to confront him on more than one occasion. His absence from the academy had spared him from such misfortune, but now, in her presence, who could predict whether she would act in front of everyone? Wanyue, I have a young man here who has long admired you and wishes to meet you, Nangong Heng suddenly announced, leaving Su Yun momentarily dumbfounded. Old dang, please don't create a stir. When did I ever say that? Su Yun felt a surge of panic, sensing that Nangong Heng was pushing him into a predicament. Although it was unintentional, his desire to introduce Su Yun to Nangong Wanyue was evident. Nangong Wanyue turned her head skeptically upon hearing this. When her gaze fell upon Su Yun's countenance, a fleeting look of surprise graced her features. Su Yun offered an awkward smile and greeted her. Hello. Nangong Wanyue raised an eyebrow, uttering a cryptic remark. Come to receive a beating, have you? Nangong Heng appeared confused, scratching his head as he observed the two. Su Yun, fully aware of the situation, sidestepped to hide behind Nangong Heng. Yet, unwilling to lose face, he maintained a facade of calmness. Miss Nangong, you wouldn't want that matter to be known by others, would you? He had devised a plan. Should she dare to strike him, he would expose her little secret to the world. As anticipated, upon hearing his words, Nangong Wanyue's hand, which had been reaching for her Pokeball, abruptly halted. A subtle blush flickered across her fair complexion, and she shot Su Yun a fierce glare, seemingly warning him against revealing her secret. I once hit you, Nangong Wanyue declared, turning away to ignore Su Yun, redirecting her attention to the ancient Aerodactyl remains. Seeing her reaction, Su Yun exhaled in relief, secretly grateful for his cleverness. Fortunately, he had grasped a small secret about Nangong Wanyue. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences today. Although his actions seemed somewhat unscrupulous, considering he had previously promised Nangong Wanyue not to disclose this matter, he found himself with little choice. He was currently unable to contend with Nangong Wanyue, thus resorting to petty tricks. Once he matured, he vowed never to resort to such underhanded tactics to coerce Nangong Wanyue. Instead, he would rely on his own strength to compel her submission. Wait a moment. Are you hiding something from me? Nangong Heng inquired, his keen perception detecting the subtle tension between the two. He frowned, certain that Su Yun and Nangong Wanyue were not strangers. Su Yun had just deceived him. No, Nangong Wanyue retorted coldly, her tone resolute. Nangong Heng paused, puzzled as he turned his gaze towards Su Yun. Su Yun shrugged, conveying his helplessness. He certainly did not wish to provoke a bona fide quasi-king level powerhouse. Nangong Heng opened his mouth, bewildered, realizing that Nangong Wanyue was unwilling to speak, while Su Yun was too intimidated to do so. Chapter 41, The Abyss of Secrets. Su Yun stepped closer to Nangong Wanyue, gazing up at the magnificent dragon bones that towered amidst the ruins. What a colossal sight, he marveled, unable to restrain his awe. Such a size could only be attributed to the ancient, gargantuan Pokémon. Having witnessed the imposing dragon skeleton firsthand, he was now utterly convinced it belonged to an ancient colossal dragon-type creature. a rare material invaluable for aiding the evolution of the azure Jade Rapidash. He contemplated how to acquire a piece of it. A strong intuition told him that the bones of this ancient dragon-type Pokémon would undoubtedly possess superior qualities compared to ordinary dragon bones. Can you discern which dragon-type Pokémon these remains belong to? As Su Yun pondered his strategy, Nangong Wanyue suddenly spoke softly. Su Yun turned to glance at her exquisite profile. Are you testing me? You may interpret it as such. If I answer correctly, will there be a reward? I can overlook past incidents. Clearing his throat, Su Yun began. It possesses a dragon tail and wings, embodying the typical characteristics of Western dragons, which eliminates numerous dragon-type Pokémon from consideration. The possibilities include Charizard, Aerodactyl, Dragonite, and Salamence. However, it stands on two legs, with relatively small wings in proportion to its body, and a prominent spike atop its head. Therefore, it is highly probable that this is the remains of an ancient colossal Dragonite. Furthermore, if my memory serves me right, this ancient giant Pokémon has not been entirely extinct. 3 years ago, at the Dragon's Grave Strait, a lighthouse keeper witnessed the silhouette of an ancient colossal Dragonite. A sight later confirmed by officials, sparking a significant uproar in the academic community. Nangong Wanyue applauded him for his brilliant analysis, gazing at him with astonishment. Your academic prowess is profound, almost reminiscent of an elder who has witnessed countless events, rather than a mere student of a junior elven academy. Su Yun chuckled lightly, taking it as a compliment. Yet beneath his composed demeanor, he was soaked in cold sweat, having inadvertently portrayed himself as someone of greater stature, nearly raising suspicions in Nangong Wanyue regarding his true identity. Are you also intrigued by dragon bones? Noticing Nangong Wanyue's gaze linger on the ancient Dragonite remains, Su Yun could not suppress his curiosity. Nangong Wanyue shook his head. No, my interest lies solely in archaeology. Do you not find it fascinating to unearth the truths buried within the annals of history? Su Yun paused momentarily, recalling his sister, Hilda, who shared a passion for the study of mythological history and archaeology. However, their personalities differed significantly. Hilda was decidedly gentler than Nangong Wanyue. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ground, startling Su Yun from his reverie. The colossal remains of the ancient Dragonite began to sway violently, with soil and debris cascading down like torrential rain, much to the dismay of the excavation team. Cough, cough. What is happening? Could it be an earthquake? Someone exclaimed. What nonsense. Jiangbei City is a flatland. Where would an earthquake come from? Dust enveloped the site, shrouding the entire relic. Could it be a collapse? We must leave quickly. The dragon bone remains are about to cave in. A voice pierced the chaos, and the crowd erupted into disarray. The sudden turn of events left Su Yun momentarily stunned. Before he could react, a whirlwind laden with dust surged toward him like a tidal wave. Ninetales, Aurora Veil. In a crucial moment, Nangong Wanyue summoned his Pokémon. A pristine white Ninetales emitted a melodious cry, swiftly conjuring an icy blue protective barrier before them, shielding them from the raging storm. The relic is in trouble. We must investigate. As the storm's fury began to wane, Nangong Hung urgently commanded several staff members. This site was pivotal for the Nangong family's reputation and prosperity, and it could not afford to falter. Concerned for the fate of his dragon bones, Su Yun hastened to follow. Upon reaching the relic, he was left astounded. In the aftermath of the tremor, a colossal circular pit, several meters in diameter, had appeared at the center of the site. The pit seemed bottomless, resembling an endless abyss. Its surface shimmered with rippling waves, and sunlight striking it reflected only a fraction of its rays, the majority devoured by the darkness within. The once towering dragon bone remains had vanished, most likely plummeting into the depths of this black chasm. Is this a secret realm? Standing at the edge of the relic, Su Yun's pupils constricted, a sense of profound shock washing over him. He had encountered a scene strikingly similar to the one before him in the Academy's textbooks, an abyss resembling a bottomless pit, stretching across the expanse. This chasm, in this world, bore a singular designation, the secret realm, its entrance connected to an independent space, distinctly different from the realm of reality. Within this independent realm lay resources far surpassing those found in the mundane world. Rare fruits, formidable spirits, and precious artifacts could all be discovered within the secret realm. He vividly recalled examples from the textbooks regarding these realms. An ordinary elite trainer had once stumbled into a secret realm and returned a year later as a powerful champion-level master, his abilities eclipsing those of his peers. Indeed, the secret realm epitomized serendipity, a transformative opportunity for ordinary trainers to ascend to the pinnacle of their lives, symbolizing boundless possibilities. Especially a newly discovered secret realm, untouched and unexplored by any human, would be teeming with countless treasures and opportunities. To be precise, it was a medium-sized secret realm. At that moment, Nangong Wanyue approached, gazing intently at the entrance of the secret realm and speaking softly. Compared to Su Yun's astonishment, she appeared considerably more composed. As a prodigy of the Nangong family, she had encountered numerous secret realms and had even ventured into some. The Ice Ninetales by her side was captured from one such realm. Despite her youth, her near-champion strength could be attributed not only to her innate talent, but also to the fortuitous opportunities gleaned from the secret realms. Measuring 10 meters on each side, it indeed conformed to the standards of a medium-sized secret realm. Su Yun surveyed the scale of the entrance and nodded in agreement. Secret realms were categorized into 4 types based on the size of their entrances: small, medium, large, and super large. The relic-like secret realm that had suddenly appeared before them fell into the medium-sized category. Chapter 42, The Dragonbone Pendant of Latias. As the two conversed, Su Yun's Pokeball at his waist unexpectedly sprang open. A frog-like Pokémon, entirely cloaked in dark purple, materialized beside him. Why did you come out? Su Yun shot an annoyed glance at the Shadow Frog, reprimanding it. He had intended for the Shadow Frog to make its debut during the upcoming freshman tournament. To surprise everyone. To his dismay, it had chosen this critical moment to emerge on its own. The Shadow Frog croaked in discontent. Glaring at Su Yun without offering an explanation, its sharp eyes fixated on the entrance of the secret realm below, as though something within was irresistibly drawing its attention. Indeed, it was captured in Wetland Park. I must thank you for that, Su Yun acknowledged generously, nodding. Nangong Wanyue's beautiful eyes sparkled as she scrutinized the Shadow Frog with a discerning gaze. It resembles a shiny variant, though the coloration is somewhat distinct. It must be an anomalous Pokémon. However, she was puzzled as its aura was not particularly strong. How could it have evolved into a Greninja so soon? Her eyes brimmed with confusion, mistakenly identifying the Shadow Frog as a shiny Greninja. This was understandable, for in terms of appearance, the Shadow Frog bore many similarities to the shiny Greninja. Perhaps it was due to its rapid growth. Su Yun awkwardly scratched his head, seeking a reason that sounded less absurd. However, this was evidently insufficient to deceive the astute Nangong Wanhua. She rolled her eyes, a knowing smile gracing her fair visage. I shall keep this secret for you, Su Yun. For some inexplicable reason, he suddenly felt an overwhelming intuition that allowing Nangong Wanhua to witness the Shadow Frog today would be the gravest error he could make. My dear friend, this frog of yours. At that moment, Nangong Hung also joined the fray, noticing the Shadow Frog's unusual characteristics, which piqued his immense interest. Such a peculiar Koga Ninja frog was a sight he had never encountered before. It's nothing special, quite ordinary. Su Yun wished to steer clear of extensive discussion on the matter and forcibly retracted the Shadow Frog into its Pokeball. This, however, was met with vehement resistance from the Shadow Frog, nearly causing him to lose face before the two onlookers. Ahem, my Pokemon can be a bit unruly and disobedient. After much struggle, Su Yun finally managed to secure the Shadow Frog, offering an awkward smile to the two. Nangong Hung and Nangong Wanhua exchanged glances. Following a brief silence, Nangong Wanhua spoke softly, pointing towards the entrance of the secret realm below. Su Yun had already sensed this earlier, yet had not had the chance to inquire with the Shadow Frog. Seeing that Nangong Wanhua had also picked up on it, he couldn't help but ask, "Can you discern what is drawing it?" Nangong Wanhua shot him a glance. "I am not your Pokemon. How would I know?" Realizing he had posed a foolish question, Su Yun bashfully scratched his head. Nangong Hung came to his rescue, stating, "Regardless of what it is, that object must be of great significance to your Pokemon." Nangong Wanhua nodded in agreement, acknowledging Nangong Heng's conjecture. Su Yun was indeed aware of this, yet he was more curious about the nature of the object in question. "Shall I venture down to take a look?" After a moment of contemplation, Su Yun suddenly proposed. The secret realm harbored the remnants of an ancient colossal dragonite, alongside the object that fascinated the Shadow Frog. Either aspect provided him ample reason to descend. "No, it is far too perilous." Nangong Wanhua immediately rejected the suggestion, her resolve steadfast. Having personally entered the secret realm, she was acutely aware of its dangers, especially those posed by newly emerged realms. Moreover, newly discovered secret realms often featured unstable entry points. Without professional reinforcement, recklessly entering could easily result in spatial disturbances, leading to the closure of the realm's entrance. Those who ventured inside might never return until the entrance reopened a second time. Wanhua is correct. Such matters should be entrusted to professionals, Nangong Hung concurred, pulling out his phone and turning away to make a call. With their conversation reaching this point, Su Yun had no choice but to relent. He had not yet matured. Should anything go awry, it would be too late for regrets. After careful consideration, he ultimately deemed it wiser to err on the side of caution. However, this inevitably gives rise to a rather awkward predicament. Without the Dragon Bone, his Qingyu Fast Dragon cannot achieve its ultimate hidden evolution. Su Yun surveyed the surroundings, observing the remnants of ruins that had not been consumed by the entrance to the secret realm. "What are you searching for?" "Dragon Bone. I possess it." In the midst of his astonishment, Nangong Wanhua reached into her chest, retrieving a crescent-shaped bone carving that shimmered with a crystalline glow. "What is this?" "It is the horn bone of Latias. My father acquired it at an auction and gifted it to me for my birthday. To use a divine beast's bone as a pendant? Wealthy individuals certainly have their peculiar tastes. May I take a look?" He had never seen the horn bone of Latias up close. Certainly. To his surprise, Nangong Wangyue readily agreed, removing the dragon bone from around her neck and handing it to him. Thank you. A bit taken aback, Su Yun instinctively accepted the pendant, laying it flat in his palm for closer inspection. He couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. It was indeed exquisite, and it would be even better if it could serve as evolutionary material for his Qingyu fast dragon. Of course, he could only entertain such thoughts silently. Even without vocalizing his request, he understood that such a precious item, imbued with special significance, could never be bestowed upon him by Nangong Wangyue. What a pity. It seems my Qingyu fast dragon is destined to remain unassociated with it. Gently stroking the dragon bone pendant in his hand, the smooth and delicate texture compelled him to lean in and take a whiff. Hey, why does this pendant smell so fragrant? A unique aroma, distinct from any spice, wafted into his nostrils, brightening his senses. Upon hearing this, Nangong Wangyue's expression immediately soured, a faint blush appearing on her fair cheeks as she abruptly snatched the dragon bone pendant from Su Yun's grasp, glaring at him with indignation. Who gave you permission to smell it? Realizing his blunder, Su Yun felt his face flush, casting a glance at Nangong Wangyue's chest before he connected the dots regarding the source of the fragrance. Chapter 43, Quota for the Secret Realm. At noon, a group of personnel clad in official league uniforms took charge of the ruins. Su Yun was compelled to depart. Yet the colossal remains of the fast dragon within the secret realm and the enigmatic object that attracted the shadow frogs lingered in his mind. He turned to Nangong Wangyue, adopting a calm tone as he inquired, if entry to the secret realm is not possible, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous loss for me. Nangong Wangyue maintained a frosty demeanor, turning her head aside and ignoring his question, evidently still miffed by his earlier indiscretion. Su Yun scratched his head in frustration, momentarily at a loss for how to alleviate the awkwardness of the situation. He had not intended to tease Nangong Wangyue. It had merely been an instinctive reaction. After all, this secret realm was discovered by our Nangong family. Oh, when might entry to the secret realm be possible? Su Yun asked eagerly, his heart leaping with anticipation. As long as he could gain access, it would mean he still had a chance to acquire the immense fast dragon remains and the mysterious item that attracted the shadow frogs. Well, it's hard to say. It ultimately depends on the efficiency of the League's officials. Following established precedents, I estimate it will take approximately 3 to 4 days. Nangong Hing stroked his chin and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke. 3 to 4 days? That coincides perfectly with the conclusion of the freshman competition. Su Yun exhaled in relief, feeling a sense of secret delight. He sincerely hoped that Nangong Hing's conjecture was accurate. This way, there would be no conflict with the freshman competition, and he would not have to wait for an extended period. Are you also intrigued by this secret realm, my young friend? Seeing Su Yun's eager demeanor, Nangong Hung could not help but inquire with a smile. Su Yun did not conceal his enthusiasm and candidly admitted, indeed, I wish to explore the secret realm, as it would significantly aid in my growth and strength, whether it be the colossal dragonite remains or the mysterious artifacts that pique the shadow frog's interest. These treasures are invaluable for enhancing the prowess of my Pokémon. Is there a way for you to facilitate my entry into the secret realm, senior? Su Yun asked earnestly. Access to the secret realm is not a privilege granted to everyone, especially in the case of newly discovered realms. Without connections and influence, one is destined to remain distanced from such opportunities. However, with the assistance of the Nangong family, the situation would be vastly different. Nangong Hung was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised by Su Yun's directness. He chuckled awkwardly, hesitant to make grand promises, yet unwilling to dismiss Su Yun, a future talent he held in high regard. He replied diplomatically, I cannot decisively grant access to the secret realm. It ultimately depends on how the Alliance arranges it. However, he paused deliberately, glancing at Nangong Wangyue. She has had more dealings with the Alliance and may be able to assist you. Nangong Heng's subtle redirection left Su Yun dumbfounded. If he could converse with Nangong Wangyue, would he still need to seek help from others? Su Yun sighed inwardly, turning his gaze toward Nangong Wangyue, hoping she would overlook past grievances and forgive his earlier rudeness. I will inquire about this matter. Nangong Wangyue finally relented, unable to withstand Su Yun's fervent gaze. She agreed to assist him. Elated by her response, Su Yun felt the weight on his heart lift, and he whispered sincerely in her ear, Thank you. You are a true gem. 2 days later, Su Yun received good news from Nangong Wangyue. The measures regarding the secret realm have been established. In order to enhance the overall strength of the new generation of trainers in Zhongbei City, apart from my Nangong family and the Alliance itself, the Alliance will also allocate a limited number of slots to other forces and families within Zhongbei City, with all junior Pokémon academies in Zhongbei City receiving 1 slot for the secret realm. In other words, you now have 2 avenues to enter the secret realm. First, as a member of the Nangong family, though this would occupy a slot meant for other family members and would require my application to the family. Second, as a representative of the academy. 2 methods, you say? Confronted with Nangong Wangyue's introduction, Su Yun fell into a moment of contemplation. To speak frankly, Nan Gong Wanyue had already assisted him extensively, and he was reluctant to impose further. Moreover, should he choose to tread the path of the Nan Gong family, he would likely incur significant costs and perhaps even become a puppet, subject to the family's whims. After much deliberation, he cautiously inquired, how does one obtain a spot in the academy? If he could secure a position through the academy, representing it in the secret realm was evidently a more prudent choice than aligning with the Nan Gong family. My father intends to award the secret realm quota to the champion of tomorrow's freshman competition, Nan Gong Wanyue replied. Su Yun was aware that her father was the academy's dean. So, if I achieve first place in the freshman competition, I can represent the academy in the secret realm? He reiterated. Exactly, Nan Gong Wanyue affirmed, instilling a sense of resolve within him. Very well, I shall pursue the academy's path and will not trouble you further. Su Yun decisively concluded. Although his azure jade swift dragon had yet to evolve into a golden armored dragon due to its dragon bone, he remained confident in his ability to shine in the freshman competition, vying vigorously for the top position with the support of his bond with the Shadow Frog. On Monday, at the Jiangbei City Junior Pokémon Academy, Su Yun was confronted by his anxious homeroom teacher, Yang Ku, who was waiting at the entrance. You rascal. You haven't shown up at the academy for days. Do you think I'm your shield? Speak quickly. Have you been slacking off? How has your Pokémon training fared? Yang Ku began with a stern reprimand, only to reveal his excited anticipation moments later. Su Yun had requested leave under the pretense of training to enhance his abilities, and Yang Ku, risking discovery by the dean, had consented to all his requests. Now that Su Yun had returned, he was eager to assess the fruits of his labor. Rest assured, all is well, Su Yun replied with a calm smile, signaling Yang Ku to relax. Observing Su Yun's composed demeanor, Yang Ku could not help but ask, do you feel confident about placing among the top contenders in this freshman competition? First place. Chapter 44, The Threat of Song Qinfeng. Is it really necessary to be this audacious? Su Yun's confident declaration left Yang Ku stunned. He had not anticipated that, after a week's absence, Su Yun would adopt such grandiose aspirations, claiming he would surpass all competitors to seize first place. Indeed, that's the spirit, Su Yun replied with a serene smile, his face aglow with unwavering confidence. This infectious energy inspired Yang Ku, who silently gave a thumbs up. Impressive. We are destined for first place, Yang Ku exclaimed, unable to contain his laughter, as if he could already envision Su Yun triumphing over all challengers to claim the glory of first place in the freshman competition. Upon arriving at the competition venue, although the competition had yet to commence, the venue was already teeming with spectators. The actual competitors were a mere handful, with the majority being enthusiastic onlookers. The academy's higher-ups were also sparse, with only a few in attendance. However, amidst the crowd, a striking figure with silver hair instantly caught Su Yun's attention. Is Nan Gong Wanyue here this early? Could it be that she has come specifically to watch my match? Su Yun mused to himself, a hint of self-admiration creeping in. He waved energetically from within the throng, eagerly greeting Nan Gong Wanyue. Just then, this heartwarming scene was witnessed by the arriving Song Qinfeng. His handsome visage darkened immediately, contorting with envy. Su Yun, his cold gaze fixated on Su Yun. The name almost spat out between clenched teeth. How could his goddess, Nan Gong Wanyue, bestow such a charming smile upon another man? This was the kind of attention he had yearned for over the years without ever experiencing. A deep sense of resentment and jealousy welled up within him. Moreover, he had previously warned Su Yun to steer clear of Nan Gong Wanyue. Since that warning, he had not seen Su Yun in her company again, leading him to believe that Su Yun was intimidated and dared not ignore his caution. Yet now, Su Yun had the audacity to greet Nan Gong Wanyue in front of him. Most intolerable of all was the fact that Nan Gong Wanyue had smiled at Su Yun. Did she not regard him at all? A fierce anger ignited within Song Qinfeng. With a sullen expression, he swiftly approached Su Yun, his voice low and gravelly as he growled, I warned you, are you seeking death? Su Yun regarded Song Qinfeng with a disdainful glance, scoffing, and what of it? Do you intend to lay a hand on me? He was confident that Song Qinfeng would not dare to act recklessly in front of such a crowd. Even if he did, his companion Yang Ku, along with Nan Gong Wanyue on the podium, would not allow it. Song Qinfeng, are you threatening my student? Do you think this academy is your personal domain? Dare to harm even a hair on his head, and I will report you to the dean right away. Indeed. Yang Ku stepped forward without hesitation, his presence unwavering before Song Qinfeng, reprimanding him fiercely. Though his strength did not match that of Song Qinfeng, nor did he hold a higher position, what did that matter? If Song Qinfeng dared to harm his student, he would confront him without fear. He could not believe the academy would stand idly by. You are quite something. Song Qinfeng glared venomously at Yang Ku, then turned his fist towards the calm-faced Su Yun. I hope you remain this arrogant once you leave the academy. This statement was an overt threat. He would not dare to strike Su Yun in front of the academy's faculty and students, but outside its walls, that would be a different matter altogether. Yang Ku, discerning the threat embedded in Song Qinfeng's words, could not help but furrow his brow. Song Qinfeng, I warn you, I have set my sights on you. You had better rein in your emotions. Otherwise, if anything happens to my student, you will be the first I come for. He cannot be there to protect Su Yun at every moment, yet he will never stand idly by. Huh. Song Chenfeng let out a cold laugh. Entirely disregarding Yang Ke's warning, casting a meaningful glance at Su Yun before turning away. You, my friend, have likely landed yourself in serious trouble. Yang Ke, with a worried expression, solemnly cautioned. Su Yun, however, remained unfazed, merely smiling faintly and inquiring, "Old classmate, are you aware of Song Chenfeng's strength?" Yang Ke paused for a moment before responding, probably at the mid-stage of the dojo. "But why do you ask this?" Then suddenly recalling something, his expression turned peculiar. "Wait. You aren't contemplating taking action against him, are you?" Yang Ke found Su Yun's audacity utterly insane. This was nothing short of a fantasy. No matter how swiftly one progresses, how could they possibly contend with Song Chenfeng? After all, Song Chenfeng was a prodigy in his own right back in the day, and he has matured significantly since then. The gap between them is something that mere talent cannot bridge. "No, I'm just asking casually." Su Yun shook his head. He was acutely aware that he was no match for Song Chenfeng at present, not even with a cheat. Nevertheless, he harbored a strong premonition that his strength would experience a qualitative leap, perhaps enabling him to rival Song Chenfeng. That is good to hear. What you lack most now is time for growth. Do not concern yourself with anything else, just focus on steady development. I will report this matter to the academy. I doubt Song Chenfeng would dare to act against you, Yang Ke said, visibly relieved, patting Su Yun's shoulder in reassurance. He held great optimism for Su Yun's future. Given time for growth, he would undoubtedly surpass Song Chenfeng. Su Yun nodded in agreement, accepting Yang Ke's suggestion. 10 minutes later, the participants and academy officials had mostly arrived. At this moment, Yang Ke began to introduce Su Yun to the contestants of the upcoming freshman competition and the general format of the event. There were a total of 16 participants, 8 from the ordinary class and 8 from the elite class. The competition consisted of 4 rounds, the 16 to 8, 8 to 4, semifinals, and finals. The format employed was a single elimination system, where each participant faced only one match per round. Victory meant advancement, while defeat resulted in immediate elimination. The matchups for the first round were determined by random draws, with contestants sharing the same draw number being paired against each other. However, there is a seldom used hidden rule that I must inform you of in advance. As he reached the end of his explanation, Yang Ke's tone suddenly grew serious. The abrupt shift caught Su Yun off guard. "What? Chapter 45, dare to provoke me? I won't let you even make it to the top 8. There exists a hidden rule concerning the participants from the ordinary class." Yang Ke's tone was notably grave, his voice tinged with seriousness. "Before the first round of matches begins, participants from the ordinary class possess the right to autonomously select their opponents. However, the chosen opponent must be selected from the 8 participants of the elite class, and those selected have no right to refuse." "Is there such a provision?" Su Yun exclaimed, astonished. "Isn't that unfair to the contestants from the elite class?" Yang Ke chuckled lightly, acknowledging that on the surface it may appear so, yet in reality, it is quite the opposite. "Oh, how so?" Su Yun expressed his confusion. Yang Ke countered with a question. "If you were a student from the elite class, would you prefer to compete against students from the ordinary class? Or would you rather face your peers from the elite class? In terms of overall strength, the capabilities of the ordinary class students are significantly inferior to those of the elite class. 99% of individuals would choose weaker opponents rather than stronger ones. Now, if you were a student from the ordinary class, would you willingly choose to battle against a student from the elite class?" Yang Ke continued to inquire. "I understand your point now. On the surface, this rule seems to favor the students from the ordinary class, yet in truth, no one desires to select elite class students as their adversaries. They would prefer to rely on chance, hoping to draw opponents from their own class, rather than proactively challenge the elite. Conversely, while it appears that students from the elite class are at a disadvantage due to their lack of choice, the reality is quite the opposite. They would prefer someone to exercise that choice and select them as opponents, as competing against ordinary class students is inherently their optimal choice." Yang Ke nodded in satisfaction, affirming that you have grasped the intricacies of the matter. Thus, although this rule exists, the vast majority of ordinary class students are unlikely to exercise this right. They would rather entrust their fate to fortune. However, should someone possess considerable confidence in defeating an elite class student, this rule would be exceedingly advantageous for them, as directed selection would allow them to avoid confronting even more formidable opponents from the elite class. Su Yun teased with a smile. "Are you referring to me?" He had discerned that Yang Ke's intention in sharing this rule was to encourage him to utilize it and select the weakest contestant from the elite class as his opponent, thereby enhancing his chances of advancing to the top 8. Indeed, I have previously assessed the strength of the 8 contestants from the elite class and identified the weakest among them. Based on my analysis, their abilities should fall short of yours. If you were to directly invoke your right to select them as your opponents, you would have a significant probability of progressing to the second round. Yang Ke candidly acknowledged this and presented a list of contestants, highlighting a few individuals. Su Yun did not make an immediate choice, but inquired, if I were to defeat any one of them, would that mean their class would be eliminated? Halting at the top 16, Yang Ke nodded, confirming that this is indeed the harsh reality of a single elimination tournament. Upon hearing this, Su Yun smiled as a daring thought took shape in his mind. Which class does Song Qinfeng represent? Liao Bufan, the strongest among the 8 elite class contestants and the most likely candidate to win this competition, Yang Ke indicated, pointing to a short-haired youth at the top of the list. But why do you ask about him? He is not the opponent you need to face in the first round. You only need to. Suddenly, Yang Ke's voice came to an abrupt halt. As if he had recalled something, his expression shifting drastically as he stared at Su Yun in disbelief. Wait, you can't possibly be thinking. Su Yun offered a faint smile, his words laced with profound implication. Do you not find it immensely satisfying to see Song Qinfeng's class falter in the top 16? Although I am not well acquainted with the historical performance of previous freshman competitions, it is reasonable to assume that Song Qinfeng's class would not have performed poorly. If this year they were to experience an unexpected plunge in results, failing to even reach the top 8, can you imagine the dismal mood Song Qinfeng would be in? He is certainly not one to possess a magnanimous spirit. If he dares to threaten me before the competition, I shall ensure that his class does not even advance to the second round. The mere thought of a class, led by the college's most esteemed mentor, failing to reach the top 8 is exhilarating. If Song Qinfeng were to witness this firsthand, he might very well be driven to spitting blood and fury. A cruel and frenzied smile tugged at the corners of Su Yun's mouth. He was indeed eager to witness Song Qinfeng's humiliation, his expression dark as coal. Wow, you really are one to settle scores. Yang Ke gasped, feeling the wild aura emanating from Su Yun. He understood well why Su Yun was so fixated on Song Qinfeng. After all, it was that old dog who had provoked Su Yun first. Yet, was this course of action not a tad too perilous? Should an unforeseen event occur, it could very well be they who failed to reach the top 8. Yang Ke trusted Su Yun's strength, yet without having witnessed Su Yun's current prowess firsthand, a sense of uncertainty lingered in his heart. Rest assured, you can place your faith in me. Moreover, if even Liao Bufan cannot best me, then whether I advance to the top 8 is of no consequence. My ambition is to claim the first position. Beyond that, nothing else holds significance. Su Yun spoke with grandiosity, his formidable and confident demeanor once again inspiring Yang Ke. You truly are audacious, Yang Ke reflected, finding himself reminded of his younger self. A time when he too was filled with fervor, charging headlong into any challenge without fear. Now, as he entered middle age, he found himself hesitant. Cautious, his former courage had waned. Very well, I shall accompany you in this reckless endeavor. Yang Ke took a deep breath, as if resolutely committing to a decision, and firmly patted Su Yun on the shoulder. After all, he was equally eager to witness Song Qinfeng's downfall. Chapter 46, I Fight Against the Elite. Contestants whose names are called, please come to the stage to draw lots. Wang Ke, Zhang Huai, Sun Li. On stage, the judge announced the names of the contestants. Each name called would step forward to draw lots and determine their opponents. Su Yun. Upon hearing his name, Su Yun strode confidently onto the arena. However, unlike the previous contestants, he did not proceed to draw lots. Student, please draw lots. Seeing Su Yun standing still, seemingly unfazed, the referee assumed he was unfamiliar with the procedure and offered a gentle reminder. Su Yun shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips as he declared, I wish to choose my opponent. The referee paused, taken aback by his words, and scrutinized him with disbelief. Are you certain? He was well aware that contestants from the ordinary class had the right to choose their opponents in the first round, yet, in all his years presiding over the freshman competition, he had never encountered an ordinary class contestant exercising such a right. Most opted for a random draw, hoping for a stroke of luck rather than facing off against elite class participants. Su Yun was indeed a rare exception. Absolutely. Su Yun affirmed with unwavering confidence. Very well. Which elite class contestant do you wish to challenge? The referee produced a list of competitors and presented it to Su Yun. Pointing to the topmost name, he exclaimed, him. Are you certain? Once chosen, the decision is final. The referee's demeanor shifted to one of incredulity upon realizing that Su Yun had selected the top-ranked Liao Bufan. A peculiar expression crossed his face. Surely, this individual wasn't attempting to cause a stir on purpose? Certainly, he is the elite among elites. I intend to battle the best. The referee couldn't shake the feeling that Su Yun had lost his senses. Otherwise, such absurdity would be inexplicable. He shook his head, refraining from further commentary. Using the microphone, he announced to the crowd, ordinary class contestant Su Yun is exercising his challenge privilege to face elite class contestant Liao Bufan. Both participants, please proceed to stage 1 for the match. Other contestants, kindly await your turn. His resonant voice echoed throughout the arena, instantly silencing the previously lively crowd, leaving everyone in a state of shock. What is happening? An ordinary class contestant is challenging an elite class participant? I must be mistaken. Isn't this akin to a moth drawn to a flame, seeking its own demise? Does this Su Yun realize he stands no chance of making it to the top 8? So he has chosen to throw in the towel instead? Are the contestants of this era devoid of common sense? Shouldn't one at least familiarize oneself with their opponents before stepping onto the stage? Is he unaware that Liao Buffon is the strongest among them all? To challenge the mightiest right off the bat, does he wish to hasten his own defeat? Many spectators could not help but voice their skepticism, deeming Su Yun's actions a foolish sacrifice. How dare he challenge Liao Buffon, who bestowed upon him such audacity? Is he under the impression that Liao Buffon is an easy target? Elite class participants scoffed and ridiculed him, none harboring any belief in his success. To them, Su Yun's audacity was nothing short of the antics of a jester. Either he would achieve fame in battle or face utter humiliation. Below the stage, Yang Ke sighed heavily, feeling a blend of excitement and apprehension. Above, Nangong Wanyue blinked her beautiful eyes, a flicker of astonishment passing through them. This is hardly a wise choice, she mused. Yet, it is undeniably bold. Curiosity piqued regarding the extent of Su Yun's current prowess. She contemplated the unfolding events. Foolish one, daring to challenge me without understanding your own limitations. To seek the limelight, one must possess the requisite strength. Do not become a mere jester, ridiculed by the masses. Song Chenfeng wore a mocking smile, his face brimming with derision. It was evident to him that Su Yun was deliberately challenging him, openly declaring war and seeking retribution. Yet, he remained unfazed. Revenge necessitates strength, and he did not believe Su Yun possessed such capability. Who was this student's mentor that bestowed upon them such audacity? At that moment, even the dean, Nangong Chun, was drawn into the spectacle, glancing about in inquiry. It is a student from Yang Ke's class, named Su Yun. Oh, Su Yun? What is his strength like? He could not help but recall the events that transpired during the freshman exchange competition. Was Su Yun weak? Certainly not, as he had proven himself against nearly all in the ordinary class, even besting some from the elite class. However, to claim he was exceptionally strong would be an overstatement. After all, Su Yun had only showcased his abilities once, and although his record was impressive, it did not substantiate much. Perhaps it would be best for me to observe personally. Meanwhile, on the stage, Liao Buffon approached with an air of arrogance. His expression was haughty, his gaze indifferent, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded Su Yun with disdain. I must commend your courage, young man, for daring to choose me as your opponent. Did your mentor not brief you about me? Su Yun chuckled, retorting, indeed, he did. However, my impression is that you are rather mediocre. Liao Buffon paused, momentarily taken aback, before erupting into laughter, quipping back, and what did my mentor say about you? Pray tell. Su Yun raised an eyebrow, though he had already surmised that Song Chenfeng would not speak favorably of him. My mentor stated that one ought to trample upon those who cannot recognize their own insignificance, such as you, to impart the lesson that there are greater heights beyond your comprehension. Liao Buffon grinned widely, his tone suddenly darkening. Su Yun's expression shifted to one of intrigue. It appeared that Song Chenfeng still harbored grievances regarding his relationship with Nangong Wanhua. With that in mind, a wicked thought crossed Su Yun's mind. He crossed his arms defiantly and replied, then I kindly request you convey a message to your mentor, your goddess. She is quite alluring. Chapter 47. The Koga Ninja Frog? No, it is the Shadow Assassin. The match commenced. Before Liao Buffon could grasp the implication of Su Yun's words, the referee's voice rang out. You shall suffer a crushing defeat. Liao Buffon muttered under his breath, tossing a Pokeball with a flick of his wrist. Arise, Scyther. With a resounding cry, a fiery red Pokemon, equipped with formidable pincers, materialized upon the stage. Simultaneously, Su Yun unleashed his own Pokemon. You too, Shadow Frog. With a flash of crimson light, a dark violet, imposing figure emerged opposite Scyther. The two Pokemon radiated completely contrasting energies. One exuded the fervor of a warrior, its spirit expansive like a vast ocean, powerful and tumultuous. A seemingly tranquil figure, reminiscent of a killer, stood with a restrained aura, akin to a statue, plain yet composed. Almost simultaneously, two sprites made their entrance, capturing the attention of the onlookers. One was a Scyther, the evolved form of the Scyther, renowned for its formidable offensive prowess. How striking. Was that a Greninja across the way? Yet, it appeared somewhat different. The coloration seemed off. Perhaps it was a shiny Greninja? Regardless, with the Scyther's sheer attacking force, Greninja would likely be vanquished before it even had the chance to retaliate. This notion was sound. Heroes often share similar perspectives. Was this the second sprite of his? And a shiny one at that, in its third evolutionary stage. No wonder he had been so confident earlier. Yang Ke scrutinized the Shadow Frog, inwardly impressed by the surprise that Su Yun had presented. Ah, a Greninja is it? Did he choose the same sprite as me because of the previous incident? However, he wasn't worthy of being my shadow. My Greninja is far beyond this dark creature's capabilities. Song Chenfeng wore a look of disdain, entirely dismissing the Shadow Frog. He even felt a sense of shame that Su Yun had chosen the same sprite as him. What status does Su Yun have to dare use the same sprite? Oh, this student's sprite is rather extraordinary, remarked the dean, Nangong Chun, his expression one of surprise as he beheld such a uniquely styled Greninja for the first time. The director nearby couldn't help but mutter under his breath. If you had seen his Caterpie, you would be even more astonished. Compared to the form of the Caterpie, the Shadow Frog's appearance was relatively normal. Aside from its coloration, there were no significant differences from a standard Greninja. The question of its power, however, lingered in Nan Chen's mind, as he exhibited a keen interest in Su Yun's Shadow Frog. Yet, it likely could not rival that Scyther. Judging by the auras emanating from both sides, the Scyther appeared to be the more powerful contender. In fact, Su Yun had also sensed this. Of course, his approach was somewhat different from Nan Chen's. He had harnessed the power of the system. Scyther, level 30. Liao Buffon's Scyther boasted an impressive level of 30. 5 levels higher than his Shadow Frog. Nevertheless, he felt no trepidation. Only he knew that the strength of the Shadow Frog was far more complex than it appeared on the surface. Your Greninja is quite special, Liao Buffon remarked with a hint of mockery, not rushing to attack. Su Yun chuckled softly, correcting him, it's Shadow Frog. In response, Liao Buffon scoffed, whatever it is. It won't stand a chance against my Scyther. With that, he suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Scyther, use quick attack. In an instant, the Scyther, previously standing still, transformed into a streak of red light and shot forth. The battle erupted in a heartbeat. Su Yun was equally resolute. Shadow Frog, you use quick attack too. With a croak, the Shadow Frog became a flash of purple light, and the two distinct silhouettes collided, igniting a dazzling display of sparks. The Shadow Frog stands proudly, unwavering. The Scyther mirrors this stance. Despite the disparity in levels between the two, this encounter finds the Shadow Frog unfazed. It managed to withstand a direct hit from my Scyther? Liao Buffon gasps in astonishment. The Shadow Frog seems to exceed his expectations. It can endure more than just a single strike. Su Yun chuckles softly and takes the initiative to attack. Shadow Frog, use Water Shuriken. With a swift motion, the Shadow Frog darts about, leaving behind a multitude of illusions on the stage. Simultaneously, it gathers a cerulean water shuriken in its hand. Liao Buffon, witnessing this, becomes acutely alert, commanding his Scyther, move as well and prepare to unleash a combo attack at the right moment. The Shadow Frog's speed imposes immense pressure upon him. He could never have imagined that it could move with such swiftness. Scyther races across the arena, utilizing its agility to enhance its speed while vigilantly observing the phantoms. Wary of a sneak attack from the Shadow Frog. So fast, its figure is nearly indistinguishable. The spectators below rub their eyes in disbelief, marveling at the spectacle. The prowess of this Greninja is astounding. It can stand toe-to-toe with Scyther. Is this truly the level one would expect from the ordinary class? Some among the audience, who had previously unconditionally backed Liao Buffon, now found their confidence wavering. Look, the Greninja is above Scyther. Suddenly, a gasp from the crowd draws everyone's attention. They glance upward to see, to their astonishment, the silhouette of a Greninja hovering above Scyther's head. Scyther, watch out above. Liao Buffon, now aware of the looming threat, urgently warns his Scyther. Scyther suddenly looks up, its gaze sharp as lightning. It then leaps into the air, swiftly swinging its massive pincers to execute a combo attack upon that figure. Yet, to its surprise, as the powerful pincers strike, the figure dissipates in a burst of energy. Oh no, it was merely an illusion. Liao Buffon, quick to grasp the severity of the situation, admonishes Scyther, quick, use quick attack to escape. We've been tricked. However, just as Scyther is about to move, a cold water shuriken is suddenly poised against its neck. Unbeknownst to it, the Shadow Frog has silently appeared behind. Chapter 48, Bonded Evolution. True assassins always strike with lethal precision. A chilling aura brushes against Scyther's cheek, rendering it paralyzed with fear. It can distinctly sense the sharp water shuriken piercing its steel-like skin, threatening to sever its head entirely. Buzz, without a trace of hesitation, faced with the threat of death, it instinctively opted for defense rather than flight. The fiery red body suddenly emanated a silvery glow as the Scyther appeared as if coated in a layer of impenetrable metal. Iron Wall. This steel-type defensive technique could harden its skin to the toughness of iron in an instant, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities. What are you doing, Scyther? I commanded you to use Thunderbolt. Do you not comprehend? Liao Buffon's face contorted in anger as he shouted hoarsely. He was furious that Scyther disregarded his orders, unilaterally choosing to fortify its position. Was this a rejection of his judgment concerning the situation? Yet, the next moment, as a sharp metallic clash echoed, his expression turned ashen. Watching Scyther being flung away, he finally grasped why it had disobeyed him, opting to use Thunderbolt to distance itself from the Shadow Frog, instead of employing Iron Wall for defense. If it had not defended itself, it would not only have been unable to evade the Shadow Frog's assault, but it could have been eliminated in a single blow. How ruthless were its attacks? Liao Buffon gasped, terror filling his heart as he observed the Shadow Frog in the arena. He sensed almost no fierce fighting spirit emanating from the Shadow Frog. Yet every attack it executed was lethal. One misstep could lead to instant annihilation. The Shadow Frog struck him not as a combatant, but as a cold-hearted assassin. Once it took action, Its sole objective was to eliminate its target. Gulping, Liao Bufan instinctively swallowed, the tumult within him refusing to settle. This suffocating sensation was one he had never experienced before, whether in battles against trainers or wild Pokémon. In his moment of distraction, the Shadow Frog launched another assault. Having not completely incapacitated Scyther, it did not relent in its pursuit of the target. It transformed into a streak of purple light, appearing before Scyther like a specter. Before Scyther could rise from the ground, a hand pressed down upon its head, forcefully driving it into the earth. Bang, bang, bang. The violent sounds of impact reverberated like the beating of drums, stunning everyone into silence as they gaped at the unfolding scene in disbelief. This was not the end. Witnessing Scyther's diminishing resistance, the Shadow Frog gathered a dark purple energy sphere the size of a basketball in its palm, crashing it on his Scyther's head. Boom. The energy sphere, infused with tremendous force, detonated instantly, engulfing Scyther in a blaze of brilliant flames. The Shadow Frog stood nearby, unmoved by the raging shockwaves. As if it were an invincible deity of war. Such an imposing presence left all witnesses speechless, their hearts gripped by fear. My goodness, how magnificent. Did the combination of Water Gun and Shadow Ball just obliterate Scyther in an instant? Impressive indeed. The Scyther stands no chance against the formidable Shadow Frog, which has ignited my desire to raise one myself. By the way, can this truly be considered a Shadow Frog? Can an ordinary Shadow Frog even learn Shadow Ball? Does it really matter? Its charm is undeniable. The crowd erupted with enthusiasm, utterly captivated by the overwhelming prowess displayed by the Shadow Frog. Even those who once looked down upon Su Yun and his Shadow Frog now bowed their heads in shame, regretting their narrow-mindedness. Could it be that this individual is just an ordinary class student? Not even Liao Bufon's Scyther could rival him. Why does it feel like we are the ones who belong to the ordinary class in comparison? What happened to the promised 3-second tough guy? This fellow has decisively overwhelmed his opponent. The elite class students found themselves in disarray, beginning to question their own existence. Bravo. Well done, Su Yun. This seamless combination of moves is nothing short of spectacular. Among the crowd, Yangku exuberantly clenched his fists and waved them with vigor, his face radiating pride and excitement. The strength Su Yun exhibited astounded him, leaving him momentarily speechless. On the podium, Song Qinfeng, who witnessed this scene firsthand, was so exhilarated that he stood up from his seat. This is impossible. His eyes widened in shock as he fixated on Su Yun in disbelief. The rookie he had previously dismissed had, in just a week, developed to such an extent that even his prized students were no match for him. What was hardest for him to accept was the fact that the Shadow Frog was not Su Yun's starter Pokémon, but rather his second. This implied that Su Yun had nurtured the Shadow Frog in less than 7 days. If this second Pokémon possesses such strength, one can only wonder how powerful his initial Pokémon, the Caterpie, has become. A dark cloud loomed over Song Qinfeng's face as he felt unprecedented pressure. He was experiencing an alarming sense of threat from a student. If this were to be revealed, no one would believe it. Yet, he was compelled to admit that he now felt fear. Fear that one day, Su Yun might surpass him. Damn it. The realization of such thoughts was intolerable for Song Qinfeng, who gritted his teeth and muttered curses under his breath. A terrifying notion quietly took root in his mind. He must eliminate Su Yun, preemptively preventing his growth. This individual always brings surprises. Meanwhile, Nangong Wanyue's enchanting eyes sparkled with intrigue as she gazed at Su Yun, a captivating smile gracing her lips. Although she had witnessed the Shadow Frog during the Dragonbone ruins, the sheer strength it exhibited now left even this aspiring champion astonished. Wow, this ordinary class student is truly remarkable, especially his Pokémon, which displays a prowess far beyond that of a typical Shadow Frog. Able to execute the Ghost-type move Shadow Ball, simply astounding. If it weren't for the Shadow Water Shuriken it had previously unleashed, I would truly question whether it was indeed a Koga Ninja Frog. The esteemed principal, Nangong Chun, stroked his chin, offering a commendable appraisal. By the way, what was the name of this student? The director, standing nearby, respectfully uttered 2 syllables. Su Yun. Su Yun, Nangong Chun repeated softly. Excellent. I shall remember this name. In the arena, Liao Bufan stood in stunned silence, his mouth agape, incredulously gazing at the battered and bruised Scyther sprawled on the ground. How could I have been defeated by a student from an ordinary class? He stared down at his hands in bewilderment, finding the entire situation too surreal to comprehend. Yet the fallen Scyther lay there, vividly reminding him that this was no dream. No, I cannot lose. I am the Academy's prodigy, the pride of the elite class. And I shall not be bested by a mere ordinary class student. I possess a trump card, a means to turn the tide. Liao Bufan continually reassured himself, his dazed expression gradually sharpening into clarity, igniting a fierce determination within him. Su Yun, I concede that I underestimated you. But this is where your triumph ends. Defeating my Scyther is already a sufficient source of pride for you. Now, I shall unveil my true strength. With that declaration, Liao Bufan removed the Pokeball hanging around his neck. Originally the size of a ping-pong ball, it swiftly expanded to the size of a tennis ball in his grasp. A portable Pokeball. A specially crafted ball, intricate in its design and not without a hefty price tag. It can change form and size at will. Those capable of affording such a Pokeball generally possess a noteworthy status. Ah, so the trump card is finally being revealed? But so what? The Shadow Frog is not my entirety of strength, after all. Su Yun smiled faintly, a glimmer of inexplicable excitement and exhilaration flashing in his eyes. Those observant enough would notice wisps of pale purple smoke rising around him, swirling gracefully upward into the sky. A similar phenomenon unfolded beside the Shadow Frog. As the two streams of smoke seemed to resonate with one another, intertwining in the air before ultimately coalescing into a singular force. Simultaneously, a line of Chinese characters shimmered brilliantly before Su Yun's eyes, glowing with radiant light. Bond Evolution. Chapter 49, Power on Par with Mega Evolution. Heavens, look at that. Soon, someone in the crowd noticed the unusual spectacle in the sky, exclaiming in awe. The two streams of pale purple energy intertwined spectacularly. But where did they originate? Many puzzled spectators raised questions, their gazes following the trails of energy, landing on Su Yun and the Koga Ninja Frog. It is emanating from that individual. The first to uncover this secret eagerly shouted. The Koga Ninja Frog is also emanating it. Others quickly followed suit, revealing this astonishing revelation to the crowd. Many were astounded by the extraordinary spectacle before them, their minds swirling with countless questions, yet no one was there to provide answers. Among the crowd, Yang Ku stood frozen, as if carved from stone, his gaze vacant and disbelieving as he lifted his eyes to the arena. His dark pupils constricting in shock. This lad, is it truly the rumored special evolution? How can this be possible? He has only been with the Gekigashira for a few days. Yang Ku seemed to grasp something, murmuring in disbelief. Although his rational mind insisted that such an event could not occur, the stark reality before him compelled his unwavering belief to waver. On the podium, Nangong Chun and others were equally taken aback by the unfolding scene. The most dramatic reaction came from Song Chinfeng, who leaped from his seat as if he had seen a ghost, his gaze cold and piercing like a serpent, fixated on Su Yun and the Shadow Frog in the arena. This is absolutely impossible. How could he achieve what even I am incapable of? He appeared utterly lost, unable to accept the scene before him. How could a mere student, who had only recently become a novice trainer, accomplish what he and his Gekigashira had strived for over the years? It was a bitter pill for him to swallow, an intolerable reality of Su Yun's prodigious talent. What a surprise indeed. Nangong Wangyue's beautiful eyes shimmered as she delicately covered her lips with her slender hand, feigning astonishment. Su Yun continued to astonish her, sending ripples through her usually tranquil heart. The dean, Nangong Chun, was even more exaggerated in his reaction, leaning over the table with both hands propping him up, his eyes wide as he fixated on Su Yun and the Shadow Frog. It's it, there is no doubt, I am not mistaken. It has truly appeared once again, and in the form of an ordinary class student. This is simply unbelievable. If this Pokémon was indeed captured by him just days ago, how terrifying must his talent be? Nangong Chun trembled, murmuring to himself, caught in a state of extreme excitement. Beside him, the head of the teaching staff realized something after a moment of contemplation. His mouth agape as he muttered, could it be Bond Evolution? In the arena, the four characters escaped Su Yun's lips. Though his voice was not loud, it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present, leaving them all in stunned silence. At that moment, he seemed to enter a special state, the surrounding distractions fading away, leaving only the heart's voice of the Shadow Frog communicating with him. In that instant, he felt a profound clarity. The Shadow Frog was him, and he was the Shadow Frog. Bond Evolution, it has succeeded. Boom. Powerful ghostly energy erupted into a furious storm, engulfing the entire arena. Liao Buffon, caught in the brunt of this terrifying energy tempest, struggled to open his eyes. Ah, he let out a cry, his expression one of sheer terror. Bond Evolution. It is Bond Evolution. He has actually achieved it. How can this be possible? How could there exist such a monstrous individual in this world? Liao Buffon waved his hands, retreating incessantly. This was something even the dean of their academy could not accomplish. It's all a facade, a mere illusion. I shall defeat you and shatter your sinister plot. Liao Buffon bellowed, immediately hurling the Pokeball clenched in his palm. He could hardly believe that Su Yun truly wielded the power of Bond Evolution, and he was even less willing to accept such a reality. With a flourish, a creature boasting 3 heads leaped forth against the howling wind. It was a Tropius, a Pokémon of immense power, rivaling even the third-stage evolutionary forms of the esteemed starters, and exceedingly rare. Tropius, unleash Seed Bomb and obliterate it. Liao Buffon shouted at the top of his lungs. With a spirited cry, Tropius danced in place, launching glimmering energy bombs from atop its head. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful bombs, imbued with tremendous energy, surged towards the Shadow Frog from all directions, exploding in a cataclysmic eruption. The fiery blaze engulfed the Shadow Frog in an instant. Su Yun stood calmly, a picture of serenity as she witnessed the spectacle unfold, unfazed by the chaos. When the flames dissipated, the Shadow Frog was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, Su-Yun slowly raised her gaze to the heavens. A Pokémon, adorned with a colossal shuriken, hovered in the scorching sun, suspended in midair. Its skin appeared darker than before, as if merging with the shadows. Bonded Shadow Frog. In its hands, it cradled 2 shadow spheres, each the size of a basketball. The seed bombs had inflicted no damage upon it. At the moment of the explosions, it leaped skyward, propelled by the powerful gusts created by the blasts. Now, it was time for it to strike back. Whoosh! The Bonded Shadow Frog dove from the sky, clutching the 2 shadow spheres with great speed. In truth, it could have simply hurled the shadow spheres from a distance to assault Tropius. Yet, perhaps due to its inherent nature, it favored close-range annihilation over distant strikes. Tropius quickly used Psychic to thwart it. Liao Buffon, momentarily stunned, swiftly commanded Tropius to react. With a vigorous shake, Tropius generated a tangible wave of psychic energy, launching it towards the rapidly descending Shadow Frog. However, the Shadow Frog merely tilted its body slightly, effortlessly evading the attack. In the next instant, 2 shadow spheres, charged with terrifying energy, descended upon it. Boom! The explosion unleashed a torrent of purple energy that engulfed the entire arena. The surging shockwaves radiated outward, causing the audience to stagger backward in shock and trepidation. As the tumult subsided and the spectators eagerly turned their gaze back to the arena, they beheld the bonded Greninja standing proudly atop the stage, with the unconscious Tropius lying at its feet. Chapter 50. What on earth does it mean to kill the enemy and give the middle finger, with Tropius rendered incapable of battle? The victor of this match was Su-Yun from Class 3. As the referee's voice rang out, the arena erupted in astonishment. Is this truly the end? I have only just arrived. With 2 swift moves, he annihilated the Scyther, and with 1 strike, he vanquished the Executor. Is this not a tad exaggerated? Is this truly the power of Bond Evolution? It is indeed remarkable, capable of rivaling Mega Evolution. Many students from the regular class were filled with admiration and awe as they gazed at Su-Yun. In their eyes, he resembled an invincible deity of war. Not only did he decisively conquer the elite class members they could only dream of surpassing, but he did so with an overwhelming display of prowess. Some bold female classmates unabashedly expressed their affection for Su-Yun, desiring to engage in deeper conversations with him. Meanwhile, on the other side, the members of the elite class were far less jubilant. They hung their heads in despair, their expressions growing increasingly grim. They had lost. Liao Buffon, the strongest among them, had actually been defeated. Who would have thought he would succumb? I had assumed that upon unleashing Executor, he could turn the tide. Yet, he fell even faster than the previous Scyther. In truth, his defeat was not without merit. Who could have imagined a student from the regular class wielding the power of Bond Evolution, envied even by the mightiest of champions? Did you witness it? The appearance of his Greninja after Bond Evolution was simply breathtaking. Its aura surged, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread that left no room for defiance. It was a wonder if Liao Buffon's Executor could have triumphed. It was incomprehensible that such a prodigious individual would emerge from the regular class. Surely he belonged among the elite. Some lamented, others pounded their chests in frustration, all consumed with a mix of envy and jealousy towards Su-Yun. Hidden within the crowd, Yangku could hardly contain his excitement, leaping up and exclaiming, Su-Yun, you did splendidly. Su-Yun's victory had brought him immense delight. Firstly, their class would advance to the second round, thereby securing a place among the top 8. Secondly, Song Qinfeng's class would be eliminated, missing out on the subsequent matches. As the esteemed head mentor of the academy and the elite class instructor, failing to reach the top 8 must have shattered Song Qinfeng's spirit. What could be more entertaining than witnessing his dismay? Finally, with Liao Buffon, proclaimed the strongest of the elite class, unable to best Su-Yun. It signified that Su-Yun had a substantial chance of claiming first place in this freshman tournament. This implied that their regular class would emerge as the greatest dark horse and victor of the event. The mere thought of such a scenario was exhilarating. Damn it! At the podium, Song Qinfeng was predictably incensed. Gritting his teeth, his expression darkened as if consumed by coal. He could scarcely fathom that Liao Buffon would lose to Su-Yun, resulting in their class's failure to progress to the top 8. Such a result was a disgrace for his standing. At that moment, he felt as if he had ingested something foul. And the root cause of all this turmoil was none other than Su-Yun. You dare to bring me shame? Just wait. Song Qinfeng's fists cracked ominously as he began to devise a scheme for revenge against Su-Yun. In this tumultuous moment, some reveled while others despaired. In stark contrast to Song Qinfeng's fury, Nangong Wanyue felt a sense of relief. It seemed that his spot in the secret realm was secure. She felt genuine joy witnessing Su-Yun's triumph over Liao Buffon, emerging as the most unexpected dark horse in this year's freshman competition. Yet, how had he harnessed the power of Bond Evolution? Such formidable strength eluded even her grasp. Simultaneously, her mind brimmed with questions and profound curiosity. Perhaps it was time to engage him in a deeper discussion. The allure of Bond Evolution was irresistible, even for someone of her caliber. With a genius like him so close at hand, she was reluctant to let the opportunity slip by. However, She couldn't help but wonder if he would be willing to share his knowledge. Nangong Wangyue felt a twinge of concern, her delicate fingers instinctively clutching the hem of her garment. Nangong Chun, the esteemed dean, was also struck by a peculiar thought upon witnessing Su Yun's displayed prowess. Such an extraordinary talent was unparalleled, even within the Nangong lineage. If he could be persuaded to join the Nangong family, it would undoubtedly propel their clan to new heights. But what would be the best approach to win him over? Wealth? Elixirs? Power? Or perhaps allure? Nangong Chun pondered aloud, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward his daughter, Nangong Wangyue. She was of an age where marriage was becoming a pressing matter. Perhaps she could be the one to make his acquaintance? Yet, given Wanyue's aloof nature, he questioned whether this would prove effective. Nangong Chen's thoughts were myriad, leaving him momentarily indecisive. Their current relationship was quite amicable. Well done, Shadow Frog. Su Yun exclaimed on the arena, praising Shadow Frog for its invaluable contribution to their victory. The creature had left Liao Bufan utterly dumbfounded. Liao Bufan had faced defeat before, and he was no stranger to losing gracefully. However, to be mocked so brazenly by a Pokémon was an unprecedented humiliation. He felt as though Shadow Frog had delivered 1,000 blows to his psyche, his face burning with embarrassment, wishing for a crack in the ground to swallow him whole. The audience, witnessing this surreal spectacle, was equally astonished. The once cold assassin, the invincible Shadow Frog, had dared to flip the bird at its opponent? The stark contrast was a shock to their senses. Once they regained their composure, laughter erupted. Ha ha ha, this Greninja is simply outrageous. Not only did it win, but it also had the audacity to insult its opponent. Look how furious Liao Bufan is, his face as dark as coal. The insult was highly provocative and deeply hurtful. Why did this Greninja seem oddly endearing? Even Su Yun gaped in disbelief, his jaw nearly touching the ground. Shadow Frog, who typically reserved such gestures for him, had now boldly extended the same affront to Liao Bufan in front of everyone. Is the attribute of the female little demon activated again? This is truly perplexing, isn't it? One cannot help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Liao Bufan. Chapter 51, The Master's Prestige. After the conclusion of the match between Su Yun and Liao Bufan, the next phase involves the remaining 14 contestants drawing lots for their matches. Perhaps influenced by Su Yun's performance, the participants from the ordinary class displayed a remarkable audacity when facing their elite counterparts. They were infused with a fervor akin to that of warriors invigorated by a battle cry. Regrettably, however, they lacked the formidable prowess that Su Yun possessed. Courage is commendable, yet it ultimately cannot prevail against a powerful adversary, nor can it alter a predetermined outcome. After 7 matches, every contestant from the ordinary class who drew an elite opponent was thoroughly vanquished, with none advancing to the next round. The disparity in skill between them and the elite class was insurmountable, a gap that mere bravery could not bridge. Su Yun, it seems, is an anomaly, an irreplaceable talent. Among the 5 elite participants and 3 from the ordinary class, this outcome marks an impressive achievement for the latter in the history of freshman competitions. Following the first round, Yangku could not contain his emotions. Having mentored students for many years, he was exhilarated by such an exceptional result. Su Yun, I believe in you. If you can defeat Liao Bufan, you undoubtedly have the potential to claim victory in this freshman tournament. Yangku turned to Su Yun, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, speaking earnestly. The strength Su Yun exhibited surpassed that of all present competitors, and I share the same confidence. Su Yun smiled faintly, nodding in agreement. His self-assurance stemmed not from arrogance, but from careful observation and contemplation. He had meticulously watched all 7 matches, gaining a clear understanding of the 7 advancing contestants' capabilities. It was evident that the strongest among them barely approached Liao Bufan's level. If Liao Bufan was no match for him, how could these individuals possibly pose a challenge? Soon, the quarterfinals commenced. Please, Su Yun and Zhao Tai, proceed to the first arena for your match. As the referee's voice rang out, Su Yun ascended the platform alongside a stocky youth. I look forward to your guidance. Perhaps having witnessed Su Yun's formidable prowess earlier, the elite contestant Zhao Tai appeared quite reserved, lacking the audacity to issue any pre-match threats and respectfully addressing Su Yun. As the adage goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Thus, Su Yun politely nodded in acknowledgement. He then released his Shadow Frog, preferring not to deploy his prized Qingyu Speed Dragon unless absolutely necessary. After all, maintaining an air of mystery is vital. Upon seeing Su Yun summon the Shadow Frog, which had previously triumphed over 2 of Liao Bufan's Pokémon, Zhao Tai let out a heavy sigh, a hint of bitterness and resignation evident on his face. To speak candidly, he would rather confront Su Yun's other sprite than battle the Shadow Frog. The oppressive aura emanating from the Shadow Frog was utterly overwhelming. The chilling sensation compelled him to tremble even while merely standing there. It felt less like a competition and more akin to a life-and-death duel. Yet, pride as the representative of the elite class forbade him from conceding defeat. With no other choice, he took a deep breath and resolutely summoned his sprite. Go, Charmeleon. His initial sprite was a fire type from the starter trio, one of the most popular among male trainers, boasting considerable potential. Before its complete evolution, however, its strength was not significantly superior to that of an ordinary sprite, a fact that was particularly evident in the face of the shadow frog. Just a Charmeleon? Suyun shook his head in disappointment upon seeing the creature. If it were a Charizard, perhaps it could exchange a few blows with my shadow frog. But Charmeleon? I'm afraid I lack even the interest to engage in battle. Utilize your most adept moves and conclude this fight swiftly, Suyun coldly instructed. In the next instant, the shadow frog suddenly appeared behind Charmeleon, conjuring a water shuriken that struck Charmeleon with lethal precision. The ghostly speed left Charmeleon with no opportunity to react, and it was dispatched in a single blow. Zhao Tai stood there, mouth agape, stunned into silence. The disparity in their strengths was monumental. I concede. Zhao Tai finally regained his senses, his voice hollow and defeated. Quack. In response, the shadow frog disdainfully raised a middle finger towards Zhao Tai, holding the gesture for a full 10 seconds. What the? I've already conceded, why must you mock me? He thought, bewildered. It was understandable for Liao Bufan to be insulted after provoking the shadow frog, but Zhao Tai had approached Su Yun with utmost respect and humility, seeking to learn. Why then did the shadow frog choose to mock him? Su Yun, too, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, unable to provide a reasonable explanation. My apologies. He then departed the arena with the shadow frog. The second round of the competition was almost effortless for him, leaving not even a ripple in his mood. He no longer paid attention to the other competitors and simply wished to expedite the remaining 2 matches to claim the first-place prize in the freshman tournament. It seemed that this year's freshman tournament champion would undoubtedly be the student known as Su Yun. Goodness. A student from the ordinary class winning first place in the freshman tournament. This must be unprecedented in the history of the competition, exclaimed Nangong Chun from the podium, unable to contain his astonishment. The director of education, standing nearby, smiled obsequiously and chimed in. Indeed, indeed. It is a testament to your excellent management of the academy, which has produced such a genius. Nan Gongchen shot a speechless glance at the director, not believing that he deserved any credit for the situation at hand. After all, he had not even known Su Yun's name until recently. However, the corners of his mouth, which he could not suppress, attested to the fact that the director's flattery was indeed effective. By the way, wasn't Su Yun's homeroom teacher named Yangko? Nan Gongchen suddenly inquired. He nodded lightly, saying, yes, after the competition concludes, you should initiate the process to promote him. Clear rewards and punishments are a hallmark of our academy. Understood, Principal, came the reply. Meanwhile, Yang Ku, the beneficiary of this decision, was blissfully unaware that he was about to enjoy a privileged status. Su Yun did not have to wait long before he faced his third round of battle. To his surprise, this opponent was even weaker than Zhao Tai from the previous round. It turned out to be a student from the ordinary class. It must be said that this student had remarkable luck, encountering opponents from the ordinary class in consecutive matches, both of whom were just slightly weaker than himself, allowing him to effortlessly advance to the semifinals. This had never happened in past freshman competitions. Both he and Su Yun had created a historical precedent in the ordinary class freshman tournament. The only distinction was that one had achieved it through fortune, while the other relied on his own strength. Chapter 52, The Legendary Pokémon Duel. Ideally, could we discuss something before the match begins? On the stage, the ordinary class contestant Zhou Defuc respectfully opened the conversation, since they were both students from the ordinary class. And given the amiable demeanor of his opponent, who happened to be his idol, Su Yun had no reason to respond unfavorably, nodding in agreement. What is it? Zhou Defuc exhaled in relief, casting a wary glance at the Pokeball containing his opponent's Shadow Frog, and sheepishly smiled. Could you perhaps refrain from using Shadow Frog against me? Would it be possible to switch to another Pokemon? Having witnessed the previous 2 matches, he was filled with a profound fear of the Shadow Frog. That's out of the question. Su Yun rejected without a moment's hesitation. He had no intention of revealing his Qingyu Speed Dragon during the freshman competition. Zhou Defuc's face fell in disappointment, and he quickly sought a compromise. Then if you do use Shadow Frog in the match, could you please refrain from having it give me the middle finger if I lose? After winning his previous matches, the Shadow Frog had openly disdained its opponents with a rude gesture, and Zhou Defuc was not keen on experiencing such humiliation, despite the fact that the Shadow Frog had every right to mock him. That's likely impossible as well. It wasn't that Su Yun was unwilling to assist Zhou Defuc. The crux of the matter was that he had no control over such actions. If he couldn't even manage to prevent the Shadow Frog from gesturing rudely towards him, how could he possibly stop it from doing the same to others? What? That is not an option either? Zhou Defuc's mouth fell open, and his expression turned bitter. Was he destined to be ridiculed by the Shadow Frog? No. A warrior may be slain, but must not suffer humiliation, even if he had to concede defeat. He could never allow the Shadow Frog's malice to prevail. Resolving himself, Zhou Defuc turned and shouted towards the sidelines. Referee. I concede. I surrender. Referee. Audience. Su Yun. Upon uttering these words, a wave of bewilderment swept over the crowd. They could comprehend Zhou Defuc's trepidation. His abilities were undeniably inferior to those of Su Yun. However, Having come this far, one would expect at least a chance for his Pokémon to make an appearance. Wouldn't one? To forfeit without even summoning his Pokémon seemed perplexing. Could it be that he feared the Shadow Frog's mocking gesture of a middle finger, prompting him to concede right from the outset? At this moment, a perceptive individual caught a whiff of something amiss and murmured with a peculiar expression. The thought of being derided by a Pokémon was indeed a bitter pill to swallow. Nods of agreement followed, as many shared this sentiment. This notion swiftly spread through the crowd, transforming the gazes directed at Su Yun into ones of trepidation. The idea of Su Yun possessing a Pokémon capable of such insolence was truly daunting. Noticing the peculiar stares from the crowd, Su Yun felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He had not anticipated that Zhou Defuku would choose to surrender outright to avoid giving the Shadow Frog a chance to mock him. Now, everyone regarded him with strange eyes. Those pesky little spirits ought to be taught a lesson. Su Yun silently scoffed. He felt it necessary to rectify the Shadow Frog's bad habit. Otherwise, its infamy might extend beyond the academy. Amidst the curious gazes, Su Yun awkwardly descended from the stage. Before long, he was met with the match he had eagerly anticipated, the finals. This time, his opponent was none other than Wu Fan, a student from the elite class. His prowess was second only to Liao Buffon. Without delay, Wu Fan unleashed a formidable level 30 Arcanine, catching Su Yun by surprise. He had previously taken note of this adversary, yet this was the first time he witnessed Wu Fan summon Arcanine. This is my most powerful Pokémon. If you can defeat it, I shall concede without hesitation, Wu Fan stated candidly, foregoing any unnecessary words. The reason he had held back Arcanine until now was to deliver a delightful shock to everyone present. He had initially intended to use Arcanine against Liao Buffon to claim victory in this year's freshman tournament. However, his plans were thwarted by Su Yun, who had eliminated Liao Buffon before he even had a chance to confront him. Nonetheless, Wu Fan remained unfazed. The outcome was inconsequential to him. As long as he triumphed over Su Yun, the title of champion would still be his. Wu Fan has truly concealed his strength well. I was completely deceived. This freshman tournament was indeed filled with hidden talents. How fortunate that I was not eligible to participate, or I would undoubtedly have been relegated to the role of mere backdrop. The elite students buzzed with excitement. Those who had previously lost hope now felt their spirits reignite, eagerly anticipating the unfolding events. On the stage, Nangong Chun was equally astonished. He had not expected to encounter such a skilled opponent. This is getting interesting. Arcanine is hailed as a legendary Pokémon. It certainly outshines the starters. I wonder if it can defeat Su Yun's Greninja? Even Nangong Wangyuan narrowed his eyes, feeling a ripple of unease within. Surely, he wouldn't falter at the final moment? On the arena, Su Yun lazily opened his eyes, finally intrigued. Initially, he had anticipated a rather mundane conclusion to the final match, but unexpectedly, Wu Fan had presented him with a delightful surprise. Excellent. Such a contest would indeed be captivating. Su Yun smiled faintly. Rather than feeling anxious, he was filled with excitement. The mightier the adversary, the more exhilarated he became. Go forth, Shadow Frog. Su Yun released Shadow Frog with a flourish. The two creatures stood facing each other. Though the battle had yet to commence, an intense atmosphere had already begun to clash. The energies of flame and water collided in secrecy, each vying for dominance, neither yielding an inch. With a splash, sensing the rising spirit of its opponent, Shadow Frog inadvertently manifested a water shuriken in its hand, shimmering in blue. Meanwhile, Wind Speed Dog was equally resolute, its body crouching slightly, preparing to leap like a fierce beast. The temperature around it surged, flames erupting in a fierce blaze. A confrontation was imminent. Chapter 53, The Bond of a Blade. What will you use to defend? Thud, thud, thud. Shadow Frog leaned forward, transforming into a gust of wind as it dashed forward. The water shuriken whistled through the air, slicing through the atmosphere as if to cleave it apart. Howl! Wind Speed Dog was undeterred, its slightly bent limbs suddenly propelling itself powerfully from the ground. Akin to a ferocious beast pouncing forward, flames blazed around it, generating a wave of heat that quickly elevated the surrounding temperature. As the two combatants collided in the center of the arena, Wu Fan bellowed, Wind Speed Dog, use bite. As an exceptional student of the elite class, he was well versed in the principles of elemental advantage. Su Yun's Shadow Frog, being a water-type Pokémon, was inherently at a disadvantage against his fire-type Wind Speed Dog. Ironically, this choice placed Shadow Frog, which possessed a ghost subtype, in a rather awkward predicament. Howl! Wind Speed Dog opened its gaping maw. A wave of repugnant, dark energy surging forth, causing Shadow Frog to furrow its brow in discomfort. Avoid it. Don't let it catch you. Su Yun understood all too well that dark-type moves would have a detrimental effect on Shadow Frog, compounded by the fact that Shadow Frog's level was significantly lower than that of Wind Speed Dog, and it was focused on speed, neglecting its defenses. If Wind Speed Dog managed to land a bite, the likelihood of a swift knockout was alarmingly high. Thus, he chose to evade, refraining from allowing Shadow Frog to take the brunt of the attack. Croak! Shadow Frog abruptly retreated, forcibly creating distance from the charging wind speed dog, then swiftly hurled the water shuriken it held. Whoosh! The rapidly spinning water shuriken collided with the oncoming wind speed dog, serving as a substitute for the attack it would have otherwise endured. Grr! Wind speed dog emitted a low growl, shaking its head and biting down. Its sharp fangs shattered the water shuriken with ease. The refreshing water immediately dispersed, cascading down upon wind speed dog. But before it could settle upon its fur, it was seared into vapor by the flames enveloping it. Quack! The shadow frog's countenance darkened further upon witnessing this scene, clearly displeased with the wind speed dog for obliterating its shurikens. In a fit of rage, it swiftly conjured two even larger shurikens and hurled them forth. Whoosh! The colossal shurikens launched simultaneously from both sides, leaving the wind speed dog momentarily defenseless. Wu Fan, the trainer, had a sudden flash of insight and calmly commanded, "Jump." Although the wind speed dog was not a flying-type Pokémon, it was far from being a grounded creature like certain legendary beings. Its leaping ability was commendable, allowing it to momentarily defy gravity. Howl! With a fierce growl, the wind speed dog exerted its limbs, utilizing the ground's reaction force to propel itself into the air. The two shurikens, now aimless, collided with the ground, canceling each other out. Use Shadow Ball. Suyin suddenly issued his order. The wind speed dog, suspended in midair without a point of support, presented an opportune moment for action. Buzz, perhaps sensing Su Yun's intent, the shadow frog had already gathered two deep purple shadow balls in its hands the instant the command was uttered. Without hesitation, it unleashed the shadow balls into the air. This time, it did not deviate from the plan, opting to use the shadow balls at close range. Whoosh whoosh. The two shadow balls spiraled towards the airborne wind speed dog, entwined in a dance of energy. Realizing there was no escape, Wu Fan reluctantly commanded, "Wind speed dog, use flamethrower." Howl! The wind speed dog opened its fearsome maw, rapidly coalescing a blaze of crimson flames within, which it then unleashed in a torrent. The surging flames surged forth like a fearsome fire dragon, colliding with the shadow balls. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed across the sky, transforming the azure expanse into a sea of flames, ablaze with crimson hues. Light purple energy surged forth, intertwining with the roaring fire, engulfing one another in a chaotic embrace. As all eyes were drawn to the magnificent spectacle above, a subtle transformation occurred with the shadow frog on the arena. Wisps of light purple energy flowed around it, like streams converging towards Su Yun. A similar scene unfolded around Su Yun, where two strands of light purple energy intertwined, causing the shadow frog to undergo a remarkable transformation. Bond evolution. The shadow frog once again entered this extraordinary state. The conditions for bond evolution proved far easier to trigger than I had anticipated. A smirk of pride graced Su Yun's lips. Though not as swift as during his battle with Liao Buffon, this pace was certainly commendable. Now, let us commence our dominance. Su Yun slowly raised his right hand, fingers gently curling. As if sharing a profound connection, the bonded shadow frog mirrored the actions of its counterpart. The sole distinction lay in the presence of a shadow orb, roughly the size of a basketball, nestled in its palm. Has it already achieved bonded evolution again so swiftly? How is this possible? Wu Fan, witnessing this spectacle, widened his eyes, his pupils constricting to the size of pinpoints. He had initially assumed that the shadow frog had exhausted the power of bonded evolution during its previous battle with Liao Buffon, thus rendering it incapable of entering that state again in such a short span. Yet, reality proved him gravely mistaken. His error was monumental. Not only had the shadow frog attained the state of bonded evolution, but it had done so with even greater speed than before. The battle was nearing its conclusion. This young man had delivered yet another unexpected turn of events. On the judge's platform, Nangong Chen's eyes flickered with surprise. It was the first time he had witnessed two consecutive battles showcasing the power of bonded evolution. Meanwhile, Nangong Wangyue, who had always held a fascination for bonded evolution, found herself increasingly captivated by Su Yun, solidifying her resolve to engage him in deeper discussions. Whoosh! Just as the crowd was taken aback by the shadow frog's sudden bonded evolution, it commenced its counterattack. Leaping into the air, it transformed into a streak of lightning, soaring skyward. The tremendous force fractured the arena's ground, leaving behind a multitude of cracks and a faint pair of footprints. Chapter 54, Champion's Reward. Journey to the Dragonbone Ruins. Use jet flame to repel it. Wu Fan shouted urgently, issuing commands to the plummeting wind speed dog. Wu, the wind speed dog, recalling its previous tactic, opened its mouth and unleashed a colossal fire dragon. The surging flames roared forward, aimed directly at the bonded shadow frog. However, this time, the bonded shadow frog did not evade. Instead, it raised the sailor shuriken in its grasp and cleaved towards the fire dragon head-on. Sizzle! Upon the collision of these two incompatible energies, a violent reaction ensued. Scalding white mist billowed upwards, enveloping the surroundings. Nevertheless, the sailor shuriken in the bonded shadow frog's grasp did not dissipate. Instead, it surged upward, cleaving through the relentless flames, splitting them asunder. Such a magnificent sight left the teachers and students present in utter shock. Goodness, this is simply astounding. It actually split the flames apart? Water is supposed to extinguish fire. But this is beyond belief. Am I truly witnessing the freshman tournament? It feels as though those professional trainers are no match for this. Crash. The powerful surge of water enveloped its entire form, extinguishing all the flames surrounding it. A woo. The wind speed dog let out a pained howl as it plummeted from the sky. The battle should have concluded at this point. Yet perhaps due to the wind speed dog's previous act of shattering the sailor shuriken, the shadow frog was incensed. The bonded shadow frog did not relent in its assault on the wind speed dog, relentlessly hurling the sailor shuriken at it, as if it were of no consequence, leaving the wind speed dog in a daze. Stop. Please stop. I concede. He had not anticipated that the shadow frog would harbor such a grudge, even after victory. It refused to relent against the swift wind hound. Quack. The bonded shadow frog cast a disdainful glance at him, as if to question, "Are you instructing me?" Its actions showed no signs of abating. On the contrary, it exerted itself even more vigorously. He feared that if he hesitated any longer, the swift wind hound would suffer a dire fate. Quack. With its target for venting frustrations now absent, the bonded shadow frog turned in anger to glare at Wu Fan. This left Wu Fan frozen in place, too frightened to even breathe. At this critical moment, it was Su Yun who could no longer hold her tongue, managing to quell the shadow frog's impulse to retaliate against Wu Fan. Quack. Stunned, Wu Fan became even more perplexed. Not only was the shadow frog attacking his Pokémon, but it was also brazenly mocking him. Was this how the game was played? A surge of indignation welled up within him, leading to a moment of fury. Although he felt utterly frustrated, he knew he could not contend with Su Yun's shadow frog. The spectators, both teachers and students, could not help but burst into laughter at this comical scene. Ha ha ha, poor Wu Fan. Not only did he receive a beating, but he also faced humiliation right in front of everyone. Su Yun's Greninja truly possessed a unique personality. None of its defeated opponents had escaped the tragic fate of being rudely mocked. Henceforth, anyone who dared to challenge Su Yun would need to weigh the consequences wisely. Losing was not the worst of it. The scornful gesture was the true horror. Unbeknownst to them, the reputation of the Shadow Frog had begun to spread throughout the academy. Wu Fan conceded defeat, and the victor of this match was none other than Su Yun from Class 3. With the referee's announcement, the freshman competition reached a splendid conclusion. Su Yun had achieved her long-desired first place in the freshman tournament. The coveted spot in the secret realm was now hers. Standing on the podium, Su Yun basked in the adoration and envy of her peers, her smile more radiant than blossoms in full bloom. Congratulations, Su Yun. You will receive a cash prize of 5 million and represent our academy in the secret realm. The dean, Nangong Chun, beamed as he personally presented the award to Su Yun. Thank you, Dean. I will continue to work hard. Su Yun's polite demeanor only endeared her further to Nangong Chun. In a world brimming with talent, those like Su Yun, humble yet confident, self-assured yet not arrogant, were exceedingly rare. Wang Yue, such talent is a once-in-a-century occurrence for our academy. You should meet her, Nangong Chun called over Nangong Wang Yue, wishing to introduce the two. Su Yun, allow me to introduce. However, before he could finish, Nangong Wang Yue interjected. No need for introduction. We already know each other. Nangong Chun stood there, utterly baffled, staring in disbelief at the two. When had his daughter become acquainted with a student from the academy? How had he been completely oblivious to this? We met at the ruins uncovered by grandfather. Nangong Wang Yue hastily added to clarify, fearing a misunderstanding. Only then did Nangong Chun come to a realization. Ah, I see. Since you are already acquainted, I shall refrain from introducing further. You may engage in more discussions when time permits, Nangong Chun remarked with a hint of implication. Nangong Wang Yu discerned the underlying meaning yet maintained her aloof demeanor, seemingly unfazed. Su Yun understood that Nangong Chun intended to foster a connection between them. However, his mind was elsewhere. He interjected to shift the topic. Director, when may I venture into the secret realm for training? The secret realm held countless opportunities. Alongside the immense remains of a dragonite and items of interest for his shadow frog, he had no inclination to cultivate a romantic bond with Nangong Wang Yu. I have received definitive news from the Alliance. It will officially open to the public tomorrow, Nangong Chun stated with certainty. A matter jointly determined by the Alliance and his family. Indeed, Su Yun was not the only one entering the secret realm. There would also be members of the Nangong family, official trainers from the Alliance, and prodigies from various factions converging there. It was a gathering of the elite. Oh, we can enter the secret realm tomorrow? Su Yun exclaimed, brimming with excitement. He fervently hoped that the colossal dragonite remains had not been appropriated by the Alliance as officials. Otherwise, the evolution of his Jade Speedster would pose a significant challenge. Yet, he harbored his own concerns, silently praying for a favorable outcome. Chapter 55, The Champion's Bodyguard. In the afternoon after classes, Nangong Wang Yu approached Su Yun, seeking a profound discussion regarding the intricacies of bond evolution. If you impart to me the secrets of bond evolution, I can fulfill one of your requests, she pledged. Instantly intrigued, Su-Yun scrutinized her closely, a smile gracing his lips as he inquired, any request? Though his shadow frog achieved bond evolution with the assistance of the system, it did not imply he was oblivious to the concept. In his previous life as a fervent Pokémon enthusiast, his research and understanding of Pokémon knowledge were remarkably profound. Even the most eminent scholars in this world could not rival his expertise on the topic of bond evolution. He could articulate his thoughts eloquently and offer many thought-provoking suggestions to Nangong Wanyu. Thus, her seeking counsel from him on this matter was indeed a wise choice. Moreover, he found himself in a predicament requiring her assistance. Nangong Wanyu furrowed her brows, sensing Su-Yun's ulterior motives, yet she nodded in agreement. Eager to uncover the secrets of bond evolution. As long as it is within my capability, she affirmed. Su-Yun smiled contentedly and pointed to her chest, declaring, I want you to be my bodyguard. Excuse me? Nangong Wanyu was taken aback, a look of confusion crossing her features. A bodyguard? Su-Yun nodded affirmatively. Yes, a bodyguard. For the next month, you shall ensure my safety. Today he had offended Song Qinfeng, causing him to lose face. Thus, it was inevitable that Song Qinfeng would seek retribution. Until Su-Yun grew strong enough to contend with Song Qinfeng, he required a formidable safeguard to ensure his security. The formidable Nangong Wanyu, possessing the strength of a quasi-king, was undeniably an excellent choice. His decision to allocate a month for this endeavor was the result of meticulous calculations. In a month's time, his prowess would experience a significant enhancement, granting him the ability to protect himself even against Song Qinfeng. Is someone threatening you? Nangong Wanyu inquired solemnly, sensing an unusual undercurrent. If not, why would Su-Yun seek a quasi-king to serve as her bodyguard? That is not your concern. Simply tell me whether you accept or decline, Su-Yun replied, unwilling to divulge the intricacies of her situation with Song Qinfeng. Both were harboring intentions against one another, and their feud did not require external interference. Recognizing Su-Yun's reluctance to explain, Nangong Wanyu pondered briefly before affirmatively nodding. Very well, I accept your request. The notion of a quasi-king acting as a bodyguard seemed somewhat absurd, yet the prospect of acquiring the secret to bond evolution rendered it a palatable arrangement. Su-Yun smiled lightly and turned to leave the campus, with Nangong Wanyu following closely behind. You have yet to reveal the secret of bond evolution, he remarked. Patience. Su-Yun replied nonchalantly. We shall discuss it at our leisure. At the school gate, Song Qinfeng, who had been waiting impatiently, wore a sinister grin upon seeing Su-Yun emerge. Humph, Su-Yun, daring to provoke me. Today shall be your undoing. However, the moment he noticed Nangong Wanyu beside her, his expression froze, contorting into one of rage. Nangong Wanyu. How infuriating. How could they be together? It should be me by Nangong Wanyu's side. With a furious punch against the wall, Song Qinfeng's eyes blazed with fury, unable to suppress the wrath ignited within him. The sight of Su-Yun and Nangong Wanyu walking side by side elevated his resentment to an unbearable peak. Su-Yun, I shall ensure you pay a steep price. I will not allow you another opportunity to approach Nangong Wanyu. With a hoarse growl, he shot Su-Yun an icy glare akin to a venomous serpent before turning away. He understood that with Nangong Wanyu present, he could not act against Su-Yun today. Yet, he would not allow her to escape unscathed. Those who dared to provoke him would face dire consequences. Song Qinfeng retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Cousin, I hear you have secured a spot in the Dragonbone secret realm. Once inside, assist me in eliminating someone, and I shall offer you a reward. The following day, at the outer region of the Dragonbone secret realm, Su-Yun, guided by Nangong Chun, arrived at the bustling location. By the time they reached, throngs of people had gathered, representing nearly all the influential families of Jiangbei City. Nangong Chun pointed out various individuals, introducing them one by one. The group ahead, clad in blue trainer attire, consists of the prodigious trainers from the Jiangbei City Pokémon Alliance. Each of them is a youthful luminary, possessing strength that far surpasses their peers. Even the talented scions from prominent families find themselves outmatched. Should you encounter them within the secret realm, it is advisable to steer clear and avoid any potential conflicts. To the left are members of the Nangong family, with the elder at the forefront being a senior relative of mine. I shall approach them shortly to extend my greetings. Should you happen upon them in the secret realm, it would be beneficial to have some allies. The individuals on the right belong to other familial factions in Jiangbei City, though they pale in comparison to the Alliance and my Nangong family. Among them are indeed some exceptionally gifted individuals, yet you need not pay them undue attention. Although maintaining a sense of caution is prudent. Su-Yun listened intently, his gaze sweeping over the talented youths of these factions. Regrettably, none released their Pokémon, rendering him unable to accurately assess their strengths. After introducing everyone, Nangong Chun continued to advise, the secret realm is fraught with peril. Once you enter, you must exercise utmost caution and never let your guard down. If conflicts arise due to unforeseen circumstances, ensure you ascertain the strength of your opponents before making any decisions. When it comes time to retreat, do so without hesitation. Do not act recklessly. Su Yun nodded, silently committing Nangong Chun's counsel to memory. Very well. I shall go greet the Nangong family. You wait here for the time being. Nangong Chun then stepped towards the area where his family was gathered. Su Yun followed closely. Murmuring, Director, I will accompany you. I happen to have some inquiries for Senior Nangong Hong. Nangong Chun paused, turning in astonishment to regard Su Yun. Wait, how do you know his name is Nangong Hong? I do not recall introducing him to you. Oh, I forgot to mention, I am already acquainted with Senior Nangong Hong. Su Yun replied nonchalantly, brushing past Nangong Chun. Left standing in bewilderment, Nangong Chun stared incredulously at Su Yun's retreating figure. A profound question surfacing in his mind. When did this young man become associated with my Nangong family? Chapter 56, Exploring Functions, Discovering Dragon Bones. Senior, it has been quite some time. Su Yun greeted as he approached Nangong Hong with a smile. Ah, young friend, you are here as well? Nangong Hong expressed surprise upon seeing Su Yun. Yes, I have been granted a slot in the Academy's secret realm, Su Yun explained with casual ease. However, to Nangong Hong, this statement struck like a thunderclap, far from the calmness displayed by Su Yun. Indeed, I did not misjudge. Young friend, you are truly remarkable. After a moment of astonished silence, Nangong Hong could not help but give a thumbs up in admiration. He was well aware of the Jiangbei City Junior Pokémon Academy, a place teeming with potential and home to many formidable individuals. That Su Yun could stand out among such a multitude speaks volumes of his formidable prowess. Ah, senior. You flatter me, Su Yun replied humbly with a smile. Then, shifting the topic, he asked, do you still remember the colossal dragonite remains from back then? Nangong Hong nodded, his face filled with sorrow. How could I possibly forget? That was a treasure I longed to excavate. Unfortunately, it fell into this damned secret realm, and its whereabouts have been lost. Even the Alliance has searched for days without success. It's likely lying somewhere obscure and forgotten. Oh, Su Yun was taken aback upon hearing this. The fact that the Alliance had searched for 3 days without finding it meant that the massive dragonite remains were still within the secret realm. A faint smile graced Su Yun's lips, and he felt a sense of relief. Although this news might be disheartening for Nangong Hong, it was indeed fortuitous for him. It seemed there was still a chance for the evolution of the Jade Speed Dragon. With the knowledge that the colossal dragonite remains had not fallen into anyone else's hands, Su Yun's anxious heart finally settled. However, locating it would not be a simple endeavor. How should he begin his search? If the Alliance had failed after 3 days, his solitary quest would likely yield the same results without a stroke of luck or an effective method. Could the Jade Speed Dragon sense the location of the colossal dragonite remains? An idea flashed in Su Yun's mind, leading him to consider a feasible approach. Since the Jade Speed Dragon required dragon bones for evolution and was itself a dragon-type Pokémon, it might possess some innate ability to sense dragon bones. While he could not ascertain this for certain, he felt it was worth exploring once he entered the secret realm. At that moment, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently. A massive iron door embedded in the earth slowly creaked open, revealing a dark abyss below. The secret realm had been activated. Among the crowd, someone shouted, prompting a surge of excitement as people rushed toward the entrance of the secret realm. Young friend, hurry over. We can enter the secret realm now. Nangong Hong urged Su Yun, leading his family's members toward the entrance. Su Yun, not wanting to fall behind, joined the throng. In no time, he reached the edge of the secret realm's entrance. At that moment, the head of the Alliance's secret realm division stood atop a platform, announcing, everyone, the entrance to the secret realm is open. Please proceed swiftly. Unrelated personnel, kindly keep your distance and do not obstruct others. As soon as the words left his lips, an eager youth leaped forward, plunging directly into the abyss. Following suit, others hastily followed, jumping into the entrance one after another. Observing this, Su Yun hesitated not a moment longer and, like the others, leaped into the secret realm. As he fell into the abyss, the spatial forces of the secret realm enveloped him like a tidal wave, inducing a momentary sensation of suffocation and dizziness. Yet, this feeling was fleeting. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself in a vast expanse of yellow sands. Had he made it in? Su Yun surveyed his surroundings, only to find no trace of any other individuals. It appeared to be a random-type secret realm, he murmured. The secret realms are categorized based on the location where one appears upon entry. Those that manifest at fixed points are termed fixed-type secret realms, while those with random appearances are classified as random-type secret realms. Clearly, the Dragonbone secret realm he found himself in belonged to the latter category. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why so many had entered simultaneously without a single soul in sight. No wonder the Alliance could not locate the enormous dragonite remains even after 3 days. It was entirely a matter of luck. At this moment, Su Yun began to comprehend the reason behind the elusive nature of the colossal dragonite remains. Emerald Speed Dragon, come forth. Once he confirmed that the vicinity posed no danger, Su Yun summoned the Emerald Speed Dragon. Tasks as specialized as locating dragon bones were best entrusted to experts, Can you sense the location of the dragon bones? The emerald speed dragon blinked, appearing somewhat perplexed, as if to say, "Are you trying to make things difficult for me? Is that not possible?" Suyun furrowed his brows. His plan had not even commenced before it faced an untimely demise. Perhaps he should try the system instead? Since the emerald speed dragon could not assist, he had no choice but to seek help from the system. "System, do you possess the ability to locate evolutionary materials?" he inquired within the system. Notice, consuming sacrifice points will activate the item exploration function. Item exploration function. Once activated, it can explore specified evolutionary items, with duration and range influenced by evolutionary points. The greater the consumption of evolutionary points, the broader the exploration range and duration. "Oh, such a benefit exists?" he exclaimed with excitement. "Quickly, I wish to activate the item exploration function. A method to locate the colossal dragonite remains has just presented itself. Activating exploration function requires 10 sacrifice points. Do you wish to proceed?" "Proceed," Suyun declared without hesitation. After all, the emerald speed dragon had a substantial 267 sacrifice points, more than sufficient. Beep. Exploration function activated. Please select the evolutionary item you wish to explore. 1. Talisman coin. 2. Dragon scales. 3. Dragon bones. Please select the range and duration of your exploration. 1. A radius of 10 meters for 24 hours. Sacrifice points consumed, 10. 2. A radius of 100 meters for 24 hours. Sacrifice points consumed, 20. 3. A radius of 1,000 meters for 24 hours. Sacrifice points consumed, 33. Suyun did not bother to read further. A radius of 1,000 meters for 24 hours was more than adequate, and he saw no need to squander excess sacrifice points. Beep. Selection complete, initiating exploration. Before Suyun's eyes, a radar-like disc materialized, with a green dot pulsating in the lower right corner, flickering incessantly. Immediately, the system's voice echoed once more in his ears. Ding. Evolutionary item dragon bone detected. Chapter 57, A Blessing in Disguise? What fortuitous luck. Upon entering the secret realm, I have stumbled upon a dragon bone. The unexpected discovery caused a smile to involuntarily manifest on Suyun's face. Yet, he pondered whether this was indeed the colossal dragonite skeleton he sought. Concerning this uncertainty, Suyun could not provide a definitive answer. While the system possessed the ability to actively seek out dragon bones, identifying the specific dragon-type Pokémon from which the bones originated could only be confirmed once he personally investigated. Jade Quick Dragon, let us explore. With that thought, Suyun hesitated no longer, leading his Jade Quick Dragon to swiftly navigate through the arid expanse, following the system's guidance. The desert terrain was soft, and the shifting sands made it easy to sink, significantly impeding his progress. After approximately half an hour, he finally arrived at the location indicated by the system. Lowering his gaze, he spotted a tailbone, weathered beyond recognition by the relentless winds and sands, partially buried in the yellow grains. Unfortunately, it was not the colossal dragonite skeleton he was searching for. Suyun shook his head, feeling a tinge of disappointment. The size of this bone clearly indicated it bore no relation to the ancient, massive Pokémon. He crouched down, clearing the surrounding sands to extract the dragon bone. Holding it in his hands, he scrutinized it closely, but he was left perplexed. The severe wear and scant critical information made it nearly impossible to ascertain which dragon-type Pokémon it belonged to. In his moment of uncertainty, the system kindly provided a hint. Tailbone of the biting shark, heavily worn, average quality, can be used as evolution material. The clear information before him resolved his doubts. Suyun gazed at the dragon bone in his hand, astonished. This unassuming bone belonged to the biting shark? If not for the system's precise identification, he would never have guessed. Though its quality was indeed lacking, it was still superior to an ordinary dragon bone. If he could not locate the colossal dragonite skeleton, this dragon bone would serve as a commendable alternative, Suyun mused. The biting shark was one of the quasi-divine Pokémon, undoubtedly a paragon among dragon-type Pokémon, second only to the legendary beasts. As a material for the evolution of his Jade Quick Dragon, its efficacy would undoubtedly surpass that of a typical dragon bone. Of course, it could not compare to the colossal dragonite skeleton. However, the pressing issue remained. He still had not found the remains of the colossal dragonite. Silently, Suyun placed the biting shark's rib into his backpack for safekeeping. Just then, the sands beneath his feet began to shift unexpectedly, sinking as if concealing a bottomless pit below. What is happening? Suyun was taken aback, and before he could comprehend the situation, a ghastly, toothy maw suddenly erupted from the sands, lunging towards his right foot. In a moment of dire peril, Suyun hastily lifted his foot and retreated swiftly, narrowly avoiding an attack. As he moved aside, a large-headed, earth-colored wild spirit emerged from the sands below. The great giant, Suyun exclaimed, instantly recognizing the creature's identity. This wild spirit, a ground-type entity, thrived in sandy habitats, adept at crafting traps beneath the surface to ensnare its prey. Clearly, Su Yun had inadvertently stumbled into the trap set by the great jaw ant, becoming its unwitting target. How dare you consider me your prey? Let me show you what I can do. Su Yun glanced down at his shoe, nearly bitten through, and felt a surge of unbridled rage. He turned to his companion, the Jade Swift Dragon, and commanded, Jade Swift Dragon, teach it a lesson. With a low growl, the Jade Swift Dragon seemed to sense Su Yun's fury. Its eyes sharpening with intensity, it opened its mouth and unleashed a powerful breath of dragon energy towards the great jaw ant, sending it tumbling to the ground. The great jaw ant instantly felt a tingling sensation course through its body, rendered immobile and vulnerable, clearly affected by the dragon's breath. Paralyzed. Is that all it takes? Su Yun scoffed, witnessing the ease with which the Jade Swift Dragon dispatched the wild great jaw ant. He had anticipated a formidable adversary, only to find it incapable of withstanding even a single attack from his companion. However, just as he reveled in his triumph, the sound of shifting sands resonated around him once more. The surrounding sand began to roil as if boiling, and soon, numerous earth-colored wild spirits emerged from the ground like mushrooms after rain. Hundreds of pitch-black eyes fixated on Su Yun. A chill ran down Su Yun's spine as he gasped in shock. So many great giants. This is trouble. I've awakened a swarm. He quickly surveyed the scene, his scalp prickling with anxiety. If there were only 2 or 3, he would have been unconcerned, as the Jade Swift Dragon could easily handle them. Yet, with hundreds of great jaw ants emerging, some even at level 30, rivaling the Jade Swift Dragon, the situation was dire. Even if he released his Shadow Frog, it would be utterly inadequate. Regaining his composure, Su Yun wasted no time and turned to flee with the Jade Swift Dragon. Hundreds of great jaw ants could easily overwhelm him with a single mouthful of sand. Although the Jade Swift Dragon was not equipped to confront such a massive swarm, retreating was not its nature. While they withdrew, it continuously unleashed primal forces and dragon breaths to attack the advancing horde, maintaining a strategy of retreating while striking. Su Yun's spirits lifted as he realized that while the onslaught of the great jaw ants posed a significant threat, it simultaneously presented a valuable opportunity to elevate his spirits levels. During his retreat, he released the Shadow Frog, allowing it to join in the quest for experience enhancement. With a deft throw of the Shadow Ball, it detonated amidst the swarm of jaw ants, inflicting significant damage upon a large cluster of them. The results were quite remarkable. Thus, Su Yun, accompanied by the Jade Rapid Dragon and the Shadow Frog, battled while retreating, swiftly decimating the population of jaw ants. Both the Jade Rapid Dragon and the Shadow Frog reaped the rewards, elevating their levels considerably. The Jade Rapid Dragon reached level 32, while the Shadow Frog attained level 27. The jaw ants, realizing they could not catch Su Yun and suffering substantial losses, ultimately abandoned their pursuit, retreating into the Golden Sands. Observing this, Su Yun was immediately displeased. So they think they can escape? It would not be so simple. Although the jaw ants had chosen to let him go, he had no intention of sparing them. To him, each jaw ant was a delectable package of experience points. How could he allow such a feast to slip away? Chapter 58, Ghosts and Dragons. Multiple Dragon Baruto riding Giratina. Shadow Frog, Jade Rapid Dragon, track them down. Su Yun commanded. The Shadow Frog and the Jade Rapid Dragon unleashed their powerful moves, striking the ground beneath them. Bang, bang, bang. The explosions echoed, sending clouds of sand soaring into the air, creating numerous craters on the ground. Many jaw ants, caught unawares and unable to burrow underground, were swept away by the blasts, becoming experience packages for the Shadow Frog and the Jade Rapid Dragon. Having tasted the sweetness of victory, both the Jade Rapid Dragon and the Shadow Frog eagerly took the initiative, requiring little guidance from Su Yun as they sought out the remaining jaw ants. In no time, they eliminated another large number of jaw ants in tandem. A torrent of experience surged forth, elevating their levels once more, one to level 33 and the other to level 28. At this point, the once mighty swarm of jaw ants, which had numbered in the hundreds, had dwindled to nearly nothing. Su Yun decided to cease his onslaught, refraining from total annihilation, not out of mercy, but because a more pressing matter demanded his attention. Ding! An evolutionary item, Dragon Bone, has been detected. In his vicinity, Dragon Bone had reappeared. Moreover, this time the system indicated a green that was larger and more luminous than before. Such anomalous data stirred his anticipation. Could it be the remains of a colossal dragonite? He resolved to investigate. Half an hour later, an eerie dark purple forest came into view. How peculiar are these plants? All dark purple? Su Yun marveled at the scene before him, astonished. It was his first encounter with such a phenomenon. As if these plants had been drained of their life essence. Yet, their robust growth seemed to proclaim their vitality. At that moment, the Shadow Frog eagerly emerged from its pockball, greedily surveying the fascinating landscape before it. Then, under Su Yun's astonished gaze, the Shadow Frog strode directly into a patch of grass and began to sample the dark purple weeds. Shadow Frog, what are you doing? Su Yun asked, utterly perplexed. He was aware that the Shadow Frog favored energy cubes, but when did it develop a penchant for nibbling on weeds? Ribbit. The shadow frog cast a disdainful glance in his direction and continued to chew with delight. Are you suggesting that these weeds contain the ghostly energy you favor? Su Yun deciphered the expression in the shadow frog's eyes, his disbelief evident. Ribbit. The shadow frog nodded and grasped another handful of weeds to taste. How peculiar. How could these weeds possibly harbor ghostly energy? Su Yun scratched his head, utterly baffled. Yet, he began to understand why the shadow frog was so enamored with these weeds. After all, the current shadow frog was indeed a genuine ghost-type creature. For it, ghostly energy was akin to a nourishing delicacy. It would be strange if it were not tempted. Wait, could it be that the alluring element in the secret realm you spoke of is merely these plants imbued with ghostly energy? Su Yun pondered, suddenly wearing an odd expression. If the only attraction for the shadow frog in the secret realm were these plants, it seemed rather juvenile. Ribbit. The shadow frog shook its head and contemptuously gestured a middle finger at Su Yun, as if mocking him. Do you think I could be deceived by mere weeds? However, its incessantly munching mouth seemed to slap its own face in contradiction. Oh, what is that? Su Yun couldn't help but feel intrigued. If it was not these plants containing ghostly energy that attracted the shadow frog, then what more precious thing could it be? Ribbit. The shadow frog shook its head and pointed a finger toward the depths of the forest. Oh, is that thing ahead? Su Yun looked up toward the forest's interior, astonished. The direction indicated by the shadow frog coincided precisely with that of the dragon bones detected by the system. Such a coincidence compelled him to speculate further. Could it be that I was mistaken, and what the system detected was not the remains of a colossal dragonite, but rather dragon bones infused with immense ghostly energy? If any dragon-type creature were to inherently possess vast ghostly energy, the first that came to Su Yun's mind was the formidable Dragapult, known as a pseudo-legendary. After all, it was one of the few powerful creatures that possessed both ghost and dragon attributes. Of course, there was another even mightier entity, Giratina, one of the three creators of the Pokémon universe. It too was a ghost dragon type. However, given its unique status, Su Yun deemed this possibility unlikely. After all, Giratina was one of the most powerful deities, standing at the pinnacle of the Pokémon world, with an endless lifespan. Such a being could hardly leave behind dragon bones unless it had sustained grave injuries or encountered an accident. Yet, that seemed even less plausible. Even the deities of space, Palkia and time, Dialga, stand no chance against it. Who could possibly inflict such injury upon it? An alpaca? That seems implausible, as it is but a creation of its own. After pondering for a moment, Su Yun stepped into the forest, venturing deeper within. Regardless of what awaited him, he felt compelled to witness it firsthand. This presented a tremendous opportunity, both for the Qingyu Sulu and the Shadow Frog. Upon entering the Phantom Forest, Su Yun was immediately enveloped by a dense aura of ghostly energy, chilling the very air around him. It was not a suitable environment for the living to linger long. Frowning, he concluded that the concentration of ghostly energy here far exceeded normal levels, posing significant harm to the human body. It was not long before he felt an uncomfortable sensation in his physique. Conversely, the shadow frog appeared oblivious, thriving in this atmosphere and exuding excitement. The abundant, ghostly energy in the air was a rare boon for it. It did not even need to exert itself. The surrounding energy naturally converged into its being, enhancing its power. A strong sensation surged within it, suggesting that if it could remain here for 10 days or even half a month, its strength would undoubtedly undergo a qualitative leap. As Su Yun ventured further, the ghostly energy intensified. Eerie and terrifying sounds echoed through the forest, and spectral shadows flitted between the trees. There certainly were many ghostly entities here. Su Yun was unperturbed. Those so-called specters were merely wild ghost-type spirits. He wondered if he might encounter a gung ghost. If fortune favored him, he could capture one for training. Instead, a subtle excitement coursed through him as he keenly scanned the shadows, searching for the forms of gung ghost or its evolutions. Chapter 59, A Throne of Bleached Bones. Who dares challenge the Ghost King? Suddenly, a wild spirit bearing a white skull leaped from the underbrush, blocking Su Yun's path. Galar? The sight of the creature brandishing a white-boned staff momentarily surprised Su Yun. This Galar was far from ordinary. It manifested in a rare alternative form, a fusion of ghost and fire attributes. The flames flickering at both ends of its bone staff served as undeniable proof. Galar's eyes blazed with intensity, sharply fixated on the shadow frog beside Su Yun, exuding a palpable desire for battle. Was it eager for a sparring match? Su Yun paused, as if deciphering the unspoken words in Galar's gaze, and turned to the shadow frog in astonishment. Croak. The shadow frog, with a cool demeanor, nodded slightly. However, it seemed disinterested and had no intention of engaging. Su Yun glanced at Galar's level, and a realization dawned upon him. Only level 25? No wonder the shadow frog lacked interest. A level 25 wild spirit might be commendable in the wild, yet it paled in comparison to the formidable beings they were accustomed to. Yet, for the shadow frog, which boasted a formidable level of 27, the small Galar was but a trifling opponent, easily vanquished. Had Galar been of a higher level, perhaps 7 or 8 levels more, it might have ignited a flicker of combativeness. As it stood, however, the shadow frog could hardly muster the energy to engage. Nonetheless, Galar seemed resolute, brandishing its bone club and steadfastly challenging the shadow frog, muttering incessantly. The shadow frog's expression darkened, a palpable displeasure surfacing in its eyes at Galar's provocative behavior. In an instant, without any forewarning, the shadow frog transformed into a strange purple light and materialized behind Galar. With no hesitation, it unleashed a water shuriken, striking Galar squarely on the back of its head. With a resounding crack, Galar was sent spiraling backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground, incapacitated, with numerous fractures appearing on its skull. In a single move, the shadow frog effortlessly dispatched its foe. Observing this spectacle, Su-Yun could only shake his head in disbelief. Why, he pondered, must one challenge the shadow frog without the requisite strength? Was it not akin to lighting a lantern in a latrine, courting disaster? He found it incomprehensible that Galar would engage in such self-destructive behavior. After dealing with Galar, Su-Yun and the shadow frog continued their journey. Yet, it was not long before they encountered two wild spirits blocking their path. One was a dream demon, and so was the other. Both dream demons, though not particularly high in level, were significantly stronger than the previous Galar, reaching a commendable level of 30. At last, the combined strength of the two dream demons piqued the shadow frog's interest, prompting a swifter response than before. In just 2.5 minutes, the battle concluded. The two dream demons stood no chance against the shadow frog. Strangely, what was happening with these wild spirits? Why did they all seem eager to challenge him? Su-Yun, sensing something amiss, furrowed his brow and inquired of the shadow frog. The shadow frog shook its head, indicating ignorance, yet its gaze remained fixated ahead, as if something there beckoned it. What have you discovered? Su-Yun asked, noting the shadow frog's unusual demeanor. The shadow frog remained silent, hastening deeper into the forest. Hey, speak to me, why the aloofness? Su-Yun queried, perplexed, as he hurried to keep pace. Soon, more wild ghost-type spirits emerged to obstruct their path. The water shuriken in the shadow frog's hand remained undiminished as it continued to strike down its foes with precision. Many wild spirits fell before it in an instant. Yet some elusive ones managed to escape, leaving Su-Yun in a quandary. What on earth was this creature plotting? Su-Yun grumbled inwardly, compelled to summon his Jade Rapid Dragon for support. It was the first time he had witnessed the shadow frog so uncharacteristically agitated. He could be entirely certain that the shadow frog had discovered something significant. Yet, it stubbornly maintained an air of aloofness, refusing to divulge any information, which infuriated him greatly. Consequently, he redirected all his pent-up rage towards the wild ghost-type Pokémon obstructing his path. Get out of my way, he bellowed, as the Jade Dragon in front of him let out a thunderous roar, reminiscent of a war deity, and unleashed a powerful dragon breath, toppling a multitude of adversaries. The wild Pokémon scattered in an instant, and their pace quickened considerably. As he delved deeper, terrifying scenes began to unfold. The ground around him was littered with numerous stark white bones, some fully exposed to the air, while others lay partially buried in the earth. Some formed grotesque little mounds, creating an unsettling atmosphere. What on earth have I stumbled into? Why is it so eerie? Su-Yun couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The environment was so bizarre that it kept him on edge. At that moment, the shadow frog abruptly halted, fixated on something ahead. What could it be? Su-Yun hurried forward, and upon witnessing the scene before him, he gasped, feeling a chill creep up his spine. Beneath their feet lay a small path paved with bones, flanked by heaps of various creatures' remains, resembling small hills. Following the bone-laden path, he noticed a grander mountain of bones at its end, towering 3 to 4 meters high. Perched atop this skeletal throne was an enormous, dark purple Pokémon. Its appearance was terrifying, with blood-red eyes that glimmered like a demon's, exuding malice and bloodlust. Below, a massive maw lined with white fangs grinned menacingly, stretching to an exaggerated width, as if it were a gaping abyss, ready to devour both flesh and soul. This is Gengar, Su-Yun exclaimed in shock. Seated upon that bone throne was precisely the ghost-type Pokémon he had sought after. It seemed to be the sovereign of this domain, commanding all ghost-type Pokémon in the vicinity. At that moment, Su-Yun finally understood why so many wild ghost types had emerged to challenge the shadow frog. They were undoubtedly minions dispatched by this very Gengar. Now, having vanquished Gengar's subordinates, the shadow frog had successfully arrived before its master. A confrontation between the two Pokémon was inevitable. Su-Yun could even sense the potent tension in the air, laden with the scent of impending battle. However, a worry began to gnaw at him. Could the shadow frog truly stand against Gengar? It wasn't he that he doubted the shadow frog's abilities, but the Gengar before him was anything but ordinary. Chapter 60, Bonds, Shadow Frog vs. Jade Dragon vs. Gengar. Leader Gengar, 45. Utilizing the power of the system. Su-Yun gazed at the Gungui, perched upon the bone throne, and the information he gleaned left him utterly astonished. To his surprise, it was a leader Pokémon. which explained its distinct physique and imposing aura, setting it apart from ordinary Gungue. The leader Pokémon is a rare variant of wild Pokémon, possessing greater innate talent, superior strength, and a more formidable stature than its common counterparts. In essence, it represents the elite among elites. However, the number of leader Pokémon is exceedingly scarce. It is unlikely that even one would emerge from 100,000 Pokémon. The probability of encountering one in the wild is virtually negligible, and even within the abundant opportunities of secret realms, such encounters are seldom. The fact that Su Yun had come across a leader Pokémon, especially a rare ghost-type Gungue, was nothing short of extraordinary fortune. Such a precious wild Gungue must be captured. After his initial shock, a glimmer of greed shone in Su Yun's eyes. Capturing such a powerful Pokémon would undoubtedly provide him with the greatest opportunity. With the aid of the hidden evolution system, it could potentially evolve into an existence surpassing even divine beasts. However, given his current strength, capturing it would likely prove to be quite challenging. Yet, upon noticing Gungue's formidable level of 45, Su Yun's brow furrowed deeply. A level of 45 was a full 12 levels higher than his own Qingyu Speed Dragon. Moreover, as an extraordinary leader Pokémon, Gungue had undoubtedly thrived in this environment saturated with ghostly energy for an unknown duration, far surpassing the strength of ordinary Pokémon. In a confrontation, it seemed he would be at a significant disadvantage. Just then, amidst Su Yun's ponderings, the colossal skeletal remains behind Bone Mountain suddenly captured his attention. The immense remains of a Dragonite. Previously, his focus had been entirely consumed by the leader Gungue on the Bone Throne, leaving him oblivious to the gigantic remains behind Bone Mountain. Now, upon realization, elation surged through him. That colossal skeleton, resembling a mountain, was precisely the enormous Dragonite remains he had been desperately searching for. Ha! What a stroke of luck. After searching high and low, he found it without any effort. To think that he had discovered the Dragonite remains here. With these remains, he could evolve the Qingyu Speed Dragon into a golden armored dragon. Su Yun could hardly contain his excitement, bursting into laughter. Gunga? At that moment, the leader Gungue, hearing the laughter, cast a puzzled glance at Su Yun. Then, with a grin, it emitted a chilling and peculiar sound. Kekekek. Su Yun was left speechless. That unmistakably sounded like the laughter of a villain. Boom. In the next moment, the leader Gungue suddenly leaped down from the Bone Throne, landing opposite the Shadow Frog. Its towering figure, over 2 meters tall, instilled a tremendous sense of pressure upon the Shadow Frog. Squinting its eyes, the Shadow Frog found that the water in its hands was swiftly swirling, coalescing into a water shuriken. Whoosh! Before Su Yun could react, the Shadow Frog and leader Gungue both charged toward each other, igniting a fierce clash. The Shadow Frog wielded a water-type dagger, striking at the leader, Gungue. In response, Gungue conjured a Shadow Ball and hurled it towards the Shadow Frog. The disparity in their strengths was glaringly apparent. Although the Shadow Frog had undergone a hidden evolution, it was utterly outmatched by Gungue, who was nearly 20 levels its superior. This situation was dire. It was imperative to expedite the evolution of the Qingyu Sula Dragon, for otherwise, even a mere skirmish with this formidable Gungue would be beyond their capabilities. With a grave expression, Su Yun murmured to himself, then turned to the Qingyu Sula Dragon, instructing, "You must assist the Shadow Frog to alleviate its burden. When I call for you later, come forth." The Qingyu Sula Dragon let out an excited roar, charging into the fray without hesitation. Encountering such a powerful adversary for the first time, it was evidently exhilarated. Boom, boom, boom. The Shadow Frog and Qingyu Sula Dragon joined forces against Gungue, unleashing a barrage of formidable moves. Yet, alarmingly, Gungue handled their assault with ease, maintaining the upper hand and leaving the Shadow Frog and Qingyu Sula Dragon in a state of distress. Such overwhelming power was truly chilling. Observing this scene, Su Yun couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. He realized he could no longer afford to wait. He needed to facilitate the Qingyu Sula Dragon's evolution into the Golden Armored Dragon to afford them a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, if this delay continued, both the Shadow Frog and Qingyu Sula Dragon would surely fall as defeated subordinates of Gungue. With determination, Su Yun made a dash toward the site of the colossal Dragonite's remains, seizing the moment while Gungue's focus was diverted towards the Shadow Frog and Qingyu Sula Dragon. However, just as he had covered half the distance, a figure suddenly soared past him, crashing heavily to the ground. Stunned, Su Yun focused his gaze and was filled with alarm. It was the Shadow Frog, his own Pokémon, who had been flung away. This was unprecedented. It had always been the Shadow Frog inflicting defeat upon others, never the reverse. Croak! The Shadow Frog's eyes now gleamed with an icy ferocity, its aura surging like a tempest. It could not abide this humiliation and failure. Absolutely intolerable. Beep, beep, beep. Su Yun had intended to check on the Shadow Frog, but the sudden appearance of system data before him caused his pupils to constrict in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. The bond value of the Shadow Frog was rising at an astounding rate. 66, 77, 88, 99. Boom. When the bond value reached 100, a powerful aura erupted from within the Shadow Frog, surging forth like a tidal wave in all directions, compelling Su Yun to step back involuntarily. A faint purple energy rapidly coalesced around it, merging with the surrounding faint purple energy emanating from Su Yun. In that moment, the Shadow Frog's momentum peaked, reaching its zenith. Bonded Shadow Frog. Birth. Chapter 61, Golden Armored Dragon, with the ability of Lai Kong Zhua. Boom. The overwhelming presence radiated outwards, astonishing Su Yun. The bonded Shadow Frog now resembled a volcano brimming with molten lava, poised to erupt at any moment. Gungjie, as the chief Gengar battled the Jade Dragon. It sensed a powerful aura and instinctively turned its gaze in that direction. Upon noticing the transformation of the bonded Shadow Frog, a flicker of shock and confusion emerged in its crimson eyes. Having lived in the secret realm for so long, it could not comprehend the underlying principles. Normal reasoning simply could not grasp the mutation of the bonded Shadow Frog. However, this did not concern it. What mattered was whether the bonded Shadow Frog possessed strength that piqued its interest. Previously, it had not. But now, it was certain. There was a glimmer. Gengar conjured a brilliant shadow ball in its grasp and hurled it directly at the Jade Dragon, forcing it to retreat. Instead of pursuing the advantage, Gengar charged towards the bonded Shadow Frog. It preferred to engage the bonded Shadow Frog over the Jade Dragon. In response, the bonded Shadow Frog swiftly left behind an afterimage, confronting the advancing Gengar head-on. The clash was explosive. Both combatants unleashed their ghost-type signature move, the Shadow Ball. The two orbs, varying in size, collided with tremendous force, resulting in a violent explosion. A powerful shockwave surged outward, scattering the surrounding bones. Dust and debris filled the air as both Gengar and the Shadow Frog were pushed back by the force of the explosion. Gengar staggered back half a meter, while the bonded Shadow Frog was thrust back a full 1 to 2 meters. Despite the bonded Shadow Frog's remarkable transformation and elevation in life form, a disparity in strength still existed between it and the Chief Gengar. The vast chasm between their levels could not be bridged merely by evolution. There was no time to waste. The Jade Dragon needed to evolve swiftly. Realizing this, Su Yun dashed towards the colossal remains of the Dragonite behind Bone Mountain. He then shouted to the battling Jade Dragon, "Come over here." With that, he produced 2 additional evolution items, a talisman gold coin and a red dragon scale. Upon witnessing Su Yun's actions, the Jade Dragon instantly understood his intent. With all 3 evolution materials gathered, a system prompt appeared. Ding. Your Pokémon Jade Dragon has met all evolution conditions. Would you like to evolve it into the Golden Armored Dragon? In an instant, the Jade Dragon was enveloped in a radiant white light of evolution. The talisman gold coin transformed into a golden stream, merging within. The red dragon scale hovered above, casting a crimson glow. Even the towering remains of the Dragonite trembled violently, emitting crackling sounds as they were consumed and fused by the light of evolution, coalescing into the body of the Jade Dragon. A moment later, a deep dragon roar resonated from within the light of evolution, echoing throughout the forest. Su Yun, standing closest, felt a surge of energy that nearly overwhelmed his senses. Even Gengar, in the midst of battle, paused momentarily upon hearing the dragon's roar, casting a solemn glance in Su Yun's direction. After the dragon's chant, an intangible draconic aura emanated from the light of evolution, swiftly permeating the entire space. It felt as though an ancient colossal dragon was coiling above their heads, weighing down upon them to the point they could scarcely rise. The noise was unexpectedly thunderous. Could it be the result of the colossal Dragonite's remains? Su Yun's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the ever-expanding light of evolution. Overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of shock. This was not his first encounter with the hidden evolution of Pokémon, yet he had never witnessed such a phenomenon before. Gungue, the leader of the ghost-type Pokémon, wore a grave expression, sensing an undeniable threat emanating from the sphere of evolutionary light, despite being unaware of its nature. At that moment, the bonded Shadow Frog seized the opportunity while Gungue was momentarily distracted, launching a surprise attack. Infuriated by the assault, Gungue retaliated fiercely against the bonded Shadow Frog. In an instant, the already outmatched bonded Shadow Frog found itself embroiled in a desperate struggle. Just then, enveloped by the light of evolution, the jade-green Dragonite ascended into the skies. The circular light of evolution was swiftly elongated by an unseen force, transforming into an elongated shape. Razor-sharp dragon claws emerged from the light of evolution. With a resounding explosion, the light suddenly burst in midair, scattering into twinkling starlight. Within this spectacle, the transformed golden armored dragon materialized before Su Yun's eyes. It radiated a resplendent golden hue, its body adorned with impenetrable dragon scales. Its horns, dark and majestic, exuded an aura of draconic might. 2 pairs of sharp claws sprouted from its abdomen, gleaming brilliantly under the light, reflecting a chilling radiance. Its overall appearance was uniquely striking, bearing remarkable similarities to the legendary Sky Sovereign, Rayquaza. In awe, Su Yun gazed upward, his eyes sparkling with boundless brilliance, unable to contain his excitement. This evolution had brought about an astonishing transformation in the golden armored dragon. If the previous Jade Green Dragonite had been a hybrid between dragon and bug, now the golden armored dragon epitomized the essence of a true dragon. From a distance, one might even mistake it for the Sky Sovereign, Rayquaza. This metamorphosis had completely transcended the limitations of racial classification. The dream of a caterpillar transforming into a dragon had become a tangible reality. Suppressing his exhilaration, Su Yun summoned the basic information of the golden armored dragon with a thought. Pokémon, golden armored dragon. Level, 35. Gender, male. Type, dragon steel. Ability, aerolate, negates all weather effects. Moves, rollout, bug bite, origin pulse, dragon breath, dragon hammer, rock polish, dragon dance, dragon rage, dragon tail, dragon claw, dragon pulse, dragon ascent. Cannon beam, meteor assault. Hidden evolution path, 227500. Potential assessment, pseudo-legendary. Upon witnessing the astonishing transformation of the golden armored dragon's ability from acceleration to the intriguing phenomenon of airlock, Su Yun could not help but feel his pupils constrict and a sharp breath escape his lips. Had the golden armored dragon stolen the ability of the legendary Sky Sovereign, Rayquaza? As is widely known, the unique ability of Rayquaza, the Sovereign of the Skies, is the singular airlock, which nullifies all weather effects. This ability had never been observed on any other Pokémon. However, the emergence of the golden armored dragon shattered this established norm. The airlock ability was not exclusive to Rayquaza. The golden armored dragon could possess it as well. What if Rayquaza were to discover this? Would it seek to confront me? Observing the golden armored dragon, which now bore an imposing resemblance to the Sky Sovereign, Su Yun's expression morphed into one of peculiar contemplation. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. As a distinguished divine beast, Rayquaza should possess a temperament that is not so petty. Moreover, as long as the golden armored dragon's abilities were not overtly apparent, even Rayquaza would likely fail to detect any anomalies. This evolution had significantly enhanced the golden armored dragon. Its appearance underwent a dramatic transformation, and its level had risen as well. As Su Yun beheld the golden armored dragon's impressive level of 35, satisfaction illuminated his face. Furthermore, its type had evolved into Steel Dragon, aligning it with the attributes of the temporal deity, Dialga. This combination of attributes undeniably ranks among the highest echelons of power. Aside from its vulnerability to fighting and ground-type Pokémon, it bore no other noticeable weaknesses. Additionally, it boasted 8 double resistance attributes and 1 quadruple resistance attribute. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that the vast majority of attacks from other Pokémon would hardly inflict significant damage upon it. This undoubtedly augmented the golden armored dragon's survivability in battle, making it exceedingly difficult to be eliminated in a single blow, even when facing adversaries of considerable strength disparity. As Su Yun gazed upon the extensive array of skills at the golden armored dragon's disposal, a radiant excitement once again colored his expression. Following its evolutionary metamorphosis, the golden armored dragon had nearly mastered all dragon-type skills. Ding! Congratulations! The evolution materials you utilized are exceedingly rare, and your Pokémon, the golden armored dragon, has awakened a trace of the ancient colossal Pokémon bloodline during its evolution. Just as Su Yun reveled in his triumph, a sudden notification from the system echoed in his ears. The ancient colossal Pokémon bloodline? Su Yun was momentarily taken aback. Could this be attributed to the colossal Dragonite remains? Among the 3 evolution materials, the most extraordinary without a doubt was the remains of the ancient colossal Dragonite. Furthermore, during the evolution process, all remnants of the ancient colossal Dragonite had been completely absorbed by the golden armored dragon, leaving none behind. Could it be that the golden armored dragon could also transform into an ancient colossal Pokémon? Su Yun felt a surge of exhilaration. At that moment, the system's explanation materialized before his eyes. The bloodline of ancient elves, 13 existing within the bodies of certain ancient elves, those elves possessing a fragment of this bloodline may, under specific circumstances, transform into the visage of an ancient elf. Only awaken 1/3? Su Yun murmured, gazing at the system's description. And it requires particular conditions to transform into an ancient elf? What exactly do these special circumstances entail? Roar! In the midst of his contemplation, the sky reverberated once more with the roar of the golden armored dragon. Su Yun instinctively looked up, his expression freezing in shock, his mouth agape in disbelief. For reasons unknown, the air surrounding the golden armored dragon suddenly filled with crimson mist, as if it were emanating from its very being, enveloping it entirely. Under the nurturing influence of this sanguine fog, the dragon's form began to expand at an astonishingly visible rate. What had been a mere 3 to 4 meters in length swelled to several times its original size in an instant. This transformation showed no signs of abating, continuing for several heartbeats until the immense figure of the golden armored dragon blotted out the entire sky. Su Yun stood transfixed, utterly astounded by the spectacle before him. As if turned to stone, was this the ancient colossal golden armored dragon? The creature before him was no longer the ordinary form he had witnessed earlier, but a magnificent ancient giant elf, casting a shadow over the heavens. Its body stretched several dozen meters in length, its girth exceeding that of a well. Spiraling in the sky, it obscured the sun's radiant glow. The golden scales shimmered in and out of view, as if it were the sole source of light in the heavens. The invisible aura of draconic majesty radiated like colossal hands descending from above, compelling all the wild spirits in the forest to bow low, prostrating themselves in reverence. Even the local ruler, the leader Gungue, was drenched in sweat, his eyes reflecting an unprecedented terror. He gazed upward, his expression vacuous, unable to fathom how a foe, once smaller than himself, had transformed into a golden dragon spanning the sky. To make matters worse, its body had ballooned several dozen times in size. With a single claw larger than him, Gungue was engulfed in a tide of overwhelming dread. Such a disparity in size could not be compensated for by mere levels. The Shadow Ball, unleashed with all his might, struck the golden armored dragon with no more effect than a gentle scratch. Realizing that the tides had turned, Gungue wasted no time in attempting to flee. If he did not escape now, he feared he might never have another chance. However, the all-seeing golden armored dragon would not overlook his furtive movements. Roar! The golden armored dragon extended a claw, descending from the heavens to strike at Gungue. Feeling the tempestuous wind overhead, Gungue was drenched in cold sweat. He swiftly slipped into the shadows, exerting every ounce of his strength to make his escape. However, to the bound shadow frog, such speed may seem quite swift. Yet, in the presence of the ancient, colossal golden armored dragon, it was indistinguishable from a mere crawl. With a slight movement of its dragon claw, it swiftly surpassed the leader, Gungue. Following this, it forcefully pressed down, pinning Gungue beneath its claw. Then, with a gentle squeeze, it lifted the leader Gungue as if it were a mere chick. Once so arrogant, confidently facing two opponents, the leader Gungue now resembled a fish on a chopping board, entirely at the mercy of the golden armored dragon. The overwhelming pressure caused Gungue to capitulate instantly, showing no signs of resistance. Realizing the moment had come, Su Yun took out a Pokeball and smiled faintly at the leader Gungue. Why not come into the ball? Chapter 63. Capturing the leader Gungue. Gungue, not daring to defy, obediently dove into the Pokeball. Ding. Congratulations on capturing a new Pokémon, leader Gungue. Ding. The hidden evolution information for your Pokémon, leader Gungue, has been updated. Please check it yourself. Simultaneously, the system's notification chimed, and lines of basic information regarding leader Gungue appeared before Su Yun's eyes. Pokémon, Gungue, level, 45, gender, male, type, ghost poison ability, cursed body, when attacked. It may sometimes turn the opponent's move into a paralysis status. Skills, Shadow Ball, Dark Pulse, Ambush, Nightshade, Misfortune. Hypnosis, Hidden Evolution Route, 01. Potential Assessment, Starter Pokémon. Most of the information was not significantly different from that of a regular Gungue. The only noteworthy detail was the number of Pokémon required to unlock the Hidden Evolution Route. Just one Gungue needed to be sacrificed to activate the Hidden Evolution Route. It was far simpler than he had imagined. Initially, he thought that to enable the leader Gungue's Hidden Evolution Route, at least 5 Gungues would need to be sacrificed. The unexpectedly lenient evolution conditions left Su Yun eagerly anticipating what Gungue would become after completing its hidden evolution. Roar. At that moment, the golden armored dragon in the sky rapidly shrank, returning to its normal form. Ha ha ha. It feels delightful to have become a divine dragon, does it not? Su Yun laughed heartily, patting the golden armored dragon's head. The golden armored dragon, having undergone such a significant transformation, evoked genuine joy within Su Yun as its trainer. Roar. Now that it had successfully traversed the path of transformation, it felt that becoming a Rayquaza was no longer so distant. And all of this was bestowed upon it by Su Yun. Without him, it would likely still be the green caterpillar, ridiculed by others. Reflecting on this, the golden armored dragon could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia, its gaze towards Su Yun filled with profound gratitude and respect. Quack. The bound shadow frog gazed enviously at the golden armored dragon, feeling a tinge of jealousy. The monumental transformation of the golden armored dragon is palpable, marking it as a being of an entirely different caliber compared to its former self. It yearns for such a profound metamorphosis. The bonded shadow frog approached Su Yun, its gaze fervently fixed upon him, conveying its deep-seated aspirations. Sensing the emotions of the bonded shadow frog, Su Yun smiled reassuringly, saying, "Do not envy the golden armored dragon. Once I procure a few more Krogunks for sacrifice, you too shall attain such heights." He then tapped the Pokeball in his hand and addressed the leader, Gengar, within. Gengar, you too shall experience a transformation in your life's essence, provided you follow me diligently. With Su Yun's promise, the bonded shadow frog brimmed with enthusiasm, eager to gather several of its kin for sacrificial offerings. Meanwhile, the leader Gengar, initially resentful of being captured by Su Yun, underwent a complete change of heart upon hearing this enticing promise, expressing a fervent commitment to follow him unwaveringly. In another part of the secret realm, numerous prodigies from various factions gazed skyward, astonished by the sudden emergence of a colossal dragon's silhouette in the heavens. Good heavens, what is that? How can it be so enormous? Exclaimed a prodigy from the Alliance, eyes wide in disbelief, fixated on the distant horizon. Could it be the rumored sky overlord, Rayquaza? Pondered a companion, brow furrowed in contemplation. However, another quickly dismissed this notion. Impossible. Rayquaza should be a bluish-green. How could it shine like gold? As for the shiny Rayquaza, it was even less likely. It ought to be black. The others echoed in agreement. It cannot be Rayquaza. Its form could never be so vast. You all witnessed it. Its body obscured a significant portion of the sky, stretching at least several dozen meters long, comparable to the ancient titans of the Pokémon world. Could it be that this secret realm harbors nearly extinct ancient giants? A perceptive individual immediately considered this possibility, exclaiming in astonishment. At this declaration, silence enveloped the crowd as they solemnly gazed towards the sky. Apart from this conjecture, they could conceive no other plausible explanation. The talented scion of the Nangong family also noticed this phenomenon. The leading youth's face lit up with excitement, his voice trembling as he proclaimed, "The emergence of the colossal golden dragon must signify the remains of an ancient giant dragonite. What we seek lies there. Follow me." With that, he led all the prodigious youths of the Nangong family towards the site of the dragon's appearance. Simultaneously, prodigies from other factions shifted their focus to the suddenly manifested golden dragon. It was a fortuitous occasion, the resurgence of ancient Pokémon. If captured, the benefits would be immeasurable. A golden dragon-type Pokémon. Could it be an undiscovered new species? If I could capture it, wouldn't I achieve everlasting fame? The formidable aura of the dragon heralds the emergence of a rare dragon attribute treasure. As a dragon-type trainer, this opportunity has been bestowed upon me by the heavens. I shall soar to great heights, and that moment is now. At this very instant, numerous talented individuals from various family factions are converging towards the location of Su Yun. Yet, the orchestrator of all this, Su Yun himself, remains blissfully unaware. He is traversing the forest with his shadow frog, ultimately halting before a vast chasm. Is this what you were drawn to? Su Yun inquired, gazing into the unfathomable abyss below, before turning to his companion, the shadow frog. His arrival here was not mere coincidence. Rather, he had been guided by the shadow frog, or perhaps by some mysterious force that led them to this very spot. Quack! The shadow frog shook its head, gesturing towards the depths of the chasm. Su Yun furrowed his brow. Was there something even deeper? He could distinctly sense the spectral energy emanating from the fissure. The intense ghostly energy had coalesced into a tangible purple mist, wafting from the seemingly bottomless crevice. It was evident that the mutation of the forest flora was largely the consequence of this chasm. The ghostly energy spilling forth from the rift had altered the surrounding environment, causing nearly all matter in the vicinity to become imbued with spectral energy. Chapter 64, The Ghostly Abyss. Gengar, have you ventured below? Uncertain of the dangers that might lurk beneath, Su Yun released the recently captured Gengar. As the de facto ruler of this domain, Gengar should possess greater insight into the secrets of this place. Gum. Gengar awkwardly shook its head, glancing at the chasm with an expression laden with trepidation, as if this place were a forbidden zone for it. Really? You haven't been? Su Yun keenly observed the shift in Gengar's demeanor, asking in mild astonishment. Logically, given Gengar's prolonged residence here, it would be inconceivable for it to be unaware of the chasm's existence. If it knew of the chasm, then why had it not ventured inside? After all, the spectral energy emanating from the rift was already at such a remarkable level. One could only imagine how much denser the ghostly energy would be deeper within. Perhaps there could even be a plethora of natural ghost-type treasures hidden below, an irresistible allure for any ghostly Pokémon. Gengar, too, should not be indifferent to such an opportunity unless it harbored some unspeakable secret. Su Yun narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Gengar. Gum. Instead of offering a verbal explanation, Gengar demonstrated everything through action. Gradually, it lifted off the ground, floating slowly towards the chasm. Then, a peculiar event unfolded. As Gengar approached the abyss, its body suddenly plummeted rapidly, crashing heavily to the ground. It was as though invisible hands had emerged from the air, forcefully pulling him down from the sky. Unable to fly? Su Yun was greatly astonished. It is well known that Gengar, despite not being a flying-type Pokémon and lacking wings, is not a complete ground dweller like some legendary beasts that can never take to the skies. It is entirely capable of flight and can soar as high as it desires. Just moments ago, the leader Gengar had already demonstrated this fact by lifting its feet off the ground. So why, upon nearing the Great Rift, was Gung unable to ascend? Could it be due to gravity? Puzzled, Su Yun took a few steps forward, his furrowed brow tightening even further. No, gravity had not changed. There must be another reason. If it were gravity, he would have felt some distinct sensation. Yet, in reality, his body exhibited no unusual feelings. If it were not gravity, then perhaps. Su Yun gazed at the pale purple ghostly energy continuously emanating from the rift, and a hypothesis began to form in his mind. To validate this conjecture, he immediately commanded his shadow frog beside him. Shadow frog, attempt to jump here. He suspected that the released ghostly energy was responsible for this anomalous phenomenon. The shadow frog nodded, slightly bending its legs, and in the next moment, it sprang forth like a coiled spring, shooting towards the sky. However, a bizarre scene unfolded. In that instant, Su Yun suddenly grasped the truth. Indeed, it was the ghostly energy at play. Both the shadow frog and Gung belonged to the ghost type, and thus they were affected by the ghostly energy in this area, rendering them incapable of taking flight or even leaping. Although the underlying reason and logic remained unclear, he finally understood why Gung had lingered here for so long without daring to explore the depths of the rift. The potent ghostly energy had stripped the ghost-type Pokémon of its ability to ascend or even jump. Moreover, the rift was unfathomably deep, concealing unknown dangers within. For Gung deprived of its flying capability, venturing into the depths of the rift would entail one of two grim fates, either a fatal plunge or a catastrophic fall. From such a height, there would be no room for cushioning. Even the renowned defensive juggernaut, Hu, would shatter upon impact. Either outcome was unacceptable for Gung. Rather than risking its life in a reckless endeavor, it was far wiser to rule the ground as its king. After all, the ghostly energy seeping from the rift was sufficient for its needs. Thus, as long as it was not a ghost-type Pokémon, it should remain unaffected. After pondering for a moment, Su Yun released his golden armored dragon. If possible, he was determined to explore beneath the Great Rift. After all, it concealed treasures that piqued the interest of the Shadow Frog, and there was a significant chance of rare ghost-type artifacts lurking within. Regardless of the perspective taken, he possessed an undeniable reason to descend. Golden armored dragon, test your wings and see if you can soar here, Su Yun commanded, gesturing toward the vast chasm. The golden armored dragon, having completed its evolution, had now fully mastered the art of flight, even capable of serving as a noble steed. With a low growl, the golden armored dragon ascended into the sky. It twisted its elongated body, spiraling above the chasm, unaffected by the mysterious forces that had previously ensnared the Shadow Frog and the boss Gung. Indeed, other attribute Pokémon were impervious to such influences. A triumphant smile spread across Su Yun's face as he confirmed this fact. The ability of the golden armored dragon to fly signified that he now had the means to explore the depths of the chasm. The boss Gung, upon hearing this, grinned widely and eagerly entered its Pokeball. It had long yearned to venture into the chasm, but had been hindered by a lack of opportunity. Now, with a chance to explore the abyss, it was brimming with excitement. Although the Shadow Frog displayed no overt signs of enthusiasm, its swift entry into the Pokeball revealed its eagerness to delve into the chasm, for the very object that had captivated its interest lay within its depths. Chapter 65, The Source of Attributes. Su Yun rode atop the golden armored dragon, directing it deeper into the chasm. The interior was shrouded in darkness and chill, with ghostly energy surging forth like a fountain, intermittently strong and weak, greatly impeding the golden armored dragon's speed. After a considerable duration of more than 10 minutes, the golden armored dragon finally penetrated the depths of the chasm, yet it had not yet reached the bottom. At this moment, the walls began to reveal variously shaped amethysts, growing from the cliffs like blooming violets. Wait, take me closer, Su Yun exclaimed, his eyes glinting with intrigue as he spotted the amethysts. He had begun to deduce the nature of these crystalline formations. With a roar, the golden armored dragon brought Su Yun before the cliffs. After a meticulous examination, Su Yun nodded in delight. Indeed, they were ghost stones. These amethyst formations adorning the cliffs were one of the treasures of the ghost type, ghost stones. As a treasure of the ghost type, these stones contained a wealth of ghostly attribute energy, making them immensely valuable to ghost-type Pokémon. Absorbing this energy could significantly enhance their spectral power, amplifying the potency of their ghostly moves. Such treasures typically thrived only in areas rich in ghostly energy, requiring decades of accumulation to form. Consequently, ghost stones were exceedingly rare and highly sought after in the outside world, often commanding exorbitant prices, with wealth alone not guaranteeing acquisition. Yet here, an abundant cluster of ghost stones had manifested. Moreover, in terms of color, their purity was nothing short of exceptional. If this were to be sold, even a piece no larger than a palm could fetch millions. A whole mass like this would undoubtedly be worth tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions. Indeed, there are treasures here. Having ventured only a short distance, and without yet reaching the depths, I have already encountered gems valued at over 100 million. what treasures lie at the bottom, then, worth perhaps tens or even hundreds of billions. Su Yun murmured to himself, his excitement palpable. This expedition into the great fissure would undoubtedly yield unimaginable rewards. He was not swayed by the allure of the ghostly gemstones before him. Instead of hastily claiming one, he chose to leave it for the moment. Golden Armored Dragon, let us continue. Su Yun gently patted the golden armored dragon's head, and it obediently descended further. As they plunged deeper, the ghostly gemstones on the rock walls multiplied, some even connecting to form magnificent clusters. Truly, this place was a treasure trove. What the outside world revered as precious gems was merely commonplace here. Resisting the urge to seize one immediately was indeed the right choice, Su Yun reflected. Observing the countless ghostly gemstones around him, he understood the folly of grasping at trivialities while neglecting the greater fortunes at hand. Approximately 10 minutes later, the golden armored dragon landed smoothly at the valley's bottom. Su Yun leapt down, tenderly stroking its horn, saying, "You've worked hard." As Gung emerged, its mouth stretched wide in a grin, its body swelling slightly as it greedily absorbed the rich ghostly energy surrounding it. The concentration of ghostly energy here was exponentially greater than that in the forests. It was not even on the same scale. It didn't need to actively absorb the energy. The ghostly energy in the air naturally gravitated towards it, rushing eagerly into its form. The shadow frog exhibited a similar behavior. Though its expression was less exaggerated than Gung, it too displayed a look of satisfaction as it reveled in the ghostly energy permeating the atmosphere. Seeing this, Su Yun smiled with relief, choosing not to disturb them. He recognized that this place was a veritable sanctuary for ghost-type spirits, impervious to the intoxicating allure of the concentrated ghostly energy. Seizing the moment, he began to take in his surroundings. The valley floor was spacious, flanked by an array of amethyst flowers, all exquisite ghostly gemstones. Even the ground beneath his feet was composed of ghostly gemstones, emanating a faint lavender glow in the dim light. The peculiarity of the environment struck him. Something must have caused this phenomenon, Su Yun pondered, frowning. During his studies at the academy, he had learned about such matters. Under natural circumstances, an environment with such abnormal ghostly attributes could not exist. Even buried, ghostly mineral veins did not possess the purity of energy found here. This clearly transcends the realm of the ordinary. Suddenly, a radiant light in the distance captured his attention. What could that be? Puzzled, he hastened towards it, and upon closer inspection, he discovered a small pond. However, the water in this pond was not ordinary. It shimmered with a deep violet hue, chillingly cold, evidently formed from concentrated ghostly energy, a ghostly pond. Could it be that the unusual spectral environment here was the handiwork of this very pond? Su Yun gazed intently at the ghostly pond, his eyes flickering as he murmured his conjectures. It was his first encounter with a pond formed from elemental energy. The knowledge imparted by the academy had never touched upon such a phenomenon. Just then, the shadow frog appeared at his side, its gaze resolute, fixated on the pond as if something within it was irresistibly drawing its attention. Realizing this, Su Yun was momentarily taken aback, a bold hypothesis swiftly surfacing in his mind. Could there be something beneath the surface? With a leap, the shadow frog sprang into the pond without hesitation, just as Su Yun was processing the moment. At that instant, Gengar arrived, sighing with an air of regret, as if lamenting that it had been outpaced. Su Yun was baffled. Were the shadow frog and Gengar competing for something? What could they possibly be vying for? Splash! Amidst his confusion, the still surface of the water suddenly erupted, and a purple head emerged from the depths, clutching a pitch-black octahedral stone in its mouth. Upon noticing the shape of the stone, Su Yun's expression changed instantly, revealing his astonishment. Was this the source of attributes? Chapter 66, The Shadow Frog's Insight. The source of attributes, a substance formed by the natural world, categorized into 18 distinct types, each representing one of nature's elemental properties. Its shape is that of a perfect octahedron, containing the purest elemental energy known to exist. It is said to have profound connections with the elemental plates possessed by the creator god Arceus. The number of such sources is exceedingly rare, each one worth its weight in gold. When Su Yun first traversed into this world, a source of ground attributes was discovered in Jiangbei City, causing a considerable stir in society. Even the official alliance in the capital was taken aback, ultimately falling into the hands of a prominent figure. Little did he fathom that years later, he would also encounter such a treasure. Gazing at the peculiar stone before him, Su Yun's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Unable to settle the source of ghostly attributes, it was no wonder that even outside the secret realm, it had captivated the shadow frog. At this moment, he finally comprehended why the shadow frog had been so irresistibly drawn to it outside the secret realm. Such a treasure could stir the heart of any spirit. With a croak, the shadow frog ejected the source of ghostly attributes from its mouth and presented it to Su Yun. Aren't you going to swallow it? This unexpected turn of events left Su Yun greatly astonished. The source of ghostly attributes is indeed a rare treasure for ghost-type Pokémon. and Shadow Frog had journeyed tirelessly to this place solely for this very essence. Why, then, was it now not required to hand it over? Before Shadow Frog could voice its thoughts, Gung-Gui, standing nearby, preemptively clarified the matter. It turned out that it was not that Shadow Frog was unwilling to consume the source of ghostly attributes, but rather that its current strength was insufficient to withstand the energy contained within. To recklessly devour, it would not only fail to enhance its powers, but could also inflict harm upon its body. Understanding this, Su-Yun decided to temporarily safeguard the source for Shadow Frog, promising to return it when it was capable of consuming it. Gung-Gui, upon hearing this, became visibly anxious, gesturing towards itself as if to question Su-Yun. What about me? As a ghost-type Pokémon, it too yearned for the nurturing qualities of the ghostly essence. You must inquire with Shadow Frog. Su-Yun shrugged, indicating his own helplessness. Had he discovered the source, he would assuredly have ensured that Gung-Gui and Shadow Frog shared it equally. Alas, this treasure belonged to Shadow Frog, and even as its trainer, he had no authority to distribute it freely. This was a matter of respect for the Pokémon and a quality that a true trainer should embody. Gung-Gui, upon hearing this, cast a pitiful glance at Shadow Frog, grinning widely in an attempt to curry favor and thus gain a share of the ghostly essence. However, Shadow Frog disregarded it entirely and leapt into the ghostly pool. While it dared not consume the source, the ghostly liquid was undoubtedly beneficial and harmless for it. Gung-Gui, dissatisfied, called out in protest. If Shadow Frog was unwilling to share, how could it tolerate its attempt to monopolize the ghostly liquid? Without a moment's hesitation, Gung-Gui jumped in after it, for the ghostly liquid was also an invaluable treasure for itself. The two Pokémon immersed themselves in the chilling depths of the ghostly pool, where the frigid liquid swirled rapidly around them, forming two distinct vortices, one large, one small. Gung-Gui's vortex was notably larger, indicating a faster absorption of the ghostly liquid. Stealing a glance at Shadow Frog, Gung-Gui felt a surge of smugness. If you refuse to share the source, I shall absorb all the ghostly liquid. However, this feeling of triumph was short-lived. As Shadow Frog absorbed the ghostly liquid, its surrounding vortex began to expand as well. This indicated that its rate of absorption was not static. It was, in fact, increasing. Gung-Gui was taken aback, utterly perplexed as to how Shadow Frog achieved this feat while it too absorbed the ghostly liquid. Its absorption rate remained stable, showing no signs of improvement over time. Observing this spectacle, Su-Yun could not help but smile, a flicker of unexpected joy gracing his lips. Perhaps he could unravel the enigmas dwelling within Gung-Gui's heart. Before him, a notification from the system materialized. Detected that your Pokémon, Shadow Frog, has entered a special state, currently comprehending the application of ghostly powers. Please maintain a stable environment, as this will aid your Pokémon in successfully completing its understanding. Having absorbed the essence of the ghost attribute, Shadow Frog fell into a state reminiscent of Epiphany often depicted in martial arts novels, striving to grasp new abilities. What insights might it acquire? Su-Yun gazed at the Shadow Frog in the pond, brimming with anticipation. Meanwhile, in the outside world, near the Great Rift, a group of young trainers appeared. They were all prodigies from various factions, drawn here by the previous dragon phenomenon. Such rich ghostly energy is emanating from that Great Rift, exclaimed a short-haired boy, the first to arrive, his eyes sparkling as he fixed his gaze on the gaping chasm before him. Ha! I never expected there to be such a wondrous place within this secret realm. This is truly an opportunity tailor-made for me. Wouldn't you agree, Gung-Gui? Shortly thereafter, another boy clad in black leaped forth, laughing heartily, and proudly addressed the Gung-Gui by his side. Following him were three others, all dressed in identical attire, each accompanied by a ghostly Pokémon. The talents of the ghostly lineage? They are truly fortunate. Someone recognized the identities of this group and scoffed with jealousy. In no time, more and more people gathered, dozens of gazes fixated on the vast rift ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, I presume you too have been drawn here by the sight of that dragon? At that moment, a boy donned in official league attire spoke up, capturing the attention of those present. I am Zhuang Shang, a professional trainer from the Pokémon League of Zhongbei City. I suspect that the dragon may very well be concealed within this great rift. Might any kind soul lend me a flying Pokémon to explore the depths of the rift? He was a specialized ground-type trainer, and in the face of such a vast chasm, it was challenging for him to rely solely on his Pokémon's strength to venture inside. What of the League's professional trainers? Without a flying Pokémon, what business do you have here? You might as well stick to being a ground dweller. The earlier black-clad youth retorted mercilessly, showing no regard for the other. He then led Gung-Gui directly to the edge of the rift, turning to the crowd with a sneer. Gung-Gui, let these ground dwellers witness how we soar. Chapter 67. Is it not reasonable to nurture a few more Gung-Gui, given their remarkable prowess? Gunga. The black-clad youth's Gung-Gui grinned broadly, and amidst the eager gazes of the crowd, it leaped into the air, soaring toward the great rift. Did you all see that? This is, the black-clad youth boasted, exuding an air of superiority over everyone present. Yet, in the next moment, the smile on his face froze. shock and confusion flooding his once cheerful eyes. For reasons unbeknownst to him, his Gengar suddenly plummeted from the skies to the ground, becoming the Voldemort he spoke of. Gengar, what mischief are you up to? The young man clad in black chastised with dissatisfaction. He initially presumed that Gengar was merely playing a prank, as this particular Gengar was known for its playful nature, often delighting in teasing others. Gum. Gengar protested, waving its hands in a gesture of innocence, indicating it was not at fault. It then pointed to its feet, mimicking a pulling motion. The young trainer, instantly sensing something amiss, furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting that some mysterious force is restraining you from flying? Gum. Gengar nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. How can this be possible? The young man, clearly skeptical, stood his ground. He felt no such mysterious force tugging at him. Perhaps it was the peculiar environment that caused this anomaly. At that moment, Zhuangsheng, a seasoned trainer from the Pokémon League, stepped forward and pondered aloud. The concentration of Ghost-type energy here is exceedingly high. While this presents an opportunity for Ghost-type Pokémon, it is also said that excessive force can bind them. I believe this may explain why your Gengar is unable to ascend. His reasoning was meticulous, not mere conjecture, but rather a conclusion drawn from careful observation and contemplation. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you the Ghost-type trainer, or am I? The notion that Ghost-type Pokémon could be restrained by ghostly energy was absurd to the young man. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge would deem it impossible. Huh? Is this the caliber of trainers in the Pokémon League, filled with self-important individuals like you? He scoffed derisively, unable to tolerate Zhuangsheng's know-it-all demeanor. Zhuangsheng, choosing not to engage in further debate, replied, if you do not believe me, you may release your other Ghost-type Pokémon for a test. Fine, I shall. The young man, undeterred, unfastened a Pokeball from his waist and released its contents. Another Gengar emerged. However, this one lacked the formidable presence of the previous. It appeared to have recently evolved from a ghastly. Onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. How does he manage to train two identical Pokémon? Who knows? Perhaps he has an affinity for Gengar. After all, there was once a renowned dragon trainer who raised 6 Dragonites. Yet the young man scoffed at their shallow judgments. Such short-sightedness. They have no comprehension of Gengar's true power. To him, a typical Ghost-type trainer raising a single Gengar would already surpass the majority of trainers. Thus, raising 6 would render him practically invincible. Without further ado, he commanded his Gengar, Gengar, ascend. Upon receiving the command, the Gungue sprang into action, leaping into the air. However, just as his feet barely left the ground, the previous scene unfolded once more. The boy in black was momentarily taken aback. Damn, he couldn't help but curse, his expression darkening. How could that arrogant individual have guessed correctly? Aware of the embarrassment he faced before the crowd, he maintained his composure and directed his gaze towards the throng, inquiring, who among you possesses a flying-type Pokémon? Lend it to me, and I shall reward you handsomely in the future. The Ghost-type Pokémon could not exhibit its full capabilities within the Great Rift, meaning he had lost his means of traversing it, and could only rely on the strength of others. Firstly, the boy in black's demeanor was rather off-putting. Although he promised a generous reward, it was contingent upon some unspecified future date. Who could ascertain when that might be? What if they aided him, only for him to indefinitely delay their compensation? Secondly, the Great Rift appeared exceedingly perilous. They were reluctant to plunge into such treacherous waters. After all, they were not like the boy in black, who was a Ghost-type trainer. The allure of the entities within the Great Rift was not particularly compelling to them. Seeing no one respond, the boy's expression grew colder. Just as he was about to speak again, a hesitant figure stepped forward, stammering, I have a flying-type Pokémon. The speaker was a shy, slender boy, markedly different from the influential family surrounding him. He was merely an ordinary trainer without any prestigious lineage or societal standing. His qualification for entering the secret realm came solely from having aided a descendant of a high-ranking member of the Pokémon League, earning a favor in return. Why the hesitation? Hurry up and release it. The boy in black said impatiently. He detested such weak and timid individuals, finding them utterly lacking in masculinity. All right. The shy boy nodded, summoning a Tropius. The boy in black's eyes lit up at the sight of it. This is perfect. Lend it to me. Without waiting for the shy boy's consent, he approached the Tropius, preparing to mount it. Gathering his courage, the shy boy halted him, taking a deep breath as he asserted, first, we must agree on the reward. His motivation for stepping forward was not altruism, but rather the enticing promise of a generous reward from the boy in black. The latter waved his hand dismissively. Send me down, and I'll give you 1 million. The shy boy felt a surge of joy, quickly patting the Tropius before climbing onto its back. The boy in black followed suit, effortlessly mounting as well. He then provocatively glanced at Zhuangsheng, challenging, care to join us? Zhuangsheng had humiliated him in front of so many, and he had not forgotten it. I'll also offer you 1 million. Zhuangsheng contemplated briefly before approaching. The Tropius was large enough to comfortably accommodate the 3 of them. The shy boy nodded in agreement, eager at the prospect of earning an extra million. Chapter 68, Marshado's exclusive skill. The Tropius began to descend gently towards the great rift with the three of them aboard. As one descends deeper into the great chasm, the ethereal energy permeating the air intensifies. This transformation fills the cloaked youth seated atop the tropical dragon with exhilaration. Ha ha ha. Indeed, this place is a fortuitous gift from the heavens, tailored just for me. Such a rich concentration of ghostly energy must surely conceal extraordinary ghost-type treasures below. My spirits will undoubtedly gain tremendous strength from these spectral relics. The boy's eyes shimmered with a wild fervor. He cast a discreet glance at the bashful youth and Zhuang Sheng, a flicker of ruthless intent barely perceptible on his face. Before long, the trio arrived at the midpoint of the chasm. At this juncture, scattered purple crystals had begun to emerge from the rock faces on either side. The three were captivated by the exquisite crystalline flowers adorning the cliffs, resembling precious gems. Ghost gemstones. Who would have thought such a significant cluster could be found here? If we were to take them out, they could easily fetch tens of millions. The bashful youth's eyes glimmered with greed, excitement overtaking him. However, the cloaked boy scoffed dismissively, ruthlessly deriding him. Fool, where would you sell such pristine ghost gemstones? Are you daft? They are meant for nurturing your own spirits. With that, he proudly patted the pokeball at his waist. The bashful youth, sheepishly scratching his head, dared not dispute him. He patted the tropical dragon, signaling it to approach the ghost gemstone. Yet, his action was swiftly thwarted by the other two. What are you doing? The cloaked boy's displeasure was evident as he fixed a cold stare upon him. The bashful youth timidly pointed towards the ghost crystals on the cliff, murmuring, I just wanted to take a ghost crystal. Do you think you are worthy? The cloaked boy reprimanded him without an ounce of consideration, his narrowed eyes almost dismissive. Our primary objective now is to hasten our descent to the valley floor. The bashful youth then realized his impatience and offered an apologetic smile to the others, redirecting the tropical dragon to continue its flight towards the valley's depths. Meanwhile, below in the valley, Su Yun was about to experience a thrilling moment of his own. A formidable storm, composed of concentrated ghostly energy, began to coalesce around the shadow frog, enveloping it and surrounding it like a constellation of stars. The ghostly liquid from the spectral pond was suddenly drawn into the tempest, all absorbed by the shadow frog alone. The leader, Gung Gui, who resided in the ghostly pond, was so incensed that his form swelled with fury as he emerged from the water. The commotion caused by the shadow frog had monopolized all the ghostly liquid within the pond, leaving him with not even a morsel to feast upon. As he gazed upon the shadow frog, which stood suspended in midair, akin to a deity of spirits, pulled by the ghostly winds, Gung Gui's anger intensified. In a fit of rage, he retreated into his pokeball, unwilling to remain in such a sorrowful place. Su Yun could only chuckle helplessly at Gung Gui's irate display. The leader Gung Gui unexpectedly suffered a setback at the hands of Shadow Frog. Indeed, Shadow Frog is quite remarkable. Should Gung Gui fail to evolve swiftly, it may soon find itself perpetually overshadowed by Shadow Frog. In terms of the number of sacrifices required for evolution, Gung Gui's path is relatively straightforward. It merely necessitates the sacrifice of a kindred spirit to unlock a hidden evolution route. However, the endeavor to capture a Gung Gui suitable for sacrifice proves to be more challenging than anticipated. To this day, he remains uncertain as to where he might find a Gung Gui to offer. Suddenly, amidst his contemplation, a notification from the system jolted Su Yun from his thoughts. Ding! Congratulations, your Pokémon Shadow Frog has gained enlightenment and learned the unconventional ghost-type move, Shadow Theft. Pondering this, Su Yun was momentarily taken aback by the announcement. Shadow Theft? Why does that sound so familiar? Upon further reflection, he was struck with astonishment. Was that not the exclusive skill of the mythical Pokémon Marshadao? Marshadao, one among many mythical beings, is heralded as the messenger of Ho-Oh and the examiner of the Rainbow Warrior Trials. Its most adept ability lies in stealthily infiltrating the shadows of its opponents to launch surprise attacks. The skill Shadow Theft operates on this principle. By merging with an adversary's shadow, it not only catches them off guard, but also has the potential to steal their abilities for its own use. Such a technique should rightfully belong to Marshadao alone. Yet here was Su Yun, gazing at Shadow Frog, still reeling from the ghostly tempest and at a loss for words. Is this truly possible? After a fleeting moment, he couldn't help but mutter a sardonic remark. First, the Golden Armor Dragon pilfered the airlock ability from Li Kongzuo, and now Shadow Frog has appropriated Marshado's exclusive skill. The implications are indeed chilling. His Pokémon seem to possess a knack for mischief. Su Yun then accessed Shadow Frog's information panel and was not surprised to observe a significant elevation in its level. Pokémon, Shadow Frog, level 32. Gender, female, type, water ghost, ability, bond transformation. During battles, it enhances the bond value with its trainer. Upon reaching a certain threshold, it enters bond state, transforming into Bond Shadow Frog, and all moves sharing its type gain a 30% power increase. If it defeats an opponent during battle, it will immediately enter bond state. Moves: Water Gun, Quick Attack, Water Pulse, Shadow Strike, Shadow Ball, Shadow Clone. Shadow Theft, Hidden Evolution Route, 920. Such a level is nearly on par with the Golden Armor Dragon. Impressive indeed, coupled with the power of Bond Evolution. Even against the formidable starter Pokémon of level 40 or above, it can hold its own. Su Yun smiled faintly, thoroughly satisfied with Shadow Frog's advancement. At that moment, however, a rapid patter of footsteps echoed from behind him. Instinctively, Su Yun turned to find three figures hastening toward him. Leading the procession was a young boy clad in a black robe, his visage clouded and contorted, radiating an overwhelming fury. The trio comprised the dark-clad youth, a bashful boy, and Zhuangsheng. Upon their arrival at the valley's depths, they immediately discerned the presence of Su Yun, as well as the shadowy frog suspended midair, ensnared by the ghostly tempest. It was as if he sensed something amiss. The black-robed youth's countenance twisted with rage upon noticing the spectral storm and the desiccated pool beneath. Without hesitation, he charged towards Su Yun, his expression a mask of fury. Chapter 69. What enemies? Merely offerings. The ghostly tempest. Such phenomena can only manifest in environments saturated with spectral energy, presenting a rare opportunity for ghost-type spirits. The swift approach of the black-clad youth was marked by a gaze filled with awe and avarice as he beheld the swirling storm in the sky. His attention then shifted to the parched pool below, where remnants of dark purple liquid lingered at the bottom. Could this be the essence of ghostly attributes? A sharp intake of breath escaped him. This substance rivaled the ghostly tempest in potential. And there it was, an entire pool. His pupils constricted as he beheld what seemed an inconceivable sight, exclaiming in disbelief. Such treasures, even within his own family, would incite fierce competition among many. Now, they lay before him in their entirety. Gradually, the young man's expression darkened, a fierce blaze of anger igniting within him. This should have been a moment of elation, a pivotal opportunity for his ascent. Yet, it had devolved into a tragedy. The fortune he so ardently desired was snatched away by another. How dare they seize my chance? Spit out the ghostly essence. The black-clad youth howled, his visage twisted in a terrifying grimace. His eyes gleamed with ferocity, fixating on Su Yun, his features contorting grotesquely. My fortune, my ghostly essence. A lament escaped his lips, pain coursing through him. Even before entering the Great Rift, he had envisioned all the hidden treasures of the valley as his own fortunes, refusing to allow any outsider to lay claim. He had even contemplated leveraging the valley's bounty to enhance his spirit's prowess, subsequently dealing with Zhuangsheng to avenge the humiliation he had suffered. Yet, he could hardly fathom that the opportunity he had deemed his own had been pilfered. Aside from the most worthless ghostly gem, nothing remained for him. Gengar, eliminate him. Unable to contain the seething rage within, the black-robed youth summoned his spirit, pointing at the shadowy frog suspended in midair with a fierce cry. Although he could not comprehend why this peculiar-looking Greninja was able to absorb the ghostly essence, he was certain that his fortune had been usurped by this very creature. Gengar. A grinning Gengar materialized suddenly beside the black-clad youth. Initially bewildered, Su Yun's eyes sparkled upon seeing the ghostly Pokémon of the young man clad in black. A sacrificial offering presented on a silver platter? In his perception, the ghostly Pokémon was not merely an ordinary adversary. It represented an opportunity to assist his own Gung-Gui in unlocking a hidden evolutionary path. Although this course of action might seem somewhat cruel, was it not justified given that the black-clad youth had brazenly proclaimed his intent to eliminate Su Yun's Shadow Frog? Thus, retaliating against him was only reasonable. Had the black-clad youth approached with a more respectful demeanor, Su Yun would never have considered using his Pokémon as a sacrifice. It was merely a consequence of the young man's own actions. Golden Armor Dragon. Su Yun maintained a calm expression as he summoned his own Pokémon. A thunderous roar echoed through the empty valley as a magnificent dragon-shaped creature, entirely adorned in gold, materialized before the onlookers. Its aura of power dwarfed that of Gung-Gui by an immeasurable margin. The black-clad youth stood agape, shock evident on his face as he gazed at the golden armor dragon spiraling above. What manner of Pokémon was this? He had never encountered it before. Though he was merely a ghost-type trainer, he possessed an extensive understanding of other types. In his memory, no dragon-type Pokémon resembled this one. Zhuangsheng, a professional trainer within the Pokémon League, could not help but furrow his brow at the sight of the golden armor dragon. Could it be a juvenile Rayquaza? It doesn't emanate the aura of a divine beast, yet its appearance bore a striking resemblance to the sky ruler, Rayquaza. Could it possibly be an undiscovered offspring of Rayquaza and another Pokémon? His imagination ran wild, and with his vast experience, he speculated about the identity of the golden armor dragon. While astonishment and confusion filled him, he did not exhibit the same exaggerated reactions as the black-clad youth. Brother, what Pokémon is this? Why does it seem like my tropical dragon is trembling in fear? The timid boy, clearly terrified, attempted to soothe his tropical dragon while anxiously inquiring of Zhuangsheng. With a grave expression, Zhuangsheng shook his head. I've never seen it before, but I can assure you its strength is formidable. We should avoid provoking it. He then guided the timid boy to a safer distance, evidently wishing to evade any potential repercussions. Noticing their retreat, the black-clad youth's eyes flickered with disdain as he scoffed. Humph, a couple of cowards. It's just a dragon-type Pokémon. What is there to fear? Even in the face of the unfamiliar golden armor dragon, he remained undeterred. With a haughty demeanor, he turned his gaze back to Su Yun and coldly declared, "Dare to seize my opportunity? You shall pay with your life. Gung Gui, why are you still dawdling? Eliminate them all." With a swift command from the black-clad youth, Gung Gui conjured a shadow ball and hurled it towards Su Yun. Faced with the impending assault, Su Yun remained unperturbed, softly communicating with the golden armored dragon. "Do not appear overly formidable. Feign a weakness to mislead it into believing you are not its adversary." With the assistance of the system, he had ascertained the strength of the black-clad youth's Gung Gui, which stood at level 33. Indeed, it was formidable. Only 2 levels beneath his golden armored dragon. However, in the heat of battle, such a gap could prove substantial. He was confident that the golden armored dragon could vanquish the opponent in a single strike. Yet, he refrained from such an action, harboring other considerations. After all, the presence of many witnesses rendered certain actions imprudent. Roar. The golden armored dragon nodded, deliberately concealing its true power, unleashing a breath of dragon fire to nullify Gung Gui's assault. Yet, from the forces displayed by both parties, it was evident that the black-clad youth's Gung Gui held the upper hand. The black-clad youth, realizing this, could not suppress his glee. "Haha, I thought your dragon-type spirit was formidable, but it appears to be nothing more than a paper tiger. My Gung Gui is indeed the strongest. Since that is the case, you can meet your demise. You have stolen my opportunity, and this is the price you must pay. Gung Gui, eliminate him." Chapter 70. Are you really pursuing this? The black-clad youth's expression turned maniacal, showing no regard for Zhuangsheng or the shy youth, intent on delivering a fatal blow to Su Yun. Witnessing this, the shy youth felt a pang of sorrow for Su Yun, as he perceived a reflection of himself within him. "Brother, can't we stop him? Murder is a crime." He hesitantly addressed Zhuangsheng, his voice lacking conviction. The world was undeniably cruel, and the realm of trainers even more so. In the secret realm, acts of murder for the sake of seizing opportunities transpired daily, and the Alliance was powerless to intervene. Over time, this evolved into an unwritten rule among trainers. In the secret realm, the law was non-existent. There existed but one principle: the survival of the fittest. "No need," Zhuangsheng calmly shook his head. "That individual is concealing his strength." His observations were far more astute than those of the black-clad youth and the shy young man, recognizing that the golden armored dragon had not exerted its full power. Although he could not comprehend Su Yun's motives, he was certain that the black-clad youth would find it far from easy to defeat Su Yun. Perhaps there was even a chance for a reversal. As the battle raged on, the shadowy frog suspended in midair suddenly opened its eyes, having absorbed the ghostly energy. The spectral storm surrounding it dissipated. It swiftly beheld Su Yun engaged in combat with the black-clad youth. Without hesitation, it joined the fray, darting towards Gung Gui with a speed so swift it was nearly imperceptible, executing a water shuriken that forced Gung Gui back. In that fleeting moment, it had the opportunity to vanquish Gung Gui in a single blow. However, Su Yun's unexpected warning prompted it to temper its strength, merely pushing Gung Gui away. As Gung Gui was forced back by the shadow frog, he did not exhibit anger. Rather, a cold smile spread across his face. "Truly pathetic. To barely match my Gung Gui even in a 2-on-1 situation. With such meager strength, how dare you covet my fortune? The ghostly essence absorbed by your Pokémon is nothing short of wasteful, since you delight in overwhelming with numbers. Allow me to show you the taste of your own medicine." "Humph, do not presume that you are the only one with 2 Pokémon." With a disdainful snort, the cloaked youth promptly tossed out 2 Pokeballs. In an instant, 2 Pokémon materialized before Su Yun, one Gung Gui and one Gung Sitong. Upon seeing these 2 Pokémon, Su Yun's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Could it be that this fellow has trained 3 Gung Guis? He was momentarily taken aback. It was his first encounter with a trainer who raised 3 identical Pokémon. To his recollection, only the Dojuo had ever done such a thing. Wouldn't that be advantageous for me? Suddenly filled with excitement, Su Yun's gaze towards the cloaked youth glimmered with avarice. The hidden evolutionary path of Gung Gui now held promise. As he reveled in his thoughts, the cloaked youth commanded his 2 Gung Guis and 1 Gung Sitong to charge forward. Leaping onto the back of his golden armored dragon, he chose to flee from the scene. The Gung Gui and Gung Sitong, lacking flight capabilities, missed their target entirely, infuriating the cloaked youth, who unleashed a torrent of curses. "Coward! Spineless! If you have the guts, don't run." However, Su Yun merely cast a nonchalant glance his way, his condescending gaze igniting the cloaked youth's fury. "Damn! What right does a mere coward who only knows how to flee have to look down upon me? Try giving me that look again, I dare you." Ignoring the cloaked youth's impotent rage, Su Yun remained unfazed, confident that the youth's volatile temper would lead him to pursue. The cloaked youth, now frantic, abandoned the ghostly gems in his haste, and stormed over to the bashful boy, seizing his collar with a fierce expression, growling. "Get me up there. I want to kill that bastard." The bashful boy, terrified and disoriented, had no choice but to comply. Meanwhile, he and Zhuang Sheng remained at the valley's base, satisfied with the ghostly gems they had gathered and unwilling to chase after Su Yun. Outside the Great Rift, Zhuang Sheng and the others awaited, but instead, they were met with Su Yun. The golden armored dragon soared from the rift, astonishing all present. "My goodness, what is that? A golden dragon-type Pokémon. It looks so divine. There is a person on its back. Could it be an unknown Pokémon captured from the rift?" Indeed, rare Pokémon exist within the rift. This is a tremendous opportunity. I must venture down to investigate. The crowd stirred, many eager to enter the rift and capture a golden dragon-type Pokémon. However, before they could act, the tropical dragon, with the cloaked youth, burst forth as well. The youth clad in black exhibited a countenance as dark as coal, relentlessly pursuing Su Yun while hurling curses, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished. What on earth is happening? How has the prodigy of the ghost family become so disheveled? Could it be that someone has stolen the opportunity meant for this genius, thus provoking such a reaction? Opportunity? Could it possibly be that golden dragon-type spirit? If that were indeed the case, it would be no wonder that the prodigy of the ghost family faltered. After all, who could withstand such a thing? The crowd buzzed with speculation, their curiosity piqued by the youth's peculiar behavior, which only strengthened their resolve to enter the Great Rift. Meanwhile, upon exiting the confines of the rift, the black-clad youth leapt off the tropical dragon, releasing his Gengar to harness its strength in pursuit of Su Yun. The flying speed of the tropical dragon was woefully inadequate to meet his needs. In contrast, his Gengar, once liberated from the rift's constraints, regained its ability to fly. With two Gengars aiding him, he closed in on Su Yun at a speed far surpassing that of the tropical dragon. The bait has been taken. He patted the golden armored dragon, signaling it to soar towards the distant desert, an isolated and desolate locale, perfect for nefarious deeds. Chapter 71. Instant kill, the offering secured. "Ha, run, keep running. Aren't you quite the sprinter?" In the vast expanse of the desert, the black-clad youth sneered, his expression mocking as he fixed his gaze on Su Yun. With Gengar's assistance, he successfully caught up to Su Yun, cornering him in this barren land. In the face of the black-clad youth's taunts, Su Yun remained unfazed, his demeanor calm as he replied, "Run? Why should I run? Surely." The black-clad youth could not naively believe that his Gengar's speed surpassed that of his golden armored dragon. Such a notion would be laughable. The reason the black-clad youth managed to intercept him in this desert was not due to the prowess of his Gengar outpacing the golden armored dragon, but rather because he had intentionally slowed the dragon down, allowing the black-clad youth to catch up. Or perhaps, it was a deliberate ploy to lure the black-clad youth here. Otherwise, how could the black-clad youth's two Gengars possibly match the speed of his golden armored dragon? Oh, is it that you have resigned yourself to the inevitability of this encounter, choosing to perish together with me? The arrogant black-clad youth certainly did not share this belief, continuing to mock with a cold smile. Yet, you might be disappointed. The outcome is destined to be one of demise, not mutual destruction. To this day, he still regarded Su Yun with disdain, convinced that Su Yun was unworthy of comparison. You are correct. Indeed, it can only lead to demise. However, that fish is certainly not me. With that, Su Yun's gaze suddenly sharpened. In an instant, three figures erupted from the pockballs at his waist, surrounding the black-clad youth. In matters of life and death, Su Yun exhibited utmost caution, permitting no room for even the slightest misstep. The youth clad in black was momentarily taken aback, his pupils narrowing abruptly, a wave of astonishment washing over him. "You possess 3 spirits, and one of them is a leader Gingchi," he exclaimed incredulously, his gaze lingering on the leader Gingchi, unable to tear himself away. As a dedicated ghost-type trainer with a particular affinity for Gingchi, his understanding of this spirit was far deeper than that of an ordinary person. Hence, the instant Su Yun summoned his spirit, he recognized immediately that it was not merely an ordinary Gingchi, but an exceedingly rare leader Gingchi. What was most difficult for him to accept was that the aura emanating from this leader Gingchi surpassed even the strongest Gingchi in his possession. This indicated that, solely based on the prowess of this leader Gingchi, Su Yun's strength was on par with, if not superior to, his own. With such an advantage, Su Yun had no need to flee from him. If retreat were necessary, it would surely be for a more sinister purpose. The black-clad youth's mind suddenly cleared, the astonishment in his eyes swiftly morphing into terror, a chill creeping down his spine. "You bastard, you dare to set a trap for me." He gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse. He had realized that Su Yun had intentionally lured him to this place. But what did that realization matter now? It was already too late. With his scheme uncovered, Su Yun felt no trepidation. The moment the black-clad youth had followed him into this desolate expanse, the fate had been sealed. "Gengchi, Golden Armor Dragon. Shadow Frog, attack." Su Yun issued the command without hesitation, prompting his spirits to unleash their assault. In an instant, 3 spirits transformed into beams of light, surging towards the black-clad youth from different angles. In this dire moment, the youth dared not underestimate the situation. Summoning all his spirits to the fray, 2 Gingqi and 2 Jingstone, Su Yun felt a surge of exhilaration at the sight. Marvelous, simply marvelous. I am grateful to my comrade for the offerings delivered. Su Yun grinned broadly, almost feeling guilty about being too harsh on the black-clad youth after such a generous gift. Alas, in light of your filial piety, I shall reluctantly allow you to keep your body intact. Su Yun murmured to himself, showcasing a semblance of compassion. As he spoke, the spirits had already engaged in combat. The 2 Gingqi of the black-clad youth were both formidable, each exceeding level 30. Such strength was undeniably commendable. However, it paled in comparison to Su Yun's might. Against the golden armor dragons, they were utterly insufficient. With a single execution of Dragon Dive, the golden armor dragon swiftly dispatched one of the Gingqi. The other Gingqi met its end at the hands of the leader Gingqi, which spared no effort against its kin. The basketball-sized shadow ball conjured in its grasp served as undeniable evidence of its power. After merely exchanging a couple of blows with its counterpart, it utterly vanquished the opponent. In the blink of an eye, the tide of battle had decidedly turned in favor of Su Yun. The pride of the boy in black lay in his 2 Gengars, both of which had been effortlessly defeated, leaving him with only 2 Ghastlies and 1 Haunter standing helplessly. Witnessing this scene, the boy in black was rendered utterly speechless. Upon Su Yun releasing his Pokémon, he sensed something amiss, suspecting that Su Yun had concealed his true strength and that he was likely no match for him. However, he could never have anticipated that Su Yun's power was so exceedingly formidable. He was, after all, a prodigy from the ghost family of Jiangbei City, possessing the capabilities of a high-level trainer at such a tender age. This was simply beyond his comprehension. A sense of frustration and fury surged within him, nearly overwhelming his senses. Yet, a flicker of reason reminded him that he must not act rashly and should escape post-haste. I concede this time. Just wait for me next time. The boy in black spat defiantly before turning to flee into the distance. Huh, you think there will be a next time? Su Yun scoffed. With a snap of his fingers, the boy in black found himself abruptly halted. It was not that he wished to remain, but rather that a sharp, icy dagger was unexpectedly poised at his throat. The shadow frog had made its move. It had not engaged in the earlier battle, knowing that the golden armored dragon and the chief Gengar could easily finish the fight. Its sole objective was the boy in black, preventing him from escaping. Thus, the moment the battle commenced, it had silently slipped into the boy's shadow, poised for assassination. This was the new technique it had recently mastered, shadow theft. Feeling the chilling intent to kill emanating from behind him, the boy in black immediately faltered, cold sweat beading on his forehead, banishing any remnants of his previous arrogance. Why you can't kill me? I am from the ghost family, he stammered. However, before he could utter further threats, a sharp dagger pierced his chest. The shadow frog had never intended to hold back. Chapter 72. The Judgment of the Nightmare Demon. The boy in black could never have fathomed that he would meet his end at the hands of a Pokémon. In disbelief, he glanced down at the blood gushing from his chest, his gaze gradually losing focus before he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Burn it. To leave no trace, Su Yun commanded, his demeanor devoid of the expected tension or fear that accompanies taking a life. With an expression of calm, he instructed the chief Gengar, who conjured a sphere of ghostly blue flames and cast it upon the boy in black. The boy was consumed by the flames, reduced to ashes that mingled with the surrounding sands. Simultaneously, the words of sacrifice appeared before Su Yun's eyes. It appeared that only unclaimed Pokémon could be offered in sacrifice. In the future, should he wish to sacrifice another trainer's Pokémon, he would need to eliminate their trainer first. The defeated Gengars had not displayed the sacrificial markings until the boy in black had perished, at which point they became eligible as offerings. All shall be sacrificed. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yun resolved to sacrifice all of his Pokémon. 2 Gengars equate to 1 Gengar, and alongside the original 2 Gengars, this amounts to a total sacrifice equivalent to 3 Gengars. Ding! Your Pokémon Gengar has unlocked a hidden evolution route. Immediately afterward, the system's prompt appeared before him. Evolution Route 1. Gengar, 35, White Feather Moon Ball Spirit Realm Cloth Judgment Spirit. Evolution Route 2. Gengar, 35, Black Feather Dream Ball Cursed Talisman Nightmare Demon. Similar to other Pokémon when first unlocking hidden evolution routes, there are 2 options to choose from. Su Yun glanced at them, judging solely by the evolution materials. The difficulty of both options was comparable, thus failing to serve as a decisive factor. He needed to base his decision on the emphasis of each evolution route. Su Yun then clicked on the detailed descriptions of the hidden evolution routes. Nightmare Demon, Ghost type, sacrifices all defensive capabilities for ultimate dual attack. Possesses the ability to create dreams, excelling in inducing nightmares to launch a dual psychological and physical assault on opponents. Each form has its unique merits, leaving Su Yun in a momentary contemplation. Ultimately, he opted for the Judgment Spirit. After a brief reflection, he made his choice. Although the Nightmare Demon was also commendable, it felt somewhat redundant for him. After all, he already possessed 2 high-attack Pokémon. one of which, the Shadow Frog, was also of the ghost type, perfectly overlapping with the Nightmare Demon's attributes. Selecting the Nightmare Demon would render his team lacking in both attributes and strategic diversity. Conversely, the superpower attribute inherent in the Judgment Spirit would effectively address the current shortcomings of his lineup. Moreover, the Judgment Spirit possessed a unique trait, allowing for seamless transitions between multiple forms. This implied that the Judgment Spirit was not limited to a single form, which was precisely what he anticipated. It inevitably reminded him of the Bond evolution of the Shadow Frog. Thus, considering the aforementioned points, the Judgment Spirit was evidently more suited to his current needs. Having settled on the evolution route, Su Yun began contemplating the collection of evolution materials. A level 35 Gengar posed no challenge, as his chief Gengar had already attained that level. Since the white feather did not specify which Pokémon it belonged to, any white feather should suffice, and this was easily achievable. The Moonball, however, presented a challenge. Such specialized Pokeballs are typically custom-made and rarely found in Pokémon shops. Acquiring one would certainly require considerable effort. Additionally, the Spirit Realm Cloth, being one of the ghost-type treasures, was evidently not easily obtainable. However, he had previously amassed a considerable number of ghost gems, and should he exchange them on the official trading site, he should find someone willing to trade a cursed talisman. After a brief contemplation, Su Yun had a rough idea of the avenues for collecting the evolution materials. However, this task could only commence once he exited the secret realm. There was no way to facilitate the early evolution of his chief Gengar at present. Su Yun gently patted the head of his chief Gengar and said, "Gengar." The chief Gengar nodded eagerly, filled with anticipation. Though it has yet to undergo evolution, an enigmatic force within it pulsates, yearning to burst forth. With but a singular pivotal moment, it could undergo a profound metamorphosis and soar to new heights. Contemplating this, the leader, Gung Gue, felt a surge of excitement. It could not help but cast a glance at the distant Shadow Frog, silently resolving to teach it a lesson once its evolution was complete. After all, Shadow Frog had previously withheld the source of its ghostly attributes from it. Having traversed the desert, Su Yun arrived at a marshland. The air was thick with miasma and shrouded in mist, exuding a mystical beauty akin to a fairyland. Yet beneath the surface lay treacherous perils. A moment's carelessness could lead one to step into the foul mire, becoming nourishment for the earth. In such a hazardous environment, the most prudent course of action would be to depart for safer grounds, as the secret realm was vast and teeming with opportunities and treasures. However, Su Yun chose the contrary path, resolutely delving deeper. This was not an act of reckless folly, akin to courting danger, but rather a calculated risk prompted by the discovery of the Gua Gua Pao Frog's presence, compelling him to venture forth. After all, such a rare creature was seldom seen in Zhongbei City, making it exceedingly difficult to capture in the wild, particularly as a sacrificial offering necessary for Shadow Frog's evolutionary path. He was not inclined to let this opportunity slip away. "Do you possess the courage to brave this den of dragons and tigers?" Su Yun inquired with a smile, glancing at Shadow Frog beside him. In response, Shadow Frog raised a middle finger, and with a leap, vanished into the mist before Su Yun's astonished gaze. "Hey!" Su Yun inhaled sharply, realizing the jest too late. "Is this how you wish to play, you little rascal?" A wave of irritation washed over him. Had it been Shinado, he would have swiftly turned it into a delightful cream puff. The same would hold true for Wong Wong Snowcake. Chapter 73, The Secret is Unearthed. Within the mist, Su Yun walked alongside Shadow Frog. Before long, the clear and melodious croaking of frogs reached their ears. "Is it your kin?" The unexpected sound ignited a spark of joy within Su Yun, prompting him to glance at Shadow Frog. Shadow Frog shook its head and transformed into a streak of light, darting into the mist toward the source of the sound. "Still unsure, are we?" Su Yun murmured, following closely behind. As they traversed the fog, a small pond appeared before them. The water was adorned with vibrant green lotus leaves, brimming with vitality. Perched upon one of the leaves was a wild spirit, its entire form a striking azure. Ugh, not another mosquito frog. Su Yun couldn't help but lament upon seeing the familiar creature. The scene evoked memories of his first encounter with the croaking in Wetland Park, when it was indeed the mosquito frog that had called out to him. "Since you are not of my kind, let us depart." Su Yun shook his head in disappointment and turned to leave. However, the Shadow Frog remained immobile, its cold, piercing gaze fixated upon the surface of the water, as if something beneath was drawing its attention. What has it discovered? Noticing this, Su Yun halted his departure and approached the Shadow Frog, following its gaze to the water's edge. Suddenly, with a splash, the tranquil surface erupted. In an instant, a small, sky-blue wild sprite burst forth from beneath the water, startled, and vanished into the dense lotus leaves. Su Yun stood momentarily stunned. Though the occurrence transpired in the blink of an eye, he distinctly noted the fleeting silhouette that had appeared and disappeared. A creature of the same kind as the Shadow Frog, a wild tadpole frog. "Quick, do not let it escape. That is worth 5 sacrifice points." Realizing the urgency, Su Yun shouted excitedly, pointing in the direction the wild tadpole frog had fled. The shadow frog reacted with remarkable swiftness, having sensed the presence of the wild tadpole frog even before Su Yun. Almost instantaneously, as the wild tadpole frog broke the surface, it dashed forth without hesitation, creating ripples among the lotus leaves. Before long, the word sacrifice appeared before Su Yun's eyes, indicating the wild tadpole frog's fate. Quite swift indeed. With a playful remark, he unhesitatingly initiated the sacrifice. In that moment, the wild tadpole frog in the shadow frog's grasp transformed into a beam of white light, dissipating into the ether. The sacrifice points of the shadow frog surged from 9 to 14. Merely 6 more were needed to unlock the advanced hidden evolution path. Su Yun rejoiced inwardly, thinking that another tadpole frog and a bubble frog would be splendid. Suddenly, a round of applause echoed through the mist. Su Yun squinted into the haze, where a figure clad in casual attire emerged gracefully. Marvelous, truly marvelous. In an instant, you have refined the tadpole frog. You possess great secrets. No wonder extraordinary sprites surround you, the casually dressed youth remarked with a light smile. However, to Su Yun, it felt like a bolt from the blue, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Oh no, this fellow witnessed the sacrifice. A weight of dread settled in his heart, and he furrowed his brow. He had been oblivious to the presence of others nearby, allowing him to act with boldness and without discretion. Little did he know that he had exposed himself, and his secrets were at risk of being unveiled. He could not permit this individual to leave alive. A grim determination gripped Su Yun as his hand instinctively moved to his waist. The secret of the system must remain known only to him. To divulge it to anyone else would spell an unprecedented disaster. Being captured and used as a subject for experimentation would be the best possible outcome. Are you contemplating taking my life to silence me? The casually dressed youth cast a fleeting glance at Su Yun's drooping right hand, raising an eyebrow. There's no need to entertain such thoughts, for I have come here with the very intention of killing you. As the words fell from his lips, the youth's expression morphed into a grotesque snarl, an aura of lethal intent enveloping him. This declaration momentarily stunned Su Yun. Kill me? He found himself bewildered, pondering whether he had inadvertently provoked anyone. Could it be a member of the Phantom clan? His mind involuntarily drifted to the young man he had dispatched in the desert. Surely, it couldn't be him. Yet, he quickly dismissed this notion. When he had eliminated the member of the Phantom clan, he had meticulously chosen a desolate location, ensuring that no one could witness the act. If it was not a member of the Phantom clan, then who had sent this individual? Su Yun was ensnared in a haze of confusion. What's the matter? Struggling to discern who seeks your demise. The casually dressed youth appeared to pierce through Su Yun's thoughts, offering a flippant smile. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Songjia. Su Yun was momentarily taken aback. Song. Instantly, a figure flashed across his mind. Song Qinfeng. If anyone harbored a deep-seated hatred for him, it could only be Song Qinfeng, with whom he had forged enmity from the very beginning. You're not entirely foolish. Since you've deduced it, I shall not conceal the truth any longer. It was Song Qinfeng who commissioned me to end your life, and he is quite willing to pay a handsome sum. As he spoke, Songjia couldn't help but lick his lips, excitement and greed glimmering in his eyes. It was evident that Song Qinfeng must have offered a considerable price to hire someone for this task. I initially intended to kill you outright, but upon noticing the secrets you possess, I found myself reconsidering. How about this? If you surrender your secrets to me, I shall spare your life. Songjia continued, presenting Su Yun with a glimmer of hope. He coveted the power to sacrifice spirits and induce their mutations, a force he yearned to possess. Very well, come closer, and I shall tell you personally, Su Yun replied with a faint smile, nodding in agreement. Songjia was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Su Yun's prompt acquiescence. Recovering, he chuckled lightly. You truly are not as straightforward as you appear. Since you refuse, then you shall meet your end. He could see through Su Yun's ruse. If he dared to approach, he would undoubtedly fall victim to Su Yun's cunning. Come forth, Dragon King Scorpion. Eliminate him. Songjia barked, and the Pock ball in his hand burst open in midair. A massive, purplish-black creature loomed before Su Yun, exuding an aura laden with toxicity. Chapter 74, 33. Dragon King Scorpion, 40. Su Yun's heart raced at the sight of the displayed information. Such a high level. A level 40 Pokémon had already entered the ranks of the elite. Such prowess is undeniably the most formidable opponent he has encountered thus far. Song Qinfeng has truly gone to great lengths to eliminate me, enlisting the aid of such a powerful individual. Su Yun let out a cold laugh, his eyes narrowing into slits, a fire of fury raging within him. A level 40 Dragon King Scorpion would have posed a challenge before he entered the secret realm. But Song Qinfeng likely calculated this well, which is why he sought out such a formidable ally. Yet, regrettably for him, Song Qinfeng could not have anticipated that within just one day of entering the secret realm, Su Yun would acquire numerous fortuitous opportunities, significantly enhancing the strength of his spirits, including the capture of a level 45 Gengar. His power had long since surpassed any previous comparison. Even the current level 40 Dragon King Scorpion held no fear for him. However, he duly noted the gift that Song Qinfeng had bestowed upon him and vowed to return the favor tenfold upon his exit from the secret realm. Taking a deep breath, Su Yun suppressed the fury that threatened to erupt from within, slowly unfastening the Pokeballs at his waist and releasing Gengar and the golden armored dragon. Gengar? Moreover, upon witnessing Su Yun unleash his other two spirits, Song's face displayed a hint of surprise and shock. Prior to his arrival, Song Qinfeng had not mentioned that Su Yun possessed a Gengar. Furthermore, the aura emanating from this Gengar was undeniably potent, rivaling that of his Dragon King Scorpion, perhaps even surpassing it. This revelation instilled a sense of caution within him, particularly as Su Yun also summoned a dragon-type spirit he had never encountered before. What spirit is that? Where's your green caterpillar? Songja recalled Song Qinfeng mentioning that Su Yun owned a rather peculiar green caterpillar, renowned for its formidable strength, prompting him to exercise utmost caution. Yet, now that Su Yun had released all his spirits, he had failed to see the green caterpillar spoken of by Song Qinfeng. Wait, could it actually be? Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, Songja's expression shifted dramatically, his demeanor transforming into one of sheer terror, as if he had witnessed something utterly unfathomable. The notion of a green caterpillar evolving into a dragon seemed impossible. If this was indeed the entirety of Su Yun's spirits, then the truth could only be one. The peculiar, unknown dragon-type spirit before him was, in fact, the green caterpillar that Song Qinfeng had mentioned. It had merely undergone a mutation, resulting in its current form. Contemplating this, Songja's expression morphed into one of greed and exhilaration. The secrets surrounding Su Yun were even more profound and powerful than he had imagined. If even a green caterpillar could evolve into a dragon-type spirit, what transformation could his Dragon King Scorpion undergo? Songja could not predict. Yet that did not quell the excitement and fervor swelling within him. Reveal your secrets, he shouted frantically at Su Yun, before throwing out two more Pokeballs. Psyduck, Machoke, come forth. Let him witness who is truly the strongest. Two equally formidable Pokémon were unleashed, Gyarados and Machoke. Each of the three Pokémon boasted levels no less than 30, with the highest reaching an impressive 40. Such prowess surpassed even the talented scions of the ghostly lineage he had previously encountered, indicating that this individual was no ordinary foe. And the forces backing him were undoubtedly substantial. Yet what of it? Su Yun remained undaunted, poised to strike without hesitation. Golden Armor Dragon, unleash Dragon Breath. Gengar, employ Shadow Ball. Shadow Frog, execute Water Shuriken. Su Yun commanded his three Pokémon simultaneously. To orchestrate the combat of three Pokémon in a single skirmish posed a monumental challenge for any trainer. Nevertheless, he managed it with remarkable ease. Roar, Ribbit, Ga. Golden Armor Dragon exhaled a torrent of Dragon Breath. Shadow Frog conjured a Water Shuriken, transforming it into a streak of purple light aimed at Machoke. Meanwhile, Gengar coalesced a shadow ball the size of a basketball, hurling it towards Gyarados. In response to Su Yun's sudden and fierce onslaught, Songja adopted a serious demeanor, promptly issuing commands to his Pokémon. Gyarados, utilize Confusion on Shadow Frog. Machoke, engage the Golden Dragon, but be cautious not to be ensnared. King Scorpion, focus on Gengar and employ Poison Jab. He would not allow Su Yun to dictate the terms of engagement, instead assigning opponents based on attributes and levels. From the aura emanating from Su Yun's Pokémon, it was evident that Gengar possessed the most powerful presence, making it the prime target for King Scorpion. Given that King Scorpion was a dual poison and dark type, it naturally held an advantage over Gengar, making it the most suitable adversary. Su Yun was acutely aware of this dynamic, which is why he chose not to have Gengar confront King Scorpion directly. Instead, he entrusted Golden Armor Dragon with that task. Although Golden Armor Dragon's level was lower than that of King Scorpion, when it came to raw strength, King Scorpion might not stand a chance. In an instant, various moves collided in a cacophony of chaos as the battle erupted into a whirlwind of activity. Each Pokémon sought to capitalize on its strengths while avoiding its weaknesses, resulting in a constant reshuffling of opponents, creating a tumultuous free-for-all. Amidst this fierce conflict, the bond level of Shadow Frog surged at an astonishing pace. 40, 50, 60. In mere moments, it soared to 100. Observing this, Su Yun raised his hand without hesitation, a gleeful smile illuminating his face. Shadow Frog, Bond Evolution. A gentle sound resonated as two streams of pale purple energy surged forth from both him and Shadow Frog, ultimately converging in midair. In that fleeting moment, Shadow Frog and Su Yun seemed to resonate with one another, becoming one in spirit. Under the influence of this binding force, the body of the Shadow Frog underwent a rapid transformation. A colossal water sailor's shuriken shimmered with ethereal blue and purple light, swiftly coalescing behind it. Quack! The resounding croak of the frog echoed throughout the marsh as a shadowy assassin quietly descended. The binding Shadow Frog has joined the fray. Chapter 75, The First Encounter with Death. Whoosh! The binding shadow frog moved with the swiftness of lightning. In an instant, it transformed into a violet flash. Appearing behind the powerful foe, the enormous shuriken in its grasp resembled the scythe of death, aimed menacingly at the creature's neck, intent on severing its head from its body. Ahem! The fierce gust of wind caused the foe's expression to shift dramatically, as the overwhelming aura of death sent shivers down its spine. In a moment of life and death, it quickly raised both hands, positioning them defensively at the right side of its neck. Clang! The shuriken, imbued with tremendous energy, struck its arm with a resounding metallic clash. Its renowned resilience allowed it to narrowly escape the clutches of death. However, the explosive force of the impact still sent it careening away, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing into a towering tree not far off. Go, Golduck! Assist it! Songjia exclaimed anxiously, urgently commanding Golduck. Little did he expect that in mere moments, the powerful foe would swiftly capitulate. The binding shadow frog truly was formidable. Quack! Golduck emitted a coarse cry, leaping from the sky. It unleashed a powerful stream of water, directing it towards the binding shadow frog below. Be careful! Suyun's heart raced, and she quickly warned. Swish! The shadow frog cast a fleeting glance at the incoming Golduck and suddenly transformed into a wisp of purple smoke. Vanishing from sight, Golduck's water gun attack missed entirely, splattering harmlessly onto the ground. Quack! Golduck, now perplexed, landed where the binding shadow frog had been. Scratching its head in confusion, it surveyed its surroundings, yet the binding shadow frog was nowhere to be found. Where had it gone? Songjia was equally baffled, utterly perplexed. In that fleeting moment, the shadow frog's movements had been beyond the grasp of human vision. Yet, even at such speed, it should not have vanished entirely. The battlefield was devoid of the shadow frog's presence, as if it had evaporated into thin air. Is it about to employ that technique? In contrast, Suyun felt a surge of excitement. The corners of her mouth curled into a slight smile, her calm eyes shimmering with a glimmer of anticipation. Upon closer inspection of Golduck's shadow, one could discern that it appeared more solid than before. The reason for this was undoubtedly the presence of the binding shadow frog. Indeed, the binding shadow frog had executed the ghostly technique known as shadow steel, a skill belonging solely to Marshadao. It had not disappeared, but rather concealed itself within Golduck's shadow, lying in wait to deliver a decisive blow. Yet, both Golduck and Songjia remained blissfully unaware, still shrouded in ignorance. The performance was about to commence. In the next moment, a shadowy figure of violet and black suddenly emerged from Golduck's shadow. The frigid and sharp shuriken of the sailor mercilessly pierced through its body, delivering a lethal blow in an instant. The first strike. Any adversary who encounters this technique for the first time faces certain doom. The first represented the genius of the spectral human family, while the second signified the prowess of the aquatic Pokémon, Golduck. Could it be? Songjia, having witnessed Golduck's downfall, stood frozen in disbelief. He found it hard to trust his own eyes. The scene unfolding before him was utterly incomprehensible. The bound shadow frog had emerged from Golduck's shadow to launch a surprise attack, vanquishing it. Such an uncanny technique he had only read about in books. Shadow Thief, a unique ability of the mythical Pokémon, Marshadao. No other Pokémon could master such a skill. Yet, the shadow frog before him, Songjia, opened his mouth, staring in astonishment at Suyun. How could your Pokémon possess Shadow Thief? He simply could not fathom how such a sacred and mysterious technique could manifest in an ordinary Pokémon. Want to know? Then descend into hell and inquire with your Golduck. Suyun mocked with a sardonic smile, making a gesture across his throat. The leader, Gungue, and the bound shadow frog immediately surged towards Songjia. However, his words were abruptly cut short as he realized with dread that his mightiest Pokémon, the Dragon King Scorpion, was currently ensnared in the jaws of the golden armored dragon, reduced to its meal. What? Even the Dragon King Scorpion? Songjia's eyes widened in shock, leaving him momentarily speechless. It was one thing for Golduck and Machoke to be defeated, but how could his pride, the Dragon King Scorpion, also fall short against the opponent? Hadn't Song Chunfeng claimed that Suyun's Caterpie was merely slightly stronger than the fully evolved starter Pokémon? This was merely slightly stronger? Song Chunfeng, you have deceived me. Songjia erupted in furious curses. Song Chunfeng's false intelligence had cost him 3 of his main Pokémon. Even his own life now hung by a thread. Wait, we can negotiate. Don't kill me. Spare me, I am a scream pierced the air as the divine light in Songjia's pupils instantly dissipated. His limp body was disdainfully tossed into the swamp by the bound shadow frog, slowly being engulfed by the muck, becoming nourishment for the earth. Suyun's expression remained calm, inwardly cursing his misfortune. Neither the human nor his Pokémon proved useful. Not one of the 3 Pokémon cultivated by Songjia could become a worthy sacrifice. They merely served to provide a meager amount of experience for his own Pokémon. He would have to rely on Song Chunfeng's Greninja. The image of Song Chunfeng cornering him in the alley, threatening him with Greninja, involuntarily surfaced in Suyun's mind. He would settle both old and new scores. Once they emerged from the secret realm, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance against Song Chenfeng. However, before that, he must endeavor to elevate his own strength to have the means to contend with Song Chenfeng. After all, Song Chenfeng was not someone who could be compared to these so-called prodigious youths. His strength had already reached the level of a gym leader. And even with his current prowess, it was still quite challenging for him to manage. After dealing with the battlefield, Su Yun continued to explore the marshlands, searching for the elusive Gua Gua Pao frog, Gua Tu frog, or the formidable Koga ninja frog. He hoped to assist the Shadow Frog in unlocking its advanced hidden evolution route sooner rather than later. Unfortunately, Lady Luck seemed disinclined to engage with him this time, offering him not even a fleeting opportunity. After searching for most of the day, he found no trace of Koga ninja frogs, nor even a single Gua Tu frog or Gua Gua Pao frog. Why was it so difficult to find them? Su Yun paused by a crystal-clear stream, expressing his frustration aloud. Previously, he had encountered a Gua Tu frog, leading him to believe that this area would be abundant with Gua Gua Pao frogs or Gua Tu frogs. However, after personally scouring the vicinity, he realized he had been overly optimistic. Chapter 76, The Golden Magikarp. Unwilling to concede defeat, Su Yun followed the stream upstream. After a short distance, a brilliantly crimson fish Pokémon suddenly caught his attention. A Magikarp? Su Yun's eyes widened in surprise. Soon, that surprise morphed into greed. While the Magikarp was not a particularly powerful Pokémon, lacking even the most basic offensive moves prior to evolution, only able to perform the utterly harmless splash, it possessed the potential for a remarkable transformation upon evolving into a Gyarados, rising from the depths to become a formidable force. Many fully evolved starter Pokémon could not hold a candle to it. However, the path for a Magikarp to naturally evolve into a Gyarados was fraught with challenges. First, Magikarp lacked any offensive moves, rendering it incapable of gaining experience through battle. Second, unlike in games, the real world did not offer any means to shortcut experience gain, such as learning devices, nor could other Pokémon fight on behalf of the Magikarp to elevate its level. Consequently, the vast majority of Magikarp in the wild would never achieve the evolution into Gyarados, resulting in their rarity, surpassing even that of the starter Pokémon. Yet, this did not imply that Magikarp were incapable of evolving into Gyarados. In the natural world, there were generally two paths for a Magikarp to undertake in its quest for evolution. The first was to endure the passage of time, gradually accumulating experience and levels as it aged, ultimately meeting the requirements for evolution before its lifespan expired, thus transforming from fish to dragon. However, 99% of Magikarp were unable to accomplish this. Even among the few that did manage it, their potential was often limited by their age. The second path involved the leap through the Dragon Gate, a ritual in the wild that allowed for a transcendental metamorphosis, instantly becoming a powerful Gyarados. This route was exceptionally arduous, with perhaps only one in several tens of thousands of Magikarp succeeding in leaping through the Dragon Gate. The odds were exceedingly slim. Nevertheless, each year, many Magikarp endeavored to take the leap, even if they were unlikely to succeed. Among the Magikarp community, the leap through the Dragon Gate was a lifelong pursuit, the pinnacle of honor. Even in the face of continuous failure, they would never cease their efforts. It is precisely due to these reasons that the Magikarp has become almost a worthless entity in the eyes of trainers, even less esteemed than the Caterpie, which is often derided as a weakling. However, for Su Yun, this posed no issue whatsoever. Difficult to evolve, you say? Apologies, but he possesses a hidden evolution system. Why would he concern himself with such trivialities? Moreover, the abundance of Magikarp makes it exceedingly easy to acquire sacrificial points, thus enhancing the efficiency of evolution. The potential within is immense, a perfect match for him. What reason could he possibly have to refuse? It was time to capture a Magikarp for training. A subtle smile graced Su Yun's lips as his hand instinctively moved to the Pokeball at his waist. While he certainly lacked a fishing rod, he could enlist the help of his Shadow Froakie, which also possessed aquatic abilities, to catch the Magikarp. With a snap, Su Yun released the Pokeball. Do you see that Magikarp? Bring it to me. I wish to capture it, he commanded, pointing at the oblivious Magikarp, blissfully blowing bubbles in the water. Gah! Protested the Shadow Froakie, seemingly discontent. Despite its reluctance, its body was honest, and it leaped into the stream, reaching out for the Magikarp. Startled by the perceived threat, the Magikarp swiftly darted away, its speed astonishing even to Su Yun. TSK, it certainly knows how to run, he mused, raising an eyebrow yet harboring no concern. If the Shadow Froakie couldn't catch a mere Magikarp, it might as well meet its demise. The Shadow Froakie, taken aback, had not anticipated that the Magikarp would dare flee in the face of its intimidation. Was this not a slap in the face before Su Yun? A flicker of displeasure arose within the Shadow Froakie, its expression darkening. Without further ado, it conjured a water shuriken in its hand and aimed it at the Magikarp. Su Yun, witnessing this from the shore, felt a surge of alarm and quickly interjected, "Stop. I commanded you to catch it, not to harm it. What if you accidentally kill it with that strike?" While Magikarp may not be a rare species, there are certainly distinctions among them. The Magikarp before him having managed to evade the Shadow Froaki's grasp, was clearly no ordinary specimen. If the Shadow Froakie were to inadvertently slay it, that would be a grave misfortune. Gah! The river surged with splashes, startling numerous aquatic Pokémon dwelling within. In no time, a variety of wild fish Pokémon gathered in the water ahead of the Shadow Froakie, with several Magikarp among them, all scrambling to escape. This fellow. Su Yun observed the scene with a mixture of exasperation and amusement. However, at that moment, his gaze suddenly sharpened. Wait, what is that? A golden glimmer emerged from the murky waters, causing his pupils to constrict to pinpricks. Hiss! Could it be that he was not mistaken? Was that truly a golden Magikarp? Su Yun rubbed his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming in astonishment. Amidst the frenzied school of fish desperately fleeing, a radiant king carp unexpectedly emerged. Its scales, unlike those of ordinary carps, shimmered in a striking golden hue, reminiscent of molten gold. In the vast shoal, it stood out like a crane among chickens, undeniably captivating. It was indeed the golden king carp. Su Yun confirmed this revelation once more, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. The rarity of the golden king carp surpassed even that of mythical beasts in certain respects. Who would have thought he would encounter such a marvel in a meandering stream? What extraordinary luck he possessed. One might mistakenly believe that the goddess of fortune had taken a particular interest in him. Shadow Frog, do you see that golden king carp? Do not let it escape. You must capture it for me. Remember, it must be alive, and do not harm it. After regaining his composure, Su Yun shouted excitedly at the Shadow Frog in the water. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Should he miss it, regret would haunt him for eternity. Ribbit. Sensing Su Yun's fervent excitement, the Shadow Frog understood the significance of the moment and shed its playful demeanor, becoming serious. It plunged into the water, darting towards the golden king carp with the agility of a fish spear. Chapter 77. The Crimson Tyrant Carp. With a splash, the river water roiled, creating tumultuous waves. The Shadow Frog glided through the water like a merman, approaching the golden king carp with astonishing speed. Startled, the golden king carp leapt from the water, breaking the surface in a panic. On the shore, Su Yun's face brightened with joy upon witnessing this, and without hesitation, he hurled the Pokeball that he had clutched in his hand. Whoosh! Bang! The red and white Pokeball traced a graceful arc through the air and burst open just shy of 2 meters from the golden king carp, releasing a beam of white light that enveloped it. The golden king carp's form immediately dissolved, forcibly drawn into the confines of the Pokeball. Clack! The Pokeball fell to the ground, trembling incessantly, indicating the fierce struggle of the golden king carp within. Su Yun clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently on the quivering Pokeball, his heart racing with anticipation. It must succeed, he silently prayed in his heart. Yet, in the next moment, the Pokeball exploded open, and the golden king carp burst forth. Indeed, the golden king carp was not so easily captured. Su Yun sighed, feeling a twinge of disappointment. However, he found solace in the fact that the Shadow Frog had been waiting patiently nearby as the golden king carp escaped the Pokeball. Before the golden king carp could re-enter the water, the Shadow Frog swiftly lunged, grasping it tightly. Gripping the golden king carp by its tail, it unleashed a torrent of slaps upon the water's surface. Smack! 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 The crisp sounds echoed continuously, leaving Su Yun on the shore utterly astonished. How intriguing it is to witness such a spectacle. He had envisioned countless scenarios in which the Shadow Frog would subdue the golden Magikarp. Yet he had never anticipated this particular outcome. It was not so much brutal as it was profoundly humiliating. In but a moment, the golden Magikarp rolled its eyes back, briefly succumbing to unconsciousness. Whether it was from sheer fury or the forceful blow, it mattered little now. For Su Yun, the opportunity had finally arrived. The Shadow Frog, with an air of disregard, tossed the golden Magikarp at Su Yun's feet. Su Yun, seizing the moment, retrieved another Pokeball and aimed it at the golden Magikarp. This time, the process of capture unfolded with remarkable ease. The Pokeball merely rolled in his palm a few times before igniting with a spark, signifying his successful acquisition of the golden Magikarp. Simultaneously, its essential information materialized before his eyes. Pokémon, Magikarp. Level, 15. Gender, male. Type, water. Ability, Intimidate. Increases speed when subjected to dark, ghost, or bug-type moves due to intimidation. Skill, Splash. Hidden Evolution Route, 0-10. Potential Assessment, Ordinary. Ah, a rare hidden ability. No wonder it was a golden Magikarp. Su Yun's expression shifted to one of astonishment upon realizing that its ability was not the commonly known Swift Swim, but rather the elusive Intimidate. As was well known, the typical ability of a Magikarp was solely Swift Swim. Only the rare hidden ability could manifest as Intimidate. Su Yun's gaze then fell upon the hidden evolution route. So he only needed to sacrifice 10 Magikarp to unlock this hidden evolution route? This was far simpler than he had imagined. He glanced toward the nearby river, which teemed with Magikarp ripe for sacrifice. Stowing away the system, Su Yun commanded the Shadow Frog, I require Magikarp, many Magikarp. As soon as the words left his lips, The tranquil river erupted with towering geysers of water. The shadow frog had sprung into action. Countless basketball-sized shadow balls rained down upon the waters, leaving the aquatic Pokémon within in utter distress. In no time, several sacrificial markers indicating Magikarp appeared before Su Yun. Sacrifice, all of them, he murmured, his expression brimming with excitement. The sacrificial points for the golden Magikarp surged at a visibly rapid pace. Before long, he had successfully met the requirements to unlock the hidden evolution. Ding! Congratulations! Your Pokémon Magikarp has unlocked the hidden evolution route. Evolution Route 1. Magikarp, 10, to Gyarados with Dragon Fang and Firestone to Crimson Gyarados. Evolution Route 2. Magikarp, 10, to Gyarados with Dragon Fang and Waterstone to Deep Blue Gyarados. Before Su Yun could utter a word of caution, the system graciously provided him with an analysis of both evolution routes. Crimson Gyarados, a creature of both dragon and fire attributes, is characterized by its ferocious and malevolent nature. It often succumbs to madness in battle, delivering lethal strikes to its adversaries. Its menacing aura instills dread, causing foes to falter and retreat even in moments of peace. It is recommended for male trainers to cultivate this formidable being. In contrast, the Deep Blue Gyarados embodies a gentle and timid disposition, preferring to restrain its opponents with torrents of water rather than inflict harm. Its serene presence flows like water, advocating for a more pacifistic approach. This variant is suggested for female trainers. The two evolutionary paths are starkly divergent. The Crimson Gyarados epitomizes the vicious legacy of its predecessor, while the Deep Blue Gyarados deviates from the traditional expectations of its lineage. After careful contemplation, Su Yun ultimately opted for the evolution into Crimson Gyarados. His current roster lacked fire-type Pokémon, and the battle style of Crimson Gyarados resonated with his own philosophy, whereas the Deep Blue variant did not align with his preferences. To facilitate this evolution, Su Yun recognized the necessity of obtaining Gyarados' dragon whiskers and a Firestone. He mused aloud about the materials required for the transformation. While acquiring a Firestone would not pose a significant challenge, procuring the dragon whiskers seemed rather troublesome. Who would take the time to collect such items? It appeared that to secure the dragon whiskers, he would have to personally vanquish a wild Gyarados. Suddenly, a low rumble of a roar echoed in his ears, snapping him from his thoughts. Su Yun's gaze sharpened as he lifted his eyes toward the upstream waters. The thunderous roar emanated from that direction. Could there be a colossal creature lurking upstream? A glance at the downstream fish Pokémon, leaping valiantly from the water in attempts to breach the dragon gate, sparked a bold hypothesis in his mind. Could the source of the roar be Gyarados? Having already encountered Magikarp in this aquatic domain and witnessing their attempts to leap, it was reasonable to surmise that this group of Magikarp had prior experience with such feats. If the Magikarp had successfully leapt the dragon gate, then the emergence of one or two Gyarados seemed plausible. With this thought, Su Yun eagerly turned to his companion, the Shadow Frog, who appeared equally astonished. Let us advance and investigate. Chapter 78. A mere 2 tails of flesh on the chest upstream of the river, a wild Pokémon, grotesque in appearance and exuding a fierce demeanor, stood defiantly in the center of a pool, facing a girl clad in blue. Su Yun, having hastened to the scene, witnessed this confrontation unfold before his eyes. Indeed, it was Gyarados. Upon recognizing the formidable creature in the waters, a surge of excitement filled his heart. The dragon whiskers required for the evolution of his golden Magikarp were within reach. However, as he glanced at the blue-clad girl on the shore, a frown creased his brow. Had someone else beaten him to it? Yet, his furrowed expression quickly relaxed. In the realm of opportunities, it is the one with strength who seizes the moment. Precedence holds no weight here. The young girl in blue noticed Su Yun's arrival, casting him a surprised glance. Soon after, a smile broke across her face as she playfully implored, "Dear brother, I was the first to discover this Gyarados. Would you be so kind as to help me capture it?" It was evident that the girl intended to use her charm to entice Su Yun into assisting her for free. Su Yun chuckled softly, unmoved by her advances. He was not a creature governed by base instincts. The girl's modest assets were far too trivial to sway him. "Apologies, but I have a keen interest in that Gyarados as well. How about you relinquish it to me? In return, I shall grant you a glimpse of my 8-pack abs." Su Yun's words were laced with playful sarcasm, deliberately teasing her. The girl froze momentarily, taken aback by Su Yun's sudden audacity. Once she regained her composure, a look of disdain crossed her features. "Go to hell, you shrimp-headed fool." With that, she summoned a Starmie and commanded it to attack. "Join me in hell, you foul creature," Su Yun retorted, as his own Shadow Frog stepped forward. In an instant, the two Pokémon engaged in combat. The Starmie struck first, unleashing a powerful water gun directed at the Shadow Frog. The Shadow Frog, however, countered by forming a water shuriken to slice through the incoming water attack. The sharp shuriken cleaved the water gun in two, thwarting the girl's scheme. The girl gasped, her mouth agape in astonishment. So strong? She had not anticipated that Su Yun possessed such formidable strength, capable of dismantling her Starmie's water gun with ease. "Wait, Perhaps we can negotiate. Seeing Su Yun preparing for another strike, the girl quickly relented, softening her stance. Su Yun furrowed his brow in annoyance. Fight or leave, choose wisely. He was eager to capture the Gyarados and had no time to squander with her. The girl's expression stiffened, surprised by his lack of compassion. She realized she was unlikely to defeat him, but was unwilling to abandon the hard-earned chance to seize the Gyarados. After a moment's contemplation, a plan formed in her mind. Blushing, she feigned shyness and declared, "If you help me capture this Gyarados, I could accompany you for a while." Her demeanor evoked the image of a naive girl forced into dubious circumstances. Su Yun scoffed, his face cold as he replied, "I shan't repeat myself." He had already seen through her superficial intentions. Were it not for the absence of murderous intent from her, he would have eliminated her without hesitation, sparing no further discourse. Believing her sincerity to be lacking, the girl began to shed her clothing, approaching Su Yun with a sultry sway. Su Yun's gaze remained fixed upon her form as he snapped his fingers, causing the shadow frog to vanish. Seizing the moment, the girl flaunted her allure, persistently enticing Su Yun. In her heart, she harbored a silent disdain. How typical, she mused, to utter refusals while her eyes betrayed her true intentions. Indeed, all men are of a similar ilk. Seizing the moment while Su Yun admired her alluring figure, she discreetly signaled the gem starfish beside her. The gem starfish instantly comprehended, its central red gem beginning to flicker with a brilliant crimson light, an unseen, yet formidable energy coalescing as if it were on the verge of eruption. The girl in blue revealed her true form, a smug smile gracing her lips. "Ah, you pathetic man, can't resist the slightest display of beauty, can you? How dare you gaze upon me with such contempt? Prepare to perish. Gem starfish, strike." A murderous intent radiated from the girl, her elegant neck arched proudly. Her head held high in exultation. Su Yun slowly opened his eyes, his dark irises resembling two fathomless abysses. Though seemingly calm, a tempest raged beneath the surface. "I offered you a chance," he thought, unfazed by the blue-clad girl's ambush, as if he had anticipated her every move. With a soft snap of his fingers, the previously vanished shadow frog emerged from the shadows of the gem starfish. A hand, unknown to them, had already pressed against the gem starfish's head. Before the opposing psychic force could manifest, the prepared shadow ball struck the gem embedded in the creature's chest. While the power of the abilities was formidable and unpredictable, it was also susceptible to the ghost type. An eruption of terrifying energy unleashed, the explosion's purple flames engulfing both the shadow frog and the gem starfish. The smug expression on the blue-clad girl's face froze, her eyes glazing over as she collapsed to the ground. How could this have happened? She could not fathom how the shadow frog, which had seemingly been captured by Su Yun, had suddenly appeared behind the gem starfish, ready with a shadow ball as if it had been anticipating her every move. As the smoke dissipated, the forms of the gem starfish and the shadow frog re-emerged in view. However, the gem starfish lay motionless on the ground, its red gem shattered into fragments. Utterly devoid of life, the blue-clad girl stood in shock. Her gem starfish had been defeated in a single blow. Although the type disadvantage played a role, the shadow frog's strength was undeniably overwhelming. What baffled her the most was how a water-type creature like the Froakie could execute a ghost-type move such as Shadow Ball. With measured steps, Su Yun approached, looking down at the fallen blue-clad girl with a cold, unfeeling gaze. The girl trembled in fear, stammering a plea for mercy. "Please don't kill me. I can serve you and fulfill your every desire." Su Yun merely chuckled lightly, unmoved, before delivering a swift kick, turning away from her. "The shadow frog is now in your hands." Chapter 79, The Treasure of the Gyarados. Having dealt with the blue-clad girl, Su Yun finally turned his attention to the Gyarados at the center of the lake. Gyarados, 40. Upon discovering the opponent's level, a sense of astonishment washed over. Such a high level? If all goes as expected, it must be the sovereign of this lake, boasting a formidable level of 40. Which is undeniably impressive for a wild Pokémon. Golden Armored Dragon, you shall confront it. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yun released the Golden Armored Dragon and issued his command. The Gyarados, a water and flying type Pokémon, though not inherently advantageous against ghost types, possesses an innate ability to wield numerous dark-type moves due to its fearsome reputation. These dark-type moves have a distinct advantage over ghost types. Whether deploying Shadow Frogs or Gengars, neither would yield satisfactory results. It is indeed the Dragon and Steel-type Golden Armored Dragon that is required. With a resounding roar, the Gyarados, another Dragon-type Pokémon, matched the Golden Armored Dragon's might with its own, showing no trepidation. Golden Armored Dragon, unleash Dragon Dive. With a keen understanding of type advantages, Su Yun unhesitatingly commanded the Golden Armored Dragon to execute a Dragon-type attack. There exists a mutual countering relationship even among Dragon types. The Golden Armored Dragon extended its form, an aura of chilling menace surrounding it, transforming into a blazing stream of light that dove toward the Gyarados. Before it could close the distance, an overwhelming pressure descended upon the Gyarados, akin to a colossal mountain bearing down upon it. With a thunderous roar, the Gyarados retaliated with a powerful dragon rage. The golden armored dragon pressed forward, akin to a moth drawn to a flame, colliding head-on with the dragon rage. In an explosive clash, the golden armored dragon was momentarily engulfed by the flames erupting from the impact. Yet, Su Yun remained unfazed. Although the golden armored dragon lacked defensive prowess, its steel-type attributes afforded it considerable resistance against dragon-type moves. Moreover, dragon rage is not particularly potent. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, a golden silhouette emerged from the explosion, revealing the golden armored dragon, its formidable aura unmistakable, slicing through the Gyarados with the precision of a razor-sharp blade. The Gyarados' robust form buckled, its body contorting painfully as a significant portion surfaced from beneath the water, akin to a cannonball racing across the surface, trailing a frothy white wake. Seizing the moment, the golden armored dragon swiftly closed the gap, raising its colossal, razor-edged claws to carve a grievous wound upon the Gyarados. In agony, the Gyarados let out a heart-wrenching cry, its eyes turning crimson, as if on the verge of a furious rampage. Its body thrashed violently in the lake, hot blood gushing from the wound, staining the surrounding waters a deep red. Be cautious, it's about to go berserk. Maintain your distance, and use Dragon Pulse or Dragon Breath to wear it down. Su Yun cautioned from the shore. Regarding the creature known as Gyarados, he possesses considerable knowledge. In battle, it is exceedingly ferocious. When gravely injured by an adversary, it enters a berserk state, willing to sacrifice its life to combat the foe. Although the golden armor dragon is not intimidated, it sees no necessity to engage in close combat with such a formidable opponent. Should it slip up, the consequences could be dire. The golden armor dragon nodded, swiftly retreating to distance itself from Gyarados. Unrelenting, Gyarados stirred up tumultuous waves in pursuit. The golden armor dragon unleashed a breath of draconic essence, once more inflicting severe damage upon its opponent. Blood gushed forth from Gyarados with increased ferocity. Yet, it seemed impervious to pain, raising its massive tail to strike at the golden armor dragon. Alas, even at its peak, Gyarados lacked the speed to match the golden armor dragon, let alone in its current state. The golden armor dragon effortlessly dodged the tail attack, and then released a draconic shadow, a manifestation of its energy, which collided with Gyarados. The skill Dragon Pulse detonated with explosive force, overwhelming Gyarados in an instant. With a defiant roar, Gyarados fell silent, its voice extinguished. Simultaneously, the words Sacrifice Gyarados appeared before Su Yun. Shadow Frog, retrieve its dragon whiskers, Su Yun commanded, not immediately proceeding with the sacrifice. The sacrifice was merely one of his objectives in vanquishing Gyarados. The paramount goal was to procure the dragon whiskers needed for the evolution of the golden carp. With a croak, the evolution materials secured, Su Yun then sacrificed Gyarados, augmenting the golden carp's sacrifice value by 10 points. Now, only a firestone remained to facilitate the evolution of the golden carp into the crimson Gyarados. Su Yun mused as he stroked the thick, lengthy, and slimy dragon whiskers in his hand. Suddenly, the golden armor dragon plunged into the lake, creating a colossal splash upon the tranquil surface of the water. The unexpected turn of events left Su Yun momentarily stunned. What was the golden armor dragon doing? Why had it dived underwater? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the golden armor dragon surged forth from the depths, this time clutching a rusted treasure chest in its mouth. Is there treasure beneath the water? Observing the chest held by the golden armor dragon, a surge of excitement and anticipation welled within Su Yun. Instantly, a blinding light erupted from within the chest. It took a moment for Su Yun to adjust his sight, and when clarity returned, he could hardly contain his astonishment at the contents of the chest. Gold coins, pearls, evolution stones, and gemstones, all shimmering treasures. If I am not mistaken, these must be the spoils collected by Gyarados. Research indicates that dragon-type Pokémon have an innate proclivity for gathering luminous materials, and Gyarados is likely no exception. Otherwise, how could one explain the presence of such riches within the chest? Su Yun reached out and began to sift through the items. And when he uncovered a vibrant red gemstone, his eyes sparkled with delight. The Firestone. It was a fortuitous find among the treasures of the Gyarados. Precisely what he required. This meant that his golden Magikarp was poised for evolution. Chapter 80, Unparalleled Trait. Magikarp, my dear fellow, you are truly fortunate. Su Yun could hardly contain his excitement as he released the golden Magikarp. He then placed the Gyarados' whiskers and the Firestone before it, brimming with anticipation as he proclaimed, System, commence evolution. In an instant, the golden Magikarp was enveloped in a radiant sphere of white light. 2.5 minutes later, the system's voice resonated. Ding! Congratulations, your Pokémon Magikarp has evolved into Crimson Gyarados. Following this announcement, crucial information about the Crimson Gyarados materialized. Pokémon, Crimson Gyarados. Level, 20. Gender, male. Type, Dragonfire. Ability, Unparalleled. When health falls below 50%, all abilities increase by 50%. When health drops below 30%, all abilities double. and it enters a berserk state, disregarding the trainer's commands and attacking relentlessly until the target is vanquished. Moves: Dragon Rage, Dragon Claw, Dragon Dance, Flamethrower, Flame Fong, Sunny Day. Hidden Evolution Route 20100. Potential Assessment: Starter Pokémon. The metamorphosis brought about by evolution significantly enhanced its overall strength, elevating its level from 15 to 20. The dual Dragon Fire type had already been confirmed, akin to the Mega Evolute Charizard. As for its ability, Su Yun was pleasantly surprised. Another unique trait from the system. Among the known Pokémon abilities, Unparalleled was unprecedented. The description hinted at formidable potential. As the saying goes, products from the system are always of exceptional quality. The effects of the Unparalleled trait left Su Yun astounded. In essence, the lower the health, the more formidable the creature becomes. However, this also carries the risk of becoming uncontrollable. Overall, the benefits substantially outweighed the drawbacks, greatly enhancing the prowess of the Crimson Gyarados. The list of new moves was not extensive, possibly due to the current low level of the Crimson Gyarados. Nevertheless, the coverage was quite comprehensive, featuring physical attack moves, special attack moves, and support moves, sufficient for early battles. With the information panel stowed away, Su Yun took a renewed look at the Crimson Gyarados. Its distinctive fiery red physique was striking. Aesthetically, it bore a strong resemblance to the ordinary Gyarados. The most notable difference, however, lay in its aura. The typical Gyarados exudes a presence imbued with moisture and a faint fishy scent. In contrast, the Crimson Gyarados radiated heat, its temperature soaring, reminiscent of a glowing iron rod, deterring any who dared approach. Furthermore, as it exhaled, small flames occasionally flickered between its teeth, leading one to believe that a fierce fire blazed within. Regrettably, the levels of his Pokémon were somewhat inadequate, leaving a significant gap compared to the Shadow Frog and its companions, including the recently evolved Crimson Gyarados. He possessed a total of 4 Pokémon. Among them, the leader, Gengar, stood at the pinnacle with a level of 46. The Golden Armor Dragon followed closely at level 40, while the Shadow Frog reached level 35. Only the Crimson Gyarados lagged behind, still yet to surpass level 30, remaining at a mere level 20. All those capable of evolution had already undergone the transformation. The next step was to focus on enhancing their strength. Evolution could significantly bolster a Pokémon's prowess, yet the elevation of levels was equally imperative. Su Yun understood the importance of this and had already formulated his subsequent plans in his mind. He gazed at the Shadow Frog and the other Pokémon, a grin spreading across his face as he declared, "My friends, it is time for us to engage in fervent battles." 7 days later, a beam of light suddenly burst forth in the sky. Practitioners scattered throughout the secret realm felt an inexplicable lightness in their bodies, as an invisible force tugged at them towards the luminous column. Su Yun, who was battling within a forest, experienced the same sensation. He looked up at the beam of light, a flicker of inexplicable excitement gleaming in his eyes. His strength had grown significantly, and it was time to settle accounts with Song Qinfeng. After days of relentless combat, he had become a veritable embodiment of death within the forest. Any wild Pokémon he encountered, regardless of their strength, had become mere experience fodder for his team. As a result, his Pokémon had made remarkable progress in their levels. Gengar had successfully broken through the level 50 barrier, entering the ranks of gym-level Pokémon. Now on par with Song Qinfeng's strength, the Golden Armor Dragon had also experienced significant growth, reaching level 46, just 4 levels shy of 50. The Shadow Frog was not to be outdone, stepping into the elite tier at level 40. The most impressive advancement, however, belonged to the Crimson Gyarados, which had risen from level 20 to 30, a commendable leap of 10 levels. Such prowess now afforded him the capability to stand toe-to-toe with Song Qinfeng. The humiliation and threats he faced from Song Qinfeng, who had covertly dispatched individuals to eliminate him, could no longer be tolerated. Vengeance was imperative. Moreover, he had long harbored thoughts of Song Qinfeng's Greninja. Now his Shadow Frog was merely 6 sacrifice points away from unlocking its hidden evolutionary path. Should he vanquish Song Qinfeng and sacrifice the Greninja, the path to evolution for his Shadow Frog would be secured. Su Yun took a deep breath, suppressing the surge of excitement and anticipation within him, and led his Pokémon towards the source of the beam of light. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, various influential families rushed to the scene upon learning of its reopening. At that moment, the principal of the Jiangbei City Junior Pokémon Academy, Nangong Chun, was present. His gaze fixed intently on the entrance of the secret realm, his dignified visage betraying both anticipation and concern. "I wonder how that lad Su Yun fared in the secret realm. I sincerely hope he did not encounter any conflicts or unfortunate incidents." Through my discussions with Yangku over the past few days, I have gained a general understanding of Su Yun's character. He typically remains unassuming. Yet when matters concerning his own interests arise, he is certainly not one to suffer in silence. This is precisely why I harbor concerns for him. The secret realm is rife with opportunities, which inevitably incites competition among other trainers. I fear that, given Su Yun's current prowess, He might find himself at a disadvantage in the contest for these opportunities, potentially falling victim to the talents of those from illustrious families. After all, it is not uncommon for trainers to engage in lethal combat over opportunities, especially those ruthless scions of powerful families who are unrepentant when it comes to taking lives. Chapter 81. The Revenge of the Ghostly Clan. With a resounding rumble, the ground trembled as the entrance to the secret realm shimmered, and figures began to emerge in succession. The atmosphere was vibrant, filled with laughter and cheer. Nangongchen fixed his gaze intently on the entrance, anxiously awaiting Su Yun's appearance. A sliver of worry creeping into his heart. Why hasn't Su Yun come out yet? Could it be that he has truly encountered misfortune within? However, just as these thoughts began to take root in his mind, a familiar figure suddenly emerged from the realm. It was none other than Su Yun. Thank heavens he is all right. Nangongchen exhaled deeply, the weight of his worries finally lifting. He approached Su Yun with eager anticipation. Unable to contain his curiosity. How did it go? What did you gain? Su Yun smiled lightly, the corners of his mouth curving upward, revealing a hint of pride. It went quite well. Nangongchen's curiosity piqued further at this response, prompting him to ask, has your strength increased significantly? Su Yun nodded. I believe I have nearly touched the threshold of the gym leader level. Nangongchen gasped in astonishment, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. What? Such a tremendous leap? Have you been consuming some miraculous elixir? He recalled that during the freshman competition, Su Yun had only displayed the strength of a high-level trainer. How could it be that after just a few days, he had ascended nearly 2 whole tiers? Even considering the abundance of opportunities within the secret realm, such rapid advancement seems implausible. His curiosity deepened. What exactly had Su Yun experienced during his time in the secret realm? Roughly so, Su Yun replied. This period of intense training has indeed felt quite surreal. Nangongchen marveled, his eyes filled with admiration and pride. Su Yun is a student of our academy, and the greater his potential, the more delighted I become. Have you managed to capture any new Pokémon? Since you are on the brink of the gym leader level, having only 2 Pokémon, simply 1 T suffice. Su Yun gestured to the 2 additional Pokeballs affixed to his waist. Of course, the secret realm is teeming with rare Pokémon. How could I possibly let such an opportunity slip by? Nangongchen glanced down, his interest piqued, and eagerly pressed on. Oh? Which Pokémon have you captured? Su Yun responded with a subtle smile. A ghost-type Gengar and a water-type Gyarados. Nangongchen was taken aback, and upon confirming that he had not misheard, he was filled with astonishment, gazing incredulously at Su Yun. What did you say? Gung Gui and Biao Long. Have you struck gold? You captured 2 such rare Pokémon at once? Gung Gui and Biao Long were exceedingly rare creatures, rivaling even the illustrious trio, and acquiring them was no simple feat, even for affluent and powerful families. It was astonishing enough that Su Yun captured them within a secret realm. Yet he managed to catch 2. If word of this spread, countless individuals would undoubtedly be envious. Your luck is truly extraordinary. Even I, the dean, find myself envious. Nangongchen remarked. He reminisced about his youth when he entered the secret realm, recalling that his luck had not been nearly as fortuitous as Su Yun's. He hadn't even encountered the illustrious trio, let alone rarities like Gung Gui and Biao Long. Perhaps the goddess of fortune is besotted by my charm and is intentionally favoring me? Su Yun chuckled, scratching his head playfully. Nangongchen, taken aback by his response, couldn't help but smile wryly. You truly are something. Just as they were sharing a light moment, a furious roar suddenly echoed from a distance. Who dares to lay a hand on a genius from the Ghost Clan? A middle-aged man clad in a purple robe glared with a stormy countenance, his eyes ablaze with fury as he scanned the crowd. A pivotal member of their Ghost Clan had not returned, and that individual was none other than his son. Uncle, we have seen. At that moment, a practitioner from the Ghost Clan approached the middle-aged man and whispered something in his ear. The man's gaze immediately shifted, landing squarely on Su Yun before he strode purposefully towards him. Boy, speak quickly. Where's the genius of my Ghost Clan? His expression was menacing, exuding an aura that suggested he was ready to resort to violence at any moment. Su Yun, however, showed no fear, furrowing his brow as he replied. How would I know about your Ghost Clan members? Don't play dumb. I have seen our genius. My son pursued you into the rift and has since vanished without a trace. You dare claim ignorance? The middle-aged man pressed on. Feigning realization, Su Yun remarked, Oh, that person. I shook him off at the time and have not seen him since. Absurd. What is your status? What is his standing? You, a mere nobody. Think you can shake off a genius from the Ghost Clan? Do you believe everyone from the Ghost Clan is as incompetent as you? Before Su Yun could finish his retort, the man erupted in a tirade of rage. A flicker of displeasure crossed Su Yun's face as he replied coolly. And how do you propose we address this situation? The middle-aged man's expression twisted with malice as he accused. I believe you have harmed my son and laid hands upon him. With a scoff, Su Yun rolled his eyes. Fool. If you think I could not possibly shake him off, that my strength is beneath his, then how could I have harmed him? With the pig brain perched upon your shoulders? The middle-aged man was clearly grasping at straws, unwilling to relent. You scoundrel. You dare insult me? The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, seemingly astonished that Su Yun would dare to speak so insolently to him. Regaining his composure, he was immediately consumed by rage, ready to unleash his fury upon Su Yun. Enough! Do you take me for a mere ornament? At that moment, Nan Gongchun, who had been quietly observing the situation, uttered a cold remark and stepped forward. As the dean of the academy, if he did not intervene, it would be the institution's reputation that would suffer. Humph. Just a trivial dean, daring to instruct the Phantom Clan? I see you no longer wish to retain your position. The middle-aged man contemptuously scrutinized Nan Gongchun, unperturbed. In terms of influence, even the Elf Alliance would show some deference to the Phantom Clan, and the mere junior academy of Zhongbei City was beneath his notice. Not enough as a dean. What if I add the Nan Gong family into the equation? Just then, Nan Gongheng arrived with members of the Nan Gong family. His voice icy as he inquired. While the Zhongbei City Elf Academy may not be formidable, the Nan Gong family was certainly not intimidated by the Phantom Clan. Chapter 82. Compromise. Phantom Tomb. Old Deng, are you intent on being the scapegoat? The middle-aged man's gaze turned frigid as he glared at Nan Gongheng, his tone unapologetically blunt. If the individual who had not returned was merely an ordinary family member, there would be no need to provoke the entire Nan Gong family over one person. The Phantom Clan was vast and influential, yet the Nan Gong family had been on an upward trajectory in recent years, proving to be a formidable opponent. But that is my son. This matter cannot be dismissed so lightly. The middle-aged man raged, his expression twisted with fury as he bellowed at Su Yun. One hand poised over his pokeball. Suddenly, in that very instant, a chilling wind swept through, causing the temperature to plummet. Bang! Before anyone could react, the middle-aged man was sent hurtling backward as if an unseen force had severed his tether, crashing violently to the ground. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the scene. For a moment, the atmosphere was utterly devoid of sound. Everyone stood frozen, disbelief etched on their faces as they gazed at the disheveled middle-aged man sprawled on the ground, their minds racing with questions. How could the once arrogant man have been sent flying in the blink of an eye? Who was the culprit behind this sudden turn of events? The entire venue fell silent once more, the crowd in awe. The middle-aged man had been launched into the air by none other than the Shadow Frog. Nan Gongchun and Nan Gongheng exchanged astonished glances, their eyes brimming with shock. Even Su Yun himself was taken aback, surprised by the Shadow Frog's abrupt action. However, upon regaining his composure, he felt a surge of admiration. Well done. He had long harbored a dislike for the middle-aged man, and the Shadow Frog's kick was a most satisfying release of his pent-up frustration. Ah, you scoundrel. You dared to ambush me. The middle-aged man, now furious, scrambled to his feet, prepared to unleash his Pokémon upon the Shadow Frog. Just then, a hand fell upon his shoulder, and a cold voice emanated from behind him. Stand down. Although the voice was soft, it exuded an undeniable authority. The middle-aged man paused, turning with apprehension. The master of the family stood behind him. Yumf-ing, the current head of the Ghost Clan. Yumf-ing smiled faintly, his profound gaze resting upon the Shadow Frogs. While others may have been oblivious, he had witnessed it firsthand. The Shadow Frog did not emerge from Su Yun's Pokeball at his waist, but rather from the very shadows of Su Yun. Moreover, as a seasoned ghost-type trainer, he sensed an unprecedented purity of ghostly energy emanating from the Shadow Frog. Although he could not comprehend why a Greninja possessed ghostly attributes, he was certain that this Shadow Frog could potentially assist the Ghost Clan in overcoming its current familial predicaments. My young friend, I apologize for the offenses committed by my kin. I hope you can forgive us. Given your ability to gain the support of the Nan Gong family, I believe what you say is indeed truthful. Of course, should you have truly harmed our clan's prodigy, it would be his own folly, a consequence of his inadequacies. The Ghost Clan shall not hold you accountable for such actions, Yumf-ing said, his demeanor sincere and his tone earnest. Su Yun furrowed his brow, perplexed by the intentions behind this overture. However, as the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Since the other party had offered a sincere apology, he felt no need to pursue the matter further, thus preventing animosity with the Ghost Clan. The atmosphere began to ease. At this juncture, Yumf-ing pressed forward with a request. My young friend, I have an unseemly request. Might you consider acquiescing? Rest assured, I shall not ask you to labor in vain. There shall be ample reward upon the successful completion of the task. Su Yun's understanding dawned. No wonder Yumf-ing treated him with such regard. It turned out he sought a favor. Yet, the Ghost Clan was vast and influential, requiring the assistance of a mere youth. Moreover, Yumf-ing had not intervened immediately to halt the middle-aged man, only stepping in after the appearance of the Shadow Frog. Could it be that he was coveting Su Yun's Shadow Frog? With this thought, Su Yun became cautious and inquired. What is it that you desire? Yumf-ing explained. I wish to invite you to the Ghost Clan. There exists within our family a forbidden ground known as the Ghost Tomb, the very foundation upon which our clan thrives. It opens once a year, allowing the younger generation of the Ghost Clan to enter and undergo trials. Every trainer who returns from the Ghost Tomb experiences a meteoric rise in strength, significantly enhancing their future potential. This is the reason for the enduring prosperity of the Ghost Clan. However, this year, an unexpected issue arose. No eligible young members of the family could successfully unlock the Ghost Tomb. Therefore, the clan has dispatched numerous descendants to this secret realm for training, hoping to effect change and successfully open the Ghost Tomb upon their return. Consequently, YUMF-ing has turned his attention to Su Yun, seeking to leverage his Shadow Frog to facilitate the unlocking of the Ghost Tomb's entrance. Such a remarkable opportunity exists. Hearing this, Su Yun was taken aback, captivated by the various extraordinary qualities of the Ghost Tomb as depicted by Yumi Feng. Moreover, his leader, Gung Gue, was in dire need of a piece of spirit realm fabric as material for evolution, and he had been troubled about where to find it. The Ghost Tomb had just presented him with a glimmer of hope. With this in mind, Su Yun spoke directly. I can assist with this task, but I require no compensation. If I am able to successfully access the Ghost Tomb, I too wish to enter it for training. Yumi Feng fell into contemplation upon hearing this. However, the middle-aged man behind him snorted coldly and firmly rejected. No. The Ghost Tomb is a forbidden ground of my Ghost Clan. How can outsiders be permitted to enter? Su Yun shrugged. Then I am afraid I cannot be of assistance. You may as well seek help elsewhere. After a moment of deep thought, Yumi Feng made a resolute decision. Very well, I agree. In his youth, he had entered the Ghost Tomb and was aware of its secrets. As long as Su Yun's spirit was not Gung Gue, allowing him entry would pose no significant risk. At worst, he would lose some opportunities without jeopardizing the fundamental essence of the Ghost Tomb. However, the middle-aged man did not share his broad-mindedness and immediately grew anxious. Master, this matter is absolutely out of the question. Chapter 83. Are you teaching me how to work? I have made my decision. You need not say more. Yumi Feng's tone was resolute, allowing no room for doubt regarding his determination. He then turned to Su Yun and stated, Young friend, should you assist my Ghost Clan in opening the Ghost Tomb, allowing you to enter for training is permissible. However, we must clarify a few points beforehand. If any mishap occurs within, do not lay the blame on my Ghost Clan. After speaking, Yumi Feng cast a meaningful glance at the members of the Nangon family. The implication unmistakable. Clearly, he wished to avoid any troubles arising from Su Yun's actions that might provoke the Nangon family against them. Although the Ghost Clan was deeply rooted and unafraid of the Nangon family, the present times were fraught with challenges, and it was preferable to have fewer formidable adversaries. Agreed. Su Yun pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. He recognized that Yumi Feng's words carried both a warning and a suggestion for his own safety. It would be wise to reconsider entering the Ghost Tomb. Yet, how could he so easily abandon the opportunity due to a mere hint of danger? He possessed 2 ghost-type spirits, and for the sake of both the Shadow Frog and his leader Gung Gue, there were compelling reasons to venture into the Ghost Tomb. His only concern was that the Ghost Clan might secretly intervene against him within the tomb. After all, the Ghost Clan had already taken precautions. In such a case, even if he were to encounter unforeseen challenges, he could easily attribute them to the inherent dangers of the Ghost Tomb, absolving the Ghost Clan of any involvement, which would leave the Nangon family with little ground to argue. However, reflecting on his current strength, he soon felt reassured. According to Yumi Feng, those who entered the Ghost Tomb were primarily the younger generation of the Ghost Clan, lacking the presence of any formidable elder warriors. This implies that even if the members of the Phantom Clan wish to take action against him, his circumstances are not devoid of hope. It is merely a matter of numbers, with the younger generation of the Phantom Clan joining forces against him, even should he find himself at a disadvantage. Ensuring his own safety should not pose any significant challenge. Should Su Yun encounter difficulties within the secret realm, we would naturally refrain from pursuing the matter. However, if it were to come to my attention that individuals from the Phantom Clan were meddling in affairs, humph. At this juncture, Nangon Hung spoke with authority, letting out a cold snort. He was not oblivious to the double entendre in Yumi Feng's words. Yumi Feng offered a faint smile, a response that seemed agreeable on the surface, yet his true thoughts remained inscrutable. Yumi Feng extended a warm invitation, his eagerness palpable. Very well. Su Yun did not decline. After exchanging simple pleasantries with Nangon Chun and Nangon Hung, he followed the members of the Phantom Clan away. An hour later, the group arrived at the Phantom Clan's estate. Yumi Feng wasted no time, leading Su Yun directly to the clan's forbidden area. Before them loomed a massive stone door, towering as high as 3 or 4 stories, adorned with terrifying ghostly carvings that exuded an ancient and savage aura. To Su Yun's astonishment, one of the designs bore a striking resemblance to the form of a Gung Gue. This uncanny sight stirred his curiosity. Did the Phantom Clan have deep ties to the Gung Gue? Lost in thought, Yumi Feng began to explain. This is the Phantom Clan's training forbidden area, Phantom Tomb. If you can unlock this stone door, the passage to the Phantom Tomb will open. Su Yun examined the door closely, noticing 2 fearsome mouths carved into it, inciting a flicker of curiosity as he turned to Yumi Feng and asked, "What are these openings for?" Yumi Feng elaborated. These serve to assess whether the practitioner possesses the qualifications to open the passage. To gain access, the practitioner must release their ghost-type Pokémon and place a hand in each opening. The door will emit energy to automatically evaluate both the practitioner and their Pokémon. If successful, the passage will open. If not, the door will remain sealed. Su Yun, intrigued, expressed his fascination and subsequently summoned his Pokémon, Shadow Frog, raising an eyebrow. What do you think? Shall we give it a try? Shadow Frog snorted, defiantly gesturing at Su Yun before striding towards the stone door, ready to attempt the challenge. Just then, Yumi Feng interjected, "Please wait. The ceremony cannot commence until we are ready to open the door." Turning back with a provocative gaze at Yumi Feng, Shadow Frog seemed to convey, "Are you instructing me?" This left Yumi Feng momentarily bewildered. Clearing his throat, he casually remarked, "Well, the weather is quite pleasant today." Su Yun, taken aback, quickly recovered and chuckled, pretending not to notice. Although Shadow Frog's methods might be somewhat unorthodox, it was still his Pokémon. He could hardly turn against it. Yumi Feng, with a slight twitch of his lips, chose not to pursue the matter further. The young man addressed the middle-aged man beside him directly, saying, "Please summon all the practitioners from our family." The middle-aged man nodded and turned to leave. After learning the details from the middle-aged man, the youth was filled with righteous indignation, harboring disdain for Su Yun. I truly believe the family head has lost his senses. How could he invite an outsider to open the ghost tomb and allow him to enter with us for training? This is a disgrace to the dignity of our ghost family. Indeed, these days, it seems anyone can join our ghost family. This person appears to be utterly worthless. And he even brings along that hideous toad. Does he think he can perform some sort of trick to attain what he desires? Humph. Just wait and see. He will soon embarrass himself. The passage to our ghost family's ghost tomb is not something just anyone can access. The crowd murmured. And the already irritable Yumi Feng felt a surge of unnameable fury. He turned and glared at them, barking, "Silence. Are you not embarrassed enough? If any one of you could muster the courage to open the ghost tomb passage, would our ghost family need to invite an outsider for help?" His words fell like a bucket of cold water over the crowd, instantly silencing them. Everyone lowered their heads in shame, unable to meet Yumi Feng's gaze. Beyond the authority of his family, the truth of his statement resonated deeply. Chapter 84. Fear not the godlike teammates, but dread the pig-like comrades. Curse it. It's all this wretched fellow's fault that we were reprimanded by the family head. And he dares to laugh? Is he openly mocking us? Damn it. That foul toad even gave me the finger. This infuriates me. The crowd was seething with anger, directing their fury towards Su Yun and the Shadow Toad. As silence enveloped them, Yumi Feng snorted coldly and addressed the middle-aged man. "Commence the sacrificial ritual." "Yes, family head." The middle-aged man nodded and exchanged glances with a few others. The sacrificial ceremony officially began. Su Yun and the Shadow Toad stepped aside, silently observing the proceedings. At that moment, the Pokeball at his waist suddenly stirred. Sensing something, Su Yun discreetly placed his hand on the Pokeball. "Stay still, Gung-Gue. This is not the time for you to emerge." He could feel Gung-Gue's agitation, a pressing desire to break free. However, as one of his trump cards, it was best not to reveal Gung-Gue until the situation became clearer, particularly regarding whether the people of the ghost family might act against him in secret. Yet, the more he restrained the Pokeball, the more intense Gung-Gue's reactions became. Su Yun's expression darkened. What was going on? Had Gung-Gue consumed some kind of stimulant? At that moment, the Shadow Toad seemed to sense something, drawing closer to Su Yun for a brief exchange. Su Yun looked at the Shadow Toad in surprise and whispered, "Are you saying there is something behind this door that Gung-Gue desires?" The Shadow Toad nodded in affirmation. As a fellow ghost-type Pokémon, it could communicate effortlessly with Gung-Gue, even through the Pokeball. Oh, could it be? Suddenly, Su Yun recalled the stone carvings resembling Gung-Gue he had previously seen on the stone gate, and a bold hypothesis burgeoned in his mind. Oh, it seems the ghostly lineage has indeed arrived at the right moment. It appears that the ghost tomb conceals a significant secret regarding Gung-Gue. He could not help but feel a surge of anticipation for entering the ghost tomb. However, for the time being, it was imperative to keep Gung-Gue calm. Su Yun continued to whisper to the Shadow Frog, instructing, "Please help Gung-Gue to remain composed. We shall bring it inside shortly." The Shadow Frog nodded and resumed its communication with Gung-Gue. Indeed, in the next moment, the spirit fell silent, becoming considerably more tranquil. At that juncture, the sacrificial ceremony was drawing to a close. Yumi Feng turned to Su Yun and said, "Young friend, you may commence." Su Yun nodded and, alongside the Shadow Frog, approached the stone gate. Upon reaching the gate, they positioned themselves on either side. After exchanging a glance, they simultaneously placed their hands into the opening. The talented members of the ghostly lineage observed this scene with expressions of disdain, harboring little hope for Su Yun. Oomph, what a performance. Alas, before the stone gate, any pretense will be laid bare. Our esteemed ghostly lineage boasts numerous prodigies who have failed to gain the stone gate's acknowledgement. How could a mere outsider hope to succeed? Such folly. If he manages to open the path to the ghost tomb, I shall devour the stone gate. Boom. Just as the murmurs among the crowd reached a crescendo, the once motionless stone gate suddenly began to tremble violently. Dust cascaded from its surface as a shimmering, ghostly violet fissure gradually opened. All present were left agape, unable to fathom the spectacle unfolding before them. It opened? How could this be? How has he gained the stone gate's recognition? He is not one of us from the ghostly lineage. The disbelief rippled through the crowd. Impossible. This cannot be. He should not have been able to unlock the stone gate. Many of the ghostly lineage's talented youths began to question their existence. Notably, the one who had boasted of consuming the stone gate wore a face of utter dismay, wishing fervently to vanish into the ground. They held themselves in high regard, viewing external talents as mere insects, believing that if even they could not unlock the stone gate, no one else could possibly succeed. Yet, Su Yun's emergence delivered a resounding slap to their faces, leaving them stinging with humiliation. He truly had opened it. Even Yumi Feng, the patriarch of the ghostly lineage, widened his eyes in astonishment, feeling a wave of shock swell within him. He had invited Su Yun merely with the hope of a trial, never anticipating that it would lead to genuine success. The occurrence of a non-member of the ghostly lineage unlocking the Ghost Tomb Stone Gate was unprecedented in the lineage's history. Su Yun's feat shattered their records. Oh, how splendid it would be if you were a member of our ghostly lineage, thought Yumi Feng, filled with regret, as he felt a sense of loss for such talent. Yet, simultaneously, he felt relieved that the grievances between Su Yun and the ghostly lineage had been resolved. Otherwise, provoking such an immensely talented genius is truly an unwise choice for their phantom clan. It's open. Shadow Frog, let us hasten inside. The moment the stone door swung wide, excitement illuminated Su Yun's face as he eagerly led the Shadow Frog through the entrance. The expression of the middle-aged man darkened instantly upon witnessing this, and he barked at the dazed disciples of the phantom clan still frozen in place. What are you fools waiting for? Hurry inside, lest you allow that boy to seize all the opportunities. Once the talented youths of the phantom clan regained their senses, they surged forward, streaming into the stone door. In the blink of an eye, they all vanished without a trace, and the stone door began to close slowly. Seeing that everyone had successfully entered the phantom tomb, Yumi Feng finally felt a sense of relief. The overall strength of the younger generation of the phantom clan should witness a significant enhancement upon their return. Then, an unsettling thought crossed his mind, and he turned to face the middle-aged man. You haven't covertly ordered them to take action against Su Yun, have you? The middle-aged man was taken aback. Wasn't that your intent, clan leader? Yumi Feng furrowed his brow. What do you mean by my intent? The middle-aged man explained. Back in the secret realm, you deliberately mentioned the dangers therein. Didn't you seek a pretext to have me secretly eliminate that boy? Yumi Feng's expression darkened, a foreboding sensation creeping into his heart. What commands did you give them? The middle-aged man then realized he had misinterpreted Yumi Feng's intentions and, with a stiff resolve, replied, to unite and besiege. To eliminate that boy. Yumi Feng's face paled, his body trembling as he took 2 steps back, glaring furiously at the middle-aged man. Foolish. You would jeopardize the future of the phantom clan in the hands of one individual. There is no fear of a godlike opponent, only dread of a pig-like ally. Yumi Feng, exasperated, felt an overwhelming urge to strangle the man. Chapter 85, Encirclement. Convey my orders. Summon all elite trainers from the clan. Yumi Feng said, his brow furrowed after a lengthy contemplation. The middle-aged man, filled with trepidation, was perplexed and asked, Clan leader, what are we to do? Yumi Feng scoffed disdainfully. How dare you even inquire? The moment you gave that command, it sealed the fate of our phantom clan's enmity with him. Since reconciliation is out of the question, we must eradicate him. We cannot allow him to grow, for he will become the greatest threat to our clan. The middle-aged man was taken aback, unable to comprehend why their esteemed phantom clan, which had stood for a century without faltering, would fear a mere youth. Was the potential of this boy truly so formidable that Yumi Feng felt compelled to exercise such caution? Clan leader, are you perhaps overreacting? That boy is merely a student at a junior Pokémon academy. Even with decent talent, he hardly warrants such concern. Our phantom clan has seen many prodigies rise to prominence over the years. Why should we fear him so? Moreover, he is merely an immature youth, akin to a turtle trapped in a jar, and despite the collective prowess of my esteemed ghostly lineage, you truly believe we cannot subdue a single individual? The middle-aged man spoke with unwavering conviction, perceiving Yum Feng's concerns as somewhat exaggerated. The short-sighted fool. You had best pray he does not emerge from the ghostly tomb, for otherwise, you shall bear the brunt of my family's wrath. Yum Feng's words dripped with scorn, dismissing any further debate with such a narrow-minded individual. The middle-aged man's body trembled, intimidated by Yum Feng's authoritative tone. After standing in place for a lengthy moment, he ultimately wavered in his conviction, turning away to summon the core members of his clan. Within the ghostly tomb, the situation was equally dire. Just as Syn marveled at the abundant ghostly energy surrounding him, Members of the ghostly family encircled him, their intentions far from benevolent. What do you mean by this? Syn narrowed his eyes, instinctively reaching for his waist. These individuals were clearly up to no good. What do you think it means? Is it not obvious? We intend to kill you. The leading youth clad in black taunted, his demeanor brimming with arrogance. You truly possess no awareness. Not only have you provoked my ghostly family, but you also dare to demand entry into the ghostly tomb? How utterly presumptuous. Do you consider my family a mere soft target? His companions echoed in agreement. Indeed. The ghostly tomb of my family is not a place for outsiders to enter at will. To covet our ghostly tomb, you must pay with your life. Why waste words on him? This insolent wretch shows no respect for my ghostly family. He should be executed immediately. Even a moment's delay in the ghostly tomb is an affront to us. The prodigies of the ghostly family, one after another, laid bare Syn's perceived transgressions, hastily condemning him to death. Syn, upon hearing their words, scoffed repeatedly, surveying the crowd with a glint of malevolence in his eyes. How surprising that the members of the ghostly family are nothing but treacherous scoundrels. Since you wish to lay hands on me, do not blame me for being merciless. He had once believed that Yumfing, as the head of the clan, would be a man of his word, refraining from striking him from the shadows. Yet, he found himself mistaken, discovering Yumfing to be just another hypocritical villain. No longer engaging in idle chatter, Syn summoned his spirits. Bold ruffians, you dare insult my ghostly family? Attack! The leading prodigy of the ghostly family, incensed by Syn's defiance, roared orders to his companions. In an instant, a multitude of spirit balls were hurled into the air, filling the sky with a dense swarm of ghostly beings. Unfazed, Syn released his own spirits, the golden armored dragon, the chief Gungue, the crimson Gyarados, and the shadow frog. A youth wielding a Gungue erupted in fury, mocking loudly, "What audacity! You dare to wield the same spirits as I?" The gazes of the remaining youths fell upon the golden armored dragon, their eyes reflecting waves of astonishment. They had never encountered such a peculiar spirit before. Radiating a brilliant golden hue, it appeared as though it were forged from pure gold. Each scale shimmered with a captivating brilliance, dazzling with resplendent light. Its very form invoked a sense of reverence, not to mention the overwhelming aura of draconic majesty it exuded. What manner of spirit is this, so extraordinary? One individual, momentarily stunned, could not help but voice his inquiry. Regardless of its identity, let us engage it first. An irritable soul impatiently commanded his spirit to launch an assault on the golden armored dragon soaring in the sky. As he took action, those around him swiftly reacted, joining the fray. In an instant, the battlefield descended into chaos. Various techniques clashed in midair, erupting into a dazzling display of flames. The golden armored dragon stood resolutely against 5 adversaries, showcasing its grace and not yielding an inch. The shadow frog weaved through the ranks of ghostly spirits like a harbinger of death, reaping their lives. The leader, Gengar, wielded a shadow ball in each hand, causing the opposing ghost spirits to scatter in disarray. Even the lowest level Scarlet Gyarados resembled a deity of slaughter, wreaking havoc among the ghostly spirits. In a matter of moments, it triggered its unique ability, enveloping its form in a shroud of bloodlust, continuously unleashing its latent potential, growing ever stronger as it succumbed to a frenzy of carnage. Suyun watched the battlefield intently, his brow furrowed. His spirits were undoubtedly powerful, yet it was undeniable that the talented individuals from the ghost family were formidable adversaries. Not easily subdued, particularly since they fought in unison, their numbers far exceeding his own. Even with his spirits possessing unparalleled combat experience and indomitable courage, they found themselves overwhelmed. Trapped in a passive stance, their sheer numbers were too great. This could not continue. Suyun murmured thoughtfully, contemplating strategies for victory. If only his golden armored dragon could achieve its ancient giant form, this battle would transform into a one-sided massacre. Alas, activating the ancient draconic bloodline within the golden armored dragon was no simple feat after all. It had not awakened in its complete form during its initial awakening. Only under extraordinarily rare circumstances could the power of its bloodline be unleashed. While the Shadow Frog's bonded state could enhance its strength considerably, it was ultimately insufficient to alter the tide of battle. The sole glimmer of hope lay with the leader, Gengar. Chapter 86, The Forbidden Ghost Tower. Suyun's gaze instinctively shifted to the leader, Gengar. Should Gengar evolve into a judgment spirit, it would undoubtedly turn the tide of the battle. Yet, at this moment, he lacked the most crucial evolutionary item, the spirit world fabric. He had already prepared the white feathers in advance, plucked from a wild swana during his previous expedition in the secret realm, though seemingly unremarkable. This item perfectly aligns with the system's requirements for evolutionary materials and is entirely suitable for aiding the evolution of the leader, Gengar. As for the moonball, fortune smiles upon him, for it is readily available, located at the waist of that young lad from the ghost family. He had previously observed that among the pockballs worn by the youth was a rare moonball. It is likely that the boy holds a significant position within the ghost family. Otherwise, he would not possess such a luxurious item. Regardless, the immediate task is to procure the moonball. Shadow Frog, endowed with the ability to meld into shadows, is ideally suited for this stealthy endeavor. Croak. Shadow Frog emitted a disgruntled croak. Engaged in a fierce battle, it was rather discontented with being tasked to pilfer. Such actions seemed beneath its dignity. Nevertheless, despite its verbal reluctance, its body proved to be quite obedient. It swiftly approached the individual, and while the youth was engrossed in directing his Pokémon in battle, Shadow Frog emerged unexpectedly from the shadow beneath him to seize the moon ball at his waist. Before making its escape, it did not forget to deliver a parting jab, ensuring an unforgettable experience for the boy. Now, only the Spirit World cloth remains elusive. With the moon ball secured, a glimmer of joy graced Su Yun's countenance. He wondered if the much-needed Spirit World cloth could be found here. Su Yun surveyed his surroundings. The ghost tomb is a sanctum of the ghost family, rich with myriad opportunities. Logically, one would expect the presence of ghost-type items, such as the Spirit World cloth. Gengar. Just as Su Yun was searching, Gengar's consciousness suddenly materialized in his mind. Have you sensed something calling to you? Su Yun grasped its meaning, astonished. Earlier, while outside, Gengar had been restless, yearning to enter the ghost tomb. The abrupt battle had caused him to forget this desire. Now, with Gengar's mention, he recalled it. Where is it? Su Yun inquired eagerly. The object that attracts Gengar must indeed be a treasure of the ghost type. Perhaps it is the Spirit World cloth he seeks? Gengar. Gengar retreated from the battlefield, pointing towards the distant silhouette of a tower shrouded in mist. That tower? Su Yun squinted, murmuring to himself. The faint lavender mist of ghostly energy surrounding them obscured his view, yet he could discern the tower's outline. Very well, let us investigate. Su Yun decisively commanded a retreat, instructing his Pokémon to withdraw towards the location of the ancient tower. The talented members of the ghost family had already suffered considerable losses in Pokémon and personnel. Driven by rage, they would not easily allow their quarry to escape. Halt. You may evade the initial traps, but can you elude the final ones? Attempt to flee? There is no way out. Today is fated to be your downfall. I declare this. Though the ghost tomb is vast, there is absolutely no refuge for you. The crowd roared in unison, their spirits ignited, vowing to annihilate Su Yun utterly. The Crimson Gyarados had succumbed to a state of frenzy, and upon hearing the frenzied roars of the crowd, it would no longer heed Su Yun's commands. Retreat? Absolutely out of the question. Fighting to the bitter end was its very essence. Its body glowed ever more vividly, akin to a red-hot iron rod. The crimson mist enveloping it radiated searing heat. Its combat prowess surged relentlessly, rendering even significantly higher-level Pokémon mere trifles against it. Yet, its own vitality plummeted rapidly, if left unchecked. The inevitable outcome would be utter exhaustion and demise. While the unique trait of Unrivaled is indeed remarkable, it is not without its serious drawbacks. Amidst the tumultuous battle and retreat, Su Yun swiftly arrived at the vicinity of the ancient tower. Upon beholding the tower rising majestically within the pale lavender spectral haze, he couldn't help but be awestruck. Such an ancient aura, as if it had existed for eons. Surely, this tower's existence predates even the history of the Ghost Clan. Did it not? A bold speculation suddenly took root in Su Yun's mind. If this were the case, might it imply that the Ghost Tomb was not originally a sacred ground exclusive to the Ghost Clan? His gaze intensified, filled with anticipation. He increasingly felt that his journey to the Ghost Tomb was indeed a fortuitous choice. Gengar. The ghostly figure fixated on the ancient tower, its enormous eyes brimming with excitement and exhilaration. It could distinctly sense that the alluring force drawing it emanated from this very tower. If so, let us venture inside. It would also serve as an excellent means of evading the relentless pursuit of those adversaries. At that moment, the prodigies of the Ghost Clan halted in their tracks upon sighting the tower ahead. Awe flickered in the eyes of many. This is the treasured Ghost Tower of our clan. The splendor and achievements of the Ghost Clan owe their existence to the blessings of the Ghost Tower. It is the most sacred artifact of our lineage, deserving of our utmost reverence. In that instant, numerous individuals began to kneel before the Ghost Tower. This scene left Su Yun utterly bewildered. Was this ancient tower truly of such paramount importance and sanctity to them? This only piqued my curiosity further. With a grin, Su Yun pushed open the grand doors of the tower amidst the horrified gazes of the onlookers. The members of the Ghost Clan, belatedly realizing the implications, erupted in furious outrage. Halt! You shall not take another step forward. Should you dare to enter the Ghost Tower, we shall ensure your obliteration. The members of the Ghost Clan issued frantic warnings, as though driven mad. TCH, a bunch of fools. Without hesitation, he strode into the Ghost Tower. Chapter 87, A Millennium of Gengar. What to do? That insufferable intruder has truly entered the Ghost Tower. The Ghost Tower is a forbidden ground of the Ghost Clan, accessible only to the lineage's chosen heirs. Now, an outsider has brazenly trespassed, a grave affront to our clan. He must not be allowed to escape. Anyone who dares to insult the Ghost Clan deserves nothing less than death. In a fit of anger, a young man, visibly anxious, spoke solemnly. Upon his utterance, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. The Phantom Tower was a sacred ground of the Phantom Clan, a domain to which they had no right of entry. Yet, it seemed inappropriate to simply allow Su Yun to proceed unchallenged. Let us wait for him outside, one suggested. I had once heard the elders of our clan speak of the formidable power safeguarding the Phantom Tower. Not just anyone could breach its defenses. Mark my words. Should he dare to recklessly disturb the Phantom Tower, he will certainly incur the wrath of its will. I am confident that it will not be long before he is expelled. Such a useless fool could never win the tower's approval. A core member, well versed in the intricacies of the situation, spoke up to stabilize the crowd's unease. Meanwhile, within the Phantom Tower, Su Yun was met with a scene that left him utterly astounded. The walls were adorned with ancient stone carvings, each depiction so vivid that the weight of history bore down upon him. Simply standing there felt as though he had stepped into the very scenes illustrated on the stone, ensnaring him in their depths. This, he realized, was the origin of the Phantom Tower. No wonder the Phantom Clan had stood resilient in Jiangbei City for so long. As long as this tower existed, the Phantom Clan could continuously nurture powerful ghost-type trainers. As Su Yun absorbed the content of the stone carvings, enlightenment dawned upon him. The carvings recounted the tower's history. Long ago, an unprecedented cataclysm had struck this place when a millennium-old Gung-Gui appeared, plunging the inhabitants into a dire state of impending doom. To thwart the devastation wrought by the ancient Gung-Gui, a formidable ancient trainer emerged to battle it. Ultimately, at the cost of his own life, he succeeded in vanquishing the Gung-Gui, interring its form deep underground. Upon this burial, he erected an ancient tower to suppress the ghostly energy emanating from the ancient spirit. However, for reasons unknown, in modern times, perhaps due to a flaw in the tower, the ghostly energy beneath had begun to leak, enveloping the vicinity in a dense aura of spectral energy, thus forming the so-called Phantom Forbidden Zone. The ancestors of the Phantom Clan likely stumbled upon this extraordinary place, recognizing its peculiarity, and subsequently established their clan here. This, in turn, elucidated why their leader, Gung-Gui, had been drawn to this location. In a certain sense, the millennium-old Gung-Gui interred beneath the tower could indeed be regarded as the ancestor of their leader. Su Yun, unable to restrain himself, lifted his gaze to the leader, who was lost in thought, staring intently at the stone statue in the center of the room. The statue, a deep violet representation of Gung-Gui, appeared to be from a different era than that of the ancient tower. Judging by the intricacy of its craftsmanship and the extent of its weathering, Su Yun surmised that this statue was likely added by a later generation. As for who that might be, it was of little doubt. It must have been the people of the Phantom Clan. Have you discovered anything? Su Yun approached and inquired. Within the ancient tower, aside from a few stone carvings and the imposing statue before him, there was nothing else to behold. Even the staircase leading to the upper levels of the tower was conspicuously absent. Yet he was certain that a vast expanse awaited exploration above. After all, he had previously observed the considerable height of the tower from the outside. It seemed that the passage leading upwards was cleverly concealed, yet to be discovered by him. Su Yun pondered whether this concealment was a deliberate act by the ancient trainer who originally erected the tower, or if it had been altered by the ghostly lineage, intentionally obscuring the passage. However, such speculations were trivial. He was utterly convinced that something unusual often harbored secrets. The deliberate hiding of the way to the upper tower indicated that a greater mystery lay concealed above. Just as he contemplated how to uncover the hidden passage, his companion, Gung-Gui, appeared to have made a discovery and suddenly called out. Su Yun hurried to its side and noticed Gung-Gui had placed a hand upon the head of the Gung-Gui statue. Are you suggesting there is something amiss with this statue? Su Yun interpreted its intent and inquired solemnly. Gung-Gui nodded, twisting the statue's head to the left. But it remained steadfast. Try turning it to the right, Su Yun suggested. Gung-Gui complied, and a series of cracking sounds emanated from the statue. Both were filled with delight. The statue was indeed movable. It seemed the ghostly lineage had intentionally concealed the passage. Su Yun's previous suspicions were now confirmed. Since the mechanism was integrated into this statue, which was most likely crafted by the ghostly lineage, it was reasonable to conclude that the hiding of the passage was also their doing. With a resounding rumble, a stone wall parted, revealing a staircase leading to the second floor. Exchanging glances with Gung-Gui, both ascended the stairs with eager anticipation. Upon reaching the second floor, they were met with a bewildering sight. Before them lay not some grand secret, but 4 identical violet-hued passages. The entrances were arched, with undulating waves of spatial energy replacing the original stone doors. What on earth are these? Su Yun wondered aloud. At that moment, Gung-Gui extended a finger and prodded the ethereal blue ripples at the entrances. Instantly, layers of ripples cascaded outward. This spectacle left Su Yun momentarily stunned, evoking memories of the mystical entrance to the Dragon Bone ruins. Is this also a portal to another realm? Su Yun gazed at Gung Gue in astonishment. Chapter 88, Divergent Choices. A similar scene unfolded before them. Su Yun's eyes widened in amazement, and he could not help but recall certain legends about Gung Gue. It was said that Gung Gue's very form was a conduit to another world, commonly referred to as the netherworld or the underworld, although it has never been proven. The fact that Gung Gue can store an innumerable amount of items within its body, retrieving them at will, suggests that its corporeal form is indeed linked to some alternate dimension, and a rather expansive one at that. Could it be that these passages are the work of the millennium-old Gung Gue, each passage leading to distinct locations? Only by choosing correctly can one reach the end and witness the secrets concealed here. Su Yun furrowed his brow, musing aloud. Faced with 4 identical passageways, he found himself at a loss for a decision. Gung Gue, which passage do you think we should take? Considering that the leader Gung Gue was a close relative of the Millennium Gung Gue, Su Yun could not help but direct his query towards it. The leader Gung Gue approached the leftmost passage, pausing to close its eyes and attune itself. It then moved to the second passage and performed the same action. After assessing all 4 passageways, it pointed decisively at the leftmost one with a call. The leftmost one? Su Yun murmured. After a moment of contemplation, he chose to trust the leader Gung Gue's judgment. All right, then we shall take the first passage. However, at that moment, the shadow frog, also of the ghost type, emerged from its pockball. It confidently strode towards the rightmost passage, resolutely indicating the entrance with a croak. This presented a starkly different opinion from that of the leader Gung Gue. Su Yun initially thought the shadow frog was deliberately opposing the leader Gung Gue, and he shot it a disapproving glance, admonishing, "Don't be ridiculous. We should listen to Gung Gue this time." Yet the shadow frog shook its head, insisting that it was not being foolish, firmly believing that the leader Gung Gue's choice was erroneous, and that its own choice was the correct one. This left Su Yun utterly perplexed. Both the leader Gung Gue and the shadow frog were ghost-type Pokémon. Logically, there should be no divergence in their opinions. Why was there such a stark contrast in their choices? One favored the leftmost passage while the other insisted on the rightmost. Gung Jie, the leader Gung Gue, feeling displeased, voiced its dissatisfaction towards the shadow frog. It had harbored a disdain for the shadow frog ever since their encounter in the Dragonbone secret realm regarding the ghost-type liquid and source. Now, with the shadow frog openly challenging it, how could it remain passive? Quack! The shadow frog retorted, refusing to yield an inch to Gung Gue. At times, it even disregarded Su Yun. Why would it concern itself with the leader Gung Gue? Gung Jie, enraged, the leader Gung Gue conjured a shadow ball the size of a basketball, ready to teach the shadow frog a lesson. The shadow frog, undeterred, formed a water-blue shuriken in its hand, prepared to engage the leader Gung Gue in a contest of strength. Seeing that the 2 Pokémon were on the verge of a confrontation, Su Yun hurriedly positioned himself between them, seeking to quell their impulsive urges. All right. We are all allies here. Differing opinions are perfectly normal, and there is no need for violence. He first turned to the leader Gung Gue. Gung Gue, listen to me. Put away the shadow ball. Then, he turned his gaze towards the shadow frog. Shadow frog, you too, put down the shuriken in your hand. Both sprites let out a cold snort. Although neither would yield to the other, they ultimately complied with Su Yun's command and relinquished their weapons. Observing this, Su Yun felt a slight sense of relief, yet the headache he endured showed no sign of abating. Now, with the leader Gung Gue and shadow frog at an impasse, he lacked a clear judgment and found himself uncertain of whom to trust. After a cautious deliberation lasting 2.5 minutes, Su Yun chose to place his faith in Gung Gue's judgment. Although both Shadow Frog and Gung Gue belonged to the ghost type, this was undoubtedly Gung Gue's territory. Having existed for a millennium, given the inherent kinship between Gung Gue and the leader, it stood to reason that his judgment would be more precise. He addressed Shadow Frog with patience. Shadow Frog, listen for now. Let's follow Gung Gue's lead this time, and next time we shall heed your counsel. Shadow Frog remained silent, his expression darkening as he furrowed his brow. In contrast, Gung Gue grinned broadly, exuding delight as if proclaiming his triumph. Suddenly, Shadow Frog raised a middle finger towards both Gung Gue and Su Yun, expressing his disdain for their decision. In the blink of an eye, before either Su Yun or Gung Gue could react, he plunged headfirst into the passageway, leaving Su Yun momentarily dumbfounded. This fellow. Su Yun tugged at the corner of his mouth, astonished by Shadow Frog's obstinate temperament, refusing to heed his advice and resolutely choosing to follow his own judgment by diving into the far-right passage. Such a willful and capricious action irked Su Yun greatly. Angered, he turned to Gung Gue and declared, "Forget about him. We shall take the leftmost path." In his view, Shadow Frog's headstrong nature warranted a few lessons learned through misfortune. Otherwise, it would inevitably lead to greater troubles in the future. Gung Gue, chuckling with glee, happily trotted ahead, leading the way into the left passage. Shortly after, both Su Yun and the sprite were engulfed by a swirling vortex of space. A wave of dizziness swept over him, and when Su Yun opened his eyes once more, he found himself in an unfamiliar realm. Surrounding him was a hazy purple mist, swirling close to the ground, as if he were ensconced in a sea of clouds. Before him dangled strands of purple-black energy, suspended amidst the fog. Captivated by the dreamlike scenery, Su-Yun momentarily found himself lost in thought. A bewildering question emerged in his mind. Where is this place? Gung-Gui beside him had also regained consciousness, curiously surveying their surroundings. With a hint of confusion reflected in his large eyes as he scratched his head in bewilderment. You didn't choose the wrong passage, did you? A sense of foreboding washed over Su-Yun, and he cast an odd glance at Gung-Gui. Could it be that he had wronged Shadow Frog? Had Gung-Gui's choice been erroneous from the outset, while Shadow Frog's decision was indeed the correct one? The leader, Gung-Gui, shook its head in denial. Of course, unwilling to acknowledge that its choices paled in comparison to those of the Shadow Frog. Yet, it was certain that they were drawing ever closer to the mysterious energy that had summoned them. It was as if that enigmatic force was steadily advancing towards them. Chapter 89, Battle with the Millennium Gung-Gui. A peculiar sound, akin to a buzzing current, emanated from the swirling purple mist, heightening Su-Yun's already piqued curiosity into a state of alertness. He narrowed his eyes, surveying his surroundings with a grave demeanor. The violet vapor writhed and heaved like boiling water, gathering in a singular direction, compressing and merging incessantly. Gradually, that solidifying mass of purple mist began to take shape. Slowly, a pair of blood-red eyes opened within, brimming with a thirst for blood and savagery, as if a terrifying and malevolent demon lurked within, watching him intently. The moment Su-Yun's gaze met those crimson orbs, his heart plummeted, chilled to the core. He felt as if he had become the target of a dreadful entity. An inescapable aura of death looming over him. What manner of monstrosity is this? Su-Yun's scalp prickled as he spoke, his voice low and tense. Beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead, a testament to his anxiety and fear. Before he could ponder further, a resonant voice, penetrating and shocking, reverberated from within the mist. The familiar sound caused Su-Yun to freeze, caught off guard. It was the cry of Gung-Gui. He could hardly believe it. As the owner of a Gung-Gui himself, he was intimately familiar with its call. Though the sound had emerged abruptly, it was loud and resounding. And he heard it distinctly. There could be no mistaking it. That was undeniably the voice of Gung-Gui. Was there a Gung-Gui concealed within? Su-Yun squinted, his heart racing. As the form of the purple mist became increasingly defined, his pupils contracted to mere pinpricks. No, it was not a single Gung-Gui hidden inside. He swiftly dismissed his earlier assumption. Instead, a wild and terrifying thought surged into his mind, one he could not shake off. The truth was, it was Gung-Gui itself. Su-Yun felt as though he had uncovered a monumental secret, his mouth agape in astonishment, nearly stretching to the back of his ears. The purple mist coalesced, forming a massive entity, a corporeal Gung-Gui. Yet, its appearance bore subtle differences from the Gung-Gui he knew. Strange, deep brown patterns adorned its body, some clustering together to create intricate designs, exuding an air of mystery. Upon witnessing those peculiar patterns on the Gung-Gui, a bolder hypothesis sprang to Su-Yun's mind. Could it be the ancient Millennium Gung-Gui, slain by a long-forgotten trainer? More likely, it was a manifestation of the Millennium Gung-Gui's lingering essence, brought forth in this peculiar space by some unseen force. Su-Yun was convinced that the ancient Gung-Gui before him, though formidable, was far from its peak strength, perhaps even lacking 1/10 of its former power. His keen perception revealed that, despite its imposing size that might intimidate an untrained eye, the aura it exuded did not instill an overwhelming sense of suffocation, while it certainly weighed heavily on his heart. To claim he lacked the courage to resist would be an exaggeration. Was this, perhaps, the trial and tribulation of the Phantom Tower, where one must vanquish the manifestation of the ancient Gung-Gui to uncover the ultimate secrets it harbored? As Su-Yun pondered this thought, a bold hypothesis emerged in his mind. This notion was not conjured from thin air. Rather, it stemmed from his meticulous observations. Firstly, the space he occupied felt decidedly unnatural, distinctly unlike the interior of the Phantom Tower itself. Beyond the endless expanse of purple mist, there was nothing else. Secondly, there were no visible entrances or exits. Only the ancient Gung-Gui standing before him. To dismiss this encounter as mere coincidence would be too far-fetched. It seemed evident that defeating this ancient Gung-Gui was the only means of escaping this eerie realm. With this realization, Su-Yun's resolve solidified. He turned to his leading Gung-Gui, entrusting it with the task at hand. Under normal circumstances, his leading Gung-Gui was undoubtedly his most powerful spirit. If anyone had the potential to triumph over the ancient Gung-Gui, it was undoubtedly this one. Moreover, he had previously noted a peculiar phenomenon since entering the Phantom Tower. All of his Pokeballs had become inoperable. Neither his Crimson Gyarados nor his Golden Armor Dragon could materialize within this spectral domain. It seemed there was some restriction in place, allowing only Ghost-type spirits to manifest here. The Shadow Frog, being a Ghost-type as well, had previously been able to emerge from its Pokeball at will. Regrettably, A divergence in paths had forced Shadow Frog and the leading Gungue to part ways. Otherwise, he could have summoned both to confront the ancient Gungue together. Gum. The leading Gungue nodded vigorously. Though the colossal ancient Gungue instilled an unprecedented sense of pressure, it was resolute in its intent to face this challenge head-on. As the surrounding purple mist dissipated, absorbed by the ancient Gungue, its form swelled further, becoming even more titanic. It appeared that a mere opening of its maw could engulf the leading Gungue whole. Gungue, use Shadow Ball. Su Yun commanded without hesitation, prompting his leading Gungue to strike first. Gum. The leading Gungue grinned, raising its arms high above its head, channeling all its might into the Shadow Ball attack. With a swift motion, the dark purple sphere, infused with a chilling ghostly wind, hurtled towards the ancient Gungue, containing an energy more potent than ever before. This also demonstrates the considerable importance that the leader Gungue places on the Millennium Gungue. Otherwise, he would not have exerted himself fully from the onset of battle. Gunga. The Millennium Gungue shows no fear, extending its massive palm to directly grasp the incoming Shadow Ball. Z. The Shadow Ball is enveloped in its enormous hand, fingers curling slightly before it clenches tightly. With a resounding bang, the Shadow Ball explodes in its grasp, a brilliant violet flame instantly engulfing its entire arm. The shockwave from the explosion causes Su Yun's robes to flap, prompting him to instinctively raise an arm to shield himself. As the aftermath dissipates, Su Yun eagerly turns his gaze towards the Millennium Gungue. Regrettably, the very outcome he dreaded has occurred. The Millennium Gungue emerges unscathed. Chapter 90. An evolution delivered to his doorstep. How is this possible? Su Yun finds it hard to believe, his eyes widened in astonishment. The leader Gungue, exerting itself to the utmost, has failed to inflict any damage upon the Millennium Gungue. It is crucial to note that his leader Gungue is currently at a formidable level of 50, a genuine gym-level prowess. In the entirety of Zhongbei City, it would undoubtedly rank among the elite. Yet, such formidable strength appears to be as ineffective as mere tickling against the Millennium Gungue. Has the Millennium Gungue truly reached such an absurd level of power? He finally comprehends why, despite the passage of years, the secrets within the Ghost Tower remain untouched by the Ghost Clan. With such a monstrous Millennium Gungue guarding this place, it is futile for anyone to attempt entry. How infuriating. Must he truly reach an impasse here? Su Yun, filled with reluctance, once more commands Gungue. Gungue, utilize hypnosis. If brute force is unfeasible, then a softer approach shall suffice. Directly hypnotize the Millennium Gungue, and then strike. Gungue's eyes widen, fixated on the Millennium Gungue, as crimson irises emanate hypnotic ripples. In response to the leader Gungue's hypnosis, the Millennium Gungue exhibits remarkable audacity. Rather than averting its gaze, it instead mirrors the action, locking eyes with the leader Gungue. However, the alarming truth is that the Millennium Gungue remains unaffected by the hypnosis. Instead, its eyes reflect the leader Gungue's hypnotic ripples, attempting to reverse the hypnosis back upon its caster. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Yun's expression shifts dramatically. Unprepared for the Millennium Gungue to possess such an extraordinary ability, not only is it immune to the hypnosis, but it also has the capacity to redirect the hypnosis back to the user. Should it succeed, the consequences would be dire. Gungue, quickly close your eyes. Realizing this, he urgently warns the leader Gungue. The leader Gungue, startled, recognizes the peril and promptly shuts its eyes, narrowly evading the Millennium Gungue's reverse hypnosis and avoiding the trap. Nevertheless, the situation remains uncertain. The leader Gungue's signature Shadow Ball proves ineffective against the Millennium Gungue, and the hypnosis bears no fruit. Although the Millennium Gungue has thus far maintained a defensive stance, it has not yet made any aggressive moves against the leader Gungue. However, the leader of the Gengar was equally incapable of inflicting any significant damage upon the Millennial Gengar. If this stalemate were to persist, who could predict when the Millennial Gengar might take the initiative to strike? Su Yun found himself ensnared in a difficult dilemma. Since the Shadow Ball and hypnosis proved ineffective, he resolved to try something different. Gengar, unleash Nightshade. A colossal shadow coalesced instantaneously, transforming into a clawed demon that lunged at the Millennial Gengar. The menacing shadow, which should have appeared fearsome, seemed diminutive in the presence of the Millennial Gengar. Before it could draw near, the Millennial Gengar seized it with both hands and brutally tore it asunder. The scene was exceedingly gruesome, rendering it difficult to behold. If Nightshade was futile, then let us attempt misfortune. The leader Gengar executed another technique, yet the outcome remained ineffectual against the Millennial Gengar. Su Yun, frustrated, declared, I refuse to believe this. Gengar, utilize Dark Pulse. A wave of malevolent energy surged toward the Millennial Gengar. As before, the Millennial Gengar raised its colossal hand to defend itself, but this time, the result was markedly different. Gengar. The Millennial Gengar emitted a cry of pain. The starkly contrasting response illuminated Su Yun's eyes with realization. It has an effect. After several successive attempts with Ghost-type moves yielding no results, the efficacy of this Dark-type move revealed a critical insight. Could it be that this millennial Gengar possesses immunity to Ghost-type abilities? Or perhaps the Ghost-type moves inflicted negligible damage upon it? By elemental composition, Ghost-types are indeed resistant to other Ghost-types, which explains Su-Yun's strategy of persistently employing Ghost-type attacks. Of course, Dark-type moves also counter Ghost-types. However, as a Ghost-type Pokémon, the leader Gengar received a 50% power boost when using its own type's attacks. Conversely, the Dark-type moves did not benefit from such an enhancement. Thus, even though both types countered the millennial Gengar, he had initially favored the Ghost-type moves. Yet, it had become apparent that Ghost-type moves were significantly less effective against the millennial Gengar than the Dark-type moves. Though the specific reasons for this disparity remained elusive, why Ghost-type attacks inflicted minimal damage while Dark-type moves proved effective, this was of little consequence. He had uncovered the millennial Gengar's vulnerability. This indicated that the millennial Gengar was not invincible. It could indeed be vanquished. Gengar continued to assault it with Dark Pulse. Having tasted success, Su-Yun unhesitatingly commanded the leader Gengar to persist. Gengar. The Gengar unleashed another Dark Pulse upon the millennial Gengar, eliciting another pained cry. The successive onslaught of damage incited the millennial Gengar's fury. Gengar. It emitted a deafening roar, its colossal hand piercing through its own body to extract a purple cloak from within. The powerful aura radiating from the cloak caused it to flutter and crackle, bestowing upon its wearer an air of brilliance and might. Upon catching sight of the cloak, Su-Yun was momentarily taken aback, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. He quickly confirmed that he was not mistaken, and his breath quickened with excitement. What a sizable piece of Spirit World cloth! To his astonishment, the purple cloak retrieved by the millennium-old Yingwei was, in fact, an entire piece of Spirit World cloth. Typically, Spirit World cloth is no larger than the size of a palm, yet its value is exorbitant, often fetching hundreds of millions. The size of this cloak, draped upon the millennium Yingwei, was unprecedented. He had never heard of, let alone witnessed, such a grand specimen. If placed on the market, it would undoubtedly shatter all existing records for the dimensions of Spirit World cloth. Its price would soar to astronomical heights, potentially reaching tens or even hundreds of billions. However, Su-Yun was not particularly concerned with these aspects. His primary interest lay in whether this purple cloak, crafted from Spirit World cloth, could serve as a material for the evolution of the leader Yingwei. If so, he could facilitate the evolution of the leader Yingwei into a Judgment Fate Ghost right then and there. Chapter 91. Evolution, Judgment Fate Ghost. Yingwei. Su-Yun shouted at the leader Yingwei, tossing the moon sphere and the white feather towards it. Yingwei, confused. It wondered why Su-Yun had suddenly produced these two items and urged it to catch them. Haven't you always desired to evolve like the golden armored dragon? Your opportunity has arrived. Grasp these items, approach the purple cloak behind the millennium Yingwei, and I shall guide you towards an extraordinary path of evolution. Su-Yun explained loudly, his eyes reflecting both anticipation and anxiety. He was uncertain if the Spirit World cloth cloak could indeed act as a material for evolution, just as he was unsure whether the Yingwei before him truly belonged to reality. Yet, the potential outcome was worth the endeavor. If successful, the hidden evolution of the leader Yingwei would be within reach. Yingwei. Upon hearing the word evolution, the leader Yingwei's eyes sparkled with excitement. After experiencing that battle in the secret realm, it had longed to evolve into a form as grand and imposing as the golden armored dragon. This yearning was one of the reasons it had devoted itself wholeheartedly to following Su-Yun. Now that the opportunity was at hand, how could it refrain from attempting? In an instant, the Yingwei consumed the white feather and moon sphere, transforming into a purple bolt of lightning that shot toward the millennium Yingwei. Yingwei. The millennium Yingwei, witnessing the leader Yingwei not only refusing to submit, but daring to strike first, was immediately incensed. It let out a deafening roar, raising a colossal hand that blotted out the sky, transforming it into a towering mountain of fingers aimed at suppressing the leader Yingwei. Undaunted, the leader Yingwei charged toward the giant palm of the millennium Yingwei. Just as contact seemed imminent, it suddenly shifted its body to the side, adjusting its position in an attempt to slip through the gaps between the fingers of the millennium Yingwei. The millennium Gengui's eyes widened in fury, refusing to comply with the wishes of its leader, Gengui. With a chilling laugh, it abruptly rotated its palm 90 degrees and delivered a resounding slap to the leader. The powerful hand struck down like a celestial meteor, forcefully sending the leader Gengui soaring through the air. Despite the excruciating pain that threatened to dismantle its very form, the leader managed to grin triumphantly at the millennium Gengui, having anticipated this outcome all along. Its previous actions had merely been a ruse to ensnare the millennium Gengui. The true objective was to harness the millennium Gengui's strength to aid in its approach toward the spirit realm's cloak. Realizing it had fallen victim to the leader's cunning scheme, the millennium Gengui's expression twisted into a grotesque mask of rage. It could not abide being deceived by such a pitiful creature, gathering a colossal shadow sphere, akin to a solar orb, in its grasp. It hurled the orb toward the leader Gungue. This marked the first occasion it had earnestly unleashed its skill in combat, a testament to its profound fury. The sheer magnitude of this assault was indeed terrifying. Su Yun, standing on the ground, witnessed the enormous shadow sphere suspended in midair and gasped in astonishment. The shadow sphere, conjured effortlessly by the Millennium Gungue, dwarfed the leader Gungue's form. Should it collide with the leader, it would undoubtedly shatter it into countless fragments. The leader must evolve, otherwise, this would be a battle devoid of hope. Su Yun's countenance darkened, feeling the overwhelming pressure and grasping the gravity of the situation. The immense shadow sphere descended like a celestial boulder, distorting the surrounding space with its force, producing a haunting wail. Though it had yet to make contact with the leader Gungue, the pressure it exerted was palpable, evoking a sense of impending doom. The leader's body and bones creaked under the strain, threatening to collapse. Hurry, faster! Su Yun stamped his feet in anxious anticipation. Time was of the essence. If action was not taken swiftly, the Millennium Gungue's attack would soon catch up. The leader Gungue shared this urgency. To hasten its progress, it clasped its hands before its chest, gathering a shadow sphere nearly equal in size to its own form. With a sudden thrust, it unleashed the sphere, utilizing the recoil to accelerate toward the spirit realm's cloak. Boom! The two shadow spheres, markedly different in size, collided with a thunderous impact. The leader's shadow was instantaneously crushed into powder, while the Millennium Gungue's sphere surged forth, carrying with it an overwhelming force and the wave of the explosion. Poised to obliterate the leader Gungue. At this critical moment, the leader finally grazed the corner of the spirit realm's cloak. An opportunity had arrived. Su Yun's heart soared with joy at this sight as he opened the system, filled with anticipation and trepidation. Simultaneously, the system's notification echoed in his ears. Ding! Your Pokémon, leader Gungue, has met the conditions for a hidden evolution. Would you like to evolve into Judgment Gungue immediately? Haha, it's happening. Upon hearing that voice, Su Yun's face illuminated with uncontainable joy. He nodded fervently, urging for evolution to hasten. No sooner had he uttered these words than a dazzling sphere of white light enveloped the leader, Gungue. The enormous shadow ball of the Millennium Gungue, upon contact with the radiant orb, sank as if it had plunged into the depths of the ocean, creating not even the slightest ripple. The terrifying crisis was thus silently resolved. Su Yun exhaled deeply, relieved that no mishaps had occurred. His excitement surged. The leader Gungue was finally poised to evolve into the Judgment Spirit. He had long been aware of the various forms that the Judgment Spirit could assume, which was precisely why he had opted for it over the nightmarish demon when choosing his evolution path. Now, as the evolution neared completion, he could not help but feel a thrill of anticipation. What marvels would the Judgment Spirit bestow upon him? Gung! Gah! The Millennium Gungue roared in fury, enraged at being toyed with once more. It conjured two colossal shadow balls with its hands and hurled them toward the blinding light. Yet, alas, they were entirely consumed by the white luminescence, failing to stir even a whisper of disturbance, let alone inflict harm upon the leader Gungue. It is well known that Pokémon are invincible during their evolution. The leader Gungue was currently in this invincible state, rendering even the formidable Millennium Gungue powerless. Chapter 92, both celestial and demonic. Crack, crack. The time required for the leader Gungue to complete its evolution was not lengthy. Within 2.5 minutes, cracks began to appear in the white light. A large white hand emerged from within, gripping the edge of the fissure. Shortly after, a second hand followed. But in stark contrast, it bore a purplish-black hue. Both hands clutched the fissure's edges, forcefully tearing it apart. Then, a newly transformed Pokémon gradually stepped forth from within. It possessed two enigmatic eyes, one a purplish-black, the other a milky white. Both eyes resembled abyssal vortices, radiating an inscrutable power, as if capable of devouring one's soul and consciousness. Its physique was grand and corpulent, with two robust arms hanging down like pillars supporting the heavens at its sides. The shape was peculiar, somewhat reminiscent of a Super Gungue post-evolution, yet distinctly different. Unlike the Super Gungue, whose lower body was connected to an alternate dimension and lacked legs in the strictest sense, the Judgment Spirit stood complete, its stout legs resembling stone columns, strikingly prominent. Most notably, its form exhibited an eerie oscillation between black and white, as though two entirely different energies coursed through its being. Was this the amalgamation of ghostly and psychic powers that constituted the Judgment Spirit? Su Yun stood transfixed, his gaze vacant, murmuring to himself in wonder. When the hidden evolution route was initially unlocked in the secret realm, the system briefly introduced the information about the Judgment Spirit. With the dual attributes of psychic and ghost, it possesses various forms and can seamlessly switch between them. Upon witnessing the appearance of the Judgment Spirit, a strong premonition washed over him. The so-called multi-form transformation was likely linked to the ever-changing black and white energies enveloping the Judgment Spirit. Ding! Congratulations, your Pokémon, Gengar, has successfully evolved into Judgment Spirit. Pokémon Gengar. Level 50. Gender, male. Attributes, Ghost, Psychic. Ability, Yin-Yang Harmony, allows the user to freely alter the ratio of psychic and ghost energies within, resulting in varying abilities and attributes. When psychic energy predominates, the attribute transforms into psychic, becoming the Spirit of Judgment, with all psychic moves power increased by 100%. When ghost energy is dominant, the attribute shifts to ghost, becoming the Spirit of Verdict, with all ghost-type moves power enhanced by 100%. When both energies are equal, the attribute becomes a blend of ghost and psychic, manifesting as the Judgment Spirit, where the power of all ghost-type and psychic-type moves is boosted by 50%. Skills, Shadow Ball, Dark Pulse, Ambush, Nightshade, Misfortune, Hypnosis, Telekinesis. Illusion Ray, Psychic. Hidden Evolution Route, 35. Potential Assessment, Pseudogod. Gazing at the intricate details of the ability description, Su Yun felt a gradual sense of awe. The three form transformations, each corresponding to distinct special effects, were astonishing. This was indeed more outrageous than the unparalleled ability of the Crimson Gyarados. Most remarkably, there were no side effects whatsoever. Truly, it was a pinnacle hidden evolution. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the Judgment Spirit's ability was the most formidable he had ever encountered, and this was merely at the pseudogod level. What would happen if it were to achieve true godhood in the future? The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, his complexion glowing with excitement. His gaze was fixated on the Judgment Spirit soaring in the sky. Having undergone a qualitative metamorphosis, it had mastered numerous new skills. Now, if it were to face the millennial-old Gengar, it would surely be far less beleaguered. Lost in thought, the Judgment Spirit's form suddenly began to shift. The purple-black energy within it dissipated entirely, replaced by a pearly-white energy. It resembled a dazzling Gengar post-mega evolution, radiantly bright. It was adjusting the ratio of ghost to psychic energy within its body, now entirely white, devoid of any trace of purple-black impurities. It had transformed all its attributes into psychic energy. Realizing the implications of the Judgment Spirit's ability, Su Yun's mouth fell agape as he murmured to himself. The Judgment Spirit, in a bid to better confront the millennium-long Gung Gue, has transformed into the form of the Spirit of Judgment. After all, the Millennium Gung Gue possesses remarkable immunity to ghost-type moves. The spectral energy does not augment its combat prowess, but rather hampers its power enhancement. Furthermore, under the influence of this form's characteristics, the potency of all its psychic-type abilities will be doubled. Thus, each strike it delivers is exceptionally formidable. Therefore, the form of the Spirit of Judgment is indeed the optimal choice for dealing with the Millennium Gung Gue. Judgment Spirit, unleash your might. Su Yun could not help but shout, channeling his exhilaration and excitement. He was eager to witness the true power of the Judgment Spirit firsthand. The Spirit seemed to sense Su Yun's fervor and responded with a powerful cry. Following its evolution and transformation, the timbre of its voice had subtly altered. It no longer exuded the chilling malevolence of before, but instead resonated with a divine and ethereal quality, reminiscent of celestial music. The Millennium Gung Gue, however, appeared displeased by this sound, roaring angrily as it flailed its arms wildly in the air, as if attempting to rend the very fabric of space. It was also possible that the Judgment Spirit had stolen its beloved cloak, prompting such fury. Ever since its evolution, the spectral cloak that had adorned its back had mysteriously vanished, evidently assimilated by the Judgment Spirit. With a surge of irrationality, the Millennium Gung Gue resorted to its previous tactics, conjuring an immense shadow orb in its hands to assail the Judgment Spirit. The Judgment Spirit remained unfazed. And just as the shadow orb was about to strike, a layer of silvery mirror materialized before it. The most terrifying aspect was the overwhelming energy contained within this mirror. Even more potent than before, this entity was quite mischievous, executing a mirror reflection against the Millennium Gung Gue. Su Yun could not help but chuckle at this sight. He immediately recognized the technique employed by the Judgment Spirit, one of the psychic type's divine abilities, mirror reflection. This move could double the special damage received from the opponent. With a resounding boom, the shadow orb, infused with tremendous energy, collided with the colossal form of the Millennium Gung Gue, resulting in an explosive eruption. Purple flames burst forth, mingling with a cloud of dust that engulfed the Millennium Gung Gue. In agony, it emitted a wretched cry. While ordinary ghost-type moves could not inflict substantial harm upon it, the ghost-type moves it unleashed were a different matter altogether. This time, it had truly brought misfortune upon itself. Splendid. Witnessing the Millennium Gung Gue finally sustain injury, Su Yun could not restrain his excitement, leaping into the air with clenched fists. Now's your chance to strike, he urged. Judgment Spirit, unleash your powerful psychic abilities at this moment. Due to the sudden evolution of the Judgment Spirit, it acquired a plethora of extraordinary abilities. in a moment of confusion. It could not memorize them all, thus issuing a vague command. The judgment spirit possessed its own discernment. At the instant, Su Yun's voice resonated. A dazzling array of colorful beams materialized in the surrounding space. These beams surged from all directions, intertwining to form an intricate web that aimed directly at the Millennium Gengar. The grandeur of the scene elicited a sense of awe from Su Yun. With his profound understanding of psychic-type moves, he quickly recognized that this was one of the most formidable techniques, Future Sight. If executed in real time, such a rapid response would be inconceivable. Upon witnessing this move, a flicker of terror manifested in the immense crimson eyes of the Millennium Gengar. As if haunted by some dreadful past, it displayed a palpable fear towards Future Sight. Gengar. It roared in a desperate attempt to dispel its dread. Subsequently, its form swelled, conjuring a fearsome illusory doppelganger behind it. Nightshade. One of the common moves of ghost-type Pokémon. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the Future Sight attack descended like a torrential rain from the heavens, striking relentlessly upon its form. Some of the pain was mitigated by the shadowy doppelgangers it had summoned, but the majority of the strikes found their mark on its massive body, leaving it with no avenue of escape and suffering grievous blows. Gengar. The Millennium Gengar howled in agony, its already terrifying visage contorting into a more grotesque expression. Hiss, such a strong reaction? It seems the Millennium Gengar harbors a profound fear of psychic-type moves. Observing its violent response, Su Yun marveled. Indeed, the psychic move unleashed by the Judgment Spirit was remarkably effective. However, the psychic-type moves themselves held no inherent advantage over ghost types, so the Millennium Gengar's reaction seemed excessively exaggerated. Could it be that an ancient psychic trainer was responsible for its downfall, thus instilling this unusual fear and response within the Millennium Gengar? A bold hypothesis flashed through Su Yun's mind, and he felt a strong conviction that it was likely true. After all, how else could one explain the Gengar's peculiar reaction when confronted with psychic-type attacks? With this revelation, the situation became considerably more manageable. The Millennium Gengar was not invincible after all. A triumphant smile graced Su Yun's face. Armed with the knowledge of its weakness, he need not fear defeat. He cast a fervent gaze once more toward the Judgment Spirit in the sky and commanded, "Judgment Spirit, do not relent. Continue your assault with psychic-type moves." At this moment, the Judgment Spirit also sensed something amiss with the Millennium Gengar. Before Su Yun could finish his command, it took the initiative to strike, unleashing a powerful psychic move. Mental Force. An intangible mental force swiftly enveloped the head of the millennial Gengar, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. In a moment of panic, it unleashed a shadow ball towards the perceived threat above. Yet, alas, it was but an assault on the air itself. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the weight of the mental pressure descended like a mountain, bending the massive Gengar's spine and causing its entire form to sway, akin to a precarious edifice on the verge of collapse. Indeed, it proved effective. Su Yun was filled with elation, his eyes sparkling with excitement, as if he could already glimpse the hope of victory. With one strike successful, the Judgment Spectre was relentless. In its hands, two sharp blades of mental energy coalesced, slicing towards the ancient Gengar. Mental Blades. Yet another formidable move from the realm of psychic abilities. Thus far, the Judgment Spectre had unleashed a total of 4 distinctly different psychic techniques, showcasing the profound transformation brought by its evolution and the acquisition of numerous new skills previously beyond its grasp. The relentless onslaught ignited a furious wrath within the millennial Gengar. Enduring a splitting headache, it concentrated its energy to form a colossal shadow ball, hurling it towards the incoming mental blades. Boom. The collision of these two disparate forces erupted into a cataclysmic explosion midair. The shockwave generated by the blast swept through the surroundings, dispersing the purple mist that enveloped the area. Even Su Yun, a mere observer on the ground, was caught in the wave, struggling to maintain his footing, nearly swept away by the force. What a terrifying clash of energies. This ancient Gengar was indeed formidable. Despite enduring the dual strikes of foresight and mental blades, it still managed to execute such a powerful move, proving itself a force to be reckoned with. However, my Judgment Spectre was no mere pushover. It stood its ground against the ancient Gengar, refusing to yield an inch. Overwhelmed by emotion, Su Yun felt a surge of exhilaration. The immense power displayed by both Pokémon left him profoundly astonished and in awe. As he pondered, the battle ignited once again. The Gengar lifted its gigantic palm, reaching out to grasp the Judgment Spectre, intent on crushing it utterly. Yet, in the face of that colossal hand, the Judgment Spectre remained undeterred, standing calmly as it awaited its fate. Just as the Gengar's enormous hand loomed above, ready to seize it, countless minuscule photons suddenly erupted from its body, enveloping it in a radiant cocoon, rendering it akin to a war deity. Su Yun, witnessing this breathtaking spectacle, could not help but gasp in astonishment. Chapter 94, Total Devour. This is photon eruption? He murmured in disbelief. The phenomenon resulting from the move, alongside the floating photons surrounding it, mirrored the description of the ability Photon Eruption perfectly. Though Photon Eruption also belonged to the realm of psychic moves, it was not a universal technique that anyone could master. It was, in fact, the exclusive skill of the ultimate beast, Necrozma. It should not be appearing on other spirits. Yet now, it has astonishingly been unleashed by the Judgment Ghost. How incredible is this? This fellow. Su Yun's lips twitched, his heart filled with both shock and disbelief. Previously, the Shadow Frog had secretly learned from Marshadao. And now the Judgment Ghost had stolen techniques from Necrozma. Is everyone else's move so enticing? Despite his teasing, Su Yun felt an undeniable joy. After all, Photon Geyser, as Necrozma's exclusive move, possesses unparalleled power and effectiveness. The fact that the Judgment Ghost could master it is a testament to its own capabilities, undoubtedly providing a significant boost to its strength. As it turned out, this was indeed the case. When the dense photons enveloped the Judgment Ghost's form, it surged forth like a divine ray of sunlight, charging towards the colossal hand of the millennia-old Gengar. Upon contact, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from the Gengar, and a billowing cloud of purple energy burst forth from its palm. The Judgment Ghost burst free from beneath its grasp, creating a massive gaping wound in the Gengar's hand. The purple ghostly energy within the Gengar seemed to find an outlet, streaming forth from the wound in its palm. How astonishing! Su Yun could not help but exclaim, once again awestruck by the prowess displayed by the Judgment Ghost. It had, in fact, pierced a hole in the millennia-old Gengar. However, this was merely the beginning. This time, rather than attaching the photons to its body, they coalesced together, forming a golden beam that hurtled towards the Gengar. Gengar. The millennia-old Gengar was taken aback, hastily extending its arm to block the impending attack. However, the golden beam was far too fierce, piercing through its arm and striking its chest. With a gut-wrenching scream, the Gengar found itself with yet another massive wound. The ghostly energy within it fled through the openings in its body. Gengar. The millennia-old Gengar let out a sorrowful wail, its form rapidly deteriorating as it lost the support of its ghostly essence, akin to a deflated balloon collapsing in on itself. Victory. The Judgment Ghost had triumphed over the millennia-old Gengar. Seeing this, Su Yun realized the outcome was certain and couldn't help but erupt in joyous laughter. At that moment, the Judgment Ghost once again altered its form, shedding its divine white appearance for a deep purple-black hue. Its attribute shifted correspondingly to the ghost type, transforming into the Judgment Ghost form. Before Su Yun could comprehend its next move, the Judgment Ghost opened its mouth and drew in a deep breath. The ghostly energy that had escaped from the millennia-old Gengar surged towards its mouth, as if it had found a familiar vessel. This creature intends to devour the ghostly energy within the millennia-old Gengar. Su Yun immediately discerned the subtle intentions of the Judgment Spirit, marveling at its cunning. The ethereal energy contained within the Millennium Gung Ghost was substantial. Should the Judgment Spirit manage to absorb it all, the enhancement to its power would be monumental. Contemplating this, Su Yun felt a surge of anticipation. How many levels could the Judgment Spirit ascend after devouring such an abundance of ethereal energy? A torrent of ghostly energy surged forth like an unrelenting tide, all of it funneling into the Judgment Spirit's form. In mere moments, the Millennium Gung Ghost completely disintegrated, vanishing without a trace. Just then, the entire space began to tremble violently, reminiscent of an earthquake. The surrounding purple mist dissipated, converging entirely towards the Judgment Spirit. As the scenery gradually came into focus, Su Yun realized he was still within the ghost tower. Looking through the window, it became evident that he was positioned at the very pinnacle of the tower. Could it be that this Millennium Gung Ghost was the greatest secret of the ghost tower? At that moment, a sense of wistfulness washed over Su Yun's face. He had envisioned treasures awaiting him, yet it turned out to be merely a Millennium Gung Ghost. However, upon reflection, he realized he had indeed acquired quite a bit. A ghostly cloak and an inexhaustible supply of ethereal energy, which was enough to leave him satisfied. Suddenly, a familiar figure ascended from below. It was the Shadow Frog, who had parted ways with him earlier. To Su Yun's astonishment, the Shadow Frog cradled a resplendent golden chest in its arms, evidently filled with treasures. Su Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Where did you find that? What's inside? Let me see. A bold hypothesis struck him. Could it be that the chest discovered by the Shadow Frog was the true treasure of the ghost tower? Perhaps his encounter with the Judgment Spirit had merely been the greatest trial within the tower. However, the Shadow Frog merely cast a sidelong glance, concealing the chest within its shadow, denying Su Yun the chance to glimpse its contents. Clearly, it resented Su Yun for choosing to accompany the Gung Ghost rather than following it. Since Su Yun had not trusted it initially, it was only natural that it would withhold its newfound treasure. Just as Su Yun prepared to persuade the Shadow Frog, the ghost tower trembled once more with intense force. An even greater surge of ethereal energy erupted from the depths, converging towards the Judgment Spirit. Su Yun steadied himself, his mouth agape in disbelief. Was the Judgment Spirit intent on consuming the very remains of the Millennium Gung Ghost? A strong premonition gripped his heart. If this trend continued, It seemed that all the ethereal energy within the ghost tomb would ultimately be devoured by the judgment spirit. At that point, the ghost tomb would surely be reduced to a desolate wasteland. The members of the ghost family must surely wish for his demise. However, recalling that they originally intended to kill him, Su Yun felt no lingering concerns. If the ghost family desires my death, then I shall obliterate their legacy. With a frenzied expression, Su Yun looked up at the judgment spirit and whispered, "Absorb it all. Let this ethereal energy nourish your growth." Chapter 95, The King of Spirits. A tempest of ghostly energy surged throughout the ghost tower. The ancient edifice, weathered by time, was corroded by the spectral force, teetering on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, the entire ghost tower could withstand no more and crumbled, concluding its life steeped in legend and mystery. The disciples of the ghost family, lying in wait outside, beheld this sight with a mixture of disbelief and fury. It has fallen. The ghost tower has fallen. This is the cradle of our legacy. What shall we do? Faces turned pale as some staggered back in shock. You scoundrel! You have destroyed our heritage, and I shall ensure you do not escape this ghostly grave. Fury erupted. Fists clenched tightly, nails digging into flesh unbeknownst to them. As long as the tower stands, we stand. With the demise of the tower, we perish. The leader of the ghost family, eyes ablaze, bellowed, "Disciples of the ghost family, heed my command and slay this wretch." In an instant, the air was filled with cries of vengeance. A throng of ghost family disciples commanded their spirits, surging forth like an unrelenting tide towards Su Yun. In the face of this onslaught, Su Yun's demeanor turned icy, a glint of madness flickering in his eyes. Let them all perish. Without hesitation, he summoned his Jade Rapid Dragon and Crimson Gyarados. Alongside the Shadow Frog, the three spirits engaged in battle with the throng of the ghost family. Meanwhile, the Judgment Spirit floated above the ruins of the ghost tower, absorbing the myriad streams of ghostly energy converging upon it. Its form began to swell, reminiscent of an ancient entity returning to its former glory. Could it be that the Judgment Spirit, like the golden armored dragon, was awakening its ancient bloodline? Noticing this transformation, Su Yun furrowed his brow and muttered to himself. The current size of the Judgment Spirit far exceeded that of an ordinary Jing host. Moreover, ancient patterns began to emerge upon its body, exuding an aura of antiquity and mystery. Su Yun had seen such patterns before, on the millennia-old Jing host within the ghost tower. Could it be that it inherited some of the ancient Jing host's powers by consuming it? As he pondered this question, the system's voice suddenly resonated in his ears. "Ding! Congratulations! Your spirit Judgment Spirit has inherited the legacy of the millennia-old Jing host and acquired the special title of King of Spirits." A special title? What could that entail? Su Yun paused, instinctively inquiring. The special titles held by certain unique spirits bestow additional abilities upon their bearers. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Su Yun experienced a moment of clarity. What abilities does the title of King of Ghosts confer? As soon as he uttered this question, the system information before him transformed. King of Ghosts. Spirits of the ghost type bearing this title inherently possess a 50% immunity to ghost type moves. Incredible. The description of the King of Ghosts title left Su Yun astonished. A 50% immunity implies that any ghost type move directed at the Judgment Spectre would only inflict half the damage. This truly renders it a nemesis and nightmare for ghost type spirits. No wonder the ghost type moves aimed at the Millennium Gengar had little effect. It must have been due to its possession of the King of Ghosts title. However, that was then. Now, it had become the Judgment Spectre. Su Yun grinned widely as he gazed at the spirits of the ghostly lineage charging toward him. His Judgment Spectre was already far superior in strength to these spirits, and now adorned with the title of King of Ghosts. Defeating them would be as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Judgment Spectre. Let them witness the might of the King of Ghosts. With excitement, Su Yun shouted toward the Judgment Spectre standing amidst the ruins. At that moment, the Judgment Spectre had devoured all surrounding ghostly energy, reaching its zenith of power. Upon receiving the command, the Judgment Spectre emitted a chilling growl, summoning a massive dark purple energy sphere with a mere wave of its hand. The sphere glimmered with a radiant purple light, held in its palm like a sun. Whoosh! In the next instant, the Judgment Spectre hurled the Shadow Ball without hesitation toward the members of the ghostly lineage. Boom! In an instant, the Shadow Ball exploded among the crowd, the fiery blast engulfing everyone present. In the blink of an eye, several individuals perished on the spot, while those ghost-type spirits caught in close proximity were swiftly annihilated by the Judgment Spectre's strike. The vast disparity in strength was unmistakable. Damn it! This fiend has stolen the legacy of our ghostly lineage, and his power has soared to such terrifying heights. Today, it seems we are doomed to fall at his hands. At that moment, a surviving member of the ghostly lineage let out a furious roar of despair, helplessly pounding the ground with his fists. Humph! Even in death, I shall ensure he pays a price. The clan head and elders will surely avenge us. Even if he slaughters us all today, he will never escape the ghostly lineage. He will ultimately meet his demise alongside us. Amidst the turmoil, some individuals, fueled by a fierce resolve, vowed to perish with Su Yun. Indeed, every person must meet their end, whether light as a feather or heavy as a mountain. To eliminate enemies for the sake of the family, even in death. We shall have no regrets. A noble soul declared with tragic fervor, unafraid of death, vowing to battle Su Yun to the very end. The emotions of the crowd were ignited. Even though they were intimidated by the formidable might of the Judgment Spectre, there was no hint of fear among them as they charged forth with unwavering resolve. Alas, their commendable valor could not alter the course of battle. With the Judgment Spectre looming ominously above, their defiance seemed utterly futile. In mere moments, they were all vanquished by the Judgment Spectre, a terrifying surge of energy erupting forth, leaving not even a trace of their bodies, effectively cleansing the entire ghost tomb. Finally, it was over. With the battle concluded, Su Yun exhaled deeply and sank to the ground to rest. At the same time, he contemplated a pressing question. How could he depart from this place safely? The entrance was certainly not an option. It was evident that countless members of the Ghost clan would be waiting outside for him. After all, if they dared to send someone to murder him within the Ghost tomb, they would undoubtedly have devised a meticulous strategy to ensure he would not escape alive. The moment he stepped outside the Ghost tomb and was spotted by the Ghost clan, he would surely face a relentless onslaught. Chapter 96. The Secret of the Treasure Chest. Boom. Just as he was lost in thought, the ground beneath the Ghost tower suddenly collapsed. A vast, unfathomable pit appeared abruptly before him. What? Is it empty below? Su Yun was greatly astonished and hurried to the edge of the pit, peering down. He beheld an abundance of ethereal energy swirling beneath, accompanied by the occasional squeaking of rodents echoing from below. Is that the sound of gophers? With a moment's reflection, Su Yun discerned the identity of the vocal source. A flicker of excitement crossed his face. If there are gophers, it implies the existence of gopher tunnels. Perhaps I could utilize them to escape. Gophers, as a species of subterranean creatures, devote nearly all their time to burrowing or traversing tunnels. They are, without a doubt, experts in this craft, creating passages that are not only smooth and even but also wide enough to accommodate a person. Moreover, these various tunnels intertwine to form a complex and extensive underground transportation network, much lauded by numerous scholars. This has even given rise to adventurous activities and competitions such as gopher mazes. With this thought, Su Yun hesitated no longer and instructed the Judgment Spectre to leap into the pit with him. Upon reaching the bottom of the abyss, he was left utterly speechless. The surrounding ethereal energy was so dense that it nearly blinded him. After just a brief stay, he found himself soaked, not with water, but with the liquefied ethereal energy saturating the air due to its overwhelming density. To his astonishment, the concentration of ethereal energy here surpassed that within the Ghost Tower. Could it be that the remains of a millennium-old Gungue were buried beneath? This peculiar environment instinctively reminded him of the contents he had observed on the stone carvings within the Ghost Tower. Regardless, the spectral energy here is an invaluable treasure for both the Judgment Soul and the Shadow Frog. Su Yun promptly released the Shadow Frog and commanded them, "Hurry and absorb all the spectral energy here. We must not let it go to waste." The Shadow Frog, having been eager for this moment, immediately settled down and opened its mouth wide to commence absorption. The Judgment Soul, observing its seemingly refined demeanor, couldn't help but scoff. It then stretched its mouth to the fullest extent, its jaws nearly reaching its ears, and inhaled forcefully. The surrounding spectral energy surged into its mouth like a flood unleashed from a dam. Even the spectral energy that the Shadow Frog had painstakingly absorbed was audaciously snatched away by the Judgment Soul. Fuming with indignation, the Shadow Frog glared at the Judgment Soul, its expression darkening. The Judgment Soul's brazen behavior greatly displeased it. The Judgment Soul merely cast a dismissive glance at the Shadow Frog, unperturbed, even flaunting its actions as though avenging a past grievance from the Great Rift in the Secret Realm. At that time, the Shadow Frog had been similarly ravenous, consuming spectral liquid without reserving even a drop for itself. The Shadow Frog, seething with anger, felt its eyes blaze with fire, yet it refrained from confronting the Judgment Soul. It sensed its own inferiority in strength and was unsettled by the mysterious force emanating from the Judgment Soul that suppressed it. Reluctantly, it turned to Su Yun for assistance. Su Yun smiled and pointed at the creature's shadow, saying, "You wish for my help? Very well. Present the treasure hidden within your shadow for me to see." He had noticed the treasure the Shadow Frog found in the spectral tower earlier, but the urgency of the situation had precluded further inquiry. Now that he had an opportunity to exert control over the Shadow Frog, he was determined not to let it slip away. The Shadow Frog immediately shook its head in refusal. Su Yun shrugged. "Then I am at a loss. You may only watch." He was resolute in his disbelief that he could not deal with a mere Shadow Frog. The Shadow Frog, in a panic, tugged at Su Yun's arm in an attempt to charm him. Su Yun, however, straightened his face and turned away, denying it the chance. Frustrated, the Shadow Frog stamped its foot and reached into its shadow, retrieving the treasure and presenting it to Su Yun. After a tumultuous internal struggle, It ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming allure of the abundant spectral energy before it. Now that's more like it, Su-Yun thought with a sense of satisfaction. Reveling in his successful manipulation of the shadow frog, he refrained from immediately opening the treasure, instead clearing his throat and addressing the judgment soul. Leave some for it. Do not indulge alone. Although the judgment soul was displeased with Su-Yun's demand, it had just received assistance in achieving its transformation and begrudgingly chose to comply. Tempering its greed, the shadow frog, witnessing this, broke into a joyful smile, discarding the treasure and eagerly absorbing the surrounding spectral energy. At this moment, Su-Yun curiously examined the chest in his hands. The material appeared rather ordinary. The chest was entirely wooden and seemed devoid of any significant value. What could possibly be contained within? However, given its presence in the Phantom Tower, it was unlikely to be an item of mere commonality. With a mixture of curiosity and trepidation, Su-Yun cautiously opened the chest. Instead of a dazzling golden light or an array of extraordinary phenomena, he found a plain purple vertical flute quietly resting inside. A flute? Su-Yun was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat bewildered. Why would such an unremarkable instrument be locked away in a chest and placed within the Phantom Tower? He retrieved the flute and inspected it with curiosity. It was not heavy, weighing roughly as much as an egg. The material was indeterminate, smooth to the touch, akin to the skin of a young maiden. Yet, it felt unusually cold, reminiscent of ice. Such a peculiar flute, he mused silently. Although he considered himself quite knowledgeable, he had never encountered anything like it before. Just as he was lost in thought, a notification from the system suddenly appeared before him. Flute of the Underworld, crafted from materials of the Underworld. It possesses the power to connect to the Underworld. When played at certain moments, it can open the gateway to the Underworld. This object was called the Flute of the Underworld? Su-Yun was astounded. He was certainly aware of what the Underworld entailed. It was not the realm of the dead as commonly spoken of, but rather a counterpart to the real world, a reverse realm governed by the Underworld's sovereign, Giratina, also known as the Distortion World. He was taken aback. This seemingly inconspicuous flute was, in fact, the key to opening the gates of the Underworld? Did this imply that with this flute, he had the opportunity to summon Giratina? After all, as the ruler of the Underworld, Giratina could not simply ignore someone recklessly opening a passage between their worlds. How intriguing that such an artifact would manifest within the Phantom Tower. Clearly, the ancient trainer who had vanquished the millennium-old Gengar was no ordinary individual. Such a treasure was not meant for just anyone. Based on the system's description, this Flute of the Underworld was crafted from materials originating from the Underworld itself. This suggested that its creator must have once ventured into the Underworld. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to forge such a flute. A multitude of thoughts flooded Su-Yun's mind, and he felt the weight of the Flute of the Underworld in his grasp intensify. This item could not be used recklessly. A single misstep could cost him his life. Inviting a deity into one's presence is far easier than sending them away. If he were to whimsically summon Giratina, it would indeed be tantamount to courting disaster. He resolved to keep it safe for now, intending to study it once he had acquired sufficient strength. Su-Yun dared not entertain excessive thoughts about the Flute of the Underworld and prudently stowed it away. At that moment, the Shadow Frog and the Judgment Ghost had nearly absorbed all the ghostly energy surrounding them. Thanks to this, both of their levels had seen considerable improvement. The Shadow Frog's level had now reached 40. The level of the Judgment Spirit has impressively reached a staggering 60, unmistakably placing it among the ranks of Quasi-Kings. This remarkable enhancement is largely attributed to the millennium-long Gung ghost residing within the Phantom Tower. Indeed, both of you have made significant progress. It is now time for us to seek an exit from this place of turmoil. Su-Yun surveyed his surroundings, noting numerous caves scattered about. Occasionally, wild groundhogs peeked their heads out, nervously observing the situation. Perhaps due to the formidable aura radiating from the Judgment Spirit, these groundhogs dared not approach, choosing instead to remain hidden within their burrows, chattering incessantly, as if to warn Su-Yun against intruding upon their territory. Chapter 97. Escape from the Phantom Clan. Oh, the attributes of these groundhogs seem rather peculiar. Su-Yun approached one of the caves, scrutinizing the wild groundhogs concealed within, a look of astonishment creeping onto his face. Typically, groundhogs exhibit a tawny hue. Even the shiny ones are merely a shade darker. However, the groundhogs before him displayed a delicate lavender tint, adorned with unusual patterns, while the color of the patterns themselves was the more common earthy brown. What astonished him the most was the unmistakable ghostly aura he detected emanating from these groundhogs. Generally speaking, as ground-dwelling spirits, they should not possess any spectral attributes. The two are fundamentally unrelated. Could it be that the environment here has influenced these groundhogs, leading to a transformation in their inherent attributes? Su-Yun pondered, stroking his chin and muttering to himself. His conjecture was not unfounded. Even among the same species of spirits, geographical variations can result in strikingly different appearances. It is not unheard of for attributes to diverge in completely opposite directions. Take the Ninetales for instance. In the sweltering southern regions, They are fire-type spirits, while those dwelling in the frigid north become ice-type spirits. Intriguing indeed. Su Yun found this phenomenon captivating. However, given the pressing circumstances, he had no leisure to delve deeper into research. They fear you. You shall lead the way. Su Yun turned to the judgment spirit behind him, expressing his desire to avoid conflict with the groundhogs and expedite their departure from this tumultuous place. The judgment spirit nodded and stepped forward to guide the way. Upon sensing the aura it exuded, the groundhogs promptly scurried into the darkness, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, outside the Phantom Tomb, the elite members of the Phantom clan had gathered, awaiting Su Yun's emergence. Just then, the stone door at the entrance of the Phantom Tomb began to tremble violently. What could have caused such a disturbance? Could there have been an unforeseen event within the tomb? An elder of the Phantom clan inquired anxiously. They had guarded the Phantom Tomb for nearly a century without encountering a situation like this. The grand entrance of the Phantom Tower suddenly shattered, transforming into countless fragments of stone and dust that scattered upon the ground. Not only that, but even the spatial restrictions at the entrance swiftly dissipated, vanishing completely. The members of the Phantom clan gasped in astonishment, all rendered speechless and frozen in place. How could the spatial barriers have vanished so suddenly? Did this not imply that anyone could freely enter the Phantom Tomb from now on? Master, we must. The high-ranking officials were thrown into disarray, losing their sense of direction as they looked toward Yu Mifeng with confusion and panic. Yu Mifeng remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the entrance of the Phantom Tomb. Deep in thought, suddenly, his expression changed dramatically, as if he had conceived of something ominous. This is bad. Something significant is occurring with the Phantom Tower. Without further explanation, Yu Mifeng dashed inside. The once inaccessible Phantom Tomb now posed no hindrance to him, allowing him to enter effortlessly. The others exchanged glances, and once they regained their composure, they followed suit into the Phantom Tomb. Inside the Phantom Tomb, chaos reigned supreme, a scene of utter devastation. The entire realm appeared as if ravaged by a tempest, transformed into a desolate wasteland, devoid of any trace of the spectral energy that once permeated the air. What on earth had transpired here? How could it have come to this? An elder staggered backward, his face ashen, collapsing onto the ground as if confronted with an unspeakable horror. Unable to process the reality before him. Where are our talented disciples? Why can I not see them? Where have they gone? Another elder furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings in a futile search for any clues. And that young man, where is he as well? All that surrounded them was desolation. As the head of the Phantom clan, Yu Mifeng had no time to ponder such matters. His sole concern was the safety of the Phantom Tower. Without hesitation, he sprinted toward the location of the Phantom Tower. However, upon arrival, he was left utterly dumbfounded. All that remained was a gaping abyss, devoid of any trace of the Phantom Tower. This is dire. What has happened to our Phantom Tower? Which scoundrel has stolen our Phantom Tower? An elder's expression shifted dramatically, his voice rising in fury, an overwhelming rage surging within him. The Phantom Tower was the very foundation of their clan, a treasure that could not be lost. It was only natural that they would be in a state of panic. Enough shouting, you fool. Use your brain for once. How could such a massive structure as the Phantom Tower possibly be stolen? Yu Mifeng scolded darkly, silencing the elder with fear. Another elder, perplexed, mustered the courage to approach and inquire. The opportunities within the Phantom Tower have been taken, thus the Phantom Tower itself ceases to exist. Our clan has birthed countless geniuses over the years, yet none have ever received the tower's acknowledgement or claimed its treasures. Who would have imagined that today? A nameless youth would see such fortune? Truly, it seems that the heavens have conspired against my ghostly lineage. He knows the true secret of the Ghost Tower. Upon witnessing the vast pit in the ground, he had already surmised everything. The crowd gasped in horror. Head of the family, are you suggesting that that outsider has taken away the greatest opportunity of our ghostly clan? A voice, filled with disbelief, queried with wide eyes. Yu Mifeng sighed wearily, a hint of regret in his tone. It was my oversight. I never imagined he would possess a Gonggue. Had I known this, I would never have permitted his entry. Although he had not personally laid eyes on Su Yun's Gonggue, the mere fact that Su Yun had managed to seize the legacy within the Ghost Tower attested to its existence. Head of the family, it is my fault. I have wronged the ghostly lineage. I am a sinner of the Ghost clan. At this moment, a middle-aged man fell to his knees, weeping and bowing in atonement. All this calamity stemmed from him. Had he not insisted on avenging his son, such a disaster would not have befallen them. However, to the middle-aged man's astonishment, Yu Mifeng did not chastise or punish him as expected. Instead, he sighed in solitude, murmuring, "You are not at fault. Neither is he, nor is the Ghost clan. We have simply met with defeat. If only someone from the Ghost clan had risen to eliminate Su Yun or to seize the legacy within the Ghost Tower, we would not find ourselves in this predicament." Chapter 98, The Hunt Order. Chui Feng Mountain. Su Yun emerged, covered in dirt and grime, from a desolate cave. Finally, he was free. He had not anticipated that this burrowing maze would be so lengthy and intricate. He brushed off the dust from his clothes, a faint smile of relief gracing his face. Glancing around, he took in the lush, exquisite scenery enveloping him. I wonder where I am now. He retrieved his phone and opened the map for location services. Fortunately, there was still a signal, and soon he discerned his geographical position. Shui Feng Mountain in Kanglan City. Kanglan City, a bustling metropolis adjacent to Zhongbei City, stood in stark contrast to the latter's technological supremacy, as it placed greater emphasis on the harmonious coexistence of humanity and nature. Thus, it was rare to encounter large, polluting factories or heavy industrial facilities. Instead, parks, forests, and meadows brimming with life characterized the landscape. For instance, Shui Feng Mountain, where he now found himself, was among the most renowned natural attractions of Kanglan City, teeming with verdant flora, including many rare and nearly extinct species. Suyin contemplated the distance between the two cities. Just then, a message suddenly popped up on his phone. The adorable Psyduck avatar instantly revealed the sender's identity. Nangong Wanhua. He opened the message notification, and 3 succinct words met his gaze. Where are you? Shui Feng Mountain. Did you destroy the legacy of the Ghost Clan? Nangong Wanhua quickly followed up with another inquiry. Suyin was taken aback. How did you know? He had only just escaped from the Ghost Clan, and already this news had reached Nangong Wanhua's ears. Could it be that there are spies from the Nangong family within the Ghost Clan? The Ghost Clan has issued a bounty on your head in the black market. If it weren't for the destruction of the inheritance, they would never dare to act against me, given the connections of the Nangong family. Nangong Wanhua articulated the underlying truth with clarity. Suyin was momentarily taken aback. Were those individuals moving with such swiftness? He was well aware of the black market, which encompassed a myriad of illicit industries. The trade of illegal spirits, hiring assassins to eliminate trainers, and similar activities were commonplace. However, it was said that the black market had substantial backing from influential figures, rendering the Alliance powerless against them. As long as they remained out of the public eye, the Alliance would conveniently turn a blind eye. What Suyin had not anticipated was being placed on the black market's hit list at such a young age. It seemed his future was indeed promising. He wondered which individuals from the Ghost Clan had been contracted to hunt him down. Curiosity piqued. Yet a sense of caution began to settle within him. One must exercise utmost prudence. He certainly did not wish to find himself in dire straits. It is perilous outside. Given your current strength, you might be in jeopardy. Nangong Wanhua expressed her concern. She held high hopes for Suyin and did not wish for his premature demise. Suyin politely declined her advice. Although his abilities were not at the pinnacle, they were certainly sufficient for self-preservation. If someone sought to hunt him, he might very well turn the tables on them and level up. Observing his resolve, Nangong Wanhua refrained from further persuasion and shifted the topic to another matter. There is something else I must inform you. Song Chinfeng has been dispatched by the Academy to the Kanglan City Junior Spirit Academy for an exchange program. What a coincidence. Suyin raised an eyebrow, surprised that Song had taken the initiative to seek him out. All right, I understand. Thank you for sharing this information. The details provided by Nangong Wanhua proved to be immensely helpful. No need for thanks. Speaking of which, I bear some responsibility for the conflict between you two. Nangong Wanhua confessed candidly, accepting a portion of the blame. If she had not grown too close to Suyin, he would not have attracted Song Chinfeng's attention. However, Suyin held a differing opinion. No, your beauty is not at fault. The real issue lies with those frogs wishing to court a swan. Nangong Wanhua. Having departed from Tsuifeng Mountain, Suyin headed straight for the Kanglan City Junior Spirit Academy, intending to investigate Song Chinfeng's situation. However, just as he was about to leave the vicinity of Tsuifeng Mountain, a sudden chorus of anguished cries from spirits echoed through the forest. Boy, boy, boy. Was that an Eevee? The sound was unmistakable. It was indeed the illustrious Eevee, often referred to as the Little Arceus. How fortunate I am to encounter an Eevee. Excitement surged within Suyin. Eevee was a rare spirit, possessing numerous evolution forms. Even certain exceptionally gifted Eevees possess the remarkable ability to seamlessly merge multiple evolutionary forms, dynamically altering their attributes and appearance in response to the shifting tides of battle, akin to the deity Arceus. This is precisely why Eevee is often whimsically referred to as Little Arceus. However, such Eevees capable of mastering multiple forms are exceedingly rare, even more so than demigods, making encounters with them nearly impossible. Yet, for Suyin, this was hardly a concern, for he possessed a hidden evolution system. With the power of this concealed evolution system, he could facilitate Eevee's transformation into various forms. With this thought in mind, Suyin eagerly hastened toward the source of the sound. Before long, he discovered the Eevee, which had inadvertently wandered into the clutches of a Victory Bell due to its gluttonous nature, becoming trapped within. Victory Bell, a wild Pokémon, excels at disguising itself as an ordinary plant to ensnare its prey. Its enormous maw secretes a fragrant liquid, enticing unsuspecting creatures to sample its allure. Once the prey lets down its guard and indulges in the enticing liquid, Victory Bell promptly closes its leafy lid, ensnaring the victim within its gaping mouth. It then secretes a corrosive liquid to eliminate its prey, ultimately absorbing the nutrients from the unfortunate creature. In other words, if Su Yun did not intervene to rescue this greedy EV, it would soon be devoured to the last bone. At that moment, the trapped EV seemed to sense Su Yun's arrival, calling out with increased fervor, clearly attempting to catch his attention and implore for rescue. Chapter 99, Capturing EV. Evolution of Levels. Having encountered this situation, Su Yun declared, "Your life is spared. Shadow Frog, eliminate that victory bell." He retrieved a Pokeball from his waist and released Shadow Frog, commanding it forth. Crack, crack, crack. Shadow Frog stretched its limbs, producing a series of cracking sounds, its lips curling into a cruel smirk as it advanced toward Victory Bell. Although it had not yet attacked, the palpable aura of lethal intent radiating from it instilled a profound sense of threat within Victory Bell. A suffocating atmosphere of impending doom enveloped the surroundings, as if an unseen scythe of death hovered ominously above it. In a fit of fear, Victory Bell emitted a sharp cry, its green leaves quivering violently as if to warn Shadow Frog to keep its distance, lest it face the consequences. However, Shadow Frog merely chuckled disdainfully, undeterred by Victory Bell's warnings. Its steps resolute as it continued its approach, not even slightly diminishing its pace. Victory Bell, unable to endure the mounting pressure, immediately flared its leaves to unleash a flurry of razor leaves, launching several sharp blades toward Shadow Frog at breakneck speed. In the face of Victory Bell's sudden onslaught, Shadow Frog remained nonchalant. With a mere flicker of movement, it effortlessly evaded the barrage of razor leaves. Victory Bell's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly stunned by the ease with which its attack had been sidestepped. The swiftness of the Shadow Frog's reactions was utterly astonishing. Its swift leaf blade attack was executed in the blink of an eye, yet the opponent effortlessly evaded it. Was their strength truly so formidable? Just as it was lost in contemplation, the Shadow Frog suddenly sprang into action. What had initially been a leisurely approach transformed into a flash of lightning, disappearing from sight. Before the Venusaur could comprehend the situation, the Shadow Frog had already materialized before it. A faint dark purple energy enveloped its fist, and it struck the Venusaur with tremendous force. The overwhelming power crashed upon the creature's maw, causing it to feel as though tumultuous waves were surging through it, instinctively prompting a retching motion. This forceful action expelled the EV from its jaws, while the Venusaur itself was sent flying, colliding with a nearby tree. The Shadow Frog, with a look of disdain, retrieved the damp EV from the ground and tossed it beside Su Yun. Observing the barely conscious EV, a hint of relief washed over Su Yun's face. Thankfully, it was still alive. He nodded and produced an empty Pokeball, promptly capturing the EV within. Perhaps due to the rescue, the EV offered little resistance and was easily subdued. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a new Pokémon, EV. The system's notification chimed in just at the right moment. Subsequently, the basic information about the EV appeared before him. Pokémon, EV, level, 20, gender, female, type, normal, ability, adaptability. Pokémon with this ability have their same type moves power increased from 1.5 times to 2 times. Skills, quick attack, thunder wave, tackle, sand attack, hidden evolution route, 0501, potential, rare. What an impressive ability. Upon noticing that this EV possessed the adaptability trait, a look of surprise crossed Su Yun's face. The adaptability ability is a formidable asset in battle, often enabling a Pokémon to unleash greater attacking prowess. This meant that what appeared to be an unremarkable EV was, in fact, a hidden combat prodigy. This hidden evolution route is somewhat unusual. After appreciating the remarkable traits of the EV, Su Yun's gaze shifted downward, and he was taken aback upon seeing the hidden evolution route section. There were 2 distinct levels of evolutionary paths, one of which was even at a higher tier. Su Yun gasped in astonishment. It was worth noting that even his most powerful Pokémon, the Judgment Ghost, only had a hidden evolution form of that tier, let alone a higher-level hidden evolution route. He had yet to unlock even the basic hidden evolution route. Yet this EV he had just captured had immediately surpassed all of his Pokémon, unlocking a higher-level hidden evolution route from the very start. Such an occurrence was simply beyond belief. The most pivotal aspect lies in the revelation that unlocking the advanced hidden evolution path requires merely a single sacrifice point. This is astonishingly even less than what is needed to activate the basic hidden evolution route. If the golden armored dragons were to witness this, they would surely be envious to the point of tears. Su Yun swallowed hard, his eyes radiating excitement. He could scarcely contain his eagerness to discover what sort of advanced hidden evolution path could be unlocked with such a trivial amount of evolution value. He speculated that the required evolution materials must be quite extraordinary. Otherwise, how could it be possible to unlock it with just a single point of evolution value? Regrettably, he currently possessed only 1 EV. If he had just 1 more, he could directly test this advanced hidden evolution. Su Yun let out a resigned sigh. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming itch to explore Eevee's advanced hidden evolution path. Alas, he had no surplus EV at hand, rendering him unable to fulfill this modest desire. Just then, as he pounded his chest in frustration, the victory bell that had been knocked down by the shadow frog rose from the ground. Its eyes widened in fury as it glared at the shadow frog, emitting a series of sharp cries. The display was quite fearsome, yet the shadow frog stood unfazed. While Victory Bell, despite its anger, dared not attack, resorting instead to mere bluster. The scene was rather amusing. Was Victory Bell attempting to perform a theatrical display of indignation? Su Yun chuckled, teasingly remarking that the Victory Bell seemed on the verge of exploding with rage. After all, losing its hard-won prey to the shadow frog was one thing, but to be struck without cause was truly infuriating. Yet, it was precisely its fear of the shadow frog's formidable power that prevented it from retaliating, leaving it with no choice but to stand its ground and vocally berate the shadow frog. The incessant cacophony of cries began to irritate the shadow frog. With a displeased glance at Victory Bell, its icy gaze nearly sent the creature tumbling to the ground once more. Suddenly, a pale blue water shuriken swiftly coalesced in its grasp. Clearly, it intended to put an end to the incessantly chattering Victory Bell. However, at that moment, a raucous chorus erupted from the depths of the forest, the sounds eerily reminiscent of Victory Bell's own cries. Hearing these calls, Victory Bell puffed up with renewed bravado, glaring menacingly at the shadow frog, audaciously launching an attack. Chapter 100, Hunter or Prey? Ah, so it has summoned some allies, emboldening itself? Su Yun cast a glance around, noticing several Victory Bell hastening from all directions, and could not help but scoff. The Victory Bell before him, having suffered at the hands of the shadow frog, lacked the courage to seek vengeance on its own. Instead, it resorted to summoning nearby companions, hoping to overwhelm the shadow frog through sheer numbers. However, no matter how many ants there may be, they remain mere ants. Su Yun had no intention of taking these Victory Bell seriously, and neither did his Pokémon, the shadow frog. The cold, indifferent gaze of the shadow frog swept over the menacing man-eating flowers, its arms crossed in a posture of mockery. Despite its solitary existence, it exhibited no fear in the face of a dozen formidable adversaries, instead embodying an air of nonchalance. To its surprise, the anticipated terror was absent. The man-eating flowers, frustrated and enraged, leapt into action. Together, they launched a coordinated assault against the shadow frog. Swish! Countless leaves sliced through the air like green arrows, densely converging upon the shadow frog. The chaotic scene erupted as the combined might of the man-eating flowers transformed the battlefield into pandemonium. Yet, the shadow frog remained unfazed, retracting its water dagger. In a swift maneuver, it conjured a massive, deep purple shadow sphere, its size comparable to 2.5 basketballs, raised triumphantly above its head. Seizing the moment, it hurled the shadow sphere towards the cluster of man-eating flowers. The sphere, imbued with terrifying energy, soared through the sky like a boulder, emitting a resonant rumble. The sheer pressure emanating from it caused the flowers to tremble in dread. One by one, they lifted their heads in fear, gazing at the colossal shadow sphere descending upon them. Though it moved at a leisurely pace, to their eyes, it seemed to streak through the sky like a fleeting meteor, inducing a sense of imminent doom. Frozen in place like statues, they appeared to have forgotten the instinct to flee. Or rather, it could be said they lacked even the courage to escape. Boom! When the shadow sphere struck the ground, a surge of violet energy erupted into the sky, engulfing the battlefield in a tempest of horrifying force, drowning all the man-eating flowers. The shockwave from the explosion severed nearby trees in half, and had Su Yun not swiftly dodged, he too might have been swept away. Were a few man-eating flowers truly worth such a grand display of force? As the dust settled, Su Yun emerged from behind a tree, gazing at the shadow frog with a bemused expression. With the shadow frog's capabilities, it could have concluded the conflict in a more tranquil manner, yet it chose to unleash such devastation, nearly endangering him in the process. The shadow frog shot a disdainful glance at Su Yun, as if to say, "What do you understand?" At a loss for words, Su Yun felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand the shadow frog. Just then, several figures approached from the distance, drawn by the explosive commotion. Su Yun cast another exasperated look at the shadow frog, silently questioning the consequences of its actions. He was acutely aware that Kanglan City prioritizes the preservation of its natural environment, especially within one of its most renowned ecological reserves. If the local authorities discovered the disruption caused by them, a mere fine would be the least of his worries. Arrest was a distinct possibility. The shadow frog mimed a gesture of slitting its throat, implying that eliminating these intruders would suffice. Su Yun opened his mouth, momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. The shadow frog, despite being a female elf, harbors an intense desire to kill, often resorting to violence. Why can't it contemplate a more peaceful approach? Su Yun admonished it, signaling for restraint. He then turned his gaze toward the approaching figures. Upon noticing their attire and the instruments they wielded, his brow furrowed slightly. They are not staff members here. They are. Suddenly, Su Yun recalled a term both familiar and foreign: elf hunters. Elf hunters are a notorious group that survives by hunting elves and selling them in the black market. They operate at zero cost, engaging in a no-strings-attached endeavor. Occasionally, they might capture wild elves for sale, though such instances are rare, as wild elves cannot compare to those meticulously nurtured by trainers. Initially, Suyun did not recognize them as elf hunters until he spotted the containers they held, which confirmed his suspicions. The devices in their possession were high-tech apparatuses specifically designed for capturing elves. "Boss, look at that peculiar creature beside him," one hunter remarked. "That Greninja seems oddly dark, yet it exudes a commendable aura. It must be a rare variant. Some buyers have a penchant for such unique elves. Perhaps it could fetch a handsome price, leading us to a lucrative gain." At that moment, one of the hunters rushed forward, pointing at the shadow frog with a glint of greed in his eyes. Another companion followed closely, his demeanor menacing as he barked at Suyun. "Kid, you must have more than just one elf, right? Be wise and release your other elves for us to inspect. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences." The latecomers echoed his threats. "Hey, what are you standing there for? Didn't you hear? Hand over your elves and be on your way. Otherwise, you might lose far more than just your elves." Suyun listened in silence to their taunts and threats, yet his gaze grew increasingly frigid. It was not that he sought violence, but rather that certain fools persistently sought their own demise. "Wait, don't let him escape. He seems oddly familiar," the leader of the hunters suddenly interjected. His curiosity piqued as he regarded Suyun. After a moment of contemplation, he exclaimed, "I remember now. Isn't this the guy wanted on the black market hunting list?" Not long ago, he had seen a bounty posted on the black market network, offering a substantial reward that garnered considerable attention from its members, himself included. The bounty specified that the target was located in Jiangbei City. Since his primary activities were in Kanglan City, he had merely observed as a bystander, paying little attention. He never expected to encounter someone marked for capture in Jiangbei City, right here in the Zuelong Mountains of Kanglan City.